Olá, um vídeo bastante simples aqui sobre o OBS Studio. Eu não sei no seu, tá? No meu, quando eu conectei aqui, quando eu instalei a nova versão do OBS, conectei o microfone. Mas é muito simples, basta, à medida que o seu computador já reconheceu o dispositivo de gravação, eu vou mostrar aqui eu vou clicar aqui com o botão direito aqui no áudio, nesse símbolo do áudio aqui no computador, e vou dispositivo de gravação, para que você possa ver, ó, o microfone já está habilitado aqui, ó. Já foi reconhecido aqui no computador. Então, para poder o OBS reconhecer esse dispositivo, você vai em configuração e você vai em áudio. Clique em áudio e aqui você vai encontrar o dispositivo de áudio. Áudio, microfone auxiliar. Aqui, repare que no meu eu já conectei, tá vendo? Ó, microfone Samsung condensador USB. Agora,
Ei, pivete. Eita, começou a chiadeira, caralho. Chiadeira do diabo, viu, mano? É, putaria. Vamos ver aqui a putaria. Bora melhorar isso aqui, bora melhorar. Papoca. Alô, 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 alô. Dá pra aumentar mais um pouquinho. Ah, papoca, compadre. Está chiando. Porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, porra, tá chiando pra caralho, viado. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Alô. Puta que pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu, velho. Porra, melhorou, pai. Tá chiando pra caralho. Pariu. 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 Cacofonia é essa mesmo. Pariu. Porra. 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 Cacofonia é essa mesmo. Papoca, compadre. Papoca. Papoca, compadre. Papoca, papoca. Papoca, compadre. Papoca, papoca. Papoca. Papoca, papoca. Papoca. Papoca, papoca.
Agora, se eu clicar aqui nessa seta, provavelmente o seu vai estar padrão. Agora, se eu clicar aqui nessa seta, provavelmente o seu vai estar padrão.
Papoca.
Agora, se eu clicar aqui nessa seta, provavelmente o seu vai estar padrão.
Papoca.
Agora, se eu clicar aqui nessa seta, provavelmente o seu vai estar padrão.
Papoca.
Ou vai estar disabled.
Papoca.
Ou vai estar disabled.
Papoca.
ou vai estar disabled. Esse
Papoca,
aqui, ó.
papoca.
Provavelmente no seu, se não aparece o microfone, vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em vai estar disabled ou padrão. Então basta você clicar nessa seta e ir aqui em
focus on those two players. Magus will always, most likely, play in the backlines with the AWP. There he is right there. Zipex isn't on your screen, so we now have that information going. We're pushing towards Ivy. Glaive, he's going to pick up some kills here in tandem with Magus. So right now, at that point, that information is known to Na'Vi. Flamey's made it out middle, Electronic's been able to push on through, and Simple was throwing the nades. He's going to be the last guy coming on out. So with that information in mind, we know that there are two players over towards Ivy because they've already been activated. We know Device is normally the rotator with the AWP. Well, he's stuck over towards the back of the bomb train. Pretty good assumption he'll be there, and Dupree is either on the bomb train or he plays aggressive. Well, they know there's a pop smoke. It's highly unlikely he's in pop with that smoke. So let's keep playing this out. With the territory that they have on Flamey, they're able to lock down and clear off the back of the bomb train, right? So we can see this is clear. The flash comes in, the Device gets wobbled back. The most important kill right now, when we are in this, it's a 3v5 at this point, is this to kill onto Dupree here. So they're going to take out Dupree. Now they don't have to worry about anybody close. That's taken out of the picture. Flamey's going to go down. This is where the 2v4 ensues, and we start hearing from Simple's perspective. The first mistake he was talking about was this one right here. I'm going to change the camera angle. As you see Simple get on top of the blue train, he's going to go up the ladder, the camera angle's about to change, and this is where he could have been seen from. We can see with his line of sight, which is this yellow line right here, that he is looking towards connector, not towards the bomb train. That's the first mistake he was talking about. So we're going to keep playing this. He actually gets a kill towards connector from this position. I don't catch it, but he makes that frag. Just trust me. We changed the camera angle. Now they know that Magus was towards the backlines with the AWP, and so was Glaive. So they're focused towards that area. This is where Simple goes, there's always an AWP backlanes. Right. Well, that's what his focus is on. So we keep playing this out. Look at the T side focus. It's towards the backlane. They know Glaive's there. They've isolated him. This is the second mistake. Right here, Electronic is actually open from this bomb site position. He's not looking towards this spot. He could go down very, very easily. He's actually going to go up. He's going to get a lot of room and finds another kill. These are 2 kills and 2v4. Push out of the Molotov, he gets taken down. Now in this situation, it's looking very, very winnable, right? Knife kills, revolver kills, they're just taking these individual duels, they're winning crazy clutches. And they're also losing their first maps in spectacular fashion.
They are indeed. Mirage, a bit of a home map for Fnatic as well. We weren't sure what Fnatic was going to turn up. We spoke to Golden afterwards to kind of understand why Fnatic have these slow starts sometimes.
Laughed about it.
He
just laughed about it.
It was Mirage to kick things off, and FaZe, they manhandled them on that map. It looked like they were just going to run away with the series. Everyone was coming online. Everything in FaZe's playbook was coming together. But then, Chad, it was the next map that things got interesting. Remember the Fnatic played against NIP earlier in the week. How did that one go for them?
Look, on Overpass, not well, but then they bounced on back, and that's the thing, right? They lost 16-2 on Overpass, and then they bounced back and looked great.
So in the last two series of Fnatic, sorry to talk over you, they've lost 16-2 in their opening map and 16-8, and then proceeded to win the next two maps in convincing fashion. In fact, the FaZe game, 16-11 Overpass, but it was even ridiculous on Inferno, 16-6. I mean, that's mad. And I think now would be a good time, then, as any, to actually get a player who was in the server during all that chaos. Flusher is joining us in the studio. Can you hear us, dude?
I can hear you.
Yes, fantastic. Okay, well, first things first, that game yesterday, when we're watching you guys, we don't really know what to say other than, well, this is Fnatic, so it looks shit now, but watch them win the series, and you do. Is that the same kind of conversation you're having? Like, I mean, is it as ridiculous as it's just in the heads, you know, you're all just saying, it's okay, guys, it's the first map, or is this genuinely you giving it your all and it just not working repeatedly?
That's a tough question, I guess.
It is, yeah.
I mean, we just play our game, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Especially if we lose, we just get more hyped up and just go into the next map even better than we played.
Flusher, I've got to say you're one of the most entertaining Counter-Strike players there is in the scene right now. Do you feel like you enjoy yourself in each and every official? It seems like you do. You have a very different playstyle to other players, like focusing on SMGs and sometimes pistols, as opposed to when you can even get rifles. Are you constantly enjoying yourself while playing Counter-Strike?
As much as I can. Like, every game we're trying to have a lot of fun, especially here when it's online. It's not the same feeling as a LAN event, so we're trying to have a lot of fun while as well we're trying to win. So
even with the revolver.
Even with the revolver. Actually, you know, it must be so interesting to be a teammate to JW. And I think, Chad, you were interested to know a little more about that relationship.
Yeah, well, you guys have obviously been playing together for a very long time now, Flusher. You had on and off periods there, but you've been playing together since like 2013. Do you feel like you enabled JW in the sense of like when you're around, he can do all these funny business?
It's like his friend from school's back.
Yeah, he's showing off to his mate.
Yeah, for sure. Like, we're always trying to like get under each other's skin and make someone else do some stupid shit, and most of the time it works somehow, but yeah, we're always trying to have more fun and trying new stuff, and if it works, it's gonna look great to the public. If it doesn't, I mean, it's just a mistake. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, I'm entertained, mate, so keep it up.
Are we going to see Astralis players get knifed today? Is that on the docket?
Hopefully.
That's what I mean. Me too.
As always.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Last question, Flusher, before I let you go and get ready for the game. I just want to know, this is a stacked group, right? We've got just six of the world's best, a whole round robin to determine it. Who do you consider the biggest threat? I know you're going into a game against Astralis. I'm just interested to know which team is at the tip of your tongue as the biggest threat in this group.
I think for me personally, I think Mouse Sports is probably the hardest opponent. Looks to us at least. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that game, and of course this one as well. Flusher, good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. So we're going to get to see Fnatic take on Astralis as our first game. This stage 2 is already getting me excited just when I start saying the games we're about to be bringing you. We are taking a break, but yes, Astralis, Fnatic, it looms. Tell your friends, tell your pets, it's coming up soon.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's Molly for the melancholy. Cody, fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery. Nintendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, don't pretend. No, think I might have found my 10. Oh, posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. You're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Astralis Fnatic. We have got quite the head-to-head, quite the history between these two teams over the course of history and rosters, but now they clash in 2020 and Season 11 of EPL. In fact, it's the second stage, which means we've crammed 6 of the world's best into a round-robin format, and if you top it, you secure the grand finals for the entirety of Pro League. It's quite high-stakes games coming in, and already Astralis have dropped 1 game. Fnatic have not. They picked themselves up that first win versus FaZe. Chad's got the veto, though.
Yeah, so we're going to get this on screen. It was either going to be Vertigo or Nuke banned by Fnatic. They're obviously a little bit more worried about Vertigo. Standard ban for Astralis. Pick's going to be Overpass or Dust 2 from that of Fnatic. They've gone for Dust 2. It's an interesting one. We had them doing a lot of stuff over towards that B-bomb site when we saw them before.
Okay, then Nuke makes a lot of sense for the reasons you stated before. They had to choose either Vertigo or Nuke to go for the ban here, and obviously Vertigo, not a map for Fnatic. Moving on will be Train and Overpass, removing Inferno, the logical conclusion. You said that was likely to be the third map.
Yeah, and Overpass for a little while there for Astralis started to look a bit weak. They obviously think their Mirage is a lot weaker. That's their permaban these days. I just think that for the Dust 2 one, that is if you allow an Astralis with that double AWP setup that we've seen of Dupree and Device to get going early. Yeah, if they can't punish that, if they can't restrict the economy, could be some troubles there. But this one does have 3 maps written all over it, I think. If Fnatic pick up Dust 2, it's almost a given that Astralis are going to take Nuke. It's still one of their home maps, right? They have 2 home maps, one's Inferno, one's Nuke, and you're always going to be considering that. I think maybe you throw Vertigo in that mix now as well.
Yeah, an interesting kind of Inferno comparison as well is that, you know, Astralis were the front runners in CT utility damage, and we just had the stat up actually yesterday in their FaZe game that Fnatic are the leaders in T-sided utility damage.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and just throw those in a server for the third map. That would be fun.
It's mainly Flusher as well. He's always providing those big numbers on the T side towards Banana, always finding the grenade damage. Such a nuisance on that side of the map. Certainly going to be influential. As you can see, Astralis and Fnatic coming up next. And this is going to be quite the game, I have to say. Like, Astralis not on their best form right now. Fnatic just taking down FaZe. They're on the up and up, and hopefully this will go to 3 maps.
I feel like I haven't seen Astralis play in a while.
It has been a long time, right? They were in that first group, Group A, all those many eons ago. So they have had that extra time to be looking and kind of coming up with their new approach to the game, if they have one. But we obviously know that we've got that 6-man situation going on. I don't think Azatag's probably...
I don't think it's not relevant today, I suppose.
No, it's not going to come into the mix right now. But look, with them going into this series right here, if they want to qualify now, they almost need to go flawless and hope that Na'Vi lose to other teams, because we pointed out what happens if you come first in your group. That's great. You get straight into that grand final. But coming second and third is equally as important, right? Because then you have that playoff match to face the winner in the grand final. So wins are important. Just get the victories.
I mean,
Good advice,
we always find ourselves explaining the theory crafting. The answer is always, if you win your games, you succeed.
Simple as that.
That's pretty much where we just draw the line. And winning their game is only possible for, of course, one of the 2 teams that step into the ring tonight. It's coming up. And Dust 2's our first. Now, this is known for being somewhat of a brawl. We'll get to see Fnatic up to their usual tricks, I have no doubt about it. And something that Golden got up to last time we saw them in their first group stage, Henry, was all of these ridiculous Golden's relentless B pushes. He hit them like 6 times in a row.
He does like to be aggressive in this map. He likes to explore the territory and see what's available to him. And we'll see if Fnatic can find yet another victory here at EPL as we move deeper into stage 2 now. Astralis looking to find their first victory. They'll start on the CT side here, and we'll get into the action momentarily. No upgraded pistols on either side, and we will see a B lean from Fnatic here. They do like to trickle in towards that B bomb side as Flusher, just showing some tendencies towards long, but it will be a full commitment here. Dupree already fired off most most of his bullets, but still gets the first kill. Golden answers back, and Glaive and Mage is still ready and waiting on the B side.
Yeah, Glaive's just jiggling so the Magis can take the fight. Now he's actually hitting the shots he needs to. Crim's down to 2. Should be finished by Magis. JW, however, not interested in losing this round. Has got access back to the B site. Rotates come in. Bomb will be retrieved. And suppressing shots from Flusher enable the retrieval of the bomb. Crossing could be deadly. He does get across. Device and Glaive, they might want to contest. The smoke has bloomed by the doors. Means that window is the most likely avenue of assault. And straight through the smoke, Flusher has struck, often the word I would have used, and Zipex trying to strike again.
Oh, it's such a fanatic round, this one. The way they're winning it as well, just by the skin of their team.
No.
JW has knocked out the doors here. The bomb is getting to a very difficult position for Astralis to actually retake this one. They have no kick currently. They're trying to find him. They have no idea where he is. This is a horrible round of CS. No one really connecting. JW, though, he's done enough, as they will close it out. It's the scrappiest round you're ever likely to see, but Fnatic somehow pull it out of the hat. Astralis had all the advantages in the world, but a lot of whiffs there, Chad.
Yeah, well, I'm glad it's that duo of JW and Flusher to close it out. We pointed them out on the board to start of today. Yesterday, they were influential in picking up that victory against FaZe. They are the 2nd and 3rd highest rated players just from stage 2. So we're only looking at yesterday's games. It's great if they can continue this form.
Device on the scout, who's been known to cause quite a lot of strife for Tees, who feel like a fight middle early into the 2nd round. He is on the Force, of course. You can see there's going to be 2 scouts in play. Who is that cheeky beaver? That was actually Golden in almost faking the presence on the B side of the map. He did cross back, and now Molotov forcing Device into a more passive line.
Well then, Fnatic up against the Force buy here of Astralis. The 2 scouts, it's Glaive and Device, not Device and Dupree. That double AWP setup will come out though eventually. Dupree has been trying to mold himself into a secondary sniper now for the last year or so. Finally coming to fruition, we're starting to see him having some very impressive results, especially on Dust 2. As the A-take will be coming through, you can see the reposition from the CTs. They're going to be boosting up one of the scouts towards the bomb side, but that has led them to their 1st and 2nd death here. Golden, fantastic shots from him, but an even better one from Zipex towards short. Significant damage there on the cross as well. It is going to be a 4-on-3 in favor of Fnatic, but still a chance here for Astralis.
Yeah, and I think Flusher is the make or break moment, because Dupree... He's actually still heading back to B. Not sure what his plans and intentions were with that. He now will return to Flusher's domain, and chances are his back's going to be exposed, as will Zipex. Flusher, Flusher. He squandered his shots and now tapping away. He needs to find the shot. He can't. On to JW, looking for the 1 versus 3. He's under a lot of scrutiny, but he does cross the line. 2 back-to-back 3K clutches. JW pulls home the 2nd.
The fact that he is keeping his form is probably the most unique thing about JW, because his playstyle is very
erratic.
Yeah, and we never know what he's going to do. I don't think he does half the time. It's difficult to see him have 2 good days back-to-back. That was a problem we had during stage 1, Henry.
Absolutely. Performances against Big where they actually fell flat. JW wouldn't turn up at all, but right now he's firing on all cylinders and looking incredibly hot as he does win out yet another round here and find the 2-0 for Fnatic. This is a tactic we've been trying recently, boys. You go for the full CT stack at the beginning of the round. You assume that no one's going to be in this B side, then you put 1 flashbang in, all the CTs try and enter the B bomb side, the USPs, and hopefully you get a few kills. But unfortunately, Fnatic have got right up to the doors before they've even had a chance to kind of squander their chances here. JW not going to check the right, but he does in the end. It's going to be 2-3 and Zipex dropped here, and it looks like our logical conclusion of this round is coming in very quickly, with all 5 players surviving, barely taking any damage there. A nice idea from Astralis, but way too fast from Fnatic.
Will we see back-to-back 3Ks 4 rounds in a row from JW? I mean, already he's on this set. This time it's against the full buy. A little more of a tough ask. Let's see if the fragging is going to be more evenly distributed this round. Brolin's back on his signature weapon. We'll get to see more Krieg action into the 4th.
Yeah, he is an absolute demon with the Krieg. Well up there with one of the world's best. And they'll continue with the fast-paced gameplay, it seems. Fnatic will have 5 players towards the tunnel to kick things off. They love a contact B. We've seen this. We've casted a few of their games. They like to just walk in towards a bomb site, have a brawl, and make it work out for themselves. But for now, falling back, it's Crims who doesn't feel like this one is going to be necessarily working out for them, as the first kill is found. Device will take down JW. That's top of middle. So they are going to reposition this, and Crims the MAC-10 back towards long. 2 players middle doors.
Okay, from Brolan. He's got the lineup and takes Device's AWP out of his hands straight through the door.
Yeah, it didn't sound like he had a helmet there, so it takes a lot more damage through the door from the Creek,
Damn.
and that's going to be an opening kill for Fnatic. Brings it back to a 4-on-4, and maybe they've got a bit more here. Mages recovers the AWP, but it's such a difficult shot. He flicks towards Catwalk, but it's Brolan who gets his second. Bomb to go down. Fnatic are high flying right now. This looks fantastic.
They almost convinced all of us that it was a B, and
Yeah,
then eventually
right.
changed their mind after the early frag. They send Crims on a long mission. He hasn't yet to find too much of an impact on this round, but the round has been won, and Glaive shooting corpses. That is no fun. You can see the shake of shame. We will see 4 on the board for the boys of Fnatic.
So we always talk about conditioning in the server with strategies and different pressure points and maybe players that you want to abuse, so you're going to force a lean from the CT side. Well, Fnatic have actually been doing conditioning outside of the server, so they've been making sure that, you know, they lose those first maps, and then teams just expect the first map to be a breeze. They come in, it's only like 30% they need to give, because Fnatic aren't going to be able to win anyway. But here, they're winning 4-0, so they've waited. They've really waited. These guys are very strategic. I didn't know that it went this deep, Henry.
Yeah, it's true. Yesterday, losing to FaZe 16-8 on Mirage to open things up, and the day before, they lost 16-2 to NIP on Overpass. It feels like it's a common trend for Fnatic, but right now, they've had enough of it. They thought, you know what? In Stage 2, we're going to play some proper solid Counter-Strike. We're going to start winning 2-0s instead of 2-1.
That's absurd.
Yeah,
we're
going to step things up a little bit here.
You're crazy.
And we'll do it against one of the world's best here, Astralis. 4-0 for Fnatic so far as we get into round number 5. No AWPs available.
Again with Golden's B calls.
Here we
gets
go.
them in the halls early. This time they're just going to try and condition with some early utility. Flusher is going to stick around as well for a fight.
Oh,
no.
It's not even a fight.
No, that's a rather one-sided affair. That's bullying, if you ask me.
Straight up bullying.
This looks like a strat out of a casual server, right? You have your AWPer stay in T-spawn and everybody else just goes tunnels. There's no focus on the rest of the map. They haven't even needed to give Astralis anything to worry about, but Magus gone to Crims has given Fnatic something to worry about.
Okay.
44.
All right then, Mages through the smoke, does pull one back here, trying to drop a decent grenade for those doors as well. Gonna land towards the Xbox. You can see if anyone was there, that would have done a ton of damage, but unable to connect, and maybe receiving a bit of damage himself. Mages still happy to challenge though. 72 HP, already got 1 kill to his name, being very combative towards middle, but the focus will be towards long now. Flusher has snuck out those mid doors. His teammates getting ready to attack the A bomb site. Flashbang to come over momentarily, and I'm sure they'll make their way in. There's the flash, and long is clear for now. Zipex to patrol with just a flash himself and an M4 from Carr.
This frag onto Zipex is going to be everything. Look how much damage.
Yeah, that's insane. It's really unlucky. And Flusher, he's been in middle this entire time. So they get the aggro. The rotation from B comes through. The timing's off. And now it all falls apart. Even though Zipex did about 100 damage there on the corner. Flusher just being a nuisance. Playing it perfectly, of course. And now it's just one player remaining. Dupree scrambles up towards Shaw. Looks like he kind of fancies this one. He'll be actually challenging with the AK-47. Not sure why he wants to give the weapon up, but he does want to give it a go. Now locked in with the flames behind him. He's got 13 HP, and he continues his assault towards A.
Yeah, spots another one towards long. It's Brolan with low HP, and a flash and across towards the bomb site would apply a whole lot of pressure to force him to stay on the site.
That adjustment from Brolan guarantees the round now. Like, Dupree could have won this, I guess, with a few crispy one-taps. So the fact he's that close now, there's no chance of him touching the bomb. So Brolan will confirm the 5-0, and 3 players will survive.
Yeah, so within these first 5 rounds, Fnatic have found opening kills in 4 of them. Here's an example right there, of Flusher taking down Device without a chance. The only round they didn't find the opening kill was on the pistol round. It was Dupree who found the opening on that B bomb site, and he was immediately traded. So right now, things are looking very good for Fnatic in that regard. And as they go up against pistols and a scout and a few grenades,
Flusher got the long spawn. Yeah, I wonder if he's just going to go dart out the doors here. He is. Straight out the blue bin, straight away demanding respect of the long position. There is some good utility damage considering the half buy here. A couple of 5.7s worth noting, not opting for the full $700 pistol, just going for the charity shop version.
Probably a bit more spammy around those smokes with the 5.7, but the problem is Brolan and Flusher taking damage at long to those nades and the scout in play within the hands of Dupree. If he hits a scout bullet into the chest of either Flusher or Brolan, they will both immediately fall, and that's weapons loose.
Well, we'll see whether he can actually connect any of these dots there. In terms of the setup from Fnatic so far, very default. They've just smoked towards the mid doors, bombs down in the long area as Crims investigates the short position. There is a player there. That's going to be Device as he Molotovs off the corner. He's got Glaive directly beneath him. It all comes down to the timings here. Smoke dropped and Device going for a nutmeg here, and actually works out for him. Sitting in that smoke, Crims will push through, and he's actually picked up the rifle as well. Not a big fan of the play from Crims, I'll be honest. Pushing the smoke didn't seem necessary by himself, and it could lead to their demise.
Lots of danger here right now. The time is starting to tick on down. Fnatic don't know where they want to go. JW Misses a shot. Device, well, he had a chance to strike with the AK, but now he's evened it up.
Yeah.
Well, they're not thinking about the AK, though, at all, are they? That could be recovered. Now they are jumping up towards shore. They need to make sure that weapon isn't picked up by an Astralis player here. It's still a 4-on-3 in favor of the CT side, and they have 20 seconds on the clock. Glaive's going to get a kill here towards middle. He's spotted the gun barrel, and it might get a little bit messier now, considering the AK spray preemptively firing around the corner. The scout going to struggle here. So is the AK. Who comes out on top here? I'm not really sure.
Seconds.
Golden.
Where
It's
is
going
the
to be
bomb?
10 seconds. They have got enough time to plant. That will be okay. It'll be on the nose, but it's absolutely fine. You'll see the bomb go down with no problem. It has to read 4 on the clock for it to be successful. And you can see Made is just hiding in the corner. They're hoping they didn't have time, but ultimately they did.
Yeah, wow. That's another one of for the Fnatic playbook. We've seen them do this a lot, actually. The 20-second chaos, it seems to be where they are at their calmest.
He was running from the brick box at, what, 12 seconds into the site? So you can tell that's a very last-minute decision there from Fnatic, but it paid on off because the CTs with the lower pistols eventually had to hedge. And now if Vegas can pick up Golden, that would have been a nice little weapon to carry on forward, but not necessary right now. Max loss bonus on the side there for Astralis. They will be able to get the full buy with everything that they need. We're going to see the AWP come out in the hands of Device here. Will Dupree continue with that secondary AWPing setup we've been talking about? We'll find out after these highlights.
Golden. He had 6 bullets and went for the taps. I like that. He was up against the scout, felt like he could take some advantages, but you can see he did get that bomb down in time. That was the crucial moment. JW has cooled off after his opening 9 kills in 3 rounds, but regardless, a 10-1 scoreline certainly reads positively for him. He's got a KD of 10.
Yeah, he's doing very well out there. We're going to have quite the showing here on Dust 2, and we do move into our double AWP setup for the first time here for Astralis. We talked about it, and Chad, Dupree's never been known as a secondary AWPer throughout his entire career. In the last year or so, it's kind of been brought into the Astralis machine. Are you a fan of it yourself? Do you feel like it's a requirement of this team to find success on Dust 2?
I think when Device had to sit out and he...
Oh, bye, that's...
He won't even... Never mind.
Not even going to get a chance to show,
is it? We won't even talk about him with the editor because it's not even going to be an option.
Oh, that's going to be a straight-up B commitment here, and through the flames they'll go. They know Major's at the door here unless he gets a double kill. The round's already over. And Flusher, he's just being an absolute monster here. They've already lost 2 players. Let them survive. Let them save something for the next round. Oh, God, it's going to get worse, I think.
Yeah, Glaive's going to cower after that one. He's just happy to have got the info. So they knows where one is, and he's just going to be retreating from that hot spot.
So Dust 2 really does lend itself to all of the traits of Fnatic if they show up.
Yeah.
If this team actually comes in playing the Fnatic game, they are going to win, hands down. The spawn-based, loose play style of Dust 2 really lends itself to the characteristics of the Fnatic players.
They're hunting right now. I just want to recap this because a few players probably will go down. But so far, besides those first 2 situations where JW had to win back-to-back clutches in rounds 1 and 2, the rounds have been very clean. Round 3, all 5 alive. Round 4, 4 players lived. Let's see how many go down here. Device clutch 1. Glaive's going to get...
Bravo.
Well, he gets 1. Glaive got 1 from that exchange right there. But it does do a little bit of damage. They save double AWPs on the T side to note. But what I was trying to point out there for everybody is the majority of the rounds, Fnatic is surviving with 3 or more players. That one right there was only 2, but they were trying to chase and take away those weapons. They're getting this done with ease. The rounds aren't messy. They're not having to play too many of these 3v3 mid-rounds like we've been seeing from Fnatic.
Well, has Golden taken the secondary here? It looks like he might be. Maybe just for the doors at the start?
Spawn, maybe. No, he doesn't have a gun at all.
Where did it go? There was 2 of them, and now there's 1 of them.
I don't know.
Anyway, I'll look at that in a second, because now Rollins charging straight up long, straight into the smoke. Glaive has no issues collecting. That's an express delivery of a Krieg.
Well, there's the secondary AWP now. That's been recovered. A bit of confusion here. You can see they are playing quite a loose game plan. It seems that they don't even realize they've got a double AWP set up. So there you go. Golden is proficient with the weapon. We have seen him pick it up a few times. And he heads towards long. This is looking good for a first Astralis round, though, as they do claim territory towards shorts. They've already got the opening pick, allowing long to be taken, which is fine.
You'd hate to fumble around over miscommunication of a gun, though, wouldn't you? Because
he
went into that round with a P250 in hand, meaning he knew the AWP was coming, just couldn't find it. It delayed the start, kind of put them 10 seconds behind the 8 ball.
Roland was way out long, maybe with more support if everyone was on the same page.
More smokes.
Yeah. Absolutely. Certainly not the round you're looking for if you're Fnatic, but they are 7-0 up. Haven't lost this one just yet. The Device He nails these ones, but yes, you're right, dead on. The fact that JW hit that shot actually gives him a good chance, trying to use the flames to cross and successfully doing so. Glaive now knows two players are on towards the side. The bomb will be planted here, and he does decide to push the flames somewhat here, taking damage but applying pressure, and it should be an Astralis pickup here, no problem. Flashbang is excellent from Dupree, and Crims now yet to find a frag, will be dropped as well as Astralis pick up their first.
Yeah, good shots all round. The Astralis individuals had to come alive, and they have. Their heart starts to beat, albeit just a blip on the life meter. What are they called? I need to go to a hospital and
A life meter?
What are those? You know the thing that goes...
Isn't it a heart monitor?
Thank you very much.
It's doing your heart rate.
There is a better name for it than that. That's
hospital heart monitor machine.
The beep beep thing, you know. He's
I know
dying.
what you're talking about. As you can tell, ladies and gentlemen.
I haven't been to a hospital since I was 8.
Yeah, and I'm not a doctor.
No.
So I'll keep the dissecting Counter-Strike for now.
Let's do the dissection in a virtual plane.
All right, so long. This time they won't overcommit and give away an opening. It looks like they've gotten their ducks in a row as we have a single AWP out with 2 Kriegs, one for Brolin, one for Flusher, 2 AKs in the hands of Crims and Golden. So no issues with the buy and not much utility expended within the first 25 seconds of the round. Now the back and forth will ensue as the default spread across the map from Fnatic is starting to pressure Astralis. This is just the greeting of the round. They're saying hi, letting them know exactly where they are, and Brolin's going to tag up as if he has to jump back now that Molly's come out.
Can't afford to commit to that corner. Likely going to be cleared down by the CTs should they group up, or the threat of it alone is enough to dissuade.
So we're going with ECG machine here, or electrocardiography, and or Holter monitor is what we've got before.
ECG. Yeah. Okay. No more acronyms. Control taken.
It's a very standard A defense being set up by Astralis here. An anchor towards long of Glaive. 2 players over towards the A ramp to play off of each other when the execute comes on in. Keeping Glaive busy is very, very important right now.
Yeah. He's got 30 seconds on the clock and he's got long doors control. That's a very powerful position for a CT here. It means he can focus all of their efforts towards short, and that's exactly where Fnatic are heading here.
Smoke missed.
Smoke has missed. He's going to make sure they have a great screen as they come through here. Device is going to start nailing these shots. Got a bit of a shooting gallery to make their way over towards A. The second one doesn't connect as they get closer and closer towards the bomb site here. The bomb on the back of Golden, who does make his way towards the default spot. Bomb down now. 5 versus 4 in Astralis' favor. They have no smoke for the retake, but they have flashes, but a double orb setup as well. Makes things very difficult.
CTs from CT, and he's jumped into them! They bring the fight to Astralis. You can't plan your retake. We're going to fight you in your spawn. Crossing now, JW as the flash fades, so does the light from Glaive's eyes. Device thrown into a 1 versus 2. Crossing CT should be impossible. That will be Flusher, and he confirms 8 for Fnatic.
I love that. No other team would drop down with flashbangs towards CT spawn, but it's actually the perfect move there. They've got a double AWP set up. You're aware of that. They've done damage already, and they're just about to plan a retake it. They're about to pounce on you from multiple angles. You have no control towards long. Why not drop down there and challenge the double AWPs and find a few kills?
Yeah, just an example of what the communication for Astralis would have been at that point. They would have been discussing, you know, who's going to be nading where, what positions that they were potentially going to be clearing as they went on up, and before they could even get out of spawn, Fnatic made that decision for them. So
very cool.
They will be able to keep the buy train going. The double AWPs out yet again, but it's very tough for Astralis at this point. 8-1 down. Haven't said that many times in my career.
No, this is a whole new world out there. Astralis tested. Their individuals now are going to have to step up. I'm looking at Dupree in response to the B, but...
Yeah. Just to note as well, Device is currently up 3-2 in opening duels, so they are 8-1 down. He is finding opening kills at AWP. They're finding openings, they're just not converting them. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be landing. And we'll see now if Zipex will be tested again. This is another difficult buy for Astralis, although they do maintain the double AWP setup. We're yet to see it really come online, and we will continue to do so as Dupree's taken out by Flush's incredible Krieg.
Yeah, he did well there. Flash to jump across. Zipex, however, holding the mid for now. Double flash push on the second.
Oh, he's gone through. He's done a lot of work there, but still, it's a 3v2 situation.
Where's that bomb going?
There's still one player in towards the B side, and that's Magus. Everyone knows he anchors towards B for Astralis, so your best move at this point probably go to the more exposed bomb side towards A instead of the solid anchor of Magus, who normally gets 1 or 2 towards B. We'll see what their final move's going to be at this stage. Still have the dribble smoke down. Magus with no real utility apart from that HG. He's got a flash as well now. If he can time the HE well and get a big spray down, it's enough. He'd have to be throwing it right now at this point, though. Considering it, here's the HE. Does it land, boys? It looks good to me. It might go straight behind them, though. They're already through. Ooh. It does a lot of damage, and it had to be just a few seconds earlier. Of course, he had no idea of how close they were. Great idea. If he gets the good grenade through, big spray down afterwards, he probably gets all three.
I've been becoming more and more aware of how the trajectory of nades can completely actually kill you.
You noticed that, right? As soon as he threw that, they all repositioned. They got the crosshair towards the back of the bomb site. So if he'd got it 5 seconds before, he might have had a chance, but ultimately gave away his spot.
Because they were just that extra bit advanced, they could straight up pinpoint where the only CT is likely going to be. I mean, it's dangerous stuff.
It used to be, back when I transitioned from 1.6 to Source, a lot of Source players would turn off the models once you kill a player, the ragdoll, people would have that disappear.
Yeah, you'd bind it to your like mouse 1 or something.
In Valorant, you could actually do that. And I turned that off as well, just because it reminded me of Source. Not being able to see the bodies everywhere, it actually makes things a lot easier.
Well, I was going to explain why I didn't do that. And the reason I didn't do that was because the information of where the body was, you could see of where your teammate, what angle he was killed from, like with how the body was set, right? And it could give you clues on like how they'll approach the situation.
I found it hindered me more because all the ragdolls are client side
vision,
and so if you have them on, there could be a case where they get a model that has landed at a different place to you, you're being blocked and they're obscured and they're not. I didn't ever want to take the risk one way or the other. If I've got them disabled, I might get an advantage by being aware of it, but I would never be at a disadvantage because of it. That's what I
learned. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem, right? And you would always try not to play around those models right there because they could do exactly what you were saying. Bit of an unfair advantage or disadvantage depending on how you want to look at it.
And like even stuff like the clearing the blood decals, the blood patterns.
I have to leave them on.
I've got them on my push to talk key. Every time I push to talk, it clears
decals. It's so ridiculous sometimes. You're holding like when a black head peeks into the black blood of like a long distance, like I'm thinking mid window, you've already like there's blood on the wall. It just completely camouflages people. That's another weird unfair advantage.
I get rid of that every time I can. So every time I talk, the blood is removed.
Still, we're into another round of Counter-Strike, and, well, this one's a weird one. Device has got his AWP that he preserved, and the rest of his team are going to try and delay with their very limited 2 smoke. Make it 1 smoke grenade, as Glave's decided long's a little too scary.
Yeah, this is just tough for Astralis. There's still a chance for them. Look, let's assume that this round goes with its logical conclusion. They lose it. They were threatening before on the pistols, but they weren't able to convert. But if they lose this, they're down 10-1. If they get 5, that's not a bad CT half for Dust 2. But if they end up with only 2 or 3 rounds, then we have a problem. And Device cannot catch a break. The AWPers in middle are being dictated to by Mr. JW. He's up to his nasty tricks. He's rolled back the years. Or he's rolled them forward. Maybe he's in the future. He knows how Counter-Strike's going to be played for the rest of the time.
Yeah, dude. He's wearing like straight up skiing goggles while he games. He's living in the future.
Oh dear. ZipX and Glaive wait patiently with a pop flash setup here.
I think that's a smoke.
Oh, it's the smoke for the side, isn't it? So the right click and then you can drop it on the side and actually block vision when they come at the ramp, right?
Forces wider angle.
Yeah, makes sense. So he's just looking for the perfect opportunity. You can use that lineup at home. He's kind of sat there and demonstrated for long enough now. There it is. So it'll give him a bit more longevity on the A side here. Comes out and wave around it. Lots of damage inflicted towards Brolan, but ultimately he'll come out on top in the duel. Crims now gets his way towards A. We'll see how effective that smoke is for ZipX. Doesn't seem to be buying him a whole lot. He does find a single kill, but I think that's all they find here. Double digits for Fnatic on the T side of Dust 2 here. They are running away with this one, chaps. They are looking incredibly strong. Remember, Fnatic did pick Dust 2. His nuke coming up next, which is more than likely going to be going in favor of Astralis, just from what we could gather now.
It should, but remember when this team came together for DreamHack Masters Malmo, right? They actually played Astralis there, and Nuke was one of the maps. I believe it went to triple or quad overtime, something ridiculous, but Fnatic won that game.
Yeah.
Now, that probably shouldn't have happened then. It seems unlikely that it would happen again, but at least there's a precedent for it.
All I can really go on is the EPL curse right now, because we keep having these big blowouts in opening games of best of 3s, and then it just doesn't continue. The trend won't occur in the second map, and we'll see the next team just come online and take us to a third.
Well, let me follow that up, because when they played each other at ECS Season 8 Finals, Nuke was a map in the pool then as well, and Fnatic lost 16-6. So they went from the honeymoon at Malmo, where they had beaten Astralis on one of their best maps.
Was back, everyone was like just bonding and feeling fantastic. We're in Sweden, we're on LAN.
And then two tournaments later, they're losing 16-6 on that same map. So it's going to be interesting to see what they've changed and developed in that time, because we know the honeymoon phase, they've had time to settle in now. They had 78 days between the end of last year's tournaments and Katowice this year. So Fnatic have a lot of prac under their belt. We're finally starting to see those rewards of it here, as their free Counter-Strike is actually working very well.
Well,
we saw it.
He did actually spot him. JW looking for the opportunity now. There is going to be one. Zipex edges towards the pit here, and he does rattle off a shot, but may just ultimately get two. This is looking much better now for Astralis, trying to lick their wounds after this disappointing first half, but it might get worse. Golden does pull one back. Remember, they played Dust 2 yesterday against Na'Vi and lost 16-10 as well. Things not looking a whole lot better.
This is a big call from Golden. By getting the frag CT, he's expecting Glaive to have fallen off A. Now advancing with smokes and fast movements, he's going to be caught out of position. He's barely got the AWP and got back to long. He's trying to fill the gap of device, but now he's catching flashes. This disadvantage that Fnatic are working with doesn't feel like one. Now the site is theirs, and so's the man advantage. Stolen back by Magisk. Bomb still yet to be planted. Glaive has just popped ahead of Crims. A tiny fraction of his balaclava showing. Now it will be Golden thrust into a 1v2. Faking it out, not ready for sure. Magisk will pull home the second.
Oh, it didn't feel comfortable towards the end there. Golden, if he think he had a few more bullets in the clip, he might even get that kill towards long.
And if I'm going to be completely honest here, JW overstaying his welcome after it's highly likely that Magus saw him just as much as, you know, he was able to get the vision into the site. Hanging around with that stack after you've potentially been noticed, most people wouldn't do that. Most people would back on off. JW stayed, Magus gets 2 free kills through the smoke, and then Fnatic still make the round costly, still make it exciting. Continue. I wince every time. It just feels like it's going to hit. Crims legged out long, but
that nade does not take him down. He doesn't hide by the blue bin. He has a little more initiative than that. Knows the expected nade follow-up was coming. And so Crims fights to live another day.
This is a big note here. Device is on the rifle and Glaive's on the AWP. So Device must be feeling very helpless with the big green at the moment if they're making this mix-up.
Fnatic are making Device, of all players, the most consistent star AWPer in the world, feel like he can't play the weapon he's most comfortable with. That's saying something about the Fnatic T side, as was the graphic. You may have missed it. This is the most consecutive T rounds Fnatic have ever had against Astralis. That's quite the historic start.
Yeah, the 7-0 kickoff. Well then, 5-5 for now. Astralis, in terms of their setup, focusing towards short once again. Device, as you mentioned, M4 in hand. Zipex behind him with the incendiary, one of which will be thrown towards the Xbox for now. But Crims, not known to be an AWPer, will be opening things up by virtue of low HP. He's given the sniper rifle, actually works out for him. He'll take down Glaive on the A side. Dupree pulls one back, but it cost him most of his HP at this stage. Down to 9 points of health, and we will see a reposition towards A. Zipex good nade, but can he hold them off?
So they know where he is. They know there's going to be a fight on site. JW and Golden are going to try and force him out of position. Golden's low. It doesn't matter, though. 20 HP, and he just finds that headshot so comfortably. Look at their help. I don't even know if they can go for it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play. That's really well done. The fact they've applied 2 flashbangs there just for Golden swings. Like you can see Zipex, he had his crosshair in the perfect place at that stage. He was ready and waiting, but he had to move away. Sure, he might have still had the advantage, but Golden hits. It's an absolute stunning shot there and confirms the round.
Now, we would have had the match head-to-head stats coming up of these two teams and how often they played each other. It was a huge amount. It was 66 wins for Astralis and 60 for Fnatic. But I want everybody to understand that it's to do with the cores. We operated on a core 3, basis, which is Dupree, Device, and Zipex over there on the Astralis camp. And Fnatic, it'll be JW, obviously got Flusher in the mix, and then Crims would be that third individual to make the core. Now this goes all the way back, the rivalry between these two teams, to 2014, when Astralis were known as Dignitas. They had Fetish and AZ as the other two members. And on the other side of things for Fnatic, it was during their glory days. They had Olaf and Pronax in there.
That really is the throwback days.
Yeah.
The Fetish really kind of warmed my heart there. You know? It's been a while since I've heard that name.
Yeah, God, Fetish.
Yeah.
The guy with the cap.
That's the
and
one.
The accent. Not quite going to hit the first shot on the doors this time. JW does continue to be a persistent thorn in the Astralis side on this T side. Dupree realizing he has to take matters into his own hands, and Magisk bringing the fight as well. They're pincering in towards T spawn.
What a weird play that is from the CT side.
But they're forcing them to do this, right? All their standard plays aren't working. Astralis have to change it up. They are 11-2 down.
It's fascinating that one player being thrown out the long doors, like that's always going to be a one and done. And that's exactly what happens. That favors the T side of this stage.
They
And that's
won't clear this.
one of the Kriegs, one of the few Kriegs they had is given away. And that's a long-range weapon. As Dupree, he's got the perfect setup to actually counter this. Now, when we can pull this back, it's still going to be a 3-on-3. This kill is very important. Device not ready for it. That sniper just not working out for him today. Glaive could still save the round for them, but this kill has to come through.
Yeah, he's actually going to hunt it down. Bronner hears it and does go down. Big frag, but B lost. No bomb.
Bomb's going A.
Is Flusher trying to sell it as much as he can? I mean, JW, he's just pouncing as fast as he can up long, but it seems like Glaive's too wise for these tricks. He will be catching the cross. A flash and a smoke will obscure his view, and just across, JW doesn't look, doesn't know just how close Glaive is. He's going to catch him completely unawares. That's the end of J-Dubs. Glaive securing a must-win round, and off the back of some aggressions from Dupree and Magisk.
Well, nice work there from Glaive. You could see him put the brakes on as soon as he knew the bomb was about to be planted. He knew what was going on at that stage. Full defuse coming in. Flush could do nothing about it.
Just note, the two players they had go aggressive there, he's going to try and take away these guns. The two players they had go aggressive there was Magus and Dupree, the two that you want to be brawling, and then they had their safe pairs of hands. You had Glaive, you had Device, and you obviously had Zipex as the three who are a little bit more passive. But right here, Glaive doing this, we've seen Fnatic do these rounds a lot, right? Where they string out in the 2v2s and they'll isolate Jules because normally that draws the entire rotation. You expect the Ts to stay together so they can trade efficiently. That's fundamental CS. But Fnatic go against that, right? They split up, they try and make things really difficult, they force the CTs around. You can see Glaive putting himself in the Fnatic shoes and going, well, what are they likely to do here? Getting the jump on them and it was basically a 1-on-2 situation in favor of Astralis in that moment before JW even went down. So you can see there we do have some technical difficulties.
Just a headset. It shouldn't be too long here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for bearing with us. It looks like we're back into the action already. So there's nothing to worry about whatsoever. And we're getting to the final round here of the first map of our first game. It's a big one. Fnatic versus Astralis. And do not adjust your sets. The score at the top is correct. Fnatic are absolutely decimating Astralis right now on Dust 2. It's the pick of the Swedes.
Look at this deed,
and
this
there is
T-Doors.
a good B spawn. And actually the auto sniper's coming through as well. There's the first kill. It's always a lot of fun to bring it out in this last round. Normally a bit of an overtime treat, but we're being shown it in regulation here. Device could pull one back here if they are overzealous. Looking towards a drop-down area. There is a smoke for now. Who comes out on top here? He's going to spot another one towards T-spawn and does get JW in the end.
I'll take that any day of the week. A good nade as well to soften up some of those B tunnels players. It was from short. Crimson Brolin worse for wear off that one. Zipex, good damage inflicted. Flusher continuing to try and keep these B defenders there, and I mean he's working wonders. Glaive and Device are pulled back into the B site. Chopping and changing. It will be Glaive's responsibility to hold the middle. And Brolin's just staring at this peak. Glaive needs information. And that's more than he bargained for. No scope necessary.
He's holding that like an AWP line. That's a sliver gap, you know? I know the doors are spammable, but he's using that like an AWP. Like,
yeah, it's the tightest of lines. Glaive, he just wanted a tiny fraction of information, and he gets so much more than he bargained for. Same could be said for Golden's exchange here. Likely anticipating someone on that close corner. You can always Molotov it off. But now Device, oh no, he's just walking out. This is big. Dupree will relieve the long prong. And now it's a question of A or B.
Well, looks to be A here, as Zipex will be tested once again. He has been struggling on this A side of the map, dropping another smoke here to buy a little bit more time. Wiggling around the bomb site here. He looks like he's buying two of them up. But Broland is way too precise at that Krieg. Flasher patrolling towards middle, and both of these CT players will have to take a short. Device in from lower B here to be one hell of a task. Flashbang to try and get them into the initial choke point, but there's so much work to do here.
Yeah, I mean, you need a cracker from Dupree, don't you? Yeah. Just Molotov him off the site and just tap ahead. Not going to get that today.
Well, even if Device gets this kill, it looks like our half will be concluding at 12-3 in favor of Fnatic on the T side. It certainly is a terrorist affair these days, but this is a landslide victory so far from Fnatic. But if there was a team to pull it back, Astralis would certainly be in that conversation. Device now being toyed with as they try and go for the knife towards the end. An amazing performance from Fnatic to kick off this best of 3. We'll take a break and be back with the second half momentarily.
Can't you come over?
On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. There's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited. Cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. I'm ruthless. I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. You're so dumb to choose this. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag. That's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got it. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got her first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say the swag, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why are these boys so stupid? Counting me up now, I'm counting my money. I'm probably gonna cop me a new wrist. Y'all gonna think I'm a nuisance. New sound, know me, who this? Yep, I made some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. LSA say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool me.
On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my 10. Posted up in my tent. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving.
To 3 on the half of Fnatic's map pick. They have come in and broken the curse that they've started to create here at ESL Pro League. They have had a tendency of falling flat on the first map, but despite the memes JW has put into the Twitter sphere, it seems this one's going against the grain because Fnatic have come in swinging up against the Astralis camp, and now they would have to have quite the monumental T-side to even have a shout into our first match.
And it's not like Astralis didn't turn up today. They got 7 opening duel victories there in the first half, can only convert 3 of them. So it's Fnatic that is firing on all cylinders, looking incredibly strong. Dust 2 suits their playstyle. We'll see a straight up B rush here, but looks things jumping around here like little rabbits making their way through. Roland will find the first, but they have actually managed to break through as Crims will be stuck behind the doors now.
Good shots from Flusher. He's going to try and close the gap. And yeah, look at this. Device is going to be responsible for tunnels, but they're coming from all angles. He has to hit some good shots, and that's a perfect start. Zipex has done the same. Advantage Astralis on the pistol. It's been one of the strong suits of their game so far. They've won a lot of pistols, and this one seems no different. Straight away, thrown Crims into a 1 versus 3. Sure, he's got a kit, and Magisk even giving him a headshot chance. Won't take it, and will not be taking the round. Astralis don't have to move too much of a muscle. Device is just staring at the doors, and Magisk does hunt for some info and loses his life. Crims maybe could take one more out of this one. He's thinking about it, but no.
Well, there we have it. Straight up B rush. Shadow 2 players is jumping around at the mouth of the tunnel there.
Yeah, that flash came in very, very late. I think what they wanted to do was kind of draw the CTs into the open, expecting it to be dry, and then that flash would come over late to blind everyone up. The CTs had their own flash, but when they swarmed the Glocks, you know, that's when they're doing their best work. It's close ranges is what they want. They could get a few more bullets. If you're not hitting with the USP, that's when the individuals can capitalize.
That's why they're jumping around there, so you can't get the multi-kill potential. If you're going to have to kill a player, you have to really work for it. If he's jumping around, you can't all line up the heads. And at that point, they manage to trade up 1 kill. That's when everyone can just run and focus on the bomb side at that stage, and it works out very nicely for them. A couple of burst fire kills in there as well. Job's a good one. As we get into the second round, here's the force buy from Fnatic, though. Always a scary round to go up against here. You know, the scouts are out, the CZs, Deagles, a lot of high-power weaponry. It doesn't cost a whole lot. JW with the sniper rifle now looking towards long. Misses the first shot, but Second go, same result here. Finally nails that shot towards Device, but he takes a lot of damage as a result, and the nade will finish him off.
Yeah, up long. Rotation is caught.
No,
Glaives messed his
Glaives.
spray. That could come back to haunt them, because now crossing into the site. Golden and Grim, they've got a little bit of a one-way on that. Completely exploiting the ramp players, and just as I say that, Zipex, but Brolin swings out of the smoke. Just getting the one. Maybe anticipating a second, because Flush is on his way with a CZ, and he has got another. They are both low, and only 5 bullets in the clip. My goodness, he's got nothing to work with.
The bomb's down on the ramp as well here, so he's going to actually have to pick up a USP just so he has bullets in a gun. That's his main problem right now. Does find a UMP en route towards the bomb site. Nails a jump up towards short. Got a flashbang available to him, and remember, they're both low, so he can still win this one. Heads up towards short now. Probably flashes the side before he commits. Uses the USP instead, knowing he just needs to hit a couple of shots here. There's the first one connecting. Flashbang will come out now. Device with the scout as well. What kind of plan do we have available? It does look quite a defensive one, but Device ready and waiting towards the corner. Nails the scout shot. Although it's a very close round, it will be Astralis to pick it up.
Almost robbed them right there, and this is where Fnatic have one of those opportunities we've been talking a lot about, where if you were on the T side in this scenario, you would instantly be rebuying in. On the CT side, you're kind of tempted. You're thinking about it, right? You know that you took 4 players away. You know that you still have roughly around that 2.5 mark to go for a buy. They are going to purchase into some nades and upgrade some pistols, so it's not the full investment.
Well, they did so much damage in the previous round. It's frustrating not to be able to invest much more than some HE grenades, but they could be the perfect investment here. We'll see if it comes through. They are going to land, and it looks like they've already broken through. So should be fine for Astralis here. They'll take a couple of casualties, I'd imagine. And his Flush is still at the back here with the USP, but he's burning to a crisp. So the B rush against USP is normally pretty safe. Had they dumped those grenades at the very start of the round, it could have been a different story, but they were waiting for a dribble smoke and a slower commitment there. So Astralis managing to avoid what could have been a very dangerous scenario.
Yeah, and once again, another team utilizing that MAC-10. When they've got the read on the buy, they know it's going to be nice and easy, just bounding that MAC-10 in. Just that $1,000 loose nades enables them to take some chances at not too much of a financial cost. Hopefully start for the Astralis T side.
Yeah, just what they needed. Clean 3-0 conversion. The orbs will be coming out of the next round, though, although JW has invested a little bit more than he'd like to. Brian has got 3K, so he might be the one dropping the sniper. Well, time will tell as Golden hunts for any opportunities here. Trying to keep them in towards the bomb side if possible, but it doesn't matter regardless. They'll take him down and survive before the bomb even goes off here, so no problem. As Astralis find the 3-0, and here comes our first gun round. Will Brolin have to drop the orb, though? That's the question. He's got 5,900, the only player that could do so, and actually have some Kevlar to talk about. And he's gone for the AUG instead, so yeah, rifles across the board here. Focusing on the utility game. Fnatic now starting to feel the pressure somewhat. If ever there was a team that could crawl their way back into a series, Astralis probably the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah, certainly. Golden to hold this catwalk cross. It's going to Scout versus M4, and the Scout wins out. Golden tagged up, retreating, but Magisk is ahead of the Flames. Lots of pressure being applied.
How sick is that, using their own CT smoke against them to get control towards B? It hasn't worked out this round, though, as Golden is actually got the bomb. That's a nightmare from Magisk. Fully commits to it, and now Golden sits in the smoke, going for a big play here. Gets some more damage off, but it might not be enough here. Brolan, though, mowing them down. It is looking very good for Fnatic.
Yes, and Brolin's not done. Brolin collects all 4. They flood into his sight, but he is the dam that keeps them at bay. 13 now for Fnatic.
The bomb running up towards the B site. Like I said, it was a cool maneuver there. You've gone so quickly through middle. You've actually got the CT smoke to guise you up towards the B bomb, so they can't spot your movements there. But Golden was ready and waiting outside the bomb site. It was a position that wasn't accounted for there. And the C4 goes down. It means Astralis have to fully commit. There's no choice at that point. They can't fall back and re-coordinate. They're going to have to see what they can do. And it was very chaotic with Brolan nailing them with the AUG. And speaking about getting nailed, it's Golden this time through the doors at 47 HP.
Okay, JW is going to be tested here on long. He does have some support. The long smoke coming in. Oh no! Oh no! Not quite what he wanted, and now already 2 players falling on long. A third as well through the smoke. Astralis, they haven't seen any of the players they've killed just yet. Straight through. JW perhaps the exception to what I just said, because he squandered those headshots. He had 2 backs turned.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting it to be that easy for him. The smoke not ideal for the crossover here, and this could lead to their inevitable doom. The spray down from Golden is absolutely spot on here, and now leads to a 2-on-2 situation. Zipex nades towards spawn and actually lands right in the pocket there of Golden. That should enable their cross at this stage. Brolan, though, AUG towards shore, vaults up towards the bomb site, spots one at the ramp, gives himself an opportunity here. If he can make this a 1 versus 1, he's got a solid chance.
Has he been spotted though? It doesn't look like they had identified his position.
Definitely with the flash. One's going around the world though. Device on car.
So they've got one car, one bomb site. This is defensive position towards car, so they'll hear him at this point. ZipX the first to challenge at the corner.
He's been heard.
Yeah, definitely been hurt. Does he check car? They've got a perfect crossfire to take this down. He shouldn't get more than one. Doesn't even check Device's position. They'll confirm around. And it will be Astralis to pick it up there. So it was scrappy, but they managed to break their way through with ZipX getting 3 there. All down towards long, and JW had that perfect lineup there. The Molotov from his teammate thrown from the corner. All of Astralis saw it. They had their crosshairs focused towards the long corner. JW, though, overwhelmed, only manages to get 1. If he gets both those kills, trust me, they're winning that round. So he'll be gutted at that one as Astralis claw another one back. Gonna be 4-1 in the second half. 13-7 overall, and Device makes his way down middle, knowing they've got no money on the CT side. Is a revolver out? Of course it is, boys.
I would hope
Maybe
nothing
it works
less.
well on this map. Though we learned a little tidbit in the way home yesterday, right? You guys told me I was
Yes,
the car.
someone on Twitter, I can't remember their name, did tell me that the R8 does actually have a 60 to 80% accuracy ratio on the ladder. So one of the only weapons that have that sort of trait, so maybe your maps like Trainer could have something to say, but JW does buy it. And just a note, it replaces the Desert Eagle in your loadout. So you can't buy the Deagle on the CT side if you have the R8 equipped. We're yet to see much more than 2 kills the entire EPL season from it, but we're still enjoying it.
Yeah, and a lot of damage. I mean, they may not be converting into kills, but again, we saw JW using it like a scout through the smoke, much more effective, much higher rate of fire without the scope. And yeah, he tagged up 2 down to 12 and 36 respectively. You can see the amount of damage it did.
They've got the revolver now. ZipX has found it. Happy to give it a go.
He's leaving it. He'll leave it on the battlefield.
That's a shame.
And Crims might want to take a couple of weapons out of the Astralis hands. It's Magius, and he's lost his AK. ZipX is low, he can't afford to go for it, but that's quite the opposite for the hunt. Crims did want to find another. Shut down, and 8 now for Astralis. Yet to see Astralis, Fnatic find too much on their CT side.
Just the 1 round. It was number 4 after losing the pistol and the 0-3 conversion. They did manage to bring one together, but ultimately been shut down ever since. The first time the AWP be brought out in this second half is in the hands of JW, and a secondary for Golden as well. We said he's been kind of flirting with the weapon recently, and he's going to give it another go here on Dust 2. We've seen him use it on a Mirage as well. On towards that B bomb side. We'll see Glaive use the long spawn, trying to get over. The long smoke is down. JW flashed, and his teammate dropped. Flusher en route to the pit has been taken down. Astralis pick up the pace now, and shots being missed. Golden crumbles under the pressure here. JW will have to stand tall.
And Crims has as well. So damn tall. Device losing health. JW aggressive on long. He could be punished for that. But in the meantime, ZipX is the one to aggress short. Device catching the mid doors. Numbers favoring Astralis. Where is that bomb? It's on ZipX, and he's going to be planting it. Golden, that's nonsense.
Okay, well, it's a full long plan here, meaning they can have a player in towards the pit. That's going to have to be Glaive at this point, but up against 2 AWPs, could be a little bit more problematic, and they can smoke the bomb as well. Problem is they have to get close towards the side first, and how do they do that with 2 sniper rifles at this point? Their avenue of approach is going to be walking up with the scopes towards the side itself. I don't think they can do much of this. The incendiary actually blocks them out. Golden's having a bit of a nightmare here. Throws the smoke on the corner now. Needs to go for a jump shot, really. Spots one towards Goose. The bomb's too far gone. They should have saved these weapons. There's no way of them winning the round now. JW knows it, and he'll be falling back as they extend their lead here. It's going to be 39 overall, but 6-1 in this second half to Astralis.
6-1. Maybe, just maybe, the Fnatic first map falter is still on the cards. Astralis, they've been doing solid work across the second half start. And look at the kill distribution as well. It's like 3 kills separating top from bottom. This was Glaive turning it on with his opening frag on long, and the rest just came naturally. This was ridiculous from Golden. Just sees the nade being thrown and adjusts through the doors.
Well, they're right back in this game now, looking for double digits. 1 round away from doing so, and the CT buy is not going to be amazing. They save 1 AWP as we get into a US Air Force tactical timeout here. Device dominates. Device is the 3rd performance against Fnatic, holding a 1.35 rating and 1.45 kill to death against him in the past 6 months. He is Mr. Consistent. He always turns up. Had a quiet first half, Chad, but we are starting to see that AWP starting to do some serious damage now on the T side.
Yeah, they were really getting dictated to on their CT side. They couldn't really just stop the aggression of Fnatic. Whenever they wanted to go fast, it felt like they could get away with it. Whenever they were stringing out the duels, we had Flusher getting kills over the top of Molotovs to platform, with JW winning back-to-back clutches.
Yeah.
now Australia's starting to get something moving. Zippy, he's continuing the good form from yesterday, up at 18 frags, leading the way for his team right now. And, well, Fnatic, they've got these upgraded pistols. They have that UMP and the AWP for JW, but they need to find some frags with it, because the rest of them with those pistols, we know how deadly they can be, but it's not the easiest of rounds up against the Astralis, who are slowly picking up momentum here.
3 smokes left for the T side. We see one deployed by the CTs to keep them at bay. That will be their second to last. Now this HE combo, this could do a lot of damage. It's just a little too short again. And into the site with a double. We will see Crims, he didn't check in, and he commits to the spray. Couldn't quite find the necessary UMP bullets. And this one will go its predicted way. Zipex to get the bomb down.
Well, I think you might be onto something there, Alex, as it is going to be the 4-on-2 Golden JW. That orb from this previous round will have to be saved at this point. And in terms of lost bonus, maximum, of course, coming into the next round. Astralis have got double digits. Golden will be taken out of the equation. And Astralis now right back in the conversation to take this first map. Remember, it was a 12-3 half against them on Fnatic's map pick. And this is where it could all come crumbling down. Remember, it's Nuke up next, Chad, as well, which is a very powerful map for Astralis.
One that they actually banned yesterday against Na'Vi, just to note. So that's quite a
Well, it has been a very good map for Na'Vi as of late, right? Like a map I never really associated much with them until I saw Katowice, of course, and we saw how powerful they could possibly be on that map individually. Boomich, one of the best nuke players in the world, it seems. Flamey holding ramp like there's no tomorrow. It was a wonderful performance there.
I think when you have Electronic and Simple as your two link players and Yard and Secret, the ones to deal with the most problem area and the hardest to do with rotations, you're onto something there. You've got two very, very strong individuals who synergize really well. The same can be said for Astralis right now as they continue to mount this comeback. What are we at now? 7-1?
We are at 7-1. Double digits for Astralis, where doubt starts to creep into the minds of Fnatic players here as they enter another double orb setup. Golden has hit him with some impressive shots, but JW will have to start chiming in as well. He's holding towards short. He is alone and very aggressive here, looking towards Xbox and lower. Device on the other side. It's been a key battle. In terms of the bomb, that's outside long for now. First jump up comes through, and JW will be frustrated he didn't nail that one. Very close, but no cigar.
Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself. An opening kill, everything to the CTs. Really stops the numbers game from feeling overwhelming against the T side. Being pre-aimed now.
This is such a risk from JW, but this is exactly why we love his play style. Out he steps, he gets the leg. It's a massive risk. There wasn't even a flash, it was just dry.
Yeah, I guess he was counting on Device's crosshair to be where it was. It was only going to be a leg shot at the maximum. Glaive trying to sell the B, looking good. Dribble, smoke, and a nade onto Golden's feet. This could be the mid to B even. Now the smoke for CT. DW will not be able to contribute from A now. Second smoke, that usually means the commitment, as we talk about. Device already catching Golden, it's all onto Brolin on B. He needs more than one, he doesn't get any of them. Dupree's found another, Astralis are fragging all over the map. This is getting scary now for the Swedes.
Yeah, they are running away with the second half and taking no prisoners. Fnatic have dropped 3 players and have no choice to save their Zipex is on the hunt. JW will at least thwart his efforts here. Fnatic now desperate to hold on to any weaponry they can. They are riding the wave of the maximum loss bonus, but Astralis just bleeding them dry here. Every single round is overwhelming them. Dupree, Device, Mages all chiming in with kills here. Flusher cowering in T-spawn, hoping to survive with just an M4, no grenades. Things starting to get rough out there. This massive lead they built up, a 12-3 half, is crumbling around them.
Yeah, it's going to be haunting if they concede this. Such a sterling first half.
Just there, boys. It seemed very simple. We're going to bring it up on Skybox. I want to talk you through the protocols with the dribble smoke that we're labeling it here. So we're going to play this one out. Glaive is in upper tunnels. He's going to throw this dribble smoke right here. And normally the protocols from the CTs is they have to play close to it because the Ts use this smoke to kind of have multiple entry points when they do a flash or pop hit. So playing close to that smoke was something they was able to achieve. They were already there, but that meant for the mid to B, there was nobody spotting that line. So Glaive did a fantastic job with the distraction. You can see Golden and Brolin moving around, but it's too little too late as the mid to B is already coming on in. Let's get back into the action.
Let's do it. Towards long. So many flashes. Jesus Christ! 6 flashes, 1 frag. It converts nicely. JW's gone. His screen as white and as bright as my future. My goodness, that's ridiculous. Let's see what we've got here. Flush is going to try and contest. He has only got the M4, the only real viable avenue into the round.
Well, that AWP is MIA now. Flasher with the M4, Brolan with the upper B push, and 4 players from Astralis making their way towards the A side. A double smoke towards the crossover should be enough. A nice Xbox smoke just to suggest it could be the A split. Actually might be as well, considering Glaive made his position now. Brolan is the only player that can really save the day. A couple of 1-digs would be fantastic. He's got the perfect crosshair placement to do so many moves just as Magus walks into his screen. That is unfortunate. And now with the incendiary down, does Flusher avert his gaze? Apparently not. It doesn't matter. Magus still nails the kill, removes the rifle, and leaves the 5-7 isolated. And Crims is fighting his way out.
He's digging himself out of this hole. Don't know how he's even done this. He got another one with his 5-7. Now Golden's Deagle's connected. Oh, the Fnatic round. It's happened again. Haven't seen one of these in a while. Just with the pistols, some Kevlar vests, and the saved rifles. But it's all the pistols. It's all Crims. He's upgraded himself to the AK now.
Yeah, 3 kills with that 5-7, but up against Glaive, one of the smartest players in Counter-Strike. It's not enough, though. Crims will find in their second round of the half so far, and it goes 14-11.
Let's talk through these 2 rounds. Crims with the Miracle 5-7 and the Fluff from Astralis, running out mid to B with the bomb, literally delivering it to the B doors for the CTs to hold, and then Brolan mopping them up as they had no option other than running out mid to B. That's where these 2 CT-sided rounds have come from. Glaring mistakes from Astralis. Otherwise, this half has looked fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point to keep in mind, that the only rounds Fnatic have ever translated here on the CT side have been through unforced errors.
Well, if they can find a couple more of those, Alex, it'll be enough to get them over the finish line. So their great shift in the first half. If all it takes is a few scrappy rounds in the second, they'll take it.
I think I would be remiss to not say that, actually, to be fair, Crims' 5-7 play was definitely a forced error.
Yeah, indeed. They had to really work hard for that one. Isolated on the side, his teammates had dropped the rifle and the AWP going down. It's the 5-7 alone on the A side to find 3 headshots. That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, don't get to see those. He earned that one through blood, sweat, and 5-7 frags.
Okay, well, the mid-split's coming in.
JW's ready for it.
Yeah, it looks like he's got his first kill. He does nail the shot. The HE should be able to pick it up. It's going to be Crims convert. And another opening advantage now for Fnatic. Starting to wake up at the tail end of this game now. Device, AWP up towards short, trying to catch transitioning players from the long position, but there's only one there for now. JW makes his way towards crossover, hit in the arse, and it will be taken down to just 4 HP.
Crims, that was ballsy. Great screen for him, not for Glaive. Does bring it back to a 4 versus 4, more of a 4 versus 3.1. JW's working with such a scrap of health. And Glaive's positioning, oh, it's so prime. Brolan did not expect that one at all. Glaive switched on, and he could very well be in the market for a third there, a clean kill onto Golden.
Yeah, he hasn't been happy with his individual level as of late, and we're really starting to see him turn it on in this really difficult Dust 2 game for them. 3 kills in this particular round, very important ones as well, just patrolling those flanks and looking very assertive of every shot. They know a CT player's towards the pit. They're going to do everything they can to hunt him down, and they've managed to take him to 41 HP. And is that enough to find the kill? Apparently so. And JW towards the blue bin. He won't be surviving to the next round, as they will be hunting him at this point. He probably gets 1 kill. Not even that. Dupree will find him, and it's Astralis destroying Fnatic there, along with their finances.
Well, one of the positives I was about to note with Fnatic is because they continue to lose so many strings of rounds, they're always going to have the max loss bonus, right? The 3,400, it's not going to be shy for them. It's something they're quite familiar with at this stage of the game. So see those pistol rounds where Crims had the 5-7? We can have a few more of those still come in before this game's on over.
Yeah. And this is the tactical timeout now, brought to you by the US Air Force, as things start to get a little bit more tense. Fnatic with a 12-3 lead now find themselves with a 14-12 situation. Astralis have come fully online here. This has looked impressive. The only rounds that Fnatic have picked up have been scrappy, is where Astralis made a few mistakes, or when Fnatic have just had the pistols here. Their money is not in an amazing position, but there is a buy there. It'd be a mixture of rifles and SMGs. You can see a scout purchased already. It looks like they might go in for the partial buy, as Astralis close the gap round by round, is putting their foot on the throat of Fnatic here. It's their map pick. If they were to pick this up, 2-0 would be very likely, considering the nuke is coming up next. Astralis have chosen 4 AK-47s. Remember, they do not use the Krieg anymore on the T side, focusing on the original OG rifle here, and with Device's AWP, it seems to be a potent combination as we get into round number 27. First shot doesn't connect, and Fnatic hold on to the majority of their cash.
It's going to come down to some nades and some ratty plays around smokes.
There's 3 of them here towards long. If they don't go down through these smokes, they're going to hold Astralis at bay for the other 20 seconds while that corner smoke is still bloomed. JW not going for the revolver, opting for the scout, so that's a positive note right there.
Same thing, really.
Well, depends on who you talk to.
Plenty of info being gained by this B crew, though. They're about to call it clear. They're going to perhaps process of elimination their way to the long stack, but it's not necessarily, as Na'Vi taught us, it's only half the battle. Knowing that it's a long stack does not translate into beating the long stack.
I don't even think you need to worry about holding them in place at this point. If you put the lion's share of your numbers over towards the site, you know what they're going to do. It's progressional. They'll smoke the cross, they'll get a ramp control, they'll wait for you to boost and try and take the fight from Gandalf or site boxes there. Once they win that fight, they'll move into the site, they'll smoke off towards catwalk, and they'll plant that bomb.
Yeah, starting their progress now through the side. Through the smoke, admittedly, some bullets are connecting, but no one has gone down. No lethality for Astralis to worry about. Instead, it's all good in the hood for them. More frags. Finally, Brolin's MP9 fills the feed, but only for 1. Flush's USP not going to get him too far. And we have ourselves this gap almost entirely closed now. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a 12-3 half. Astralis had just given Fnatic the same treatment right back.
Yeah, 7-0 start for Fnatic as well. They were running away with this one. And now just 1 round separates them, 14-13. That was the eco, though, from Fnatic. A double orb setup could be on the cards once again, but Golden buys the M4, so perhaps not. It's going to be having the Org of Brolan, which has been very successful on the CT side. Pretty much the only success they've been finding, to be honest with you, apart from the 5-7 kills from Crims. JW on 17 and 16 hasn't done a whole lot in the second half as of yet. They're only finding 2 rounds, and we'll see if Device can continue applying the pressure towards middle. Just completely running down from T-spawn straight towards middle, looking for any gaps in the smoke. Confirms it's clear as Glaive makes his way up towards short.
Change the way they have to default as well. There's no going through lower. There's no need to waste flashes. They're able to hold on to a bit of extra utility just here.
Is this the
B
doors?
Smoke? Yeah, okay, so this is pretty complex.
They're going for it as well. This is a full all-in towards B.
So Glaive can line this up, and he'll have to do a running throw. So it's not as telegraphed as throwing it from the B tunnels itself. It's a running jump throw from here, and it will land in front of the B doors itself. It's actually missed completely, this one. So that's not ideal. And they'll think B is actually smoked off at this point. That's what Brolan is. So that's a bit of a shame, as they were going for the B split. It's one mistake that actually enables them to find a few frags here. JW can still go down and have a chance in the round, but they need to find this kill right now. He's playing it very well, surviving, taking them down, and it looks like ZipX is done for here. It's going to be Fnatic finding map point unless he does something absolutely ridiculous. Flashed off in towards the corner. It's the miss smoke, the cost in the round there, and 15-13 is found, and it's just due to mistakes, Chad, again, where Fnatic been picking these rounds up.
Yeah, when they go back and they recount how they lost some of these rounds, Astralis are going to look and feel pretty hard done by, but Fnatic, they have to be in the right places to capitalize on these, and they've been doing exactly that. Reflect back to the start of the game, oh so long ago, the 1v2 clutches from JW. We could have had a whole different pacing to this.
Absolutely. Sure. Yeah, and I mean, if after all of that, the unforced errors or these chaotic rounds that Fnatic have converted in their second half, it's enough to pull them across the line thanks to the hard graft they presented in the first. Contesting long, or at least considering it, the smokes, molotovs, flashes, and all of the bullets have been engaged very early, and that does leave Astralis with control of the T side of long.
This is very Na'Vi-esque though, right? We've become accustomed with this. They did it on the Antico. It looks like they wanted to go for the similar play on the gun round here. Have Fnatic learned a thing or two? Do they have a counter in mind now that there's full utility out on the board?
Time will tell. Strong real estate found for Astralis here. Full long take with the bomb. Bit of a reply from Fnatic as they smoke off short, confirming that area is clear, and there's no one actually ready to pounce towards the A site. Molotov towards car, trying to flush these CT players out. Pushing towards the bomb site. No one at that car position as they transition back towards the B area now. So the bomb's going to be on the back of Major's gear. They still have smokes available. We've talked about the open skyboxes towards the B tunnels now. So you can smoke the doors and the window from this area, but it's very obvious when you do so. So most teams are still opting for the dribble smoke in front of tunnels, and it does negate the AWP most of the time. We'll see if that comes through as Device will be faking towards A. They've got crossover smokes enabled for Dupree and Device. They might even commit off these and try and get a couple of kills as their teammates get ready and waiting for dribble smoke and B, but they need to wait for a bit of action towards A, a response from the CT side first.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued and more interested into Golden and his responsibility on B. He's falling off.
There it is.
Now here it comes. Core off in the transition. Mollies, but he has done well to find one. Not a second. He makes sure of that. Glaive. Flusher, however, catching the mid player. Crims has closed the gap, blazing the doors. The smoke in the spray is not quite enough. Glaive lives on to fight another day, 100 HP, a 2 versus 4 in order to close this gap, or will it be the end of Does 2?
It was a great idea from Astralis, but it was Golden that found the all-important kill here. 4 versus 2 now. Astralis do have the potential to win this, but they've only got a decoy to do so. They're going to have to be combative. Glaive needs to get his kill towards the tunnels quickly. If he finds it, there's a chance, but that's going to be it. 16-13 in favor of Fnatic, but Astralis have made a statement in this second half. They are turning up to this series. They are going down about a fight.
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move, we move, we move.
Day 2 of Stage 2 here at ESL Pro League Season 11 kicked off with a bang. A statement from Fnatic in their first half, and the same can be said for Astralis in their second. Teams locking horns, going toe-to-toe, both from the Nordic region. And, well, Fnatic here, look, we didn't have them as the favorites within the series, but they could potentially be changing some minds right there. In a game about mistakes, Astralis made more, and especially in that second half. If you look at how all those CT-sided rounds fell in favor of Fnatic, they had to capitalize on some blunders from the Danes. And I want to point out, probably the worst blunder of all. We're going to jump on in here. This is a round right now. It's a gun round situation. Fnatic, they're really struggling to get going on their CT side. They cross 2 towards B. Initially, we want to highlight Golden here, just using the edge of this smoke to pick towards Catwalk. This is something that Device is very aware of. You can see him. He's towards the back of Catwalk position. And then note Dupree and Magus making their way quickly down middle. This is a fast start for a default round here from Astralis. Let's continue to play this out. At some point, as these two individuals are running down mid, I am going to assume, I don't know, I need to jump in the demo, someone has dropped the bomb over to Magus, because this is a very pedestrian mistake that we're about to go over right here. Something that can, get lost in the back of your mind, but somebody's normally calling who has the bomb or where it is. Those things are very common at this level of Counter-Strike. So for Magus to have the bomb here in this situation, probably not expected. So right now, you've just seen the tag come on through to Golden. He has to drop on back. Magus is going to capitalize on that tag, knowing he's low. Maybe he can beat him before he's able to make it back towards the B doors. So as we're playing this out, Golden is actually going to drop a Molotov. Now what that's going to do is, I'm going to pause it right here, is completely segregate Magus, who's now in front of it, from the rest of his team, all 4 who are behind it. He has the bomb, remember. So now he's in no man's land with the bomb. He is going and hunting and trying to find them an opening onto this B bomb site where they could snowball a mid to B. Now he's walked on up. You can see here, he loses this duel to Golden. Bomb's dropped. Bomb immediately is at the doors. There's no other response from these 4 members of Astralis than to chase this down. They know Golden's low. They know where the bomb is. Maybe they can frag him and make this work into a mid to B strat anyway. So as this happens, Golden is going to drop a smoke on the bomb, making life completely difficult for Astralis. Not only does that shroud the bomb, it covers B doors. So Brolin, the B defender, now only has to worry about window and upper tunnels. As they come out mid, we can see this. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all coming out mid doors. That is going to be called out for the remainder of the Fnatic players. They're all now looking towards middle. We change the angle. Brolin from window, as I just mentioned, only has to worry about B hill. They're all coming up. They're not going to run through that door smoke. He can drop on back to a more passive line while his teammates try and reconfigure. He gets the last 2 frags here. And this was just one of the mistakes that Astralis made on their T side, which resulted into a Fnatic victory. We were just highlighting Brolin right there. We're going to leave you with some more Brolin highlights right now, because the babyface killer, he's looking hot today. Let's see if he can continue on map number 2. We'll be talking about it when we come back from the break.
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
First map of our first game of today. It's day 2, stage 2 of EPL, and my goodness, is there a lot to discuss. Fnatic, they take Dust 2 on, and we also learn that T-side Dust 2 works for both Fnatic and Astralis.
Yeah, who would have thought? It was a crazy situation there, but it did look like Fnatic were going to drop the ball towards the end there.
Yeah.
We had everyone turn up. It wasn't necessarily Astralis playing a bad game of CS, just a few mistakes in the kind of key moments that let them down. In terms of the fragging department, though, they weren't necessarily off the pace. They managed to keep it up in the second half.
Yeah, that's one thing we were noticing, right? Even though Fnatic were snowballing those rounds in the first half, it wasn't like the game felt like it was going in that direction. And then those mistakes, they're amplified in the second half. I'm sure there were a lot of mistakes made in the first half too.
Sure.
But just because it was only so few rounds that Fnatic needed, and it was glaring when some of these problems went down, the one we highlighted is a perfect example. Taking the bomb out on your own mid to B, that has to be a brain fade, a miscommunication, or somebody's dropped the bomb on your back as you're exiting out the doors. One of those.
One of them.
Well, Fnatic did manage to win their map pick, but it moves on to Nuke now, which is going to be a different kettle of fish altogether. A very different map, a lot more tactical, much different pacing on Nuke. You can't be as loose and as dominant as you can be on Dust 2.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, right? Astralis defined the way that Nuke was meant to be played back in 2018, and then that carried on in the sense of teams wouldn't play Nuke. It was like, well, we just stay away from it. But then everyone realized they have to be good at Nuke if you need to contest against Astralis, especially when we're looking at best of fives. You don't want to go in having to ban that map time and time again. Then you can see teams in modern Counter-Strike, the FaZe clans of the world, even MIBR started to try and play that map, Fnatic playing it, everybody having to pick up Nuke out of a necessity.
Yes.
But then they had the option of, do we follow the regimented style of Astralis, who are already leaps and bounds ahead of us in the understanding, or do we change it? And they've changed it with new smoke walls, with ways to turn the outer yard into an aim map, with more focus around to ladder where it gets more chaotic, because teams like Fnatic need those gaps. They can't play the structured, you know, we put our chess pieces here, we move you here, you do this. That's the way Astralis play, and people know that now. So Fnatic, hopefully they have a few tricks up their sleeve here to find some gaps, to find the nutmegs we're talking about, to get under Astralis' skin.
And we saw, you know, there are no players I can think better equipped with their own individual skill set to find those gaps and to exploit them than the Fnatic members. We've seen them do it on maps where it's less common, but on Nuke, it's all about suggestion, deception, and that's what now I'm calling Flusher a liar, but in-game, he is a master of those crafts.
Yeah, himself and JW, we saw it yesterday on Overpass, for example. They're so good at just getting behind enemy lines and exploiting any gaps in the defense, and that happens a lot on Nuke. There's a lot of holes to plug, and a lot of things can happen with the vents, the secret steps towards ramp. Anyone can sneak behind enemy lines, and it sets the scene perfectly now for what should be an epic matchup here between Astralis and Fnatic. Astralis trailing a map, but on their pick, I feel like they're going to bounce back.
Yeah, and we can see GG.bet have agreed with that Fnatic not only do hold a slight lead, but that Astralis certainly still have a whole lot more left in the tank. They've been looking for their individual brilliance. We saw a flash of it on Dust 2 as they overcame a 12-3 half. It finishes 16-13. We nearly got all 30 rounds of regulation. That was just the first map. It's time to see how Astralis fare on home turf.
I don't know about you guys, but I hope Fnatic lose this CT pistol so we can see JW in the vent with the revolver using that ladder accuracy.
Touche.
Well, for now, the Julies we brought out to kick things off for Brolan. He'll be on top of the hut or towards ramp. It looks like he's gone for the former here and a couple of HEs as well. Fnatic is starting to bring that into their game more and more, as we'll see a very fast outside approach here. In terms of outside smokes, nothing down. Just a clean run towards outside, knowing the tendencies of Fnatic, I suppose. And Flusher has no idea they've already got down, Chad.
They mollied the vent from Squeaky here. Zippy within lobby mollied the vent through Squeaky, so they couldn't rotate initially.
No one's lower. There's no single CT presence towards the lower bomb side at all. No one's got there. They have to come through ramp at this point, but there is a good chance. With no smokes down, they still could deny this. Astralis haven't punished the fact they had an open lower side.
It's a bit late. Bomb's not gone down. That will be Dupree's task now. Glaive positioned perfectly for the first headshot. JW does go down. They're just coming in from ramp, and it's looking problematic. Another frag for Astralis as Golden does get added to the tally. This is going to be just a lockout. They can't really get past the ramp doors. Brolan eventually arriving to the scene, but Magisk has had all the time in the world to set himself up, make a nest, and, well, they flourish. It will be the Astralis perfect read, and they continue with their pistol dominance.
Like that, lots. It's the full outside rush there, knowing that there won't be any CTs outside spotting them, apparently. Flusher was towards the heaven position. Just to note, the revolver's coming out straight, right?
Yeah.
Just to note, so Flusher there, he's got to deal with the upper rush to begin with there. He's probably going towards upper and dealing with outside as an afterthought when it's not the upper rush there from heaven. He goes to check it. They've already made their way down Secret. By the time they've realized, they've actually got control of the lower side itself. 5-on-5 post plant towards lower. The T's are 99% of the time going to win that. So there we have it. It will be Fnatic giving it up. The revolver is out, and it's making its way towards Squeaky Door. hasn't done a whole lot just yet. Takes a bullet in the face instead, and it will be the outside cross from Astralis here. 2 players successfully down towards Secret, and it will be Zipex in tow, coming behind him now.
This is the ladder situation.
This is the ladder we talked about, yeah. So
yeah, apparently it has like 80% ladder accuracy.
60 to 80%
okay.
compared to a usual weapon in terms of accuracy. So meaning you can sit on that ladder and spam the right click, presumably have some pretty decent damage for it. Whether that's going to be a game changer, I'm not so sure. I still think the Desert Eagle is going to be the better weapon, but we'll see what he can do with it as time goes on.
So just went back in Skybox to rewatch that pistol round, and that was definitely the play coming on in, as they should get mopped on up here. Magus finds one. The rest of them will do their very best to save. So, yeah, Zippy went lobby, naded open Squeaky, which normally, oh, it's a top rush, they're coming out, Squeaky, and dropped the molly straight down the vent intentionally. Normally you see the molly land towards main to stop them coming in, but they wanted to deny any rotation through the vents, which was the first port of call that they were going to have to deal with. So it's a little detail, but it's a big detail in the context of how they got to that lower bomb site without anybody aggressing them.
And it makes so much more sense as well when you see the investment of a molly on the T-side pistol. You're going to be a little baffled, going to be a little confused. So 2-0, we are back off and running. JW did lose his investment, may have to go a little lighter, I was thinking, but maybe, yes, he could go down to the 1900 with the revolver.
Do it. Come on, JW, you're an entertainer. You're one map up.
He's not getting it again. There's no way. Not the AWPer.
That's true. Yeah, you've got to play the game as well. So
we like to have fun here, but that's maybe too much fun.
Hey, Green, are you there?
Yes, hello.
I saw someone asked you why we call you Green.
Oh, yes, that is the matchmaking servers. I like to go by Green in that area. You like this third-person stuff I'm doing?
That's pretty good. We just watched him like miss a guy. That's kind of cool.
This is like revolutionary.
So when Henry and I played in the CGS rush, this is how it was observed.
This was CGS rounds for this one. It's third person only. There you go. This is how CGS was spectated.
The entire thing.
The world's first kind of showing of Counter-Strike on national TV was explored in this manner. So you never really got to see the aim. It was everyone running around with the jerseys on, to be fair. One good thing they did was put everyone in the player jerseys on the server. No one could be killed either. So instead of dying, they would surrender. They'd go on their hands and knees with their hands above their head when you got the frag, and they would stay there in the surrender position for the rest of the rounds, just so it was TV friendly.
And just so everybody's aware, that that product only lasted 2 seasons.
It didn't work out.
And then the global financial crisis.
So you can see you can't really appreciate the true skill and caliber of these players when you're in third person. You don't really get the full effect.
You don't
the
really
models
get
look
much.
nice though, don't they?
Yeah. They're walking around, they're enjoying themselves. It was a weird decision they made all those years ago, but just to know, this was in 2007, many moons ago. They didn't know any better.
I think it's interesting that the T's bothered to get white Kevlar vests to go with their outfit.
Well, you want to look your best, Alex.
Yeah, I guess he's gone to the Kevlar store and he's like, I'd like one that matches my shirt, please.
It's about what you're putting forward.
Right.
And,
dress for the job you want.
Exactly.
Not the job you have.
Well,
the buy round dresses like a clown every day.
Oh dear. All right. No AWP on the first gun round for Fnatic. It's going to be 5 rifles, but basically full kits of utility. A couple of flashes are missing there. A diffuse kit on the back of Brolin. And there'll be some leftover SMG. So maybe a hard top coming out from Astralis here.
Well, Magus, what have you got for us this time? Flashbang towards outside to enable him to get towards our main roof. Molotov, same position, just to stop anyone spotting from the CT boxes itself. You can see how overwhelming this approach is. CTs are being isolated here. Astralis starting to run away with this first half. 4-0 looking very likely as Dupree will find the first opener. That's towards Flusher. And Magus just dissecting the map here with the MAC-10. JW, sneaky little spot here for a couple of kills potentially. He needs to connect this one. Glaive will beat him to the punch. But there's Brolan to pick up the pieces, and we'll go back to a 3 versus 3 now. Golden to reposition in lower. In terms of his utility, he's got nothing and half health, so he'll do well to defend the lower side with just this.
Oh no, squanders his lines again. He's fluffed it. Only against the MAC-10, so he does have a chance to stabilize, and he has found the head of Zipex eventually. Magisk is under scrutiny from Brolin, which should very well translate into the first for Fnatic. Yep, back exposed, and only an MP7 and 12 HP does not the recipe for a clutch. Device could try and make it costly, though. The CTs aren't rich beyond their wildest dreams. He's got 30 seconds, so he could take his time. I think he'll have to break the glass here for the sound cue, so he's going to hope that that translates directly into a frag. Golden hasn't moved too far. There he is. Ooh. And he gets the kill. Lovely work from Device, just to at least force the rebuy onto Golden.
And that's the magic number, right? We talk about this a lot with the CT side. If you can limit them to 2 players being alive at the end of every single round, dropping these guns across becomes difficult. You can see Brolin can drop one. Crims can probably drop one. But then where does the third gun come from? You know, that's where the compromise
That's where the MP9 comes from.
Yeah, so have to take liberties with the lower buys. They have to bounce back here because it will be 5 AKs on the side of Astralis.
Certainly will be.
I'm very new to the Brolin shotgun combination.
Me too. Doesn't sound as sexy as the Brolin Krieg combination, which he won't be getting his hands on this half.
Yeah, the Astralis boys are making certain of that.
Yeah, just to reiterate that point of his journey over the second map, Astralis have confirmed in interviews now that they no longer buy the Krieg on the T side, just knowing how powerful it is, and it's too much of a risk to hand it over towards the CT defense, meaning they can just swell if they take a couple of rounds from you, so they'll buy it towards the end, 14 and 15th round perhaps, and over time you'll see it come out, but generally speaking, they'll buy the cheaper of the 2 guns, 2700 AK-47 over the 3K Krieg. To make sure they deny the advantage for their opponents. For now, though, creeping towards outside, the deepest smoke's deployed at this point. You can see them actually making their way towards Garage, no problem whatsoever. But will it be enough? Flash up on the other side, always so good in these sort of scenarios, but yet to find a frag here on Nuke.
JW's going to get the warehouse spot. More utility coming from that trajectory. He knows there's more out there, but Device was waiting for Flusher to leave his hidey hole. That gives Glaive a whole new lease of life to take the fight. He does. Sprays into the door frame to force GW into the angle. Crims is in trouble too. Jeopardy in the yard position. Glaive, Device, slowly encroaching upon the off angle of Crims. Golden to try and draw them in. He's done well to find the frag. And again from Crims, they seize the advantage. He will be looking for Glaive, but shoe is on the other foot now.
25 seconds here, and in terms of resources, Astralis don't have a whole lot. They've got a Molotov and a flashbang, and they're not together right now with less than 20 seconds on the clock. A Molotov towards the main entrance. They have to go lower, and CT presence is there. It's going to be Golden, ready and waiting to deny this plan. All he has to do is get 1 kill here. That's enough. He's won the round off that. The bomb can no longer be planted. It's not even a talking point at this stage as Golden saves the day, gets both the kills, and to be fair, Crims did such a good shift there towards the CT steps. It felt like that round was done for. When Flusher went down, he was in such a compromised spot, but the CT steps prevail once again.
I want to make a note with Astralis' approach right now. This is more what we're seeing out of the teams like the FaZes, like the Fanatics, with the game plan looks like it is to isolate ladder and go for these type of frags, whereas normally with Astralis, it's do the secret smokes, get lower control, force the CT rotation, use our utility better to get control of that lower bomb site.
So when Astralis are doing that, how do they ensure that they're not getting loads of info, ramp, lobby, squeaky? They just have one man babysitting all of that?
Well, no, because if you get players down secret, they have to respect that.
Certainly.
So they have to rotate individuals away from some of these areas. So ramp will just be left with 1 player because an individual has to watch the lower bomb site. Top site, maybe that's your hut player. He has to drop off of hut, go down the vent. That means maybe you don't have main covered as 1 priority. So your priorities have to shift depending on your CT-sided rotations. And that's one thing as the T side on Nuke you want to be looking for. Who rotates where in case of these scenarios? How do we deal with them? What are their tendencies? On Nuke, that's something quite easy to look for with the CT sides here, even identified with the pistol round, making sure the CTs couldn't get down that vent to rotate to lower bomb site.
Yeah.
That could be something that they know with Fnatic. They normally like to rotate lower, but it's a top rush.
Yeah, and Brolin's shotgun could do a lot of work here. It's not so much the top as it is the vent dive straight down. Golden's going to have to save the day again. There's a gap in that smoke, and they've only got SMGs. Golden trying to connect the bullets. Zipex swinging in to save the bomb plant. Glaive only had 1 HP after that exchange. A 99 HP dink.
They bring a kill back, but it might not be enough here. Device outside will keep them with the man advantage. 4 versus 3, and there's the shotgun that's still out here. It will be very effective towards Decon, but no one there right now. Actually quite defensive towards the ramp itself, and Shadow.
They can smoke the bomb at least. Oh, the nade.
Oh, come
1
on.
HP?
Come on now. Zipex and Glaive working with 2 HP combined. And from behind, Dupree, it's so perfect. They do miss it though, and there's still one on the smoke. It's Brolin. He's holding it. He will get caught. The bullets from Device connect eventually, but my God, was that close.
There was a second that defuse felt like it was coming in. If a reload had to occur at that point, it could have fallen apart, but Astralis with the SMGs in their vent dive, they are known for those sort of tricks. They're very good at getting down towards lower, either through secret or the vents himself. It's normally Glaive that will get right down there first, which it was this time as well. Nice work from Zipex, a long-range MAC-10 there, making it work. Upgrades to the AK-47, gets it done here with 1 HP, as he saw. Brolan so unlucky that grenade didn't take him down. counting his lucky stars, I'm sure, as the revolver's out again here. We're taking an eco on the CT side.
So I was just having a look right now at stats for Brolin because we were talking about the fact he won't be able to get this SG in his hands. Overall, his entire career as an individual, now it hasn't been that long because he is such a young player. Is it get any more interesting right now, or are they going to deal with this?
Unless the revolver connects, I don't think so. I think you're good.
Okay, so Brolin, over his entire career, his most frags with the AK-47, which is 4,052.
Woo!
Okay, it's going to get interesting.
It's very interesting now. They have the man advantage. Mad just catches a bullet down to 30. They're both within the one shot of JW's revolver. And Golden's in somewhat of a surprise position. He's chipping away at Dupree's health even more. 20 HP,
No.
He does it. Body shots in the USP. A spray from Magisk on the
Revolver
descent.
clutch.
A revolver clutch required, and he is tagged up. Tumbleweeds. There's not enough space in the server for both of them.
Got to ask yourself, did he fire 5 bullets or 6?
Magisk has opted for secret, so they aren't going to meet until the bomb's planted lower. And JW with no kit, his chances do diminish as soon as this occurs. So, retrieved rifle, that does bode well.
Yeah, that's kind of...
The crowd doesn't like that one.
Kind of taking the hype out of the round somewhat.
Come on, yappa.
Well, Magus will get a bomb down towards lower. There's no problem there.
The molly is great in JW, though, if he identifies his position. So if Magus doesn't just hide straight away and JW gets to catch like a forward or they have a little skirmish, he can isolate him with this Molotov.
Ooh, if he goes behind the bomb side especially, but May just nails the shot. Well played. Big round there for Astralis to pick up at that point. It's going to be 5-2. Money, still going to be strong for Fnatic. Bear in mind, that was just a revolver round from them. So USPs, revolvers, the standard sort of stuff. And managed to bring it right down to the 1 versus 1. So we will see the AWP for JW. M4's coming out as well, and no Kriegs still to be spotted. So Astralis more than happy to operate under the AK-47. This was the kill with the revolver on the side of the head. May just to close things out though. Managed to pick up all the last 3 kills. This one especially, very nice shot.
Yeah, important round there for Astralis not to lose, because if Golden's USP was... Oh, this is the fast yard smokes where they isolated a ladder. We saw that on their first gun round. Going for it again.
I'm just going to drop straight into the yard, and actually they're going wide. They want to take these fights. JW was ready for it this time. Looking to fast respond into the swing here, hoping to catch a T off guard. But there's one pushing up close.
Yeah, that's a dangerous position for him. By that window, he will be exposed, but Dupree's opted for the heaven jump instead. He can hold here for a while. He's heard a footstep, but he is running out of time. His teammates are dropping around him. He knows a player's beneath him. But how does he find him? Goes towards heaven instead. Rush up. Pushing the smoke just gives away a kill for free there.
It's a way back into the round, especially with Dupree's positioning now. There is no way.
Yeah, they have no idea.
No way. Golden's a free frag. It's Brolin, excuse me. And now perhaps towards the top side, Crims is going to have to react. He's actually tucked himself into Hut. JW wants to...
No! That shouldn't happen.
That should not be possible. He's breaking the rules. He's got himself a double kill. And now Glaive's just wondering where it all went wrong. He's scratching his head, hair gel on his fingertips. He's got to pull the trigger.
He has to go lower. That's the only option at this point. He's got to make noise while doing so as well. So just to be clear, when you're on the ladder, you shouldn't have any accuracy. The AWP as well. You're going to have to pull a no-scope off at that sort of range. And he nails it through the wall onto the head. And now it's a 3 versus 1. This was a round where Astralis looked like they had it. They were pulling them apart. They had no idea they had a player towards heaven.
So screwed.
And he is surrounded at this point. He knows the players coming from each and every angle. And we have to see that shot from JW once again. What the hell was happening there?
I mean, that's a guarantee. We call those frags safe frags because he's coming up the ladder. He shouldn't be able to even shoot back. And JW gets the frag on the backstab. I mean, Dupree was right behind and under enemy lines.
Wow. Yeah. Nothing surprises me with this gentleman anymore. This is the openings. Great stuff from him to exploit their execute. And here we go.
No scope as well.
It has to be.
Must have been.
Oh, come on. He quick scoped. He quick scoped on the ladder.
Perfectly on the head, and then wins the round. That's the most JW round I've ever seen. Unbelievable.
They got revenge for not winning the revolver clutch.
Yeah.
So that works.
That certainly will work. And I'll remind you that Dust2, the win Fnatic pose right now on their second map, was thanks to JW starting them off with 2 clutches. Came down to 1v1s. He got 6 kills in 2 rounds to start off the pistol. And the following now, though, seems like Glaive's got up to his usual tricks. Access to main, and Walking straight into the crosshairs now of J-Dubs. He's having a mad one. Now Flusher eliminating another threat. 3 members of the Danish unit remain, and they continue to take fights. This time, both of them favor the boys from Astralis.
Well, it's looking very good in terms of the trade kills coming through, but they don't have many resources left. This kill might decide the fate of the round. It's a scrappy one from Golden, but he does get the bomb towards lower. No Astralis players to back it up, and that might turn the tide of battle here. 3 versus 2. That kill really did decide everything. It was the difference maker between the bomb going down early and having no CT rotations to now the bomb being segregated and the T's being so far away from it with less than a minute on the clock here. Zipex and Dupree are going to have to find something out of nothing.
That's not something.
Oh, it's ugly.
There is a chance though, right? This is the clutch minister himself right here. Golden is low. He knows where the bomb is. That means they're most likely playing around it.
The smoke, though, is brutal, Chad.
I always have faith when I see City.
I don't disagree with you. Zipex can definitely win this, but they're playing it very well. Like, the fact he's got to now check Shadow, get the bomb.
He's heard that nade, though.
And there's the window smash, so he's got to deal with this first kill here, which actually probably gets no problem. Oh, maybe the grenade follow-up, but 10 seconds now. His chances really are getting right down to the smallest of margins.
Now they just live. He doesn't have to do anything. He took too long. But if he was able to, if he threw that nade at Golden's position, if he was confident with a lineup on that, that's a kill. And then things within the last 12 seconds get a little bit interesting. But Fnatic, they've kind of stabilized here. It was looking shaky. They lost the pistol. Astralis went on to convert the next 2. We had Fnatic bounce back with 2 of their own, and then Astralis, well, the same. So at the moment, we're in throes of 2 rounds each. It's a back and forth affair, I think we'd call it. But Astralis, they have to concede. They have to take a save, and Fnatic should be able to mount 3 in a row here. We have seen some special things done with Deagles and Glocks.
It's true, and it takes one misstep, one overcommitment, and this whole round can come tumbling down. Golden realizing he may be a little too aggressive for the current state of affairs. Not a single nade on the Astralis camp here, so they will be taking their extra time. You can see they're still hanging out in spawn.
Yeah, just bleed out those grenades. Got nothing themselves here. Have a little chat.
Oh, it could be a lot of cash for Brolin here.
He hasn't really done much with the shotgun so far. You can hear them they fall out as a grenade there. You can see them like just jump as soon as they have the nade pull. Everyone getting ready to move out of position, knowing how squishy they are without armor right now. First shot for the kill will come through. $900 in the bag. Could be another one as well. JW, Crims, making light work here of Astralis. Just Glaive remaining, just trying to steal away one cheeky frag if he can. It's up to Fnatic whether he gets it or not. They don't need to push him. They don't need to upgrade anything. No one needs this kill. Maybe Brolan could justify it, knowing he can get $800 or $900 with shotgun. But there we go. Crim to close things out. That's about it. And it's 5-5. This was spiraling out of control. Remember, they were, what, 5-2 down on the CT side? And they've stabilized here. 5-5. Broken the money down to the point they can't even bring the AWP out. So Device will be forced to stay on the rifle for this point.
I expect to see Astralis go back to just the secret control like I was talking about, or more ramp heavy, where they do the secret smokes and then they send 3 or 4 of them over to ramp to deal with Golden. It could be the change-up they need. The aggressive stuff towards ladder, it was nice. It was taking the fight to Fnatic. It was kind of getting the game going, and it was outside of their traditional wheelhouse. So I enjoy the mix-up early. It's meant Fnatic's game plan coming in has probably been rocked.
Right, like all of the stuff you prepared to be handling, you haven't met, you haven't seen yet.
But I think it'll start to come into play now. So are Fnatic ready for that mix-up? Are Astralis going to make that call? Those are the 2 questions we have on our lips right now, as the US Air Force tactical timeout will be coming to its close. Trying to illustrate the worst CT side pistol rounds of all Stage 2 teams.
Yeah, pistol rounds has not been Fnatic's strong suit, and quite the contrary, of course, to their opponent, which we've seen translate into the pistols of this series as well.
Force buys are just a bit more fun, I think. You know, like the scouts, the
Fnatic
shotguns,
thrive in
the revolvers.
in the second round. That's their pistol round. Getting a little highlight reel of Magisk. He's been one of the top contributors so far, and this quad kill was one of the most important kills he got.
JW, though, this was probably the most impressive kill we've seen all day. AWP, quick scope on a ladder, on a rounder on the back foot, just when they need it. And Brolan will stick on the auto shotgun, just to note. got one of the best aims in CSGO in the world right now, and it's going to be using the spread shotgun.
Well, I think if he can't get the Krieg, Henry, that's his
Well,
next preferred weapon.
I guess so. They're not
Yeah.
going to give him a Krieg, so he has to use a shotgun. Those are his two options.
So here's the secret smokes, the traditional approach. Magus leading the way. Oh, the smoke wall has been
They might be
thwarted.
ready just to right-click one.
There we go.
Yeah, just to make, like, knowing that there's a lot of buggery right now with the incendiaries and the timings on them. Maybe just a right-click is the better solution in general.
Ahead of the molly and into the crosshair. Crims gets 1.5. He didn't necessarily get the kill credit. That was Glaive putting a bullet into the teammate's back, and the shotgun not going to work at that range. Astralis, they have a huge advantage here. Golden and Flusher in a position to squander it. They are in the right place, or at least Golden is. Where's Flusher? He's coming in towards ramp room, and he's already eliminated the threat.
I don't mind this at all from Fnatic. I think they win this round, to be honest with you. Golden's been so solid towards lower, but they're going upper. Good call. Knowing that they was transitioning towards ramp, he probably suggested upper will be clear. Device has confirmed that, and the race is on now. Can he get there before they even get the bomb down? Apparently not, but maybe he can actually get out of this one. Smokes off towards heaven, and he's going elsewhere. So trying to avert all the attention towards that side while his teammate potentially gets at the vent here. It looks like they might be potentially saving, but we'll see what Flush has got in mind. They have got a bit of utility as he goes towards lobby now. They really need to get their skates on. Golden's going to have to make the entry kill, trying to make a bit of noise here. Good incendiary. It actually works out, but he locks himself in somewhat. Has to get a kill on the ladder. He's pretty much done for. Can Flush do anything about this? The auto shotgun could work.
Oh, it looked like it was the weapon for the job, but still Device is holding supremacy in this battle between the two of them. Flush is going to catch one on the exit. He may even get a second on the exit. That's not too shabby. Just Glaive with 10 HP. Golden could even find him. This round's not quite done. But looks like Golden's going to just about miss out.
Look at Astralis' money right now.
Yeah,
their money is screwed.
Flusher did a lot then.
Yeah, so much damage right there has been done. The T's, they can't actually get a buy going. Glaive's going to have to drop across an AK. They're going to have some Mac 10s probably in the mix here.
Which might be fine. All things considered on a map like Nuke, considering they get down the vents so easily on this particular map, might be it adds an extra string to their bow, a bit of pacing behind it. So they've actually gone for, what, 4 AK-47s and a CZ?
Yeah, Zippy went for no head armor.
Okay then, so that's going to mean the M4s have one-tap potential against him now, but generally speaking, it's not the worst buy. It's certainly possible they can pick this one up. Device not having a rifle is a concern, but Dupree, he'll be leading the charge towards outside. Good smokes down towards main entrance on top of CT boxes as well. He cannot be spotted. They'll see if they can...
They know it's a fake. They have 2 at ramp ready for this.
Oh, they have. They're prepared.
Golden, big spray down opportunity, doesn't nail it, has to go for the nade instead, and Brolan's been set up, no shotgun this time. M4A1 bullets making their way forward, and he lines them up. Good for 2, but that's not good enough. A 3-on-3 situation now as Astralis make their way towards lower.
JW catch him. Dupree's waiting around main to find that frag. But JW slowed all down. Bomb's loose now. He has it on ramp. You can see the decision making. This mid-round's about to get real interesting. So Glaive took 2 kills in ramp room. He's tucked himself in far back to catch any CTs trying to use that as a route through. 50 seconds. Eventually the time will become the enemy of Astralis. Fnatic, they welcome the passing seconds. Glaive, however, they're being let or allowed to pick up the bomb. Should encourage a push. Now look at the time Flush has taken before he returns to ramp room. Now Glaive has left, and now Glaive is gone, knocked out of the server. Dupree, where are you, and what can you possibly do? He walks through secret, knife out with 20 seconds and a loose bomb ramp. This is another Fnatic round unless Dupree is feeling something rather ridiculous.
Well, considering their money situation coming into this round, he needs to pull off a miracle here. It's not going to happen. JW, the hero yet again, will finish things off. It's that Flusher JW combo. We've seen it for years. It's still delivering here today.
It's been going for a long time at this point, boys. Over 5 years they've been going at it and still going strong. Do you think we'll still be going in 5 years' time?
I hope so.
Yeah?
Fingers crossed.
I hope so too. It's the first time we've ever tried this little tri-cast setup. I think it's going pretty well.
Yes,
we've got the old classic squeals.
Not quite, but Astralis, 1 pick. Why did those Glocks feel so intimidating?
There was a Deagle in the back line, so maybe the Deagle hit him. We couldn't really tell, but he just was out of position, and Henry's bang on. Once you're getting overwhelmed in that scenario, your best bet is to go for frags, because he couldn't run away. He was too far to squirrel on down the ramp and turtle up, so he had to just go for kills. And when he doesn't get a kill, and you don't have anybody close to plug that rotation, you're in a lot of trouble right there. I like the idea to deal with the outside presence, get rid of that lurker, take that question mark away. They just weren't expecting 2 players, and that's where it really got confusing
for the side of Fnatic.
And big events of all time, Device is the best player in the world on Nuke. 1.22 rating across 82 maps. At one point, Astralis did have a 32-0 run with online and LAN. I think that's just LAN games,
No,
the 32-0,
yeah.
right? So, yeah, they definitely had a good streak, and we'll see if they can continue out. And no one's stopping. You notice everyone kept pressing W there?
Yeah.
No one's slowing down for a fight. You run and gun, you get stuck in, and you use those flashbangs to overwhelm the CTs and get control and make sure you're spaced out so they can't get multi-frags there. Could be another round for Fnatic on the cards if Brolan can keep that up. A nice early kill towards Zipex keeps the game competitive here. Astralis have won the half, but Nuke is not the CT side of affair it used to be. And now on the 5-on-3, Fnatic look very good for their 7th round. It's up to them to give it away at this point. Just need to tuck in. Don't need to push smokes. Everyone just calm down.
Ooh, Glaive. Could have got caught out there. Surprised he didn't. JW misses a shot, but Flush is not missing anything in these last few rounds. That's a clinical dissection of Dupree. The boost, they were ready. JW was looking for it. He's even taken Glaive. And just Magis stopping it from being a perfect round to finish the half, but it's there. Feels pretty perfect to me. A triple kill from JW seals the 8-7 half. Astralis, a minor lead coming into their defense on their map. A must win. We'll see how they fare after a moment.
We ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic take on Astralis, and we split it right down the middle here on Nuke. It was Fnatic that picked up Dust 2, but now Astralis looking like they've picked up the pieces, and they found themselves a very impressive T-Star here. They switch over to the CT forces. I'm feeling they'll close this map out, but Fnatic, they are looking stronger, Alex.
Yeah, I'd say we've still got the potential there is the vibe for a potential 2-0, but it is entirely in the hands of both Fnatic and Astralis. It did look like Fnatic did manage to keep up, if for lack of a better word, with the Astralis T side, but it did certainly feel like they were the ones dictating. The Danes did feel more in control.
Trust me, though, this can still be a 2-0, and it all starts here. Nice little heaven smoke there thrown by Golden. It didn't have to shoot out the window there. Actually went through the skylight window, smashed on roots. So we could grab that one potentially after team. That would be great. Yeah. Either way, it's going to be an upper push. You can see that heaven smoke down. This is a really cool strat. GT used to run this back in the day. This is an old school strat. Dupree is ready for it. He'll get the first headshot. Looks like Astralis are handling it well. The 5-7 should make light work of Golden here. So a nice strat. Like I said, this is the old G2 approach. You go through ramp of smoking heaven and go straight up towards ladder, knowing they can't see you, but it is very telegraphed. You're aware of the strat. You can reposition, and it seems like Astralis were well aware of it.
Yeah, but you can see that there's clear evidence of Fnatic trying to improve their pistol round stats. They are a little measly, but it seems that Astralis just continue to rack them up. Glaive opting for the 5-7 and actually managing to find 2 in the absence of his Kevlar and that $500 pistol. We're going to be seeing a lot of SMGs, 3 to be precise, up against the full eco from Fnatic. No bomb plant, no force buy.
Well then, here we go. Full eco. Fnatic not investing a single dollar here, not even a flashbang. There they go, and they've actually got the first kill. They've got down the vent here. A ding comes in. There's actually a chance they get the bomb planted. I don't think they win the round off this, but we'll see if Zipex can deny the plant. Good job so far. The bomb's going towards upper. Oh my god, this is next level. How have they pulled this one off? They still think it's going to be lower, surely.
The absolute ninjas. I think Dupree saved the day, but what a play from Fnatic on the full eco to sell it enough to get a bomb plant. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, it's not often I get too excited on these sort of rounds. Nothing invested from Fnatic, but they sold that so well. The vent dive, suggesting they're just trying to get the bomb down towards lower. Scraper plant down there. Zipex took a hook-landed sinker. He's calling. They're coming down towards lower. They're flooding the site. Everyone get down.
Crossing decon.
And of course, Golden's waiting towards upper. Sneaks the bomb through. If you're not aware, getting the bomb down in those sort of rounds grants an extra $800, not just for the plant there, but an extra $800 for every player on the team going to the next round. So if your money's a little bit buggered, that's a great way to just inject a nice amount of cash going forward. So yeah, that replay worth its weight in gold, if you don't mind me saying, as he does get the extra cash coming through.
So, with the extra cash, they can have everything they want. And finally, Brolin will get his Krieg. He has to get on his own T-sides for that to happen. Let's see how that's going to incite his fragging. 11 to 12 coming into this half, and the pistol. Going to be seeing quite a lackadaisical hold of outside. It will just be Glaive looking for more reactionary info, and for now, nobody's home on Silo.
Not at all. Setting up their outside smokes. A lot of teams will opt to do this in the mid stages of the round to avoid the incendiary battles that occur towards outside. Molotov at secret, just to fend off any players like Device waiting there the AWP. He has brought that out for this first big gun round now. Glaives is trying to get some damage from the smoke here. One bullet connects, that's towards Brolan. And he's got the Krieg now, so you'll see a lot more from him. Device usually hits those, but here we have got a couple of kills coming through. It's a flash assist from Device to yield 2 kills for Glaive.
Yeah, that's going to put them in very good stead. I'm just trying to force Device out, but he has repositioned to a more passive line. This is a very common angle. You can use the glass to just keep you extra obscured. Zipex got info on his cross back. He sees one ramp, so for now they'll just dig their heels in. Silence on the battlefield. One on each vent from Astralis. Top side's going to be brutal. Paranoid about hurt. You walk into the crosshairs. He's going to win that duel. Magisk will win his. And Astralis, they've only got one more player to battle, one more to topple, but it's Golden. And he seems to have a bit of a mission ahead of him. Planting, faking, and all drawing out the more fights. 5 seconds as he tries to get this one down. Device likely to try and stop it. Doesn't want any extra cash being injected into the ecosystem, at least not for his opponents.
And it's quite simple procedure there for Astralis towards the end, managing to hold on to their AWP and M4s respectively. Fnatic now will be 3-0 down. Their first gun round doesn't lead into a bomb plant. They're going to have to be down to the partial buy once again. More of the same, I'm afraid. CZs, PD50s, no revolvers on the T side for JW. Crims will have his Deagle. You'll probably see an outside execution with smokes here. Try and get the bomb down towards lower by the vents, something like that. And Brolan's going to attempt that right now. Flashbangs come through. You can see effectively pushing towards upper. Mate just burns one to a crisp and make it a couple. It's the bullets that do most of the damage, and Dupree will continue to find that. And it looks like we will have ourselves a confirmed round here, as Flush's kill is influential in any sort of way.
I mean, Crims could try and get top site. Flush is trying to help him up. They smoked off main, maybe a bomb plant as they can piece this one together. Heaven's the threat. They'll plant and cover from main. Nade won't land. Oh, it will. Oh, bomb does go down. He'll take that one with pride, but maybe there's more pride to be found because Flusher smoked off, and a fresh magazine does make things a little more difficult. And the defuse will come in just a moment's time. Taking it out for now. Flusher's just holding down his mouse one, trying to play the game, and he's actually done well enough to at least evade the push. Glaive forced to his sidearm too. But there we have it, 12.
It was very nice movement there from Flusher, to say the least.
That was cool.
I thought he gets that kill with the CZ at that point. I think that would be a round victory in its own right. Either way, it will be Astralis, though. Picking things up is a very common flash approach. The HE actually thrown by Glaive there to do so much damage towards Crims. And this is after the full spam. Glaive finds himself in an awkward situation, but the USB comes out on top, even with the knife drawn. Astralis now going to be 4-0 up as the Krieg purchased for Brolan once again. He's 12 and 14 right now. Golden, haven't seen a whole lot from him, 7 and 11. Did have a couple of big rounds in the first half, but numbers aren't really reflecting that as of yet. Astralis on the CT side now, looking very comfortable to take us to a third.
One note here, they have an aggressive outside stance right now on the Astralis side of things. They're ahead of these smokes, so they know that it isn't going to be the outside play.
Drops and flashbangs, they're doing so well. Good call, Chad. Good explanation as to why I'm seeing Zipex fighting ramp so aggressively. Now backing away, though. His Molotov's bought him time, but he hasn't been able to reposition. They know he's on the left side. He's bought so much time with the flashes. His bloodshed does equalize the total, though. 4v4.
Yeah, he wanted to get one more there if possible, but now it's up to the AWP. Device, perfect position to get a couple here. Normally going to be smoked out from window, but will they actually have the resources to do so? I don't think so. They're going to have to challenge this, and it's one that doesn't work out for them. It's going to be the first. Second is beautiful. Device just showing us what he's made of here. As he looks for a third, he's going to look at the quick scope, but this guy is just master of his craft, looking to close things out in true style here. Glaive will pick up that final kill, and it's a very solid hold there. Inferno looking very likely, boys.
Yeah, I've got a sneaking suspicion that's pretty much a good microcosm of what we can expect for the rest of the CT side. Device. Love the fact that he got that adjustment into the first. He's holding the angle, but he's ready to adjust. Falls back. The doors are open, so he can catch the next. Look at that. Perfect shot onto gold, and he knew what their game plan was. The third is just the cherry on top.
Yeah. Poetry in motion there with the AWP. Loving that from Device. Everything makes sense. All the shots connect. And everything else is denied for Fnatic.
They've collected those 2 Kriegs in back-to-back rounds now, so the single purchase from Fnatic has operated in 2 Kriegs on the CT side.
It's a good point. They're trying to limit the amount of Kriegs given over, but it's still landing in favor of the CTs. A Device this time aggressive towards outside, known to be a very dynamic AWPer. This time focusing his efforts towards the T-Red. Finds the open up, stuck in the smoke for now. They know he's still in that position as he tries to fall back here. Can he get away?
He's worried about Silo, but Flusher, too wise for his tricks, will not let the aggressive AWPing go unpunished. And that's some damage. My God, Zipex. He's tagged him up, and it's Glaive to at least knock one of them down. Could be JW in jeopardy here, but Magiska's focused his attention elsewhere. My goodness, it doesn't matter where he seems to post himself.
Well, that's the bomb down towards Secret, and we're back to a 2-on-2. JW and a Flusher incredibly low, but the former making his way towards ramp. Looking for the big backstab here. Could be enough. He has got the likes of Zipex in front of him, but yes.
You did hear that ladder.
In the head position, free fire comes through, and they've actually got the advantage now.
Ooh, baby.
Magus can still win this.
Has he seen the bomb, or is it tucked behind
He killed the bomber.
Secret?
He knows where it is.
Yeah, okay, cool. 40 seconds. They know you have to force him off the line of sight of the bomb. Flush is waiting for the frag, but Magiska's won it. They're so low. It's all about reactions and aim. One bullet from either of the guns. JW is the one to prevail, and he likes that one. He likes that a lot.
It was such a good idea from Mages as well. It was well thought out. The smoke down there, a low HP JW. He just didn't account for the fact he could jump on top of that box, look above the smoke. Obviously a very chaotic moment. You think you've done him. He's going to be walking through the smoke and hoping for the best, or toward that CT box on the right, but JW up top. Didn't see it coming. Mages taken down there, even though he did a great effort there towards main entrance to try and make that round theirs. Bit of an odd start here with the Glocks, and I guess someone was a bit AFK.
They were trying to work out who was dropping Flusher. He had to buy himself last minute. He did not for a UMP or any fun guns. He's gone for the AK-47 this time round.
Good to see.
Standard smoke wall outside. It will not be blocked. They can have that avenue of access to secret. And they're going to take it with 3 individuals, but Device.
Oh, that's more like it, Brolan. Okay. We talk about this Krieg versus All battle. This time, it lands in favor of the rifle, and it's Zipex. They'll have to rotate down towards lower here.
They must know this. This is the standard play from Astralis. Getting control of this window, it's their priority on the T side, and same for the CT retakes. Brolin finds another.
Not worried about window.
He might even call it clear.
I think he saw him.
Yeah, okay, we'll catch him in the end. So the CTs left are so disconnected from the site. It's one of the, as we say, the most notoriously difficult sites to retake. Right up there with actually B site Dust 2, which we had as our first map.
Yeah, you've got like outside bomb site and train, bomb site B on Dust 2, and lower on you. Yeah. That's like the top 3.
In no particular order.
Yeah, there's no real way to quantify it. It's always kind of us and our opinions, but you know what I mean.
Exactly.
Glaive will be pulling one back at least. The round is falling in favor of Fnatic, and a much needed one as well. It's only their second so far, but they are back to back. So going to be finding themselves at 5-2, 39 overall. 3 players survive, and it's Broilan with that Krieg that cracks open the lower area there. The first shot just stunning. Let's see if he even needs a scope for this. Definitely not complete. One tap to the head. Another one at ramp, and then Grims, who did spot Zipex there towards the window room, will be confirming the round. That was the kill that really decided it all.
Now, there's obviously a strat around that. We saw it. It was the secret smokes, but that was just to facilitate the room for Brolin to find the frag. Realistically, with that spawn and just the tenacity that this kid has, his mechanical ability is so on point. That is as simple as, hey, Brolin, we're going to throw some smokes for you. Go kill them lower for us.
Right.
And when that happens, it just shows you how easy the round can be. That opening, and they had full access. Device on the AWP yet again. This time will not find himself in secret. Wants to stand and fight. He's been aggressive with the AWP. We've seen him move around a bit already within this second half. And there it is. He gets revenge on Brolin this time round. Lightning fast. Golden's also kept on notice, so they don't want to deal with Device anymore.
I don't think anyone does at this stage. Hitting a lot of impressive shots. Looking to close things out here on Nuke. It's their pick. Came very close to a huge resurgence on Dust 2 after losing 12-3 in the first half. Incredibly close finish on that first map. She ended up 16-13. Still 5-on-4 in favor of the CTs for now, but they have a bit of damage. And JW's towards lower. They have no idea. Zipex, you're done for, my friend. Towards ramp we go. Glaive needs at least one here. He'll get that, but I think that's all he'll find. AK-47 does get a second go here. Desperately tries to hold onto his mouse pad.
Yeah, I think his wireless mouse was giving him a bit of jip there, but no, jokes aside, Grims is going to get another one on the ramp. He's even falling away. He's still alive. Not for much longer. We'll have to take the fight, but the utility arrives just in the meantime. So Flush has got himself decon. He's going to be playing around with the door to keep their attention drawn.
I like this from JW.
Yeah, very nice.
Tucking himself in, hidden behind the door. Flush is with him as well. It's looking great. In terms of the kit situation, there is one available, but no smoke. I felt like Fnatic had done enough at this point. It would have to take a straight-up wallbang towards JW to even enable a defuse at this point. Why would you think he's there in such a strong position? And he's out on the bomb is clear. I don't know whether that was the time he wanted to swing out necessarily, but he does go down. That should be Mages as well, being dropped. That's a little bit crazy.
Come on, Gabe.
He's down there with the bomb next to it.
It's an open,
it's an open area.
Open site. No.
I'd kind of get stop the explosion. If you did like an Indiana Jones, you got inside the fridge, for example, maybe that would be fine. But you didn't. You're in the open. And
in a nuclear power plant.
You would think that would be enough to kind of take you out. At least put you on your knees, get you coughing. But
give us something, Gabe. Don't worry about the Krieg. Keep that overpowered as anything. Just fix the bomb situation for me, all right? I don't want players to be surviving in the bomb site. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there is a whole punishment mechanic that's definitely taken a bit of a back seat, but into the round that they're just going. Little scared for the Zeus. Close quarters AWPing. Device might actually win it. He's got 2 opening frags. Close quarters. Madness has got another. Crims has no health, has no hope. He's got 3 more to find.
The Zeus actually finds a kill here as well. Device with a close range AWPing picks up 3 in total. It's the Zeus that connects as well. Fnatic go for the upper rush, and it's the worst call they could have made there. Device ready and waiting with the shotgun AWP. Does land them. Round number 14 here. Fnatic, sure, they got double digits, but they're running out of funds. They will take a US Air Force tactical timeout at this point and sit on around $2,000. It is pick your poison time. Do you fully invest now and try and deny map point for Astralis, or do you bide your time and try and scrape together 5 with the rifles? I think you pretty much have to buy here. Here's the replay from Device, just negating the flashbangs and hitting all these close range shots. You can see his teammates here jumping in front of him, making sure they can take some of the aggro. As it comes through, the screams there of the Fnatic players as the Zeus connects, 1,000 volts surging through their body.
It's the buy, it's the all-in.
They pushed all their chips to the center of the nuke table.
The top rush didn't work for them just then, and now with pistols on board and some MAC-10s, it's curious as to what approach they could possibly go for here. The secret wall smokes are standard. They've been given access to that a couple of times. You can snowball lower with this close-range weaponry there. Top rush could be on the cards again, but they just got absolutely destroyed by Device. It looks like they're slowing it down. This isn't the approach that you necessarily want with these pistols, but they do have the utility to back it up. There's the smoke wall.
On the smoke, they use it as their cue to go. The trades are favoring Astralis, but only for a moment. Perhaps this force buy has some legs after all. Or will it really be another Device? Close quarters, AWPing is missed. Now the flashes arrive, so does Crims. A second kill, now an AWP for him to work with, an upgrade from the CZ before. Magisk and Zipex to save. This should have been a locked-in Astralis round, for lack of a better word.
Well, the bomb's in lower right now in the vent, so Flusher has to clear top. He might get the timing on Magus right here. He's seen him, taps away. They're going to swarm him right now. The Molotov will do the job, or Golden will get in first, and now it is just Zipnix.
Oh, they've actually done it. They've avoided certain death here. At 14-10, Fnatic fully invested the CZs, the MAC-10s, and it works out for them. One player survives, that's going to be Zipex, and I don't think he'll be clutching his way out of this one. Fnatic will at least extend. I'll stay here and lead. And Zipex looking to survive the round if possible. Making his way towards the ladder now. Not going to be going for this one, holding onto the T-sided rifle. Makes his way back towards spawn, and that's probably where he'll stay for the rest of the round, the last few seconds of it.
So it's a $1,900 loss bonus going into the next round. Glaive's going to need a drop. Device, or maybe someone can drop him across the AWP.
Magisk's got cash.
Yeah, so they should be able to make this buy work right here. Shouldn't be too many problems. Fnatic, they still have compromises. Even with that round win, even with the saved AWP, they still will have a couple of compromises with their buy here. This was phenomenal stuff, but Device with an uncharacteristic miss right there, and you see him trying to push on out and make up for that miss. Well, the flashes that were being thrown, he didn't see them and actually got completely blind as he swung to make up for that missed AWP shot. So it's all falling apart right there. Match is paused right now. Have to talk through these buy situations. There is a lot to discuss.
Yeah, focusing on the rounds to come, not the ones that have already been, I would imagine. Astralis, Inferno is just 2 rounds away for them. It's just with outside of reach. And Fnatic have just now put the thought back into the Danish brain that this could very well be a 2-0 series. It felt like just after conceding that, after the top site fail from Fnatic, they throw their bodies into the brick wall, Devices close quarters AWPing. It did look like Inferno was a guarantee. And now, just 1 round later, Fnatic give us a second guess.
Well, it's going to be a difficult few rounds to break Astralis once again, but there certainly is a chance a 2-0 could occur. Astralis now with the AWP device. Glaive on 22 kills, Mage is 23. It all sounds great. We are missing Zipex, but he is the brand player. Not many frags available on that side of the map, to be fair. Outside smokes coming in quickly from Fnatic. Do they send big numbers behind it, though? Boosting the player on towards the first box. Allows the AWP to get an advantageous angle towards any aggressive players. And Glaive's known for that. But this time, yes, indeed, a big gap. And he's watching it like a hawk.
Does Brolin have a smoke for underhand?
Brolin's dead. Oh, the timing there. He still goes down. Fair play. Nice work for Glaive there. Could be enough to find map point.
Yeah, it's looking very promising, just like that.
So did they deny that?
I heard an extinguish.
I'll have to have a look.
Let's have a look, because it really is the biggest talking point of the nuke right now. Is it worth even doing the outside smokes from T-spawn if they can be denied and gaps can occur? Or was it simply a misthrown smoke, which is unlikely considering the lineups and how often they throw them. Glaive will get his second of the round here. That's going to be a 5-on-3. I don't see a world of Fnatic even get back into this one unless Crims gets idyllic timing towards ramp, which apparently he's gifted.
Okay. Maybe there's a few more chapters to the round 26 book.
The lack of utility is very worrying for Fnatic right now. They haven't established enough map control to find these normal gaps that they can get away with, so they need to trade efficiently. And that right there is a huge shot from Golden.
That's like a sniper. His M4 just laser beams Glaive out of the server.
Wow.
So then 3-3, Dupree could be a little vulnerable. He's on top side. He's now going to be paranoid for main after Golden did find that frag all the way back at CT spawn.
This is the perfect position for it as well. They can clear out behind the bomb box and plant safe. It's just time now. 10 seconds. They have to go.
Oh, the perfect lineup. Magisk is going to get both of them. Crimson Flush at the second he peeks. It's a tiny pixel, but it's both bodies on top of each other. Puts 15 on the board for Astralis.
Here we go. Here's the smoke wall situation that's going on. Deep, aggressive by the CTs. They've dropped a molly here.
There you go.
And thus the gap that we found. Brolin went down and Golden took all that damage. So it was a gap caused by Astralis.
An early incendiary from the CT side creates a slight gap. It gives Glaive 2 frags. So sure, they do no damage to that incendiary, but it's used in a different way to enable them to find kills with it. So it's very, very impressive, and we'll see Astralis find map points indeed as they rush towards up as the pistols only. A UMP thrown into the mix, but it looks like we're all done here. Dupree making light work of them here as he sprays them down one by one. He's on for the ace. He won't pick it up, but Astralis with an undeniable victory there on Nuke. They look fantastic throughout it. A good resurgence from Fnatic, to be fair, but it will be tied up at 1-1 now as we move on to Inferno next. We'll take a break and be back to talk about this map.
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Denmark's finest bounce back on map number 2. Their choice and one of their home maps of Nuke. They take us all the way to 3 right here, but Fnatic, they put up a bit of a fight right there on Nuke. They made it interesting. They kept it with their special flavor. And that map had almost everything you could have wanted. It had the strats, we had the eco victories, we had some clutches in there, but Astralis do walk away with the win. They started strong on their T half, flipping on over to the CT side. They had another blistering start over there. I want to break down these different makers, right? These little details, these mistakes. We covered them in the previous segment. We're going to cover another one right now, and maybe we have to rename this to Birchel's Blunders. So we're going to get this one going right here because this was the eco victory that came on through for Astralis in the first half. You have to go all the way back to the 6-6 scoreline. Now, this is Golden over towards ramp. He's used his Molotov. He's going to dump his smoke soon. We're just going to set this one up. It's going to be jumping around all over here, guys. This one also is all over the place, just as the round. Outside, we have Device. He's out here with Magisk, who's staying very, very hidden. And the idea here is to show outside presence and then have a ramp pounce. So you're going to see right now, we've just paused it, Flusher has seen Device. That's been called. That information is available. I'm going to clear this off. We can actually fast forward quite a significant amount because now over towards ramp, Golden smoke has dissipated. At this point, when it is 6-6, Fnatic have potentially able to get the 7th round on the board here, setting themselves up to win the half 8-7, or they could even get a 9-6 half. Now you can see the pressure applied onto Golden. He's found in no man's land. The flash comes out, he gets isolated and immediately drops. Now, I want you to remember that duel that we saw going out on Yard. We're going to appear back over here. Fnatic, they don't immediately go under to stop the plant. They know they have to deal with this lurk. This lurk is a problem when they wanted to rotate to go down the vents or go down secret or have any avenues towards that lower bomb site. So what they do is they regroup with all 4 remaining members and they try and isolate Device. You can see there's all the focus on him. Flash is going to come out. They push his position. They take him down. So he's dead now. But check this out. At this point, they aren't too aware that Magisk is still alive. Look at this. Brolin was actually facing the wrong way. He turns around now, and this is taking more time off the clock. The bomb's getting planted. Lower's being controlled right now. Eventually, they deal with him, but he gets another kill. This has put them in a 2-on-3 situation as soon as Magisk goes down, and time has been eaten off the clock. Now we're actually going to see them rotate to the lower bomb site as we change perspective right here. And look at this, it's already been set on up. Xyp9x is in the vents, covering off to make sure they can't come through the vent. We have dupreeh over towards ramp to make sure no one can come down ramp, and Glaive ready to spin off either of those 2 players. If they come secret or if they come vent, Xyp9x and Glaive have a crossfire. If they come ramp, Glaive can always go up there and help over with dupreeh. So we'll keep playing this out, and you're going to see what happens. It's frivolous. There's no way back into this round, and from this point onwards, as we can see Flusher, he's going to be met with Brolin. They really have no hope here. This was one of those difference makers. This was one of those rounds where it was turned on its head, and Glaive, well, he's bounced on back. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw to a break. We're going to leave you with some Glaive highlights. He was one of our bottom 5 performers of yesterday. He bounced back today with a massive one, and they're going to need that to continue on Inferno. We'll be back right after the break.
Go, right? 1 to know where I got it. For what your style. Get your merch at Shipping. 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 Get your mer
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
What better arena for a third map between these two names on your screen? Astralis, the Danish Kings, and another than the Swedish Same. It is going to be the Scandinavian showdown on Inferno. It's our third map of our second day of our second stage. Both teams have already found themselves their first game played. We saw Astralis, of course, falter at the starting line, and Fnatic did manage to convert versus FaZe Clan. So that's the current state of affairs. Inferno, though, is where it finishes.
And that was the great decider yesterday against FaZe Clan for Fnatic, when they actually won 16-6 there. We had JW lighting it up. He had the most kills on the server with 24, got 5 opening kills as well. The AWP was looking electric. That was one of the good performances from JW and Inferno, but we know that can actually fall apart with him being too aggressive.
Yeah.
And if Device is hitting the shots he was on Nuke, that could be a different story altogether.
Yeah, both teams are a bit of Inferno specialists. Obviously, Astralis for the streak that they put on their map, and then Fnatic back in the day, and it's still a proficient map for them these days, and one where we could see them yesterday taking a lot of space. But we need to work out who's starting on which side, boys. So I believe we have the knife round that we can bring on up here. Yeah, so this right here, we make it to the third map. For those people who aren't familiar, we knife for sides to determine who's going to be playing on which side. Yeah, it makes sense. Now, normally on this one, you want to be selecting the CT side, and I just want to help us with this so we can direct our conversation. Do we need to be starting with talking with Astralis on the CT or Fnatic? So let's wait and find out. You want to cast this for us?
The knife round?
Yeah, give it to us.
It's been okay, slashing, gashing, and already we're seeing, it looks like, oh my god, yeah, Device has gone down after one. So he's doing his best in Boiler, and Fnatic will be starting on the CT side.
So Fnatic, I can leave all the Flusher banana control stuff until we're actually in game. What we need to kick it off with is the fact that Fnatic on their CT side yesterday, we saw them do a four-man banana retake, I believe it was, quite quickly coming on in there. Also, look out for their moves to retake control. We see the half-wall smoke with the Molotov to flush people in the barrel, position out to the line of sight. And Brolin likes throwing that pit smoke that lands top mid when they want to take back mid wall.
Yeah, also look out for Flush's utility damage on Inferno. He is the absolute master on this particular map. He'll be posting big numbers. We'll try and follow it as the game continues, but his T-side and CT-side utility usage is exceptional.
Yeah, which reminds me, of course, of how Fnatic's T-pistol looked actually initially. We may not see it, of course, initially, but they actually did a double stack nade towards the boost spot on B. As their T-pistol. It killed Nico, and they just flooded into B. So keep your eyes. There is a lot of tricks and little quirks to both of these teams on Inferno.
Yeah, we've been lucky we get to watch almost every single game. So we're watching the meta of these teams evolve within the microcosm of one tournament, and you can see the tendencies and things that they either work for them or didn't work for them they aren't going back to. But right here, right now, this one should deliver. The first two, they definitely went the distance, but this one right here should be everything we want and more.
Who have you got winning, Chad?
Oh, I'm going to go with Fnatic.
All right.
Against the grain.
I wanted to say the same as well. I feel like Fnatic could do this now. After their impressive performance against FaZe yesterday, remember 16-6 against one of the world's best. Astralis looking in good form after Nuke, but I feel like Fnatic have got enough what it takes. Starting the CT side, they're going to need a bit of that JW magic. Remember, 24 kills yesterday on his performance, and the 16-6 game was magnificent. It was marvelous, but he's up against the best now. Astralis looking to buy back an Inferno.
And so it's time for the pistol round. Prepare yourselves, prepare your friends, and prepare your poggers. We're getting into our third map. Three towards the banana, bomb left at spawn. They have no intentions of early exchanges. At least that's the T side I'm talking about, because Brolin has. He wants to bring the fight to Zipex, and the CZ draws blood early.
Nice movement. We're seeing this more and more. The CZ towards that boiler or apartment position. This time very aggressive with it. Removes Zipex early on, and here's the reply. Device is actually getting one towards CT spawn and ruins here. The Glock is going to be an absolute nuisance. The HE is deployed, and it's worked out nicely. Flusher absolutely devours Device at this point, and the bomb will be planted, but it's a 5 versus 3. So they've got the money for the next round, and it's up to Dupree now to fend off 3 players pushing that banana position.
He doesn't know what he wants to do. Magisk perhaps baiting him as best he can. No, just separated on the sandbags. Magisk needs another one quickly, and Brolin's doing everything he can to avoid it, but JW finds it. Glaive at a shooting gallery. Flusher, however, will deal with it, and we will see Fnatic deal with the Astralis T pistol. 1-0.
Well, it got quite exciting
It
there for a
certainly
second.
did. I thought that B-hole, that banana hold was going to work.
Yeah, it looked like Glaive had the potential for a couple of kills there, to be honest with you. Mages gets 2, but unfortunately for them, Fnatic had already done the damage there. It was a nice hold after getting the initial kill with the CZ. It forces Astralis in towards B. They had to try and make a quick reaction there, knowing there was aggressive players towards the apartment position. They got in towards B, Device towards the ruins, but taken down by Flush. So that was pretty much the only avenue of approach that was going to work out for them. If Device gets that quick kill, they probably get the bomb planted nice and early. Although they did get a bomb plant down, they might have had a better chance of winning the round. So regardless, they will be buying up in this second with 2 AKs and a Galil, no Kriegs to be spotted, and trying to avoid damage here. Mages will just sit in front of the flames, and he's kind of been locked in towards logs here.
Yeah, corralled into that very position. I'm sure Flusher was expecting it. He does find the frag, and the deep smoke enables his safe escape. That's a great start for the CT side. However, there's some more up Astralis' sleeve, straight up long, and oh, he wasn't ready for an AK. Certainly wasn't expecting that. A high flash to buy some time, but now already hitting towards A. This is looking promising. Brollan trying to dig his team out of the hole. That Zipex swinging the air, or rather swinging his aim to force him off the line of the Device hay bales. Dupree pushed up on towards Library. Flusher seems rather aware of it. He knows long was lost.
Yeah, Dupree, this is a difficult position to make work. It's very commonly checked, and now it'll be given up. It's going to work out for 2, though. Brollan will keep this down to a 2-on-2 situation. Next kill very important, but still a minute on the clock here.
They can go back to B here.
They could fall back, but there is going to be a golden check. It's not the cleanest of kills, but he has managed to bring it into a favor towards Fnatic. Bomb goes down. He can't really patrol it, though. 1 bullet from this AKF Device would take him down. Same story for him, to be fair, as he holds up now. 35 seconds. Golden will have to peel back towards the B bomb site, leaving Brollan alone. Everyone is in one-tap potential. Just going to hold tight angles here. 1 bullet would do it, and it works out for Golden. 2-0 now for Fnatic. And they kick off his third and final map in true style here, up against a full eco in round number 3.
So one of the strengths of Astralis in the past was their utility usage and how proficient it was. Well, if you note, with the top 10 teams in the world right now, the way that we speak about them is all with that admiration of how well they use their nade to condition parts of the map, or the rallies of nades that we see in Banana, the new exchanges, the new combinations. It's constantly growing, but Astralis are no longer the only team with that strength. Everybody has that. So what they used to use to bully Banana that other teams couldn't do was the grenades. Well, now they have to deal with it on their own, and this could be a tall task for them on the T side here. One of their more recent games played within the Pro League on Inferno, they lost to Ents. I don't know if that really paints a picture for everybody at home.
Lovely headshot angle being held by Brollan. This one's not going to be raising the decibel levels too high. It is just a quick push down middle for Crims to confirm the round. He's already got 2 kills from it. The rest of his team, in fact, they want to get the SMG finding the frags ideally. Yep. Setting the MP9 up nicely to find good 3 frags into that one. That's going to be an extra 800. Let me try again. 1800. 3-0 for Fnatic.
I'll take 800 or 1800, Alex. Whatever you have going,
yeah.
Send it to my PayPal.
Okay, sweet.
Or my bank account, either or.
That's the OG fan club at gmail.com.
Yes, yes. I am the commissioner of the OG fan club.
Well, yeah, you'll see the neat and tidy frags from the MP9. No real squeals justified just yet, but we are into the full rifles. And again, take note, no Kriegs. Astralis will not be buying the Krieg, so as it does not fall into the CT hands. But bloodshed early in middle. JW's done well to at least take a 1-for-1, but it does favor the T side.
This is meant to be fast mid control from Astralis to deal with 3 banana play, but JW up close has completely stifled this. They have to respect that Molotov. There's a different look, and Flusher through the smoke.
Shouldn't be getting that one. That was a AK versus a UMP, with the UMP pushing through the smoke. Now, Chad, correct me if I'm wrong, that favors the AK-47.
Your maths is bang on there,
okay,
Alex,
good. I didn't forget to carry the 1.
No, I think you've nailed that one right there, and so is Flusher. The fact he gets away as well.
He is the master of that side. It's unbelievable. We are going to see him. Even Golden, though, alone towards B. Good grenade. Does do substantial damage towards Zipex, down to 65. And what's their next maneuver here? They have 50 seconds remaining with a couple of smokes and flashes. Don't really need to use them towards middle at this stage of the round. Can probably just contact play this, considering they're at 40 seconds. CTs have fallen back to more defensive lines. And they'd be right in thinking so, but Crims here could shut down their efforts. If he times this well, they could go towards Boiler. He might have a couple of kills on his plate.
Definitely looks like they're rotating off. this information that Crimson's about to give is going to get a lot of CTs pulled back over. Yeah, Brolin, get your booty back onto the site, because now, oh, Device, he's won the duel on the CT pulled out of position. It all falls down to Crims to delay. He's done a nice bit of utility and information gathering there. By throwing out his flashbang, he caught a glimpse of one. He knows they're both towards the site. Device, however, licked by the flame. I'm not sure if he'll be heard there. In closing the gap, there are kits, but not really the weapon of choice. It's kind of all onto Golden's rifle.
They've actually done well to get in a decent crossfire, all things considered here, but the first shot is stunning from Crims. He's played this round so well. Lots of discipline displayed, didn't overextend, fell back, waited for his teammates here, knowing what's on the line, looking for 4-0 now. And they'll have to take out the in-game leader if they're going to get it. It's going to be Flusher, low HP, will be thrown in first, and Crims there drops to the floor, and I feel like Glaive has done enough. He spotted him towards the apartments, and there it is, the first round on the board for Astralis. They had to fight for it right down there to the last few moments, but they do manage to break through middle, even though Crims fended them off for a good 20 seconds there. It wasn't quite enough, and eventually he goes down.
Good stuff from the in-game leader.
Yeah.
I mentioned him at the start of the day as a player yesterday in their best of 3 against Na'Vi. Found himself in the bottom 5 performers of all of the players we have right now within Stage 2. Well, that new game that we just saw in this clutch right here, he's definitely going to be jumping up the ranking stat-wise, that's for sure. The guns will come back out for Fnatic here. JW aggressive down middle with the AWP, covering off Crims, who's been able to make it to this bench position. Once again, they want to unravel Astralis before they can set up these set pieces. One of their biggest strengths. It's harder to do when you're down 4v5, and, well, Fnatic get the opening yet again.
Certainly do. Nice bit of aggression down towards middle, and Crims is happy to continue with it. Surely taken down at this point. He outstays his welcome, and Brolan, he'll drop Dupree, but it's Zipex with the Mac 10 that upgrades to a rifle now. JW, of course, pushing with the AWP and USB combo. Does he go any further?
He wants Zipex before he can regroup.
Well, he's been told he's dinked, I suppose. So he's got the USB out to trying to find the last bit of damage, but it's a high-risk maneuver with the AWP on your back here. He confirms they're probably heading towards B at this stage, though.
The CT rotation right now means they're out of position if Astralis were to hit the bomb site, but they are just walking back on over. They do have nades.
They've got a smoke for Golden.
He'll be able to delay this for long enough for JW to get in position.
No, they'll bust through this by the looks of things, I think. Ooh. It's one of those smokes where they're just at the precipice of it. They could just get through knowing it was thrown from spawn. And there's not a whole lot Golden can do about it. The bomb should go down here. But JW, remember, he pushed the apartments. It works out. Zipex drops in the back lines. 3 versus 2. They'll certainly be going for this. They've got a fuse kill on the back of Golden. But Glaive needs to fight once again. 2 players in front of him. One of nades out. HE goes over, and here comes the swing.
JW out. Trade from Flusher puts Magisk into a 1 versus 2. Glaive just clutched it up, and let's see if Magisk can do the same. He certainly cannot. Golden makes sure of that. Quick headshot. We got ourselves a 4th for Fnatic. Straight back.
It's very important to continue to push home Fnatic's CT side defense here. It doesn't actually look like a defense, right? Because they're so far forward. But the idea here is you are unraveling Astralis before they can get into the throes of their gun round. You're not letting them be comfortable with their defaults. You're not letting them go through their dry runs. You're forcing them to play these mid-round situations, which is one of Fnatic's specialties. When they get in these 3v3s and their players are going for pushes like JW was just then, nobody can be expecting that.
Even if it comes down to, like, he pushes down and only gets 1, it discombobulates the T offense, right? They're not going to be dropping the same default or execution. They're going to be missing a key part of it. They're assuming they'll get through the default with all 5 players alive. So Fnatic, they thrive in that sort of environment. They're happy to send players to that full commitment as JW. I didn't think there was a world where he hits that shot, but he's looking for his second now. Are they going to swing on him? He tries to get back towards the bomb site, flashes towards Arch first, and Crims is there to pick up the pieces. Magus will go down, but JW still scrambling for his life here on the site. Up against Eagle, who's on the same AK-47. We'll see Dupree try and make something of this.
Crims wasn't checking it. He just assumed the smoke would be respected, and if he gets the timing right, this could be huge from Glaive. I think he got spotted enough. Yeah, Golden's going to be holding him, and just as the smoke fades, his life is gone. Where's that bomb? It's heading to B. Rotate's coming in, and does look like there will be at least 1 person across. That's Dupree. Oh, couldn't even make it across. Flusher's playing Call of Duty.
Oh, I know Golden didn't find the frag there, but it was just so funny to see it. It felt like he did, bounding around with the MP9 in hand. Well, they just dealt with the upgrade right there of Astralis. It was that faster approach to middle, the one that they tried where JW was forward with the rifle. You can see here, look at this. He couldn't be greeted with a better strafe out from Zipex, straight into the crosshair.
Yeah, his head no less. his fancy Astralis brand beret, Jack Jones beret.
So nades are pretty low for Astralis here, but I think they realize they have to play a bit more heads-up CS. This is once again the fast maneuver. They're doing it one more time. We're going to see the boiler molly. We're going to see a fast arch smoke.
Look at those incendiaries down towards Banana. There's 4 CT incendiaries now to go. Bottom and middle, 1 at T-steps, 1 in front of logs, 1 in the logs. Shots connecting at this point as well. Fnatic are so aggressive and active at the start of these rounds here. It's forcing the hand of Astralis. They have to go up towards quad, but they're not done just yet. If this goal comes in for Dupree, they might stand a chance, but before I can even finish the sentence, Brolan will get all 3. The master of the pit position doesn't need the Krieg, manages to light them up and recover an AK-47. 6-1 Fnatic.
They've done their homework here. That's the 3rd time they've run that same set piece. You're seeing the boiler Molotov, there's a smoke over towards Arch, you're not catching that, but it's this same routine of flashes that they think is good enough to deal with a mid defense. Well, JW's turned away from every single one of them. He's been a nuisance every single time. That strategy's pulled out 3 times now. Maybe don't run it again.
Yeah,
maybe go for something a little bit different at this point.
Time for a change. Perhaps just with the Deagles, that will be the pace change that Astralis are looking for. Just slowing it down with the Deagles. I say that as they do continue their advances towards apartments rather aggressive, and the same could be said for Fnatic on their CT side. Backing away after the nades come in. My God, there was 2 of them. But Flush Up, he demands control of Banana.
Yep, TN CT side. Gets the opening frag, and he's not done just yet. Wants a couple more by the looks of things. I would say get the hell out of here with CTs at this stage. That looks well too overwhelming. Brolan will go down. And that's the access point towards quads. They are going to try and grab it if they can, but unfortunately, Crims is waiting on the other side. He's got the MP9, fends them off, pushes them back towards B, and Golden ready and waiting, currently set on 5 and 2. He'll have no grenades, but hits himself in the pool position. Normally good for a couple of frags if you hold it, especially this smoke down. Goes to safer ground now, a bit more cover as he tucks himself into new boxes.
They know it. Flush is keeping it silent. The back turn of Glaive enables the first. There's only 2 more frags necessary, and Device has managed to claw 1 back, but it will just be the 1. 3 frags for Flusher as he breaks 10. Double digits for one of their main stars.
Dear.
Right, and actually Brolan and Crims are just behind him as well. They are out-fragging and out-maneuvering the Astralis Inferno.
This is getting scary at
like
this point.
7-1, I mean, at this point it's alarm bells.
Once Fnatic have hit 8 or 9 rounds, at that point they can throw caution to the wind even more so. Right? They are playing a style of Counter-Strike right now just to completely unravel Astralis. It's working. I don't know what the response is because Astralis' fast play has been stopped. When they're trying to set up for defaults, they're losing only...
He's doing it again. Oh, Crims. He wants to send him straight on back, but this time Zipex has managed to catch that early aggression. That is the first time we've seen Astralis deal with it.
Again, that's another frag. This is good stuff now.
They've managed to silence it, and already, look at that. He was expecting to see the push, but Brolan does not bend the knee. He continues his aggressions, at least converts the first frag out of the apartments. He does manage to... Ooh. He was going to go for the aggressive fight on Balk. I thought he'd just drop safe.
Could have been enough there, but unfortunately that's the A side completely ran over now. It's going to be an A finish and another Astralis round on the board, but only the second. Golden and Flush out better off to saving their M4s at this stage. They're both over towards the B side of the map, and Dupree's not happy with that. He's going to make sure he takes them down with him if possible. Bomb to be planted now. That's courtesy of Device. His counterpart, though, Dupree, hunting for Golden. Spots him. Not the cleanest shot, but certainly a tidy conversion. We are going to have Flush up just trying to survive at this point. I don't think it's happening. Any second now, they'll get him.
He's going to get taken
Uno,
down.
Dos, and the Death Coast.
Tres. Quattro. I don't know the rest.
I mean, you got to 4. It's better than me.
I can get to 10 in German.
Okay.
10 in Japanese.
You see, 11 and 12 are the funniest numbers in German. They sound really weird. It's like elf and zwölf. Zwölf.
Oh.
Yeah, they're the only weird ones. Zwölf always, to me, sounds like someone that can't really talk. Well, Flusher won't be talking much more in that round, that's for sure. His mouth sealed by lead. Dupree with his Kalashnikov.
JW can either buy the orb or he can drop a teammate. So let's find out how generous he's feeling today.
JW's a giver.
This is Dupree giving out headshots. This is on towards Golden. He's trying to make sure they didn't survive with any weapons towards the end. The chicken even went down with them, as we'll see round 10 come through. 7-2, but it is a CT-sided map, so no alarm bells for Astralis just yet. But they're looking to break the economy of Fnatic, starting to string some rounds together. having to extinguish the initial smoke. Lots of utility thrown towards Banana once again. HE to follow it up, doesn't connect.
Finally, Astralis have earned Fnatic's respect. This is a default round. 2 towards top Banana, 3 over towards A. No aggressive pushes. Just the standard CT protocols that we've come to expect.
It only took 9 rounds.
Yeah.
Good observations, Chad. I love it. The default took this many rounds just to be forced out of them. But let's see what Flush has got in store for us. He's just going to be playing CT. Interesting. So that's going to be the early banana control given to Astralis, and they'll be happy to take that for free.
It's below a minute now. They can start using these smokes. Held on to 4 of them for a very long time.
Device really going to be the contact entry point for this B assault? And it's going to work! Just as the smoke was being pulled, now Flush's Astralis' own creation, they're into the B site. The AWP entry frag has converted itself into a 3rd round.
Nothing too tactical required there, Alex. Just walking with a device, what we call a contact play. As soon as he nails that first shot, that's IQ to make their way through. You can't really predict that one, especially if you're being very defensive on the CT side. So that lack of aggression means a lack of information, allowing multiple players from the Astralis side to walk up. Device already scoped in, manages to find that first kill, and in they go.
Flusher not planning to win the round, but with a position like that, he is planning on inflicting some more damage. Glaive comes in scouting. He didn't send Device in first, and so they keep their AWPer with his life intact. Can't say the same for Fnatic, perhaps, because they are hunting. Tex will be met by Crims, so at least 2 members of Fnatic preserve their weaponry. And the 3rd round on the board for Astralis' T side. This is our 3rd map. It was a crazy battle on Dust 2 with an incredible attempt at a comeback from the Danes. We just saw Nuke get converted by the Astralis camp, and so we find ourselves here with a very comfortable lead for the CT side at this moment in time. Fnatic aggression got them here, but just as they return to normality, so does Astralis with a comfortable win.
So in the following round, Fnatic are going to get a $2,400 loss bonus, which will enable them to get a gun round on the board. But if they can make anything happen with these said rifles, they can keep Astralis' economy also quite low. You want to force, in these rounds, the Ts to use as much utility as possible, get as many kills as you can. With the 2 saved guns, a round win, it's not out of the realms of reality here. JW will be aware that Device could have already taken this position.
That's not a great start. First kill lands in favor of Astralis here. Broland towards the apartments, getting battered and bruised. Still 1 player here with the AWP as well, but JW might be jumping up in towards his crosshair. Spots the barrel. He's seen it. He's seen the shadow. It's a guaranteed kill. Device is picking them up for free at this point.
That was one of the freest duels you're ever going to see. Device and JW duking it out, but this time not too much resistance from JW. Everything smoke deployed. We're likely going to see that bomb go down. Zipex is doing his due diligence, as you would expect. Don't want to be caught out by any pesky P250s. And yeah, that's the round confirmed. Flusher just going to be peppering them with his USB, hoping for a lucky headshot through the smoke.
This is where Inferno can get a little bit blah, right? There's been 2 kills in the last 2 rounds that have guaranteed the round, right?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
It's difficult for the CT side without full utility to fight back into these. We were talking about difficult bomb sites to retake before. B on Dust 2 sticks out like a sore thumb. But here, if you lose an opening kill within the early stages of the round while your defense is being set up on the other side of things, the rotation time is quite long. And if the Ts are able to get on in a number advantageous situation, the post-plant scenarios they can set up are way too deadly.
Well, as you can see, they don't even think about going for it to save the AK-47 and a P250. Not the greatest of riches to take to the next round, but something, I suppose, as Astralis now string together 3 in a row. We said they had to break their finances first, and they've certainly done that. We're at the mid-stages of this first half now, as Astralis are looking deadlier. It's Zipex is on 2 and 10. Hasn't been the best series for him. Made it with 4, but it's Dupree and Device providing the bigger numbers as we head into round number 12 here. The MP9s are out. The partial buy is in. Saved AK from the previous round for Crims here. So there is more than enough to win this round of the utility. and SMGs and pistols, but they're going to have to deliver some good utility damage, and they've certainly done so towards Majors, down to 29.
Oh, forced a molly out, that missed, but lucky for them, there isn't anybody still peeking. Can take this very, very slow, Astralis. There's no rush on this one. Get Boiler and Holes control. That spam will give away Dupree's position. Most likely in the T-side default spread. You have one jumping up into the window room in tandem with a player at the bottom of the hall stairs. That off bullet didn't quite connect, nor did the second, and this one here will. Don't think about knifing him. He did. That's an opening. That's a free AK.
Oh my god, the exposed bottom of JW was just so enticing. Dupree couldn't help himself. He went out, we wanted to put the knife in the spine, but in the end, it's going to be Brolin who was holding the line. Now, Glaive and Magisk, they've got no health to work with. They've got some time. That's nice, but not much of a luxury given the circumstances. A man disadvantage and an extra rifle now in play.
Yeah, a bit of a nightmare scenario here. Fnatic somehow have found a way through. They've upgraded to the AWP, the AK-47. CZ there still for Flasher as well, and Crims with the AK to boot. We have got a flashbang here coming in from the chimney position, a couple of them, as they try and make their way out of the apartments, and the flash actually missed there towards middle, so this is not looking great.
Yeah, and Crims is going to be able to beat Brolin in nicely. Molly's not even touching him. Ooh, what was that? Good pre-fire, got him real shaken, but Brolin on for 4. Flusher steals it from him, and Fnatic, they convert a half buy, a triple kill from Brolin, and the first wouldn't have even been possible. The AK would not have been in his hands if it wasn't for Dupree getting a little too knife happy.
Yeah, if it's not part of your everyday game plan, risking it in a moment like this to potentially, you know, show them that you can do it too, might come back to bite you. It seems like Fnatic are more than happy to have the risk of JW doing those plays and rounds falling apart, whereas Astralis on the other side of things, I don't think Zonic would be too impressed with how that one played on out. Now, Fnatic have found themselves a platform here to fight back into this. It was starting to look like the Astralis camp had some steam under it. Aggressive again, kind of fast into halls. And the nades towards Banana again. Magus can try and catch a break. He will do some damage back this time over towards Flusher. Both were through the smoke, so no idea for both teams on how much damage they've actually been able to deal out here within the first 35 seconds.
Slow-paced Inferno. It came into a blistering pace to kick things off. Dupree, though, nice shot from Boiler. Uses that tiny gap towards the balcony position to find Brolan, who's just being picked off time and time again. Device going for the nutmeg. Actually looked like he was rumbled at that point, but still he comes out on top. 5 versus 3 now. They don't have to go towards A at all, but they're applying so much pressure here. Device tucks himself in towards the cubby. JW alone at A. Golden with the orb towards B. Rotation from Flusher here, but JW needs a couple of kills desperately to stand a chance of winning this round.
Oh, back turn of Dupree. That's his start, and perhaps Device falling now becomes a reality. What was a 5v3 has become a 5 versus 2v3. Magisk has made it look a lot better, and just when I thought a chance was starting to open up, a window of opportunity, it's closed very quickly by Magisk.
Yeah, nice work from him. It's just Golden, who is having the AWP on the other side of the map, who can't do anything about this apart from look at some exit kills here. He still has $5,000, and here are the scores so far. No one really dropping off significantly. You can see, considering the scoreline, it's about what you would expect. Flusher at the top, though, at 96 ADR. Brolan just beneath him, who feels like he's been getting wrecked in the apartments, but still fragging when required. Same story for Crims.
I want to grab Brolin there, Henry. We're about to head into Skybox from here, and what I want to talk about is the aggressive halls positions that's being taken. So in this round, it was Dupree who was able to take this area very early, which means the CTs can't move around so much. He gets the kill to Brolin as he's jumping up in transition. They took this very early in the round. That's what I want to point out. The other round, they had halls very early as well. They had Device here with the AWP and another individual here watching the balcony. By doing this, it restricts the movement of the A-site players. The AWP player can actually see all the way over to Moto from here, and also Dupree, as you can see quad and even the balcony. So I'll quickly play it out before we get stuck in the other round, but you'll see as Brolin tries to mount on up in a moment. Dupree's ready for him, and he should be able to take him down any second here. There he goes.
It's the tightest of angles as well. That is not an easy shot.
Not by any means.
You have like a few pixels between the boiler and that balcony position. So well played from Dupree to nail it. As Astralis get back underway, they've actually managed to pick up the last 4 out of 5 rounds here, as we'll take a US Air Force tactical timeout. Fnatic calling their first. Had a great start here. Remember, they were 7-1 up. And similar scenes to the first round. I see Astralis start to come back slowly but surely. Around 14 now, as the money still in a bit of disarray for the Fnatic side. For masses, MP9's not necessarily a big deal, I suppose, considering who has the weapons. It's Flusher, who seems to be a master of anything that's in his hands. But the double orbs out of a Golden and JW to be tested now. JW not looking as effective as he was against FaZe. Remember, 24 kills and that 16-6 victory on this map.
That's a very easy collection for Golden. Magisk just hoping there wasn't anyone holding the aggressive line early, and well, to his death, there is. Oh, baited in perfectly. Dave catching the flash device, however, does claw back one straight onto the AWP, no less. AKV AWP, Flusher will take it, quite the upgrade for him over the FAMAS, and so double AWPing on the CT side, being pressured. Flusher will fire off a warning shot, and we will see the device surge forward in order to regain control of the lost banana. This is his chance to find another frag, and with Flusher flashed off, there is the threat now of construction. He's going to have to deal with a lot here. He's waiting to pull the trigger. Wasn't far off the hip of Zipex, and he actually hits the no-scope. Blind, wild, into the smoke, through the frame. Device working with 17 points of health, but Astralis, they've given it a good shot. Bomb down.
Wow. Is it going to be enough, though? It's been a scrappy round, to say the very least, but they have got themselves a 4-on-3 scenario with Zipex looking to fight in CT spawn. Only got 3 kills so far, but the Molotov down. Smoke towards spawn as well here. The retake will be attempted by Fnatic. They've got kits, but they are running out of time past the halfway point. Are they going to boost up? That looks to be the port of call here, but as soon as JW gets in that position, Device is ready for him. Zipex knows another player is beneath, and now the MP9 tries to make his way towards the C4 here. Astralis fighting for their life at this stage. The spray's coming through. It's not going to be enough. The bomb will be defused, and it looks like there's just enough time here for Fnatic to pick it up. 9-5 as they manage to make it work on the partial buy there. Lovely work as Flusher will get 2 kills, the AWP to close things out. Crims, they'll recover the AWP and extend their lead here. Astralis going to round number 15 with all the money they could possibly require and stick to their AK-47s.
No complaints there. We'll see how Flusher got this party started. He just flashed himself into the angle.
Pretty ridiculous.
That was the return.
Good shot from Flusher to close it out as well. Guarantees the defuse. Got the kip. A difficult round they entered with FAMASes, MP9s with a double orb setup, to be fair. And it works out for them in the end. Can they find double digits, though? As Astralis call their first US Air Force tactical timeout here. This current Fnatic roster have now played 116 games, of which they've won 74 maps. That's 64%, if you like numbers.
I mean, you can see how that contrasts with, you know, teams that were in the first stage of EPL. I remember we brought up Virtus Pro as an example, which was something much less enticing. Something around the 16 of 45 in the recent games. It was an absurd number. That is, of course, not the official stats, but it wasn't too far away from it. 9-5, last round of this last map's first half.
I'm sure 10-5 sounds much prettier for Fnatic when they'll be hitting onto the side of their offense, and 9-6 probably sounds pretty good on that Astralis camp as well. This has been a good game. It's been very back and forth. I loved the approach from Fnatic within the early stages. It's been forcing this Astralis roster to continue to adapt, and now as we do head into round 15, it's this fast hauls approach we were just highlighting. They can get a lot of information from here, or they could even just bounce on out.
Look at Brolin's position, though. Very active, very deadly for the first. And Crims has managed to keep the levels or the numbers favoring his squad. JW trying to play a gap in the smoke. He is going to be pressured by Magisk and Boiler, but he's almost
going through.
Walking through it. That's a ballsy move. Does get punished, but Golden secondary AWP still manages to find some usefulness on a retake scenario. It could be haunting, but he hasn't had no issues. So now just Zipex and Device.
Yeah, that's all that remains. It's the final round. No saving here, that's for sure. Fnatic adjust themselves now. Get together. They're all towards Arch. They have been smoked out, but I think there's a gap in that smoke. It doesn't look ideal. As they set up the retake themselves, you see him trying to remove Device, but he's getting them through the smoke at this point. Crims will be dropped. Golden down to 18.
They have to go.
Surely there's no chance for them here. They're running out of time. They need quick frags now. One bullet towards Golden will take him down. He's got 1 HP. How has he survived it? He's got to spam towards the bomb now, Device. Have you got enough? He's got to defuse it. I think he's done it. It will be the bomb going off in the nick of time. Astralis steal away. Round number 15 and ends the half at 9-6. Electrifying counter-strike there to close things out. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the second half.
5 halves of Counter-Strike brings us to our final. 3 maps of Astralis Fnatic, but I'm afraid all good things must come to an end, and just one final half to find our conclusion, to find our champion in this best-of-3 affair. It's been a journey. We've had so many highlights and lowlights across the board. Both teams at a peak of form, of course, to even get into the top 6 of Stage 2. And now we're into and off to the races.
We certainly are, or at least we hope so. Astralis now on the back foot, but they move on to the CT side, 9-6. They've got themselves no diffuse kit. They've gone for a bundle of utility instead. They've got ZipX with the HE flash smoke combo. And in terms of upgraded pistols, nothing to be seen. No CZs, no PD-50s, but a bit of an exchange here with the Glock. And it will be Glaive to be dropped. We'll actually continue the assault towards A at this stage when it's going to be Roland to lead the way, but Dupree ready and waiting from the graveyard.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to be committing to this one. I think that one kill was enough to scare him off. Flusher trying to play around the smoke, and Device is going to call it clear.
Nutmegging him.
He is nutmegging him. Look at this rascal go.
Yeah, so he's going to set up while his teammates try and pull everyone over towards his B side of the map. They get this kill especially, he's going to do that. And then Flush is going for the big backstab through CT.
He spammed him.
Did he really? Through the stained glass window?
Yeah.
Is that with a Glock?
With a Glock, 100%. No less.
Well, there you go. That's
well,
awesome.
That's something. And now they've lost the round.
And Flusher, remember, he's in CT spawn this entire time. He deserves a kill.
Give the nutmeg a frag.
He's not going to get it, is he? There it is. It comes through. That's the round confirmed. Device now alone in 3 versus 1. A wall bang toward the stained glass window.
I'm
really
pretty sure.
I didn't even think it would do damage with a Glock there. So it must have been like a 5 HP or something.
ZipX was low.
It was part of an assist. So yeah, the player was on low HP when he dropped.
That's nice.
You rarely see it these days, even with the AK.
I remember when it was first added, people tried it for a long time.
The angles were all off.
The angles just don't really work out.
Oh, we do have it on replay. Here it is, Crims. Spamming the Glock.
He does get it. Straight through.
That's kind of insane.
Good spot, Chad. I love having you around. 10-6. Fnatic, they win a pistol. We haven't seen many won Fnatic pistols, so there we go.
Device has head armor here, and that was granted because he saved all of his armor, didn't take any damage in the previous round, so he could upgrade to that for a cheaper price. As the AWP here, it means that he can actually save some money going on forward, and a liberty that normally in these kind of rounds he would not have. Usually would be taking a save as far as armor is concerned.
So they are quite bolstered, as all things considered.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary round for Fnatic here. We've seen how deadly these have been the last couple of days, how good teams are at holding on to those smokes. But Fnatic, yesterday against FaZe, they dropped that deep arch smoke that I was talking about that creates this gap. You might see it come into play yet again. It'll land to obscure Library and Moto. Gives them an avenue to go through with the mid to B. And Dupree, well, he's the man to deal with all that on the MP9.
A lot to deal with.
Ah, they've used their own smoke. This means they can't go through that arch side at all. So this is from Astralis. They put that smoke down to stop Fnatic from going to the arch side of the map, which means for their anti-eco approach, they now need to go with a different idea.
Or they could wait it out, right?
Well, there's just more smokes on the board. That wasn't even thrown by Dupree. That was thrown by somebody over from A, which landed arch side.
Brutal. There's more where that comes from, but still the smokes start to bloom. One's going to be separating them off from the Library side. And here comes the commitment. Up short, at least one of them. It's going to be Golden's Mac 10. He's looking for heads, and he does find Device. Oh. And even a second onto Magisk. That's ridiculous. That's more than he was worth.
Yeah, huge plays here. Nice Moto smoke in the Mac 10 committing round. It's Golden. It gets 2 towards the arch side, and then at this point, it's Fnatic just absolutely dominating the round. The force buy does nothing for Astralis. They're yet to find a kill on Flusher. Still feeling healthy on 91 points of health. Looks for a bit of extra cash here. If you can farm with the Mac 10, that would be great. Remove any deadly weapons for the next round. It's going to be 5-7s for both Glaive and ZipX.
Saw Glaive get a real nice little 3K before. They're actually going to be smoking off coffins like they're almost executing for the hunt.
Yeah, they're Molotoving first oranges, smoking coffins here. It's like a B take, but they're just hunting for the remaining players. Well, they've given themselves up now. They know they're stuck in towards Ruins, and JW going for the spam here. I feel like they get one of these players, probably not both. Do they want to commit to it? JW, he's having a go, and there it is. Might even get both. That's huge. $1,200 towards the end. Gets them just after the bomb explodes as well as Golden a quad. That second kill was beautiful, and Crims Pretty standard by his levels, but the last two from JW, that's where it all came together.
Yeah, Golden jumping over the smoke, just enough elevation to place his crosshair on the opponent on the other side of the guys. That's lovely. And it puts it 11 for Fnatic. They are getting dangerously close right out of the gates of this second half.
Yeah, but they've been close rounds, so that's 2-0, but now the full eco comes in from Astralis. They invest in a little bit of utility there. The HE's towards middle.
That's so nice to take top banana control. For people who missed that routine of mollies, that is perfection.
Just a carpet bomb of flame. Top of banana.
So just a matter of time, I would say, before Fnatic find the victory here. But the Zeus is out and about. Holds towards Boiler right now for any inquisitive T's walking up towards middle. But a B finish looking likely. Remember, they've only got USPs here. They've already taken about 150 damage at this point. Molotov over towards first oranges, and that's where Zipex is positioned, but it doesn't seem to be landing at his feet. Here's JW somehow,
of course,
some way on the A side towards Library, as his teammates getting ready to go.
Here we go.
B.
Hold up, this is our chance.
I don't think he
in
gets
sync.
This.
Nearly,
I was
nearly.
ready for it.
You were, and respect. I actually almost was about to say you got it.
I want to show the viewers at home, guys, those Molotovs and why they were so potent.
Yeah,
so
yes.
I'm going to see if we can bring this up on Skybox. I've slowed it down to 0.75 speed. So check this out. First molly denies the aggression. Second molly denies the top banana aggression. Third molly locks anybody in at sandbags. You dead. That is just great. The whole top of banana, the CTs have no ownership of that part of the map. It's really good stuff to see.
Yeah, and you can't give anything away, even when you know they've got USPs in this round. How many rounds have we seen either just Glocks across the board or USPs win? You have to treat them like gun rounds. Like we used to just say that about partial buys, now down to the full eco round.
It's crazy.
That's how good everyone's gone.
It's a rough world out there sometimes, and indeed, it's just down to that fact. Everyone knows how to get the most out of very little. As we'll see 12-6 come through. Fnatic now with the Mac 10s up against 3 players of our helmets. That's going to be Glaive, Matus, and Zipex. So watch out for them going down to the SMGs. Ooh. JW lines up the dribble smoke for the apartment position here. Lands on top of the hay bales and gives you a nice avenue. Oh, he's actually kind of fluffed it. It hasn't really gone where he wants it to at all. It's kind of useless, Alex, I'm afraid.
Okay, so a little bit of an issue means that Magisk is no longer alone holding balcony. He's pulled into the most passive line he could, and through the flames, he leaps straight to his demise. He has managed to get 4 CTs actively defending the wrong bomb site, though. And Zipex, he doesn't need teammates, at least not for the first 2. Fnatic, they're shaken, but they may not surrender just yet. Golden's having a mad one. A 3rd kill, perhaps an ace clutch. He is going to have time to get the bomb down. Now it's a question of where he chooses to position for the fight.
Reloads the gun, HE available. If this first kill lands in his favor, he could be onto something magical, but dupreeh will shut down his efforts. Very good efforts, I have to say there. The fact he managed to get 3 kills in that scenario was just magical, but it's going to be Magisk and dupreeh saving the Krieg now, and the AK-47 taking that T-sided weaponry. This is where they start to come online as they find their first round in the second half. That's 3-1, but it could be the start of many more.
See the JW strafe,
so you
see how fast he moves.
The idea is dupreeh shouldn't have vision there with the smoke towards the hay bales, so he can actually just focus on the pit player, but he did not land the smoke. If it does actually go off by even a couple of inches, it lands in between the hay bales and goes inside it. And that's exactly what happened there, and it enables dupreeh to get a few kills in the round, but I don't think that was a difference maker regardless, even if he nailed the smoke.
It did work in the sense of holding it back. The fake worked wonderfully, but I don't think Fnatic accounted for a Zipex double kill as the solo defender of the site. Gets the 2, and despite what Golden did contribute, too many bodies dropped before that came in. 12-7, second tactical timeout called by Astralis, the US Air Force bringing you this. But we're back into the fray. 10 seconds thrust onto the clock as they make their final calls.
Fnatic win this round right here. This is basically the game at this point. The loss bonus for Astralis is only at 2,400, which means going into next round they have to limp on in with another partial buy, almost securing Fnatic that 14th round, and then at that point it just feels like a matter of time. So if Astralis want to battle back in on Inferno, it needs to start here. They need consecutive rounds in a row.
See if that's the case. It's Glaive though, master. of the banana area. Flusher will be dropped. That's going to be a duel you'll see time and time again as this second half continues. Good rebuttal, though, from Golden. Does get the spray through the smoke. Takes a little bit of damage for his troubles there, but the gap works in his favor. Dupree now towards Speedway, wondering where he needs to be positioned. Does he back up his teammates in the form of Zipex towards B, who's a solid anchor, or boost the defenses towards A and have 3 players there? He's gone for the first option here as Golden, again, just tries to hold 2 players in position, baiting out utility, finding those incendiaries. Is there anything left available for Estrella? Zipex has nothing. Dupree has a smoke. If Golden can get that out of them at the 1-minute mark, that'd be fantastic. It could be enough for them to fall back towards B.
Until that happens, Device.
Okay.
He had very few options, and Golden's even opened up B. They're opening up both sides at the same time. His spray's not too far off. Dupree, 1 bullet would have taken him down. 1 bullet continues to have the option to take him down. A Glock for JW does imply the same, and I said 1 bullet. I didn't mean it, because apparently 12 damage from the Glock was not enough. Still, Crims will save the day before I run out of breath, and so Magisk is presented with a 1 versus 2. He's heading in from Banana, and he doesn't have a kit. That could be quite a large issue, given the fact that there is going to be 2 Fnatic members just letting that clock rot in these after plant positions. 1 emo, 1 new box.
Yeah, they're in the hardest positions right now for Magisk. It was a good attempt, but now, like I mentioned just before, this is where it becomes difficult. Money for Device and Glaive. I guess I could argue Dupree, it's not horrible. There's enough to get something going, but not a buy, not a gun round, nothing to be potent against the way that Fnatic are approaching this situation. Golden is the MVP of that round. He has walked into the site after losing an opening pick, given a 1v1 duel against Glaive, won that, continued to hang around, baited out utility, forced the rotation, was in a position where he could listen for rotations, gets another kill. And wild scenes.
They found themselves up against the pistols here. The flames go down once again towards the banana area. It looks like Golden will be on for a few frags here, looking for the hat trick now. Device, he'll be behind the sandbag position, but I don't think he'll provide that much cover. It's Golden on the Golden run, it seems, as he makes his way in towards B. Unfortunately met by the Desert Eagle of Dupree. It might be enough to get him a second kill here, you know, but Flashout will shut down that prospect quickly into the 4-on-1 with Magisk all the way on the other side of the map. Round done. Maybe he gets a consolation frag, but no. Fnatic look like they're on course to actually close this one out.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, I'm expecting more resistance.
Yeah.
Chad painted the picture of the ramifications of losing the round prior. So yes, 14 has been painted now for Fnatic, but Astralis, they're going to be having, what, 1 more bite of the cherry here?
Yeah, if that's. And this is now 5-1 on the T side for Fnatic. But Astralis, it might sound outlandish at this point, but they can still bring this back and win in regulation. It's that sort of map. If they just can pull a few rounds together, make it look clean, they'll be on course to do so.
And that's a fantastic start. Can't ask for a better one. Device just neutralizing the early mid swing of J-Dubs. Swapping their pieces around. Sending Zipex back to bolster the A site. Brolin, he is in such a tight line that... oh my god.
Could have worked.
He was actually trying for the reaction as well on such a tight line. The guy's got some faith in his aim. I respect it.
5-on-4. Device gets a bit of an opening kill for 3. And he now transitions over towards B. He'll be joined by Glaive as Golden trying to jump in towards the sandbags here, bait out the shot. He knows what's waiting on the other side. Device doesn't take the bait and sends him packing. And we are going to have Zipex holding an arch. 2 players towards quad. Should be no way Brolan can crack this open, but we know what he's capable of. Not the cleanest of sprays here. Surely goes down to Dupree, which he will. The M4 doing well here. And Magus with the mop up. No problem at all. 4 players survive. And as I mentioned, they start getting clean rounds like this, Alex. This is where they can come online and actually still win in regulation. That is still very possible.
Yeah, I mean, it can spiral so fast to Counter-Strike, right? And now we've got a Krieg on the CT side. Keep our eyes on that. Another AK as well. So 3 T weapons being equipped by the Astralis squad coming into round 23. Margin for error for the Danes has really been vacuumed out of the map.
Well, Counter-Strike will continue. This is only our first best of 3 of the day. We have Na'Vi versus OG coming up next as well. Another big-ticket matchup. As we get into the next round here, Fnatic looking to close things out here. managing to take down FaZe yesterday 2-1. If they got Astralis as well in stage 2 of the format, that would be remarkable. What a fantastic way to kick things off. 2 huge scalps, 2 of the biggest in the group. And they're so close to finding it.
So close. I mean, to continue in this stead, oh my god, it's a massacre. It looked like an eco bash, but it was not. Dupree just popped 2 heads like that. That AK, 1 bullet to the dome. He's feeling the benefits. Magisk was 2. 70 seconds, and already they've lost 3 of their teammates. Poor Flusher and JW, they're going to try and level the odds, but straight into the crosshairs. They will go down, at least one of them, cut just to Flusher. And I think his movements imply he's also accepting the 9th for Astralis here.
Yeah, I think you might be right there. Not really much he could do with this. AWP in hand, 20 kills to his name, just looking to potentially take a few members of Astralis with him. Don't have a ton of money behind this. They'll be down to just $1,900 on the loss bonus. Would be better off saving right now than going for it. Oh, that pickup after flashbang has been heard, and ZipX will be taking him down, no problem whatsoever. And we go 14-9, 2 rounds in a row. Like I said, no loss bonus on the T side. This is eco territory. You can definitely partial buy into it, but it should be double digits for Astralis. I would say a tactical timeout for Fnatic just to discuss their options and work out how they're going to operate going forward.
Astralis here. They're ready for this approach, but that means they have given up banana control. So this execute with the smoke and Molotov could come on through here very, very quickly from Fnatic. There we go, they've read the play. Third man on B, this should be quite simple to deal with. Unless they have other ideas.
Unless that was enough of a cue to get the smoke deployed and 3 CTs set up to receive, and now it depends on the pace of Fnatic. They could catch the 2 unawares. It's Device as well. He's going for some close quarters AWPing. That is powerful, yes, but capable of being overwhelmed if the T's move fast enough. Very tight line by Device, but he still manages to connect the shot. He can fall back immediately. He is going to be vulnerable to apartments where they've all just burst out. Suddenly there's a lot of unknowns, but Magisk, he's solving all of the mysteries in this one. All 3 of them, as he's looking for a 4th. Good damage from the nade, not really. Device, however, loses his AWP, and the Deagle from Crims has got a couple more players to find. Already, 2 kills with the Desert Eagle. It shouldn't really be much more.
Yeah, he only had 1 bullet left in the magazine there, but he does go for the reload. A chance for 1 more kill, I would say. There would have to be one hell of a shot towards the graveyard. ZipX now challenging from Arch. Doesn't have to make this one. Can just hold the bomb. Don't want to risk to lose any more, and that's going to be it. It will be a good effort there from Crims, but double digits. Like I said, once they get to this mark and the money starts to run thin for Fnatic, they could actually come back in 16-14 this. That's 3 rounds in a row for Fnatic. A lot more where that came from, but this is the prerequisites to actually get them in contention for the victory here. As Mages spraying them down 1 by 1. Very iconic position of his. Crims, good job.
Good shot. Something so satisfying about just stopping a CT dead in their tracks. Boosting up. You don't get to see this all too often. Once or twice a half. Dupree trying to nade the balcony position.
Yeah, no one there to receive it, unfortunately. 1 round for series points. Fnatic. You can see their play style not as loose right now. A bit more structure behind it. Playing together. Trying to get that control. And this is a boost towards the new boxes here. Eventually. See if we can get up. It's going to be Glaive. Just holding allows you to avoid the flashbangs if you stand up like that. Potentially the flames as well if you're lucky. Smoke from Mages now towards Boiler, so he can just focus his efforts there. From that angle, you can actually look towards top of middle still from those windowsills. Smoking towards coffins, but looks to be a bit of a bait smoke, just to force out some utility. They still have residual smoke grenades available, and 5 players coming in towards B, but the man at the hour, Device, has missed many in this second half. Ready and waiting in CT spawn. Is that a missed smoke above him? Not sure. Sounded a bit weird.
Yeah.
No, it's just in front of the site, so there we go. We've got a Fnatic one.
Appropriately named, and at the moment, appropriately gamed by Zipex. Double kill. No one was checking that position. He could even find a third, but JW and Crimson to the site. They will not surrender. God, they've got no health. 36 points of health between the two of them. Device is going for some crazy wall bangs in the same way Crims had previously found, and not to be just yet. Really shouldn't be a chance for a 15th here from Fnatic, despite the bomb being planted.
Well, if they can focus their efforts towards Device, that would be the best way to get the next kill.
Nade? Watch this. Ooh, okay. Not quite gonna dunk him, and good spray from Crim softens him up. JW has to go crazy here. Needs the high health player to go down first. He's being hunted by the low, and Dupree will convert in the end.
There was a world where one player gets in the bomb and the low HP player rushes him down, but there it is. The defuse comes through. And in terms of loss bonus, there'll be a maximum next round. So with the bomb planted, they still have a serviceable buy available to them, but they are running out of time at this point. Around $4,000, you can see Zipex not even a flash at this point. They're all focusing towards CT spawn. He gets himself a couple of easy frags there with the Krieg, no problem whatsoever. Round 26 coming through. We have gone the full distance here in this series as we take yet another US Air Force tactical timeout, called by Fnatic this time. They're second so far in this series. Remember, they were 7-1 up at one point. Both Astralis and Fnatic have won 4 of their 5 past series matchups. So yes, indeed, looking like they're in great form. We'll see now if this is where Fnatic want to buy into it. We've got $4,000 per player, remember. That's enough for an AK, armor, and smoke. You might just want to go for another partial buy at this stage, which seems to be their approach. Crims can maybe go for one hero rifle if he really wants to opt for the Deagle armor instead. So, should be another round for Astralis. If Fnatic can find this and relieve some of that pressure, they should close things out. There's enough for an execution, but they have started to slow things right down ever since they got to touching distance of the victory.
We said this one was going to deliver, and it looks like we might be going the distance here unless we can have another Fnatic miracle.
They've had their fair share, haven't they?
Yeah, they've had quite a few. I think even Astralis has had 1 or 2 this game. So, ooh, Dupree, Molotov into the smoke. He's going to get punished for it. This is what we're talking about, the speed.
Oh, the speed and the agility. Look at Brolin go. He's already trying to challenge CT, but Glaive was so ready for it. He will cut them down to size very quickly, but the wrap onto A could overwhelm Device. Look at that, one dink and he's gone. Magisk trying to stand his ground, and that's a phenomenal spray. He's even going to find a third hit. Golden's not ready for it. Magisk single-handedly defends the A site.
Valiantly as well. That was getting out of control. Chad's absolutely right there. The CZ, if you get that initial quick kill, you just keep holding W. Smoke off towards Arch. Swarm the bombs, have a couple of flashes. You got to catch everyone with the grenades out, and it's very difficult to contain the T's at that point. Some way, though, Major steps up, manages to get 3 in total as that 3rd kill towards the All-Pro JW. That should secure the round here, but Flusher remains. And he's in a 2 versus 1.
He's going to win this round. I don't know why, I just have that feeling.
If he had the bomb on his back, I would agree with you. The fact he doesn't, I don't know how he would even be given a kill.
Like, both of the CTs know where the bomb is and where he typically plays. They're working with the same information we have.
But the one thing Flusher has going for him is the idea that they could both be playing around the bomb, which they are. When you have these situations and you play the bomb, it means that he doesn't have to worry about as many corridors. But 20 seconds left on the clock. Now it's time, the biggest issue.
So
they can dump their smoke on him, their flash at this point. So
He's even got a scope on that Krieg. That fight really favors him, and yeah, Magisk will find himself the quad kill at the end. Just to add extra insult to injury, a single hold of the site up against the half buy of Fnatic, but it will be the full now. We get to see that again from his POV. This second frag onto JW was everything. Just taking that corner of the box duel enabled him to separate into 3 1v1s. Otherwise, JW and Golden both swinging in together. That's not going to be much more for Magisk.
Yeah, Magisk actually getting 4 kills in total there. Big ones as well. Against partially bought Fnatic, they aren't easy frags to get. Especially at close range, they were swarming him. They have got a full buy now, though. The Kriegs, the AKs, and the AWP of JW have no helmet, just to note things. Started to slow down for them. They've lost 5 rounds in a row now. Astralis still can do this in regulation. They've got all the money in the world. They've got Kriegs available to them. The side is looking strong for now. Zipex throws over grenades towards the barrels. No one there to receive it. Flash down to 56, though. Zipex now just waits with the smoke in hand. He has got backup from Glaive. Holding towards coffins, dodging flashes. It's a mid-approach here. As Fnatic do push them back, Astralis are deep in the bomb site, and Broland's taken another one from Boiler.
Wow. That's shutting down a very strong prong of the defense of Astralis. Now, what do you build off of that? You've got the early man advantage for the first time in a while, pulls more utility out of the CTs. They're running out just a single incendiary and smoke. They might even want to run boost over this. It's like Golden's talking about something of that ilk.
This could be a Fnatic classic, just running this clock down and stringing out the rotation. Astralis have made a huge gamble. They've rotated everybody over towards A. B's completely open.
Oh my goodness, a straight gamble stack. It's such a crucial round of the game. It could be a bloodbath. Golden's already caught Glaive. And now they turn it around and they're going to the open site. This is ridiculous Counter-Strike. Zipex could cut them off. He has just the one prong. Golden's gone, 3v3.
Is it enough though? Zipex with the Krieg, he'll have to bide his time. His teammates know where to be seen. He'll concede the plant. Incendiary's a little bit late, but it does make things uncomfortable. JW, this shot very important. He somehow doesn't hit it. Of all the shots he's landed today, that's the one he misses.
Unbelievable.
And now a chance for Astralis where they have the advantage here. No utility on the T side. flusha and Brolan essentially playing solo Counter-Strike at this point. They can't work off each other. And Brolan gets two through the smoke. What just happened there?
He jumped over the smoke and saw them both.
He got the info by jumping off of the sandbags. He has to do it all now. Brolan, he knows where it's planted. Device is running away, and Brolan makes it a quad kill. A stylish one at that. I want to see that double kill again, because I swear, Chad, you saw it too.
Yeah.
Using the sandbags for that extra little bit of elevation makes an impossible hold. He didn't have any sightline. He couldn't hold the emo push, but he makes a hole, he makes a gap, and he gets a double. This is how the round started for Brolan, and that's just a ridiculous catch. You see Zipex did put some pressure on from the flank. This is his third with the missed shot from JW, but look at this. Jumps, sees, sprays.
Oh my god.
Madness.
Ridiculous round from Brolan.
They needed one of those to get 15. It felt like Astralis were mounting.
That's the only way. I said that going into the mid stages of this game. If Astralis came online and they got a few rounds in a row, they got 5 in a row, I didn't see a world where Fnatic could actually get back into this. It looked like they were shrinking. They needed someone to step up and do something insane. Brolan has done that now. He's relieved that pressure. That valve has been taken off. And now they can go back to the Fnatic Counter-Strike. They know they've guaranteed overtime at this point. They can start playing a little bit looser and start presenting a bit more aggression, perhaps, as now they will enter with less money, admittedly. We've got Crims on the Mac 10, but he knows the money's affected on the CT side as well. It's going to be Zipex with no helmet, Dupree with no rifle, and this could be the final round. Has Brolan done enough for them?
Astralis going to have to be careful not to keep shaking their heads. This round continues to play out. They're going to be a little spun out after that one. Not a high utility damage round. I spoke too soon. flusha will catch a late one from the CTs, but overall, pretty much a full healthy squad of 10 duking it out on the server in round 28. I say that Golden has been sent to the grave. Devices AWP on CT Arch does eliminate the initial mid threat, but there's more where that came from. JW and Brolan congregating up towards the mid side, and now JW want to deploy that smoke. This is the powerful smoke you were talking about, Chad.
Yeah, especially for players playing back in Library, exactly where Devices and Moto. He has to rotate around now and play over towards the Arch side, which leaves the two A defenders very vulnerable.
Very isolated. They don't have their AWPer in support now. That is the power of one smoke grenade. But it does still require some one joules, and I have a sneaking suspicion that Brolan could get caught out here. He's so separate from the pack. Magic's jumping for info. He knows there's one pit as well. He can just wait this out. And now the duel comes in. He's not ready for the swing, and Magic has caught them. Astralis, 2 frags. Already Fnatic starting to crumble. flusha has to adjust. He's not ready. Damn, that's a clean round from the CT side. Device will put the cherry on top. 5 players' hearts still beating to secure 13.
I think that secures overtime as well. Fnatic now with just around $3,000 per player. Might be another tactical timeout, and do they throw caution to the wind and invest fully into this round and go for a rush and try and shut down Device, catch him off guard, or they go for the more conservative approach and have another partial bite and try and close it out at round number 30. Either way, a very convincing round here from the Danes. Didn't break a sweat here, and they have gone for the partial. Just CZs and Deagles, we know what they can do with these sort of weapons. Could still end here, but it's unlikely. Device has been finding openings left, right, and center. We'll see if he can continue to do so now as we get into the last few rounds.
Oh, didn't lift the grenade over the wall, actually threw it deeper into everybody, and Glaive, he's going to follow up with the spam onto Golden, going down the first member in consecutive rounds back-to-back now. Still 4 angry Fnatic players on the other side of that smoke, waiting to make their move. Looks like they're discussing who's throwing what and how this one's going to unfold as they were just staring at each other with grenades out in banana.
Yeah, this is just going to be one of those smoke spawn, smoke coffins, flash over, hope for the best. We've all been there.
Yeah.
It doesn't normally work out.
But that's what it will be. It's what it has to be given the current circumstances. 2 smokes, maybe 1 CT. One definitely going coffins. Yep, there they bloom, and here comes their doom. Glaive just tap into their heads. Candy Crush Saga. Popping the candies.
If this stalls out with the bomb down, it's going to be very difficult for them to find any more kills to do economical damage going into the last. This should just be a very quick mob up. Flashes come in, and there it is.
Not really much to report here. We do go to round number 30. Astralis have convinced me they're going to overtime here. After being 7-1 down, they have had to fight their way back into this, and their second half has been nothing short of superb. After being at a massive disadvantage, they have managed to pull it all the way back, picking up 4 out of the last 5 rounds. One more would do it to get the great reset here. They would remain on the CT side, 16k start money as well. Everything would be fully reset, and Fnatic, their morale would be low.
So Astralis are opening this 30th round with a 3-man B setup. They send the AWPer there. And that's going to be Device just responsible for the early banana hold. They'll get flashed off and make sure that they hear the shot. It wasn't like he was actually aiming for anyone in particular so much as it was just to make sure that the AWP presence is seen should he rotate back around.
This could be a Fnatic classic here. One of these rounds where they just milk the clock down to the final 20-25 seconds and do the last-minute fakes, which just keeps their opponent on their toes and guessing. I remember back in Malmo, the one that Flusher called on Inferno with the faked footsteps and then the banana presence. That one was mental.
Oh, yeah. He jumped over half wall with the bomb on his back and then ran A.
Could it be replicated, though? They're going to have to find some sort of opening here. It feels like Astralis have just taken the opening frag in the last few rounds. By virtue of that sniper rifle Device, one of the masters of defensive AWPing. 50 seconds remain. Chad might be onto something here. They're going to smoke motor, but looks at things as they start to reposition. Close towards library. See if that's enough to take the vision away from Glaive.
Smoke blooms, he jumps for info. A lot of players are really starting to refuse to bow down to the gaps in these smokes. He's actually pushed ahead of it. Roland can sneak through.
Yeah, that is a number. That is a straight up. So he's a smoke down, you've gone through the gap, and there's no real indication as to where he came from. A 5 versus 4. Can they close it out now? Fnatic have the advantage. They know where Magus is, and Roland somehow survives. Between these multiple frags here, Magus will find 1 and a 3 versus 2 now. As the rotating players are stuck towards library and the top of middle. Bomb to be planted. Device left with Zipex here. Flashbang is perfect to hold him off.
JW's duel onto Magisk, that was so important. By shutting down that pit player after only just 1, it looked like he was set for a multi-kill. So quick AWPing from him, and now he's gone down. He gets hunting, gets a bit horny, and now Roland and Crims to stop it from happening. And now one more. Zipex the clutch to take us to overtime. It's on Crims. Crims has done it, and so have Fnatic. They remain unbeaten. 2 for 0. 2 of the biggest scalps in the 6 of Stage 2. They've taken down Astralis.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. Never 101, teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing.
Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Beast, what you finna do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright,
Your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays from Astrala's first Fnatic have been put through the lab. We have come up with 4 options for you. If you're unfamiliar with how this works, we highlight some of the most influential, if not impressive, frags from the series, and we throw them at you one after another. You then cast your votes over at ESLCS. The poll is live now, so whilst you're watching, why don't you load up the Twitter sphere and have a little dive. Let's start with number 1, though, because it starts with none other than Brolan. It's all the way back to Dust 2. Throw your mind back there, if you will, and it was a very influential quad kill from Brolan with the oopsie from Astralis.
Lots of big moments in this series so far. A lot from Fnatic, I'm going to guess, as well. We had some very flashy moments.
Yep.
Brolan responsible for most of them with scoped weaponry, to say the least. Don't see too many of the Org, though, so it's nice to see him kind of changing things up.
No, we saw some with pistols, though, as we head over to Crims, who had our second highlight here. Another big play on Dust 2, and this was necessary for Fnatic to take the victory. He's getting a lot of work with this 5-7 in that A bomb site, picks up the AK and finishes off Glaive right there for our second play.
Yes, but we're saving the most impressive and maybe the most exciting for right now. This is going to be one of the most historic orb shots you're ever likely to see. AWP now up the ladder, quick scope, straight to the face of Dupree. There was nothing he could do, and he ends up winning the round as well. That got me hyped up. I'm still kind of shook from that one.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But in terms of influence, yes, JW won the round off the back of that one, but you may remember this a little more fondly. It was Brolan with a game-saving multi-kill, jumping over the smoke. So many elements of Counter-Strike. It was 4 in total. The double kill was where I really think the attention should be.
Yeah, bear in mind, that was to actually get them over the finish line as well. They're actually shrinking by the second at that point. Astralis were looking so good on the gun rounds there. Fnatic were dropping off the pace, and it was Brolan to bring them back to life there.
Astralis going to feel pretty hard done by.
Yeah,
they lost the game, and they didn't even have an entry as far as at least flashy frags went. So, yeah, all the attention to Fnatic right now.
Yes, Fnatic win and clearly have won the Game Fuel power plays of the day. We haven't even chosen a winner yet, but definitely the organization Formation taking the W there. You can see your options there, A, B, C, or D. Go cast your vote over at ESLCS. And that's what we'll be waiting for as we continue to dissect and ingest what was the Counter-Strike overcross of 3 bloody maps. There is a lot to think about, but Astralis feeling hard done by is a good place to start.
I think so. Inferno especially, they had such a tragic start to the map, but once they got back on their feet, they actually started to look like the gun rounds are going in their favor. I said it to Alex at one point. As soon as they started getting those gun rounds under their wings and they actually started building up some resources, they were on cruise control. But then Brolan arrived and it's shut down their dreams with that amazing play towards the end.
How many did they have in a row? It's like 4 or 5 by the time Brolan...
I think it was they had just found their 5th in a row, and then it's when Brolan actually had that insane round and brought them a bit more fire.
He even had the opening in that round as well. We didn't get that in the clip, but he gets Magus from Boiler Room at the start of that clip as well. So huge impact from the youngster right there and necessary in this victory.
And impact is a great word to describe Fnatic that they're having here in stage 2. I mean, that's 2-0 right now. They are setting their sights. And I will remind you, by the way, you top stage 2, you get a bye straight to the grand finals.
Yeah,
you just
straight to the final.
Yeah, that's quite the bye, quite the stakes. And JW is now joining us from his gaming mansion. Can you hear us, J-Dubs?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Again with the dominance. I feel like I was talking to you yesterday about I have the same questions. I mean, you guys are just doing it all over again. Against Astralis, though, that's a different opponent. We saw Inferno, just because it's fresh in my mind, I want to start there. When you saw that CT comeback, a lot of us had the feeling that, Astralis had the capability of taking it to OT. Was Brolan's hero play the one that got the mindset back, or did you kind of have no worries throughout?
Of course, you started to be a little bit worried there when they start to climb back. I think we kind of felt there at like 14-7 or something that we actually have this game. It's ours to lose, right? And then when they start to pick round after round, you tend to get a little bit frustrated, and maybe we lost a few rounds that we felt we shouldn't have lost. So yeah, we were a bit worried, I guess. But then when Brolan did that round, it felt like this was our time to get the round that we shouldn't have had, maybe. And yeah, it pumped everyone up, I think, and it was probably like one of the most hyped games we have ever played online, I think. So it feels great.
That's good stuff. We're going to get a little bit complicated right now with you, JW. I've been told you can see what's put on the preview screen for you. I want them to bring up Skybox here because I want to show some of the stuff that you were doing on the CT side in the early stages of that match to condition this side of Astralis here. Now, we're going into a round. You've already done this a bunch of times. They've tried to run this second middle setup, which is quite quickly with the flashes, and you've always been playing close. You're very close there towards middle with the AWP, and every single time you were a thorn in their side to unravel them. Was this specifically to stop this play, or you just being aggressive like normal?
Yeah, this was to stop. Samuelsson went through a round before this matchup that he said that they have started to play a lot more.
Yeah.
And that we should pay attention to this round. So I had that round in mind in the early stages, and I felt like they tried to run that round, and I think we aborted it for them every time they tried to do it.
Yeah, you did. They tried to run it 3 or 4 times, and it was you and Crims always with that mid-aggression that unraveled it every single time, and I think that was potentially the key to victory for you guys within that first half. It was so influential. They looked stifled across the board. I actually don't have a follow-up question to that because that was such a good answer.
One more question I'll ask here. I would say in the form of Brolan, you've got one of the best Krieg users in the world right now. Astralis recently told us in an interview they're not going to be using the weapon on the T side just to make sure that CTs don't pick it up. Did you notice that at all in the best of 3? Did you feel like he was slightly hindered not being in as many Kriegs on the defensive side at all?
Yeah, I think the last few games we played Astralis, like the last 3 or 4 times we played them, they have never bought the Krieg against us because they know if it lands in the hands of Brolan, it's worse for them than it is for us playing against it, I guess. So yeah, it wasn't anything different for us this game because they have done it the past 3 games against us.
Yeah, and I just want to actually wrap up with the talking a little bit about Nuke. How was the Nuke to play against Astralis, a team that had such a clear skill set on the map, of course, writing history with it with their unbeaten record. You go into the ring on a map that we don't really consider to be, Fnatic turf, and yet you managed to push it all the way, 16-13. So have you been refining your Nuke as well, or did Astralis just feel a little less intimidating than it used to?
Yeah, I think our Nuke is pretty solid, actually. I think every map in the pool right now, we're not afraid to play any of them, which is a really good thing. Yeah, we of course could have played better, but I think we had a good idea of how they play on Nuke, but they managed still to win the rounds and do a very good T side, which I think is key to win against Astralis on Nuke. You have to shut down their T side because that's probably like the best T Nuke in the whole world. So we didn't manage to do that, and unfortunately, we didn't get enough CT rounds.
Actually, I believe it was Chad who used to have a rule against Astralis. You had to make sure they T-side
6
didn't
or
go
less.
more than 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. That sounds accurate.
Okay, fantastic. JW, good to talk to you as always. I'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you.
Huge win for Fnatic today, guys. That is going to put them right at the tippy top of the standings in Stage 2.
Yeah, FaZe and now Astralis. If ever there are 2 teams to beat in a group of 6, that would be the 2 main scalps you want to take down. They've done so in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, so we have a chance today with the Na'Vi OG game for Na'Vi to go undefeated and Mouse to go over FaZe, which we could have 3 teams sitting as 2-0 at the end of today, which would mean if we get any of those teams going head-to-head tomorrow, that's a nice clash.
And you've just reminded me that that 3rd game is coming today. I can't believe we're getting FaZe Mouse already out of the gate, because that's what I'm particularly fond of.
It's a rematch.
It's the rematch, not only that, but it's also just this international team battle where Mouse Sports do seem to have pipped them at the post once. We'll see if they can do it again. I don't know. I'm not sure who I would be having.
It's a weird one, right? Because it was such a close affair last time. Same with the FaZe versus G2 game. They were both 2-1 situations, and we know, like, we still have conversations with Yanko every now and again, right? So we know like how much work that they're putting in and how much FaZe, how much better they're looking, really. So I'm excited to see that game at the end of the day. Another one we'll have to watch from home, Alex.
We will. And from something for you guys to watch at home right now is the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play results. Yes, you guys have been casting your votes, and there were 4 submissions. It starts with none other than Brolan. It was a Magisk oopsie, though. It was over on Dust 2, and we saw him accidentally bring the bomb to B. It forced an overcommitment of Astralis, and this was how the young Swede dealt with it.
Yeah, the org in hand. He's pretty good at the scoped weaponry, as JW just pointed out there. But we move on to Crimson now 5-7. This was a huge play here. Managing to get 4 kills in total. It was the AK-47 to close things out and keep Fnatic in contention there for Dust 2. This is where things got a little bit crazy, Chad. Why don't you take us away?
Yeah, well, when you're going up a ladder with an AWP, you're not meant to be able to hit shots like that. But JW has been doing some very naughty things recently, but not as naughty as this. Brolan, oh my God.
Disgusting. You shouldn't be able to do that, but it was enough to get them round 15 on the board and ultimately their victory there. It felt like Astralis had done enough to actually get themselves a regulation victory, but there it was, Fnatic managing to do it in true Fnatic style.
That should be the winner. I know the vote's already tallied, right?
Yeah.
The vote's already in, it's submitted. That should be the winner, Alex. Can you present it to us?
Let's take a look at your results then and see exactly who has taken it. Does look
Here
like...
we go.
Okay.
You know what? I'm actually glad because I'd like to see it again. Can we do that one more time if that's all right? Because my goodness, this is the flash of players he sees. Keep your eyes towards Coffins. That was it. A single shadow and a double headshot, even a third added on to the tally. 4 in total, but it is these 2. Look at that, in slow-mo, catches a glimpse, a little bit of tracer fire, and the fact he gets both kills is nonsense. So you guys agree with us, that's definitely your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power play of the first game. There are 2 more best of 3s coming, though. There is so much more just around the corner. Na'Vi OG is on the way, and I think we should just go ahead and take a break right now because we have to catch our breath. We do have 2 more best of 3s. Of course, Trace, Harry, Hugo will be back in action for the 3rd, but we will stick with you and stand by you for Na'Vi OG. See you then.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Two boxes to get my knee. Ah! Where's it gone? Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Cause you not my team Bob. Shorty, I know. Why you always tripping like you talk? Cause you not my team Bob. My team Bob.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
our second game of the day on the second day of the second stage. My goodness, it's a lot of seconds, and nobody here on the screen wants to come second in this head-to-head. It's Na'Vi and OG. We get to see two different ends of the Counter-Strike top-tier spectrum right now. They're clashing, and with very different stories, of course, of the two different squads, the two groups of 5 that are going to be clashing in the server today. Henry, I mean, we've got Na'Vi coming into this one as, you know, the Katowice champions, #1 in the world.
Just took down Astralis as well.
Just took down Astralis. Then you've got OG, this wild card. I mean, we have probably 5 established names, and then this wild card that is beyond a lot of people's understanding and comprehension right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts in EPL at this point. This is another interesting matchup here. It didn't make a lot of sense in the group stages as to why OG looked so fantastic out of the gate, then kind of dropped off towards the end. They did get through to stage 2, but now up against Na'Vi, taking down Astralis yesterday 2-1. It was actually a deficit of 16-5 to kick things off against Inferno. They did bounce back on Dust 2 though and looked much stronger. Na'Vi, a little bit inconsistent at times, but generally speaking, considered to be the world's best at this point.
Yeah, well, they've got the best player in the world in their team of Simple, and I think Electronic is up in the conversation of definitely a top 5 player in the world on a hugely consistent basis, and he seems to think that he can get even better, right? After Katowice, we heard from Electronic, he was like, oh, I wasn't happy with my performance. Mate, you just won. You just won the final. You just stomped G2 out of the server. Maybe give us a smile. Maybe crack us something right there. But, you know, Na'Vi coming into this are such a deadly prospect. And over there in Katowice, when they won, when they took down Astralis, you know, I made it was a bold statement for the time because they haven't played enough Counter-Strike, really. I said it was a new world order, right? Because I'm seeing a transition away from Astralis being dominant now. They are bleeding. The gods that once were are now being taken down time and time again. So everybody's caught up. We have a new generation of Counter-Strike right now that's being played, and Na'Vi, they're looking poised with Blade behind them as the coach to be one scary prospect.
That's a good point of Blade behind them as well. It's the old guard of Counter-Strike that is slowly being kind of forced out. And we're seeing them kind of actually drop off slightly as well. Yeah, so some of the younger boys that are sticking up, and they're the ones that are actually turning heads left and right now, especially the new in-game leader of Na'Vi, Boomich. He seems to be getting better and better. Remember, they had Zeus before. They struggled with him. Sure, the tactics were there, and he was a good, strong leader, but he didn't have the fragging power to go along with it. Now it seems like they got the full package here, and everyone's kind of on the same page, as it were. They seem like they're a good unit. They seem like a proper team. There's no massive egos or issues of arguments or anything going on like that, and they're lifting trophies and actually getting good results here at EPL as well.
Yeah, I'm sure there's probably no complaints from the Na'Vi camp. They have, of course, had their fair share of woes just to get here. There was the first stage, but enough said. They're in stage 2 and eventually topping their group to get that bye. We didn't see them at the play-ins. We did, however, see OG. They managed to take the scalp of Vitality, which was quite the heavy blow.
MBK getting revenge. I think that's probably the best way to frame that matchup right there. But as you can see OG on your screen, notice the numbers next to the name at the top there. 24th, as per the ESO World Ranking, they're 24th in the world, and Na'Vi are #1. So there's a bit of a disparity. We tried to point that out on the telestrator for everybody yesterday, just how out of their depth they could be. But with this team, you need to note a few names. Mantu is the top fragger. He's the top man that they've got going on right there. It's the supporting cast, which is a little bit inconsistent. MBK's been playing at a decent level or above his level in recent times compared to his normal stats for the team. We've had some good moments from Issa, but he now finds himself in the bottom 5 performers with Perfecto.
Sure.
This is just for stage 2, by the way. It's only taking into yesterday's game, so small sample size.
They played yesterday as well, right? They played against Mouse Sports, and they did lose 2-0, but they were very close games. It was like right down to the wire. It was 16-14 on Nuke and 16-11 on Train. We did have Robs and Frozen going out of their mind for Mouse Sports at that point as well, which has been a common trend in EPL. So understandably, they did give that one up.
Yeah, I understand that one. And talking of supporting staff, I mean, not only just in the server, but of course standing behind them as well, we do have Blade, coach of Na'Vi, waiting in the wings, and hopefully we're going to pull some answers out of him. Often, can you hear us?
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yes, fantastic. Hey, Blade. So I actually wanted to ask you a question straight out of the gate, which was, could you tell us what you would describe Perfecto's role in the team as? What is this newest addition to Na'Vi? What is his role within the squad?
Well, he's mostly anchor on city side for most maps, but we also trying to let him get a lot of experience, more experience to communicate in a better way, to think much faster and make better decisions. And maybe he has such a playstyle, he can transit even in a playmaker in the future. I think it depends. So for now, I think he's just makes the puzzle, like 5th element for our team. And on T side, he also can be entry fragger. He can go first for giving space for other players like Electronic, Simple. So for T side he's doing mostly the same role as Boomich, but if we're not executing, for example, he's trying to control the map as a lurker.
Okay, so when you scouted to get Perfecto, he was in Simon Gaming, he was good at holding that B bomb site on Dust 2. That's about all that I had really seen of him. Now when he is these B bomb site anchors on the CT side that you're talking about, he's having to clutch a lot in certain situations. Was clutching something that you had noticed when you were scouting for him as a key to his gameplay, or is this a newer addition that's come on through with the role that he's found himself in?
No, actually, it was a huge surprise for me the way he is clutching, because we were expecting for him not such confident play in such stressful situations, and we were really surprised, and it's a really good addition as we see now, because he actually took a lot of clashes in Katowice, for example, and he still keep doing that. So yeah, it's great, I think.
Blade, you've had a very long and illustrious career. It came up on the screen just now saying you were competing from 2003 to 2018. You're one of the players that's transitioned over to his coaching position. Does this satisfy your Counter-Strike urge? Do you feel like this is a role that you enjoy and you thrive in, knowing that you are an in-game leader naturally? How are you finding this general role?
Of course, I was in-game leader like from I think 2004. Before that, I was just aimer, and at that time it was not such a huge. The scene wasn't such huge, and it was not so professional. But year by year, it was getting better, and I was improving too. And at the moment, I think the coach role is the best for me, because as we see at this age, not a lot of players are in like top teams, you know. For example, Forest, maybe some, I don't even.
Well, you had like Zeus removed from Navi previously, right?
So mostly, I think you can be tier 1 player, and you can win tournaments after 30 years age, and so I think that actually. Maybe in future, you know, there will be some player who will do this. Of course, it's limits all in your head, but still, I think that this role at this moment fits me a lot. I know a lot about this game, and my brain is mostly like to analyze a lot of stuff, and I see like how other teams play, and I think I like it a lot, yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're still getting that Counter-Strike fix, a game you've dedicated yourself to for so long, still being able to control, and now currently the world's best team. And I wanted to ask you a question actually about the game versus Astralis yesterday. You guys win. You beat Astralis. You've done it twice now, one offline, one online. My question is with that game coming up yesterday, you can't seriously have only, have only a day to prepare for OG. I mean, have you put all your resources into beating Astralis, that this OG game's been a bit of a back burner, or have you given both due diligence?
Well, the schedule actually really tight. You have 5 games in a row, and you can't prepare for every team in a proper way. Like,
yeah, of course.
I mean, for example, you can only prepare for the first match because you know it before, but we had some days off, and we actually could expect some teams and made preparation for them before, but we didn't know like for sure what teams will be, and we mostly trying to focus on our game, like I think like 70%, and 30% we are leaving for analyzing and preparations for specific teams. So after yesterday's game, we didn't have a lot of time, but we made a good veto today. So it was good plan for that. There was a good plan, and I think the maps fits us a lot. And with such schedule, I think it depends a lot on what maps will be in the match eventually. Because I mean, for tomorrow there will be another opponent, and you need to know what team is what best map for each team, you know, because if you will go only with your vision and only with your game without and analyzing, you can just end up with some really messy play on some map where our team is much better. So we are blind, and you're just playing your game. I think it's stupid if teams are doing that a lot. It's too a little bit arrogant, I think.
Yeah.
Because so it's better always to have some preparation. So basically, the schedule is like I wake up, start to watch demos for our opponent and see what is the weaker map we can pick, what is the stronger map we want to avoid, and we're doing some game plan. But yeah, it's really uncomfortable that we have so much less time, but it's still it is what it is. Everyone is the same conditions.
Thank you very much, Blade. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to seeing you play. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
It's going to be a big one. Na'Vi OG is going to be coming up next. And I want to set sights on their opponent just because that interview did eat up a lot of time, and we've got a lot to talk about with their opponent as well. Now, OG, they aren't going to be giving us a live interview, but they did sit down and give us something to talk about all the same. Let's hear what MBK had to say ahead of this big day.
There was no specific goal. I personally want to be around the top 10 rank by summer of 2020. It changed a little bit because of obviously the fact that we have to play everything online, and it's a bit different than playing online. Not that it doesn't help us, but it's always better to be able to perform online. So I mean, we've had an okay start considering the fact that we go into a lot of struggle as an international team, but no specific number was set when we formed the team. It was just like, let's play and fix the mistakes along the way. If you want to make it to big tournaments, you will typically have to play a lot of online qualifiers as a new team. We did not really do that, except Katowice and Rio. Why is that? So we already participated in a pretty solid amount of LANs. We did not do qualifiers, for example, for DreamHack Opens because we had invites into other tournaments where there were some top teams. So it's not that we didn't want to, it's just we did some, and we tried our best at those, while trying to climb up the ranking through the LAN that we were invited to, right? So that was the main thing for us, to just participate and really focus on those LAN tournaments, and try to get invites through that part of the ranking. Yeah, we did some, like both that we participated in, Katowice and Rio, didn't really go well. But I mean, it was good experience for us to learn and move forward from there. Is there any kind of pressure coming from the organization? Any goals they set? Not really, no. Basically, the mindset of OG is to just perform to the best of our abilities and do everything we can to be at that level and potential. And because the idea is that when you reach that, you're going to be one of the top teams no matter what, because of the caliber of players we have in the roster. So this is the main thing that the organization and we are putting pressure on ourselves to attain that goal, and that's pretty much it. It's all about performing to the best of our abilities, literally, and then see from there where our limits are. How close are you to set goals? What do you think about your current situation? I mean, I think we're getting closer for sure, although it doesn't necessarily reflect in all the rankings, especially here at EPL online. We clearly started playing a bit different in the term that we started playing like a real top team and as a real unit, which is the most important for me and for the roster to perform. It's really a matter of playing together, not doing individual moves, being in the same direction and doing the same things, and not divert from the plan. So definitely getting closer to playing like a real top team consistently. But the key is going to be can we make it consistent? Can we make it, day in and day out to perform like that? It's obviously on the cards and a possibility. Right now we've had ups and downs so far, but if we can all stay in the same mindset and perform the way we're performing right now, we're close to overperforming our goals, if you will, which is obviously a good thing to think about.
That was NBK there, one of the key and integral parts of the OG machine. And he talked a little bit about doing something consistently. And that's actually been probably the word that's been often following OG's name during our discussions through stage 1.
Yeah, in their fledgling kind of months, we saw them attend their first event at the Summit, and we thought that's where you're going to see whatever this team would be explosive and exciting. A little bit flat, to be honest with you, but they have been getting better and better. This EPL season for them has been a bit of a swan song. We've seen what they're truly made of and how much tenacity and how much star power is within their ranks. Sure, not as consistent as we'd like. They definitely have a lot of errors they need to sort out and some players that need to step up. But generally speaking, the project's looking pretty successful, I would say.
Yeah, when things are working, it looks good, but you can tell when there is the breakdown of the things that we've highlighted, right? It's an international roster. It's the first for quite a few of the names in there. We're also talking about the fact that star fraggers are kind of lacking. The name value is there, but in terms of statistics, it's not. If Mantu, a player that a lot of us hadn't heard of, is your highest rated player over the, 50 maps that you've played, you have a couple of issues right there. We've got the stats on screen for you, and what I want you to notice is MBK's name towards the top there of the fragging chart. He, throughout this Pro League season, has been playing above his traditional level and rating for OG since being in the roster.
Issa up there as well. We want him to be near the very top. I said before, against Mouse Sports, he didn't seem to arrive. Alexi B has been struggling this season as well. He said it himself. He feels like he's playing like a bot at this point. And he's a great in-game leader. We've seen some of their mid-round moves look amazing. But his individual form, he knows it himself, needs to be a higher caliber if they want to be a world-class team. Yeah, no, certainly. And it's even more impressive to me when you look at Simple Electronic, the fact that they've got more kills than OG and they've played at 3 less maps already. I mean, that's just from one series.
Those two are farmers. They love to get out there.
Straight up, they got their pitchforks and their whatever those are called, hose. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
A hoe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Okay,
so.
so they're using their various tools. We can get the veto out on getting rock and rolling because by trade.
This is a big
hold
veto.
up a second.
He said he had a good one, right?
But there's no Vertigo banned in the first phase, which neither team plays. So they're floating Vertigo through to the second phase. OG will pick Inferno. We've seen them do that a little bit. They also started default
they
Dust
picked
2.
Vertigo. Surely not.
No, there's no chance. Both teams are calling each other's bluff. So when you have two teams who ban the first map, it's calling each other's bluff of if you want to float it. So one of the two teams will be removing it here. OG will do exactly that. They don't want to leave it just in case Na'Vi have been practicing it. And Dust 2 as the third and decider there. Both teams will be happy with that. But Na'Vi probably more so, I would say. They're looking pretty good on Dust 2.
The Dust 2 finisher, yeah. It's almost like OG have been presented with you better finish in 2 if you want to have a chance, because Na'Vi's Dust 2 looked deadly again.
Inferno's a worry as well. I think that, look, we had Nico come on the other day and he was interviewed before the OG game and he said it should be 2-0. I have the same sentiment for this game. The problem is, and it's what you were asking Blade about, Alex, the terms of preparation for OG. Did you put all your eggs in one basket just to beat Astralis? Or do you have the mindset, have you been able to prepare enough to be able to take on the smallest fish in this second stage of OG? Because if you come here a little bit lackadaisical, you're not giving it 100%, there's some key gaps for Na'Vi, OG can be dangerous. We've seen them be able to mount back into games.
Of course.
And that's the worrying factor here.
Yeah, they had a flying start, remember 3-0 to kick things off, but it did start to trail off towards the end of the first stage of tournament. Winning against Vitality and
it's a big win.
The
play-ins,
it was cool just to get us here. They did drop the Mouse Sports. It's Na'Vi beating Astralis. They certainly are in great form right now, but as we mentioned, it could be down to preparation at this point.
Yeah, and something that I think is easily forgotten once we start taking a look at just the head-to-head or the final result was that actually the first map of that series, OG were playing versus Vitality, they lost like 16. Wait, I had it in front of me, 16-4? Yeah, 16-4.
Yeah.
So the fact that they managed to not only reset their mindset, but get stomped and then reverse sweep Vitality, it is impressive. And they are certainly statistically and from the eye test performing much higher than than expected. And I think above expectations is kind of the motto that we heard NBK reciting, is saying if we can maintain that, we're actually going to exceed our expectations.
Yeah, the problem is, and it once again, first of all, time is needed for all of these teams when they come together. Then we've heard it from the team, and they have obviously the Dota 2 team there who have been able to help them with bringing an international squad together. But you also have a bunch of guys who all look at the world differently. They're from different cultural backgrounds, and you bring them together. You have to get over that barrier, then the communication barrier. Then how do you want to approach the game? Then we had in-game leader issues. Valda and MBK talking too much, not letting Alexi B call. Okay, now we've covered that. Where's the fragging power coming from? Issa with some good games. MBK with some good games. Mantu looking consistent. Valda dropping off. Valda good in a game. There's no consistency. There's no baseline. Let me tell you what the baseline is for Na'Vi. Simple and Electronic are coming to wreck you. That is it. That's what we're expecting every time we go into a Na'Vi game. We're expecting 4 spies, Deagle rounds, AWP highlights, everything. From OG, there's just not enough to know what to expect just yet, and that's why I can't be convinced. If they come in, they push Na'Vi today, maybe maybe I'll be converted. Give me that jersey over there. I might put it on.
If they get a map, sure. But if it gets to Dust 2, I feel like it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
I feel like Na'Vi is going to be too strong. Electronic, especially on Dust 2, his T-side play, he's got records on that map. His short catwalk positional play is just, it's insane. There's not much you can do to fend them off. Even though they play a very traditional style game, they focus a lot towards the long area. It's very difficult to shut them down, even if you know they're coming after you.
And something that can easily be swept under the rug as well is Boomic's fragging capacity.
Yeah.
This in-game leader has, in the same vein as perhaps G2 with Nexa, he can just pop off and drop 30 at times.
We'll expect him now on Inferno, CT side for Na'Vi, just running down Banana like a man possessed. You're going to have Flamey backing him up, and then you're going to have Electronic anchoring that pit position, making it look perfect. Yes, perfect.
Just like you, Chad.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, there we have it. It's all laid out there. There is going to be some fireworks here on Inferno, that's for sure, as Na'Vi and OG clash on the cobbled streets of Inferno here. It's going to be the first map of the best of 3, the second for each of these teams in Stage 2. It's OG 0 and 1, Na'Vi 1 and 0, and it'll be Na'Vi to start on the CT side of the pick of OG here. The CZ comes out once again in the CT pistol. Normally goes towards the boiler room position, but for now it heads towards Banana with 4 other players. And we're going to see Simple patrolling down towards T-steps.
So many players stacked up early on Banana, and it's actually going to be Boomich. He said he'd be pushing down Banana. Well, OG could count on it too. His aggressive move with the CZ has left a powerful weapon lying down Banana. And now the aggression continues, jumping for info. Perfecto confirms there's a lot of them there. He'll go down, but not in vain. I say that, Alexi's insane. Electronic, he couldn't handle the moves of Alexi. He was wiggling left and right on the reload, converts a second, and already into the site with all 5 hearts still beating. OG, they have managed to find a flawless pistol round. I say flawless, Simple could have something to say about that, but he's squandered his shots as well. And oh my God, could somebody finish the job? Please, good grief, there it is. Issa will confirm it.
I don't like that. Whoever just jumped at Simple with the knife, you don't know who you're playing.
You're anchoring the beast.
You should not be doing that. It's not like JW running at you. You're expecting it. If that's not in your game plan, you're doing that to Simple. You should probably be reconsidering your action. This is the pistol round.
You're starting the best of 3 off to a particular note that Simple does not take too kindly.
Well, crisis averted. They do have a clean sheet there after the pistol round. All 5 players survived, and they'll bring out the Galils, a single AK, and a rare MP5 is spotted out in the wild.
You're a bit of a fan, aren't you, Hank?
I am a huge fan of the MP5. Takes me way back, and we'll see the smokes exchange now. Trying to hold on to Banana. Boomich will do his best there with a smoke towards half wall. He's always combative in this area. Got a flashbang set up from his teammate as well. Flamey ready and waiting to deploy it. Boomich will call for the flashbang once the smoke dissipates. I assume he swings. Does it come through? Waiting for his moment.
Waiting for any sort of pin being pulled, a step. And that's the cue. Flash comes over and nobody's home. Whoop! But then he jumps again and gets more than he bargained for. Does pull some utility out of OG. That's nice. Now they will take that control. All that space Boomich has foregone. Now under the OG control. A second flashbang has been utilized to force them back off the line.
This is very well done. Normally we'd just see teams turtle up in the bomb site and use the smokes within the choke point. By doing that, they've actually made them expend more utility to get sandbag control, and now they've had to second guess. The B bomb site smoke has just been dropped by Flamey, so that's bought them until roughly 30-ish seconds. And there's 3 players waiting on A right now. They have smokes of their own.
They certainly do. Smokes towards Arch and Lively from the T side. Molotov towards the pit, but Simple, this is the sort of position he will thrive in. Misses the first Eagle shot, and they'll swing on him with multiple players. That's what you have to do these days against him. But here we go, towards the pit. It's Electronic with the 5-7. Strikes first, Perfecto. Can't find a kill with the CZ, but he has inflicted serious damage. Could be enough for Electronic to close this one off. That kill comes through towards Graveyard, and the bomb has been planted. It's Valda now with the Galil. 2 versus 1. They know he's isolated on the bomb site.
So 1 pit, 1 short. He knows where they're both coming from, and already Electronic gets the info. Flamey swings in, and Na'Vi collect. Electronic, their star of the second round show. He ensures that OG will not get off to that 3-0 start.
Yeah, I just think Boomich being more aggressive than you would normally expect in that kind of banana situation at roughly a minute left on the clock was actually the game winner right there, because they had more angles they had to worry about than normal at that point in the game. So That's really well done from Na'Vi, and they've stolen it back just as quick as they lost that pistol. We're going to forget about that quick smart.
Yeah, you described it before. I'd like you just to reiterate. You were describing the Boomich aggressive play forced a lot of utility out of
Yeah.
OG.
So normally what would happen is the B defenders would have to be passive because they're scared of all the nades.
So they'd be on site, on boxes, waiting.
Na'Vi played more transitional, right? They didn't just commit at the start of the round. They waited for some contact. Then they dropped the half-wall smoke. Then he pushed out. Then he flashed. On the flash, they expend extra utility. Then they have to clear more corners. Then they drop flamey smoke. At that point, like we saw, it was roughly 45 seconds on the clock, and the AWP's already out.
Of course it is. Simple will be showing us what he's made of here on Inferno. The CT side is a bit of an AWP's dream. You have many options at the start of each and every round. You can be dynamic, you can be aggressive, you can be defensive. You pretty much dictate how the rounds are played. We'll see whether he can start to come online here up against the force buy of OG. Of course, after winning the pistol, the second round fell short. And they find themselves here with a single Krieg, a MAC-10, a few Deagles, and looking for that basic control. Flashbang towards middle after the smoke towards Arch. MBK confirms the quad is clear. Boomich again. You can see this setup they have. Boomich to get information. When he feels like they're close, Flamey will have the flashbang ready and waiting. He'll get a couple, fall back. Job's a good one.
Yeah, you can hear the steps. Oh,
A little bit off this time.
Bit off. And that could be the explosion onto the B site. Alexi's just cracked it open with a MAC-10.
No head armor. He has 1,200 left.
Yeah, didn't fancy it.
What?
Perhaps going to cost him.
I guess maybe he's like, it's either $1,000 or take the risk. Maybe he didn't have 100 armor.
Didn't like the risk.
Yeah.
Costly one, because now we continue our trading rounds. It's going to be 3 on the trot, going back and forth. OG, thanks to Mr. Alexi, he called himself a talking decoy on Twitter. Well, he's going to be looking to bounce back.
That's what he said, not a bot, talking decoy. That's what he said. I knew it was something along that vein. That is funny. But he at least he made the talking part clear, because he still is calling and they're still looking good mid-round. It's just his individual fragging hasn't been amazing at this point. But this round was. He manages to get 2 of the only kills found here in round number 3.
Those
and this
kills
was
are
the
like,
force buy.
They're like Carrigan kills though, right?
They are exactly like Carrigan kills. Yeah, like towards B, you're on a low buy, you've snuck through, you've caught them with the nades out, and you've managed to make them look a little bit
Because he's probably more aware of the Na'Vi 2-man setup than we are.
I don't like that setup, I'll be honest with you. So when Boomich jumped up, he spotted 2 or 3. Why is Flamey not flashing as soon as you spot them? Why is he like holding on to the last possible moment and the fact he can kill him before the flashes even come off? Like as soon as you spot them, you're alone, you're isolated, you need those flashes to come through. Flamey needs to be repositioning to help you out. He needs to flash, knife out, get to the corner, start battling with you.
But that's on Boomich to call it, right? So if Boomich doesn't call for it...
I feel like he is stubborn on that side of the map though. Like the fact he goes sandbags like every round, even though teams are nading him, it feels like he wants to dominate the area and show that he can handle himself.
Yeah.
But I think OG are going to exploit that. If I was playing against Na'Vi, that's what I'd be focusing on as well. We know this guy is super aggressive and he has very familiar tendencies that we can play off and hopefully exploit.
Yeah, we have lost Flamey, a quick PC crash, so I'm sure we'll be back into the server shortly. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a large technical issue, but just getting everything restarted and reset. We'll be getting the 5th man back in for the... This is going to be a new type of Counter-Strike, actually. It's going to be 2 T sides, both running to separate bomb sites.
Only bomb sites.
Everyone's planting bombs.
As quick as you can.
As fast as you can.
So that's where players like myself,
Charges
MBK, they really come in because we're used to planting the bomb. We usually get left with that type of
So you got the optimized routes?
Yeah, you just know how to get that bomb down. You hold that button, it's real difficult
I've
these
been
days.
practicing recently, but yeah, getting that bomb down in the fictional sense, of course. We haven't actually got 5v5 T sides. Instead, we are back, and so is Flamey, so we can get the round 4 back into action. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not we're going to be getting Issa in anywhere aggressive positions with his early SMG. He's known for being a bit of a bloodlust, but for now, he's just going to be heading into the early apps control.
So Simple's over here with the AWP early to deal with any aggression. He won't find anything and will be very quickly pushed on back by this utility. The deep Molotov now holding him at bay. They want to try and trap Boomich in. As Henry was talking about, he loves that sandbag position, so expect a lot of HEs to be thrown over there. Smoke towards CT is going to land and obscure his vision completely. So if he wants to hang around towards B, well, this was one choice.
Certainly is that choice. We'll see whether it works out for him. Molotov's going over. You can see they look like they might want to flash over and go for this. Boomich fancies it again. Loves the fighter banana, it seems. But he'll peel on back. Smoke down. Simple. Still considering his options. Could be boosted behind half wall here.
They can play 4A now, though, with that ult there. So that's quite a key rotation. But the problem is, a lot of this time they've left Arch open. So you can see how slow this Na'Vi rotation needs to be. Simple whiffing on the pistol round. I don't know about you guys, but that's not something we see too often. I was expecting him to get a couple of kills. I was actually thinking on that pistol round, when it was 1v5, Simple was going to have a real crack at it.
You had that much faith in him?
Yeah.
Damn. He has been given a friend now. Boomich in support at New Box. And that's his first challenge. Alexi just dips his toe into the water at B, says, too hot, too hot. And now going to be joining the rest of his bears over on the A site. Perfecto is playing close in the very passive hold. Look how much room NBK's got. And oh, they're so flashed. He still gets the shot, but if Perfecto could just stop the plant, 5-4 as the bomb goes in, just enough.
Yeah, they've got it. Wow. You don't see rounds like that every day. There's still a chance they could give it up. Is there an NBK at low? A frag from Flamey might open up the door opportunity here. They are still towards Boiler and bottom of middle here. It doesn't look like there'll be much of a chance of winning this round, but they have got a kit. Boomich with the 5-7 will at least have a little look towards quad, but the retake's been called off. They're just going to hold on to the sniper almost certainly here.
The thing is, with how risky that was by OG, if Electronic gets a kill from the pit or Perfecto gets a kill from the site and either of those two individuals kills the bomb planter and it's loose and they scramble and they can't find it, well, they lose the rounds. And then it wouldn't even feel like they gave themselves a chance because they didn't allow enough time. But very lucky to get away with that one right there, OG. Good poise under pressure. Continuously learning more about this.
10 seconds on the clock and their final commitment towards A came through. Luckily, MBK opened things up. If he doesn't get that kill, it all falls apart there and then. But he ends up getting 2 in the end. Chad did say his individual level has been impressive as of late, and there's a good display of it as we get into another eco scenario. But there is going to be an AWP, a bit of stabbage and spawn, but that's to be expected these days. And we'll see Simple try and win the round single-handedly, and he certainly is capable of doing so.
Certainly capable, but not if they just rush B. He's going to be perhaps flashed in again. Boomich standing his ground. Simple boosted up for the frag onto NBK. Now the floodgates open on B. Flamey, that's trajectory is going to have them looking for you. They're waiting, they're flashing, and Issa's got the open sight. Just 1 kill is all it took. After the loss of Boomich, Simple will just be forced to save yet again. Nice work from Na'Vi to at least try and set Simple up for success. A boost on the pallet enabled a quick frag onto NBK, but that will be all they pull out of this one.
Does this feel par for the course for Na'Vi and anyone else, though? To start with the force buys, and when they lose, they're always going to find themselves down a hole because their gameplay is very risky.
They like a force buy, don't they? Because when they win them so often, but the rounds they don't, it's notable. You can feel it really hinder them on their CT campaigns especially. So they do take the AWP and an AK-47 here, but they are 4-1 down. OG, this is the pick as well of them. So they're doing a great job on the T side of this stage. They are going to have 3 players survive on the CT side, but so far so good. Their money's racking up quite nicely. You get $3,500 per player by winning via explosion. So Na'Vi might even boost themselves now with a full buy. We'll see what's on the agenda. Round 6 coming up. No investment just yet. Might be a tactical timeout. Blade is available to them if required. Simple drops over an M4 towards Flamey.
He's got his AWP that he can pick up.
No one else buying anything just yet. And they decided to do it after freeze time. Unconventional.
You don't love it.
Don't know why teams do this. I really could just take a timeout if you don't know.
It's not that hard to manage the guns.
Yeah,
I used to do it for my entire team.
If you're any sort of doubt, you've got 4 timeouts available, to mean you're not stuck in spawn. Either way, it doesn't seem to matter too much.
Sandbags.
Well, he might learn his lesson now, surely.
No, this happened to them in their opening games as well. Do you remember when we were kicking this off? We were watching them, and the same thing happened to Boomich in their opening game.
It's not even like there's any rhyme or reason behind it, Chad, because there's no one with him. He's got 2 players on the site, and everyone knows Boomich goes sandbag. Now OG have got a firm read on it. They're killing him consistently. Why is he still doing it?
They even double-checked the sandbags in case it was all...
Like, I just don't understand it, why you would go there again. It doesn't compute. If you had players behind you, or kind of get it. If you've got Simple, the orb kind of challenging the corner and protecting you, sure. But when there's just 2 grenade kills and a Molotov, 2 grenade thrown, that's all takes you down, and they don't even see you, that's a problem for me.
Yeah, understandable. They're going to see a quad and a smoke for the quad. That's going to completely flush out any CT presence that was there. Nobody's home, though. So what's Alexi got in store for us here? They managed to get the opening pick on B, and
he cops some bullets from Valda in the head.
Just slapped his in-game leader down to 39.
Yeah.
There's been a bit of a... Oh no, now Simple's missing shots. What game is this? Who are these people? This is a Na'Vi OG. Maybe it is, because Perfecto's holding pit. Mantu's relieved the pressure. Flamey's on B. Another round for OG.
Simple's missed some shots that he would normally be hitting so far. So this is a very, very slow start from Na'Vi. OG have come to play today. This is what we want to see. This team is still in its fledgling state. They've only come together, well, it was last year, but as far as Counter-Strike's concerned, it's a brand new core, it's a brand new team, a brand new direction, and they have to prove themselves to the Counter-Strike world, and this is a great way to do it. Against Na'Vi early, the current world #1, looking good. 5-1 scoreline. Shots not hitting for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, you don't say that too often, do you? But they do need to tighten things up. Boomich cannot go down consistently. 0-5 right now. It's got to be a wake-up call. He's the in-game leader, supposed to be the brains behind the operation here. It's quite a glaring one in terms of the issues right now. As 3 players do survive for OG, their money just getting into a very promising scenario. Alexi B with $10,000. 6 kills, 1 death. That decoy is certainly doing a lot today. So this is where nade to the face, Molotov down. You can see him just dropping the smoke as well. It's already too late, as Mantu hasn't done much with the orb so far, but this was a very influential kill to take down his rival in the form of Simple, who did miss a key shot there. 5-1, and the US Air Force tactical timeout is called. The first for Na'Vi. Probably could have used it in the previous round, considering the scramble to get weapons after freeze time, but they have got a saved M4. So Flamey can drop 1 more rifle. Perfecto could even drop an orb. It would be a really scrappy buy, and I would say just take this one on the chin, Chad, and then focus on the gun rounds from here, because everything's just been too compromised so far.
Yeah, allow yourself to realize why you're in this hole, and then dig yourself out moving forward, because we're not going to see this team... Well, actually, I tell a lie. Maybe they will win a round with some deagles and smokes, right? That is the capability of Na'Vi.
Of course.
I think we just have to lump them in with that. But in terms of the approach so far, it doesn't feel like whatever their game plan was, it's working, because we're seeing missed shots. We're seeing them give away opening frags. That's the stuff they need to adjust on here. But the problem is OG are now dictating the pace of this game. They get to decide where they want to go, and it's going to be quick up middle, straight to Simple. It's time for him to hit some shots.
Oh, that's the timing, though. He won't be getting the 1 dig to kick things off. Oh, I tell a lie, Chad. It's through the corner of the wall, but MBK and Valda will reply in due course there. A pair of frags found and a commitment towards the A site is called. You can see the rotating CTs now making their way back through. That's through Spawn as Electronic he'll retreat. He was in the apartments, and the A site is being confirmed as being clear. That should be enough to be said about round 7, as that will confirm it, actually. Nice shot from Mantu. Straight in towards the side of the head of Boomich, and Flame will have to save his M4A1S. Smokes down. Perfect round from OG.
I like how when they, and this is a really good approach, a lot of teams could do this, and the Krieg is going to allow a lot more of this. You don't necessarily always need to have that T-sided AWP, and we talk about how difficult it can be for most traditional AWPers to AWP on the T-side of Inferno. So just pick up the Krieg, use that as your AWP, have him holding the same lines. Something that you can be effective, you're a bit more agile, you're able to keep on moving around, find more impact within the rounds.
I think you're dead on. I think we'll see a lot less T-sided AWPs in general, just because of the expense it costs and the way they drop off in the mid-round stages. I feel like that's a good call. The Krieg seems to be more than enough.
And if you'll remember, Henry, last time we saw Na'Vi play, we were outlining how much we were seeing Simple on the Krieg and how it felt like he'd refined his spray. Perhaps that's something to look forward to as well.
Yeah, I feel like T-sides just need to be together at this point. And going in as a Wolfpack when the skill ceiling is so high at this point, just having grouped up players with rifles that can be nimble and agile. Sure, opening picks of the AWP are great and it's situational. I feel like they're going to be more focused around defeating very strong defenses at this point, but I don't think it's a requirement on the T side on any map to have an AWP. But can certainly be beneficial when you've got the likes of Simple on your team. We'll see how this one transpires. Flashes towards B, another potential rush. Is Boomich at the sandbags? You better believe he is. And he's gone down 0-7.
Full flash.
I'm not sure why this keeps being deployed. At least Issa will give them one back for free. I assume by jumping in his own Molotov, yes. But it's again, Boomich down. No one there to back him up, and he's 0-7. How many rounds does he have to give up before he realizes this isn't working? And Simple gets wrecked by MBK there. No Krieg to be spotted. AK to the face. That's a very difficult angle to hold on the CT side. You can only hold there for about 10 seconds or so, because you can only watch the steps. And if you can't see the right-hand side, they can actually see you on the wide swing and get the advantage. So 10, 15 seconds, and then you're quite vulnerable to the bedroom side.
OG are looking great. They're hitting every shot. They're decisive in where they want to go. They're finding the openings. Their game plan right now is pure perfection. And they still want to hit this B bomb site right here. Just posturing. They've got Valda tucked into that corner. To note, if any players were running Speedway, he would be able to hear those rotating footsteps. MBK going to do his best to try and draw any rotations over towards the A site, but nobody's home. Even if MBK finds the site open, I don't think they'll rotate back. They're just going to use him as late flank. This is still winnable for Na'Vi.
Okay, so he is going to be the flank. A gamble stack of the 3 remaining pieces. A boost onto Perfecto to avoid any mollies towards New Box. There are mollies being thrown in now, and a quick fight for Electronic. The spray connects to both. But as I say that...
This is enough. 10 seconds, Alex. Oh, what?
Okay. That was an amazing shot. that was an amazing shot.
It looked like he looked back and then came to like a second glance.
But the reason that he's still clearing the site and not just going for the plant is because Flamey with Boomich is the traditional B holder. The knowledge of players at this point in those scenarios, they all have that in the back of their head, and if they forget, well, someone else is telling them. So Mantu to run in there, he's just not going to lackadaisically try and plant the bomb. There's always a worry.
Flamey's always the B anchor, right? Like, if anyone's going to rotate, it's Boomich first. He'll normally die at the start of the round and leaving Flamey alone.
Where's Flamey? Where's Flamey? Where's Flamey?
This
there
shot,
he is.
though,
that was
like,
huge.
with 10 seconds, he had the bomb on his back. If Flamey gets that kill, round's over. Simple's been tagged again
but he found
at the start of the round, but he has got the kill. That's Valda taken out of the equation with a 7-1 down here. This is the pick of OG, and you can see them really focusing on some of the weaknesses. Boomich, again, aggressive towards me. If he goes down now.
There's no way. He's going to be forced to smoke out early, though. If you think about the grand scheme of this round, round 9, he's already been forced to utilize his smoke simply to retrieve from his aggressive position. Early advantage for Na'Vi. They need to start finding the rounds now. OG, the wild card as we described them, have already come in blazing. Na'Vi, we've seen some uncharacteristic performances from some of the individuals. Boomich's stubborn B hold has been plaguing them as well. Speaking of B, we are going to be seeing some utility thrown that way. Doesn't look like it's necessarily the full commitment. Flamey has to pull out his smoke immediately in response. And for the finish, there are 2 more smokes. You can see NBK is holding on to his. Alexi's already thrown his off. And a pop flash for the corner on the contact. Here comes Flamey, full white. Perfect from OG. Ooh. Oh my goodness, Mantu's a rifler as well.
Yeah. He was never supposed to be an AWPer in his career. He's told us in many different interviews now. He was just a secondary AWPer in alternate attacks. He just dabbled in it. He was born as a rifler, and you can see now the power he can harness given the opportunity. Fantastic work in 2 back-to-back rounds there from Mantu, managing to recover a 5-on-4 deficit. They didn't drop a single player upon entry there when they made their way towards B.
That pop flash from MBK,
Perfect.
Remember that one. I mean, like, straight up, if any of you are ever struggling with your B takes, that one flashbang will solve a lot of your woes.
How many kills have they even gotten on the B bomb site trying to defend? Flamey has 2 kills. Boomich has 0 kills.
Here's a stat for you. In opening duels, Simple is currently 4-0. Everyone else in his team is like 0-1, 0-4, 0-3. So he's the only one who's actually found any openings whatsoever. Boomich especially, he's 0-4 right now. So he's died first 4 times and not found any success on that B side with the aggressive swings.
Now in the past, I have been critical of the B hold, right? Because of how disjointed it is. But then in Katowice, they made it work. He just barreled down Banana. He seemed to just own everybody. Everything was cool. I'm like, oh, they've worked it out. There's that flash for you if you want to be able to throw that one. And here's the entry frags again.
I feel like that was when he was sussed out, though. That's when people realized that's what he does. That's when we all noticed he plays towards sandbags. That's when you have to change and adapt. And he's not doing that.
Well, the old setup with Zeus and Edward in the... Oh, it's fast B again. I don't know if I can watch.
He is committed to this, boys. He really is unrelenting at this point. If he goes down first again, Boomich got no backup. He got a smoke there.
He put out a nade in his hand.
This is a night. He's 0-9. Like, I know people probably think I bang on about mistakes and everything too much, but you're 0-9, you're the in-game leader, and you're dying first. You're now 0-5 in opening duels in the CD side of Inferno, and you're constantly pushing, and they're hitting all those shots. Why is there no adjustment? Why is there no one with you? And why are you so stubborn and taking that pick time and time again? You're 0-9 now. You've died every single round.
You're not even letting your A defenders have a chance, right? Because now they get left in a it's going to be a 2v5 on the A bomb site if it's an A execute, because they have to rotate one over towards B with the amount they've been abusing it, which means there's now a whole extra choke point to deal with. So you're stuck between multiple different areas on the map. In transition on the CT side is horrible.
This is baffling. I just can't work out. It's such a glaring issue. And it's still, they're allowing him to push alone. I would be stopping. I'd just be running down there with him. He kept doing it. I'd just join him and say, right, if you're going to do it, at least I'll back you up. If this is what we're doing, at least I'll go down with you, I suppose. Give us a fighting chance. But there it is, another 5-on-4. Not to say Na'Vi can't win this round, of course, with Simple hitting the shots he is. There's always a chance. With Valda trying to sneak his way in towards B. Not sure there's a boost set up, but they are watching towards CT spawn right now. That's Flamey. As the commitment comes in, Valda hits this in a lot of trouble. Which he does, he can even get out as well, so they have no idea where the finish is coming in.
Yeah, certainly going to keep Flamey stationary for a while. Now the flashes are being deployed. Electronic claws one back. This is his power position. Simple Electronic. We've seen them do it multiple times. And he's kept it honest. 2v2 as the bomb goes down. Electronic cannot contest. He waits for the come of Flamey through the smoke, aggressively challenging and winning the duel. Valda's a clutch, but he can't. And Electronic and Simple, without their contributions, the round would never have had a look in for Na'Vi.
Well, that's been a very common trend. If they start stepping up, Na'Vi will win rounds. And Electronic and Simple working in perfect harmony there on the A side from the pit and the bomb site. They had to dig deep. They had to find absolutely everything that was left in the fuel tank at that point, but it's enough. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 against Valda, but remember, he was taking another 20 HP after his interaction towards Bananas. So still, a very impressive round from OG to find his opening picks, and the money is so thin on the Na'Vi side. If they lose this, Chad, you can pretty much call the map down, I would say. They'll have nothing going forward. They do have the Simple AWP here, but MP9s for masses, it's going to be such a difficult round. He knows he has to step up here. Doesn't fully commit towards the T-steps, looking for the cross. Throws the incendiary to allow him to focus on second middle, and boom, it's the sandbags again. Be careful, those nades, my friend. He takes damage again. He's currently 0 and 9.
Oh, he's burning again.
How is he in the same position? It's so wild.
Watch him get a 3K right now. They're going to lock him in with a molly, forcing them to fight. So flashed, shooting bullets into the sky. He's running into teammates. He has retreated.
Let me talk you through why it's not horrible if he lives. It's not horrible if he lives because they just burnt 3 grenades, a bunch of Molotovs, some flashbangs,
when
and
it works, it's fine.
When it's not working, they're down 8-2. I'm with you, Henry. It has been pretty abysmal to this point.
But he is in sight now.
Simple is in CT spawn with the AWP. There's still plenty of smokes and flashes available. They don't have to commit towards B. Flash goes in. 3 CTs there. Simple. A little bit discombobulated. Oh, nice little smoke there.
You would be tempted just to hit B if you were OG, with considering how weak it's been and what you just had to deal with on the A bomb site. If it was me, I would be going the B bomb site for the rest of the game.
You've already had an MP9 on that side of the map as well, right? So that's even a strong reason to suggest that will be successful. Oh, lovely fade coming in. Look how convincing this is. They've got 4 players ready to go in towards B, and there's a full wall of smoke at A. You know, Simple and Electronic went ham in the previous round, and Boomich looking for his first frag. It's Flamey fending them off. Can Boomich do anything? Apparently not. He goes 0 and 10 as the bomb is planted. MBK, if he finds Simple here, the round is done. He might not even be going for this. He might have to hold on to the AWP.
Chad, could you just bring up in Skybox those A smokes? If that, oh, hang on, it might be a bit of a problem. I don't know if you can.
No, it should still work.
I just saw 5 smokes still on the A site as the bomb was being planted A. It felt like OG were in Banana when those smokes were landing on A. I want to understand how they even arrived at that.
Them?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a variation of a strategy we've seen them run already within the Pro League. They use it as a pocket strat to get themselves out of low-buy situations, but they've been able to use it here within a full gun round. So let me just see if I can get this all lined up for everybody. I believe this is the appropriate round, and we should be good to go. Just as Issa tries to chase down the remaining members.
Woo! There's a good frag.
All right, so they're lining up all the nades here. We were at about, what? Well, before that, weren't we? It was just before that. Here come the smokes. They're being thrown in from deep middle, so they're able to get to Banana quickly, and you can see how they're landing. They create this wall, and then you have the limp smoke out hauls by Issa to sell this fake completely here.
The idea is then you'd flash maybe 3 players out of the apartments and focus just on the pit, knowing that the bomb site can't battle you at all. So everyone's on panic mode, then they're dropping their smokes, they're trying to batten down the hatches towards the pit side, but it was so well done from OG there. You could see no chance of Na'Vi fending them off on the B side of the map, and it's an MP9 again for Boomich. Surely he's not rushing it. Yeah, okay, let's get back, reel it in. Let's take stock of this situation.
That's what they say about Na'Vi, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, they're always rushing.
Ah.
Oh, he's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I walked into it. He's got me. As we'll see, Boomich now, a bit more traditional play here, Chad.
Yeah. Maybe he'll get a kill off of it as well.
Yeah, time will tell. Not going to be on the front lines alone. As we'll see a 9-2 scoreline come in. Remember, this is a pick of OG, admittedly, but still very impressive so far. Pop flash from Manti being set up here. Designed to flash Simple, I'd imagine. Doesn't quite catch him, but he misses another shot here. Frag has to come from Electronic.
Where's the trade? He's so low. That's the trade they were looking for. Valda pays a heavy price. Simple continuing to find blood on the A assault, and I can't see a way in which he doesn't get a frag here. Oh, but a missed shot. Not the second. Mantu's gone down and thrown all onto Valda. Should very well be the third for Na'Vi. They know where he is. Simple called it. Boomich connects, and he gets his first. Even gets a rifle. What a treat.
To note, it wasn't at the B bomb site, though. So far at B, Boomich's impact has been almost 0. It hasn't been 0, but probably almost 0, I would say.
Sure.
It hasn't been a great look so far here. OG, on the other hand, have dealt with the standard Na'Vi, so the one that they could do, you know, prep on, very well, if we're going to look at that.
Na'Vi have 1 flash assist on the CT side of Inferno. Like, if ever there was a map to get flash assist on, like, how is that not happening? If you're sending a player aggressive out towards B, how is he not getting kills with flash assists off the back of them? Like, something is going quite dangerously wrong here for Na'Vi, but still recoverable. Even a 9-6 half, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Like, CSGO is balanced out with the Kree coming in, and the position it's in right now. Maps aren't as CT-sided just because of that one reason.
If they get 6 off the back of how this nightmare of a game started, Na'Vi will be laughing their way all the way to the bank. But OG, I feel that they've got at least 1 more in them. And Boomich has something to say about that. He'll stop it, but they're straight onto the side.
And Flamey's panicking. He's all alone. He's on an island right now.
Yep, and the smoke comes in, doesn't make things easier, that's for sure. But he gets a dink. Can he finish things off? Apparently not. They scramble to get the bomb down. Simple might have to boost one of these players above the smoke. He's trying to call for it now. Smoking off in front of the bomb site.
It's too obvious if the air boost, surely.
It's quite a deep smoke. It does mean that they can also push into pool and swing on the banana tee. Okay, fortunately he's behind the cover. Those bullets were never gonna hit, but bomb does get down. OG could very well be finding 10. At round 14, Simple desperately trying. Oh!
There it is, of course, of course.
He actually hit it! Yep. Unreal from Simple.
That could be enough.
It could very well, but Issa's flank should be enough to stop this in its tracks. Electronic has to find this duel onto Valda very soon, and Valda's playing a great job of just delaying, running out of bullets. Electronic only needed 2, though, and now he's onto the bomb. Going for the ninja. Spray's gonna be stopped. He's ninjering it. Issa can't find the bullets. That's not enough! And we will see Na'Vi take 4. Another Simple and Electronic credit does get given, and Electronic's even gonna grab his friend's secret rifle.
It takes a stained glass wall bang with the AWP, a full smoke defuse, an absolute pandemonium ensuing.
Oh my goodness.
But finally they get the round on the board there. It wasn't pretty, but still a 1 versus 1 found, and it will be 9-4. Na'Vi will have to limit the next round once again. Of course, that shot connects straight to the head, and I thought this was enough from Valda.
He's out of ammo here. Yeah, so Electronic has just had to defuse and dump that smoke. He was out of ammo in his rifle. Simple covering the shot onto Mantu. That was the round winner. Oh, again, the nades.
It's a rough one out there for Boomich right now.
He's choosing that rough life, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's trying his own nade tricks, but OG don't want anything to do with it. At the start of the round, the T's, if you just reflect back to that Fnatic versus Astralis game, were peppered on down like this. So that second nade that's come on through has at least found some damage. Let's put Alexi and Valda below the 100 HP mark, but lots of pressure on Na'Vi still. They all have defuse kits now, but still an MP9 out on the field in the hands of Perfecto. Utility now being baited on out. Just same situation from that of OG. They have 2 players over towards the apartment/boiler area. They're just patrolling this side of the map, making sure there's no aggression, making sure they can't hedge their bets with a 3-man stack over towards B, and then they just hold on to banana. Boomich hasn't been able to get it. They have been conditioned into not going aggressive throughout this game. So OG have done a great job at securing themselves real estate very, very early in all of these T rounds.
Yeah, and top middle, uncontested for now. Simple, more passive line. He's going to get smoked off here. 2 smokes. 1 library, 1 arch side. Simple has to hit the shots. He's been flashed off. They spotted him as well. He can't even retreat back to the site because they've got apartments control, but he does manage to take 1, kicking and screaming as he's shut down. Perfecto upgrades to the rifle thanks to the fragging of Electronic, and he's made the rifle find the head of Valda.
Yeah, this A site, it seems a little stronger than B. 8 seconds remaining. Issa won't be winning this round. It's Na'Vi holding on to what they can at this point. Is there another kill available? Apparently not. Perfecto will close things out there. After starting with an MP9, he does pick up the AK-47. Finally, it's the AWP to give it back to Simple at the end of the round as we go into number 15 here. Chad, you did say if Na'Vi got 9-6, they'd probably be feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah.
I tend to agree.
They can work with this. The thing is, it felt very, very dire for Na'Vi, but that's why I was saying it feels par for the course. When you do have such a risky strategy of investing early and relying on your individuals to be able to turn force buys on their head, you can find yourself down in a massive pit of rounds, and that's what Na'Vi have done here. But they are climbing themselves back out through the heroics of Electronic and Simple. Let's see if that's enough rungs on the ladder to get them back into this game, because so far OG have done everything as they should have. It's almost been by the book on the approach for how to take down Na'Vi's banana control.
Well then, Boomich in his usual position here. This time a little safer. It's the final round of this first half. OG haven't really had to eco at all, to be honest with you. After winning the pistol, they gave it that second round and then went on a spree of 7.
At the B-bomb site, mind you.
At the B-bomb site, over and over again. It's punishing this Boomich over-aggression. Speaking of which, he's there again. Flashbang, though, you can see him playing a very, very different game now.
A bit more cautious now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Immediately the rotate comes in from Simple. It is a different kettle of fish.
Well, MP9 for Boomich. Flamey could have dropped him a UMP, just to note. There was 2K available. Opted for the MP9 anyway, it's fine. And that's not. Electronic has been influential in their success so far. The little they found. And Perfecto, he'll have to be just that. Sits in the pit. Issa dunks on him, and that's the round.
Yeah, just jumping over his head. You can see what that did to Perfecto's crosshair. The Z-axis is not one that professional Counter-Strike players are particularly familiar with.
How far away are they?
They couldn't be further.
All right, well, I've got another smoke, another molly as well. That'll be going down just about now. Just making sure the site's clear, just in case. You never know.
There's no way you lose this round.
No, I couldn't even write it down how it would happen.
I would sell my house if they lost this round.
I don't have a house to
the
sell.
house you rent it.
Exactly.
You're going to sell that on unofficially on the market?
Exactly. That's how unlikely it is that they win.
Well, there it is, 10-5. A fantastic first half from OG on their map pick. Na'Vi, though, with enough to convince me they can bring this one back. We'll take a break. We'll be back with the second half very shortly with a bit more singing and dancing, perhaps.
I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well damn, you know I got it. Damn, you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. Let's go.
OG, OG. Don't forget the name, don't forget the letters. It has been quite the phenomenal start for them as they have broken into ESL Pro League, not only through the first stage, but sailing through the second, at least in their first half of their first game.
What's fascinating there, Chad, is Boomich actually had more ADR than Flamey. So it does go to say that he is at least doing damage with grenades and utility at the start of the round at least. Apart from that, not looking too great for Na'Vi as we go double digits on the T side for OG here. If they win the pistol, pretty much can call it done, but we know Na'Vi are a tenacious team.
And so did GG Bet.
And so did GG Bet. They certainly agree, it seems, that Na'Vi can still pull this one back. You're right. I would say that's a great little bet if you want to get stuck in. Either way, it's going to be the second half here, and we will see 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, an HE on the T side, and an upgraded pistol for Simple with armor behind it as well. Quite the setup.
I do love this setup here. Voldo will spot the gap, and Alexi B off the angle of the wall will dump the grenade directly on the Jiggle Peak head. So you're going to see the damage now. There it is. Didn't land as much as I had thought.
Well, that's because he did it from the furthest possible line he could. Evade the nade, set up your own. Electronics got a whole set.
So bomb's still down at T-spawn, just know that.
Oh, this is the nade for the boost. Hey, we were talking about this. I'm going to see that go down to Alexi's
The only player that didn't have armor as well. He lands at his front door.
Okay,
it's going to hurt.
Well, Alexi still has this flash, and I've seen a couple of interesting retake setups with OG and the flash of Alexi in the past. I don't think he's going to get to use it in the way he might have wanted to this time round. After they've pushed that CT defender back from spotting the line, it means that they know that the CTs are less likely to watch that creep up. They more than likely have to watch it from the coffin's position. And now it looks like it's about to be the A-pounce out the halls. It's a classic. We've seen it.
We love it. It can work out, but Mantu's in a prime position to set up his teammate here on the balcony position. The comms are going to be frantic. The bomb goes down in the pit. Reloads are coming through. Shots are not landing. Simple, that P250 can start to devour them here. And here he comes. Second frag found. And it looks like Na'Vi have done enough to win this. They are going to get the bomb planted. Valda and MBK now on the retake. They couldn't be more separated if they tried. One towards the apartments. That's going to be MBK and Valda. Ready and waiting. That block shot looks pretty perfect to me, but Electronic can't connect it just yet.
MBK's giving him a way back in. Some players low. They're going to have to pick up the pace. Gets good info with his jiggle. Knows there's Boomich towards the graveyard. Boomich doesn't need to move a muscle yet. Valda's closing in on the site. Does continue to separate the fight. 2v2. NBK's given it a good go. Into the site. Another shot connects. Just Simple. He's got low HP, and he does go down. I'm not sure if they've got it.
They didn't get the kit. It's going to be close. Oh, wait. Does he have the kit?
No. It's really close. Really, really, really close. I think Na'Vi got it. Na'Vi's pistol, baby. 6 on the board, but NBK continues where he left off.
Oh, so close there. Great effort from OG, but Simple getting the job done with the P250 there. The flash burst from the apartments. It wasn't the cleanest entry. They actually lost a couple of the jewels there, but they ran out of bullets on those USPs, and that's when it all starts to fall apart here. Valda did enough. He gets the final kill. He jumps on the bomb, but it comes down to just a few milliseconds here.
Half a second, maybe?
Yeah, if that.
Let me put it this way for you right now. Simple and Electronic have bought Na'Vi a lifeline in this map. There are 3 individuals who are not showing up. That's the fact of the matter. There's no arguing that right now. This is a 2-man show to get them through these rounds. We can go back and we can look at the impact on the rounds that have been put on the board right now from Na'Vi, and I'm confident that it's come through those 2 individuals. Now, the rest of this team has been given a lifeline against this force buy. If they convert this, they get an eco. They get some room to breathe. They need to wake up now. This isn't looking like the #1 team in the world.
Let's see if that lifeline is even a possibility. Boosting Simple over to try and peek the coffins, and Valda, he is going to get more than he bargained for in terms of information. They'll be forced off the boost, but far from a commitment. They did have the bomb there, likely if they wanted to accelerate off the back of a pick, but instead, chopping and changing. Is going to be sent back to the B site because he still has a smoke grenade. You can see he's going to be deploying that now, or at least upon contact. But the main body of the Na'Vi assault is heading straight towards NBK and an SMG on short. That is the only real enticing fact for the OG short hold.
It makes me uncomfortable there's so many MAC-10s, though. We know they're a powerful weapon, but 4 of them, Does beg the question as to whether OG could do this to the Desert Eagles. Currently a 5-on-5 with 30 seconds remaining. A telegraph play towards B. The smokes are coming through. MBK does steal a kill away, but it's a B finish coming up. And Issa needs to rail them with the Deagle here. First one connects. Can he get a second?
He needs damage, and he did manage to inflict a whole lot to Electronic. That's the man that's going to be trying to get the bomb down. Can't prioritize. Valda needs to fight all of them! Valda, that's ridiculous! Gorgeous control. He finds the head of Simple. He knows Electronic's prioritizing the bomb. That's such a perfect separation of Jules from Valda. I love that. I'd like to see that again, please, sir.
Pack it up.
Pack it in?
Yep, get your tools, put them in the back of the truck. We're moving to the next map.
There will be a force fire in response, but the bomb does not get planted. Valda, I think they assumed he'd fallen back into the smoke, but of course, he'd fully committed to this. It was Electronic hoping his teammates could take down one single Deagle player, but apparently it all falls apart, and they have not force board into this one. It's just Simple who expends all of his money on Deagle armor. Just Kevlar, no helmet, just to note. The rest of them full eco, so a bit of a tilt buy from Europa there. I'm not really sure why he would go all in and leave everyone else hanging.
Exactly that. It's 2 individuals on the team who are winning the rounds, and it's 3 who are having contributions, maybe throwing some grenades and being a body. Like, I'm being honest right now.
Yeah.
Perfecto, Flamey, and Boomich have done nothing this game. I never talk about that with players. But with the scoreline at 11-6, there's only 2 individuals who have netted them rounds. MBK's on for a couple of frags here. Look at this. Look how naughty he's being. Hello.
Well, that's your round over. Will the Deagle do anything here? It's the Simple full investment.
Watching 1v5.
Yeah.
He's so angry. He's so mad.
I'm mad. I'm mad for him.
Yeah,
imagine
you can
being
feel it.
that good.
Imagine being that good and you still can't win.
Imagine.
It's just another day in the office for him.
Oh, he's got 2,600 and now the team is eco. They are buggered either way. So, MBK sends him packing with the MP9, but Simple with a statement performance there with the Desert Eagle. This is beautiful. This second kill, I didn't even think this was possible. MBK gets destroyed, and we'll see ourselves get into another eco situation. Another Simple Deagle down to 1,900. Electronic this time getting armor as well.
That's nuts. Absolutely nutty. Simple's trying to do it all again. We talk a little bit about this frame of mind he gets into where he feels like he has to do it all. And now you're starting to see the foundations of where those bricks were laid. Why Simple has this bad habit, you know, as all players will have, as all humans will have, but sometimes it can feel like, you know, he plays with this mindset of I have to do it all. It's certainly gone down since the young days of being humbled with his time in Team Liquid, etc., etc. You can find his story online, but yeah, I think this is definitely going to be a case where Simple's going to be having another brick laid in that foundation.
Yeah, and the conversation around honeymoon periods has kind of dipped off a lot with the stabilization of rosters, but it's one that you could start an argument around here. You know, Perfecto comes in, Blade just started as the coach. There's a whole new playstyle. Boomage getting away with a lot of his moves. They were all working for Na'Vi. Now, they're getting minced by OG, ranked number 24 by the ESL World Rankings to the world number 1. Not online. I have all those caveats. The Deagles are striking. This is a 3v3. Maybe there is a chance.
That chance lies with Simple, who's just lost all of his health, and Issa standing his ground for 1. That was actually rather significant in the grand scheme. Alexi did not have a way to contribute. Now the bomb's going to go down. He's safe in that corner from the Molotov, but Valda has to be the hero of this round.
Remember, they did not force buy into this scenario. It's Na'Vi. With Boomage finding some form finally, Electronic might be able to save the day here. Valda left in the 2 versus 1. He knows the player's in towards the pit, but the M4 on the side, that's the problem. He's taken a very slow approach towards quad. Suggests he might not be going for this one. He hasn't got a kit either. Just holding onto the CT Krieg. They've got a nice buffer of rounds. They might as well just have that weapon. They can buy into the next one, but they'll only be getting $1,400 per player. So him saving that weapon means he's fine. He can get his own grenades. His teammates, there will be compromises, but the Krieg alone, I think they'll at least be partially buying around him.
Valda is definitely a safe pair of hands, right? I look at this as someone who plays fundamental Counter-Strike very well. Boomage will go down there. The bomb will take him on out. Valda gets a Deagle for his troubles.
So if one player's super low here, give him a Deagle instead. You go Deagle armor.
Yeah.
That actually works out quite nicely.
There he is again.
Doing what he can. Did damage to that second player as well. Brought it to the 2-on-2. Money right back in Na'Vi's favor. They're back into this game now after that round victory. That was a huge one.
So it does have that Deagle you were talking about there, Henry. So
it's a big pickup. It was enough to buy, and Valda might want to be a little bit more aggressive than usual. We'll see what happens. Alexi V on the AWP. Just to note that, not Mansu.
Oh, that is an interesting little mix-up.
Oh, I do this play myself. I get so scared every time I do it. You miss this shot, you look so stupid. like that. It doesn't feel good. Doesn't feel good when you go for that pick. Never really works out for me. I tried a lot.
It's just done very well to upgrade his deagle to an AWP. That's two different ends of the Counter-Strike economy right there, and he's managed to at least continue to see the aggressive AWP from Alexi B not fall into the foul hands.
I find holding the top of the stairs is a lot more beneficial because you're not going into a left-eye peak where they could just be holding for a push, which is a very common play on the CT side. So I hold the steps. I hate that push he did for that reason. Like against this sort of opposition as well, I'd be scared to take that challenge.
Yeah, no, certainly.
I'm hoping, though, we do see a few more risks come out of OG with the scoreline the way it is right now. They might need a couple to get a few more rounds on the board, especially in rounds like this. So just to note, Valder did give his Krieg over to Mantu, who's been left to solo B. This is a lot of responsibility on the youngster.
He has stepped up with the rifles, though.
Yeah.
We haven't seen, like, this is weird. On the T side, he didn't AWP at all. He said, wow, his rifle's actually super sick. And now on these first few CT rounds, Alexi B with the AWP, as they come in, he will be testing the new box. He's got the Krieg in hand as well. He'll need at least 2 kills. First one is his, for sure. Bomb goes down. Needs a flashbang from his teammates here, but he has done enough.
They're all looking at him. Now the swing from Valder's perfect. A double for him. The round should be OG's. He's only got 15 seconds. Flamey's been thrown into an impossible task. He has to accept this one is all loss.
I have to say, the spacing was terrible there from Na'Vi. The fact that bomb's going in first, and you're, 10 meters behind you, that's where the second player coming through. I understand they're probably deploying utility and helping him out, but the fact that bomb goes down, he's got that much of a chance to reset, drop down, get a second kill, a convincing one at that without any pressure really being applied to him. It wasn't quite good enough in terms of a final finish there from Na'Vi, and their money is going to be in a very dire position going forward here. 13-7 down. Perfecto's already called the all-in with the Galil and armor purchase. He's got no grenades to go with it. As we have a US Air Force tactical timeout. Chad, you got something for us?
I do, and this is why that B spacing was so clunky. I want you to know MBK's position right here. Let me just bring up my draw tool. We have the timeout, so I've got a little bit of extra time. MBK close middle here. Issa with a flash. Watch this. He flashes over middle. MBK peaks, completely clear. They can already rotate over towards B. That's why the lion's share of their forces were there ready to defend. And if we flick on over, look at this. As they're executing, Valder's already there. Issa's already coming over with the AWP. There's no smoke towards spawn. It was just a mess. There was no way in, and that was a fantastic mid-round play there from that of OG to get them into this round.
Wow, the CT smoke did come, but it was by the time Issa was already taking contact. It was very late into the attack. This is the Mantu frag that you were expecting to see a little bit more pressure immediately. Look how long there is.
5-6 seconds before they can go in, and the fact that the CT player can come through the smoke and they're all focused towards new boxes. There's 10 seconds remaining. You just haven't given yourself a fighting chance, and that might be a similar sort of storyline here because they've come in with Galils and PT50s. They've fully invested. They've shot for the moon. Electronic stuck behind smoke.
He used the flash to at least see if he could find an early frag, but not too much of an aggressive stance going to be posted up by OG. I can't believe the OG are continuing any degree of form. Admittedly, you guys have been very, very clear in communicating some of the gaps that we've seen in Na'Vi's gameplay from the the team that beat Astralis yesterday and the team that are currently losing to OG. But credit absolutely to be directed once again towards the OG camp. They don't quite understand it. We don't understand it, but it is a joy to watch as they continue to evolve.
Well, Simple is 17 kills, Electronic of 14. Doesn't seem to be enough. Good incendiary, thrown perfectly. Some teams would consider forcing through that, but that would cost them too much in this sort of round. They need their HP. Still with the mid control, not a huge deal. Smokes down towards Moto. Graveyard position. Bomb side as well, and there's so much damage being inflicted. They're going through the grey screen. Looks like we might be done here on Inferno. This was a force buy, and it's only Simple has found a single frag so far. He needs 3 more at this point. He's on for the ace. Mantu, you don't face this.
You don't even bother. You don't even need to.
Let him have it. And the flash comes in. That's perfect. Issa helping him out, and it's going to be Mantu to survive. And even with Simple's 2K, it's not going to be enough. And they're left at 2K actually going to the next round. $2,000 on the nose for 4 players.
That's a dire strait to be in.
Oh, they keep leaving it to this, like, 20 seconds to commit, and then it's just so telegraphed. It's smoke down towards apartments. You've got to go through it. Like, it's a death sentence. There's no way you're going to survive that, unfortunately.
Yeah, Simple has...
Eco for last, so Simple's not. He's like, I'll force into this. You guys take the full eco, and I guess we'll wait till the next map.
I guess we'll just start talking about map 2. Yeah, there is... what was it again? Dust to third, overpass second, from my memory, so... Overpass was the pick of Na'Vi, hoping to exploit OG, who obviously are going to have a bit of a shaky map pool, considering 7 maps in the pool, and how many games together, Chad? Like, it was over 50 now?
It's at 50 at this point, yeah, just around that. So not a huge amount of games played for them, so...
Where does this go?
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that too.
So maybe on the corner, half wall?
I'm very intrigued.
Let's see if it does get deployed here. Let's have a look at the lineup. So,
it's high above the corner.
He's trying. I think he's using his hands like he's moving as well. I'm not trying this one. Jeez.
Okay, so that's the half wall smoke. Leave me. That's not going to be an easy one to throw. But
I think it's thrown in such a way so you can actually run through the left-hand side of it and still not be grey screened. I think that's the idea. We'll have a look. Yeah, just so it's a little tunnel. Yeah. So that's why it's thrown like that. So it looks like they're blocked off, but they can actually get through with clear vision.
It didn't make sense to be such a nitpicky smoke
exactly.
otherwise.
That kind of explains it, though.
Yeah.
So remember, they are full eco here for map points. This actually didn't work out. It's overwhelming, but they are killing each other. That doesn't help out too much. Deagle, remember, the investment from Simple has been made, but when you can hear these shots being fired off, everyone just tucks in.
Who is
Give
it
him
again?
nothing.
Oh, yeah,
Run down the clock. Don't let him have anything to say about this one, because he will find your head every single time. This guy is insane. It's too much.
Okay. Okay. Calm down, Simple. My God. He's a man possessed. 21 frags. He is at the top of the scoreboard in the server, right alongside 2 members of OG. And he's had nothing to go with. He has had no substantial round contributions from any teammates other than Electronic. You can see it on the scoreboard right there.
Perfecto doesn't have a kill this half. Boomage came into this half with 2 kills, which means he's picked up 3 in this half. Flamey came into this half with 4 frags.
He got 3 kills
1 in this half.
on the 1 round they won.
I think Electronic had 11 kills in the first half, so he's had 4. So when you think about this, like, of course OG are winning. They're playing fantastic right now. Everybody's hitting their shots. I want to sing their praises for a bit.
Yeah.
This has been abysmal from Na'Vi.
That's the more traditional shot of the AWP, and you can see it might not work out for Perfecto as he'll be going round. I don't know how he doesn't get both their faults. So good for him. So Mantu did leg Flamey, manages to tie things up at a 4-on-4 as well. 15-7. Looks like OG have managed to do enough here. It's Overpass coming up next, so bear in mind. Alexi B spots 2. Drops the incendiary. He is alone for now. Wants to buy time for Mantu to rotate in, or probably go towards Coffins or boost Alexi B up in CT spawn.
Yeah, not a single smoke for the CT side at the 60-second mark. That's kind of intimidating. Does mean that Na'Vi will get a lot more ground than they normally would.
So Flamey already low. Flashbang, very effective, but not going to do too much for them in terms of finding a kill. Baits out an incendiary, I suppose, but they're finishing up towards B. Flamey will try and limp his way towards A with just 9 points of health. Mantu spots the first, and Flamey goes down.
So they've lost the lurk.
Yeah.
They're locked
The boost
in.
should finish this off.
And he's gone unchecked. He can finish this one off perfectly, as you said, Henry. Drops down, brings Boomich down to 1. Mantu's AWP shots to overkill, and that is our first map of our second series. My God! OG take Inferno, Overpass is up next, and Na'Vi, I don't know what this team talk's got to be, but it's got to be a good one.
I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care as you, 'cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you and I know people come and go away. Sun's low, that's my time to shine again. 'Cause baby, every fucking time you play me,
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life, I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay.
Some of that was pretty hard to watch right there if you are an RV fan. However, if you're on the OG side of things, you'd be pretty happy with their preparation. Just check out Boomich's stats. He was beaten down in Banana time and time again and couldn't find any of that impact with his regular tricks. Mantu continuing to be a star over there on the OG side of things, and Valde with some big moments as well. But in what was quite a clinical victory for OG, they did look prepared. I want to show you one round from them where they were able to pick up some information mid-round, and that basically was the final nail in the coffin as far as I was concerned with this game. So let's jump straight into it here. Na'Vi set up in Banana, pretty standard. We'll start playing this one out. The camera angle is going to change. Now we're going to focus over towards the A bomb site in a moment here, and you're going to see Issa. He's that little blue model, this man right here. He got dropped a deagle in this round. They was able to pick up an AWP off of Alexi B, who went down early. So this is a 5v4 advantage situation for Na'Vi right now. Should be pretty good. We're going to start playing this out. He's got a flashbang. He's going to throw that over towards the top and middle. That's going to alley-oop up NBK. Now, this icon here shows him to be partially flashed, but he would have been able to see enough of middle or would have been taken down more than likely if there were players there. NBK steps on out. Guess what? Mid's clear. All that info means now in this 4-on-5 disadvantage scenario, they can rotate over towards B. Na'Vi start to execute. I'm going to pause it right now. Check this out. Valde's already made it to the site. Mantu's in a powerful position with a Krieg, and Issa is rotating through spawn with the AWP. Meanwhile, there isn't even a smoke down CT spawn yet. They've been forced into this B play because of that info play from OG in top mid. So let's play this out and show you how this one goes down. Mantu gets the opening. Boomich in by himself. Look how far ahead he was of the rest of the pack. Once that call's come through from Perfecto, I believe it was, who was over towards alt middle, that they were taking control, they've just had to pull the trigger. Boomich, being the aggressive player he is, was well ahead of everybody else. Now you can see the spacing as they come on through. They're all clumped on up. Valde through the smoke. Perfect timing. Easy as you like. And that's the round done and dusted. This was fantastic stuff from OG. I've been critical of them in the past, but today they're looking good. Let's see if they can continue as we move into the next map. But before we do, Mantu, the big man Ting, let's leave you with some of his highlights.
That's how we know when we level up. Level
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
2 boxes to get my knee. Ah! I wasn't gone! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't feel a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Break down our first map of our second series of our second day. It's stage 2 of EPL season 11, and Na'Vi are down 1-0 versus OG. The boys continue to surprise the wildcard lives up to the prefix.
Absolutely. Still needs some homework done there from the OG side. You can see they've done their research towards that banana area specifically. Moving on to Overpass, though, a lot more technical map, not as many red tendencies towards areas like banana. I felt like Na'Vi should be able to bounce back from this one and take us all the way to 3.
Probably, but you know I'm all about fun, guys, and I want to have a bit of fun before we get into this. So obviously we have the hashtag EPL meme review. We've obviously got the hashtag EPL mailbag. We've obviously submissions coming through, and we were talking about how Alexi B referenced himself, right? So let's bring up this meme, and maybe that'll play into it for everybody else.
So there it is, the talking decoy.
Oh, they even put him in a jersey.
He has a gun, which is surprising. Decoys normally just make noise, but he can still be a little bit deadly there. And to be honest, if Alexi B didn't have that round running into the B bomb site with the MAC-10 getting 2 opening kills, maybe we wouldn't be in this position right now with OG up a map.
Yeah, that's true. He did have a whole lot of influence on Inferno, and he, of course, referenced his own individual skill, just saying he's expecting it to come back in line when he's pulling less of the strings.
Yeah, we're not poking fun at Alexi.
No.
He referenced himself as that. So everybody, you know, nothing mean here. I think Alexi's a fantastic individual player, and I think we'll see more of what he's got on Overpass. The problem is the first time we saw OG play Overpass against the VP roster, they didn't look great, right? And I said, well, they need more officials and more practice. Well, since then, they haven't had any more officials. They could have had more practice, but that is going to be a problem right here because Buster made them look foolish when they played last time.
Yeah, sorry, I'm laughing just because... No, I shouldn't do it.
What happened?
Just some fucking idiots on HLTV. I don't normally click the forums because it's just full of complete idiots.
I got a button installed so you don't have to.
I need that button because obviously, for some reason, people
we're losing him.
Trash. Anyway, I just saw them say Casters jerk off Na'Vi, and I was laughing because I saw like, what, Casters jerk off Na'Vi? I was like, do we do that? And then I just thought back to the fact that Henry spent 15 rounds highlighting how much he hated and resented the B-hole.
What Boomich was doing,
What Boomich was doing, and apparently it's because we were getting excited when Simple hit those Deagle shots. And I'm just, yes, cool individual plays.
I'll show you where the button
will make me scream, please.
You ready for this? This is for everybody at home. This is a PSA. I had a tantrum, so the rest of you don't have to, right? I am the baby of the Counter-Strike world. Now, when you head over to HLTV.org, you go to the right-hand side. You see that button above recent activity?
Sport?
Hit sport.
Oh, I didn't even know. I had no idea.
There you go. You don't have to worry about those idiots anymore. You don't have to read anything.
God, those delusional pricks.
Log out of Twitter. Don't go on any of that. Don't worry about that stuff. It's all good because we do our thing. And what I wanted to do on air, I've always wanted to have a sip of coffee.
Oh, I forgot to move mine, so mine's actually still here. Thank you to Tim, the man who presses all the buttons that changes all the pictures you're seeing. It's called a technical director.
And I also want to do a thing one day. I wonder if the three of us can do it. It's more like an old timely news report where, you know, we have our papers and we're very front and good posture. And maybe we can present a segment like that one day. Now, I'm not saying today.
No.
It will
but like
take
an Anchorman vibe kind of thing.
We tried it in one season of EPL.
That's true, we did,
like 3 seasons
It
ago,
was in
Chad.
Copenhagen.
You and I did it, if you remember.
Right.
We did the whole thing. So that is old content.
On
we can bring it back.
news.
We can bring it back. Let's bring it back.
Yeah, well, why don't we bring it back to Overpass? Because our second map of this series is going to be an interesting one. Yes, in OG on their map pick did manage to convert, but typically OG, of course, in fact, NBK's tweet, we saw it scrolling through, we managed to win our map pick, lol. He couldn't believe it, which does mean he was, of course, anticipating the typical OG outcome, which we've seen oh so many times, of them losing their map pick. Being quite the trend, but they have managed to break it against Na'Vi. Overpass, Henry, I have a feeling you're about to tell me this is going 3.
I feel like it is exactly going to go 3, to be honest with you. It feels like this sort of map is where Na'Vi can thrive. OG, after losing to Virtus Pro on it as well, didn't seem like they're up to their best standards, but they have looked very good today and promising to say the very least. I feel like with Mantu on his rifle, apparently, that sort of level, it could be enough.
Well, if we want to live in Alex's potential dream world of a 2-0, here's some things that are going very, very well in the OG camp.
Tell me.
There's only 2 players who are awake on the other side of the server. That's simple in electronics.
That's true.
Boomich, Flamey, and old boy Perfecto had no impact in that game whatsoever. So that is one strength and OG's preparation. They could have been expecting Overpass to come through here. They've had a couple of days to work on their map pool, see what they can tighten up. Rugger, the coach behind them. Let's see if he's worked any miracles in the last few days, because their Overpass, the last time we saw it, wasn't impressive. But this team, we're still learning a lot. That Inferno result, that is a huge scalp. We have to take this squad seriously now. 24th in the world, who cares? They took map off the world #1. Let's get underway.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time, map 2, and it's time for Na'Vi to pull up their socks, their Na'Vi branded socks, I would hope, and start off Overpass in a much better footing than they did on Inferno. They went down so early into the Inferno, it felt like it was always an upward trajectory for OG. Well, a new map, a clean slate. Let's see how they plan to start this one off. NBK gets so much info. I'm not sure if he spotted the bomb there. Could very well have been, yeah. Simple's relocating. Electronic doesn't have armor, so NBK is favored in that duel, but now he's getting overwhelmed by two of them. Nice work from Electronic to return to support. And so early first blood drawn. Same Simple and Kevlar vest. It does make sense, putting the P250 and the armor on the only player to actually keep up with the fragging on our first map.
Well, it's a massive advantage for Na'Vi, but they had plenty of those on the first map. Need to convert this one. Their map pick here. And a Dust 2 as a third. We said if it gets there, OG are in a lot of trouble, but they are playing fantastically well today. Still in the 5-on-4. It's been a slow game from Na'Vi, finishing up towards bomb sites at about the 22nd mark. They've doubled it this time. They're going in with 40 seconds to spare. So not as much chaos as Simple completely destroys Alexi B, and Issa does have something to say about it. Answering back from Heaven, he does get one kill in their favor, the first of 4 more required.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're going to come from, though, to be honest. I mean, Valda's flank may render him one. I see Electronic checking this, though. And so now, what on earth can you do? There's so many corners to check, so many different Z-axis. You've got to clear lower, higher. It's getting awkward. Valda's shots cost him his entire health pool, which does mean that this round is going Na'Vi's way. Simple just needs his third frag. One bullet would do it. Oh, one bullet does it for Issa as well. And Simple picks up a 4K that I'm not supposed to get excited about. Nice work picking up the first.
That was very nice stuff, and I expect to see a lot of this. So just to talk through some of the woes we were noting within that game against Virtus Pro was there were a lot of gaps that were left within rotations and timings, and that's something that you can only really pick up on a map like Overpass if you're playing it a lot. Those natural timings of when the Ts could have pushed long and flanking you if you're the sole A defender holding bathrooms, for example, knowing when gaps have been left open by your teammates. Overpass is one that can be very, very strugglesome in that regard. And it will be the force buy, well, not the full force buy, but the upgrade of pistols for OG here.
Yeah, good point. They have been good at winning these rounds. They did so on Inferno as well. Second round on their CT side, managed to bounce back from the pistol deficit. It's the same approach from Na'Vi. 4 SMGs and 1 rifle.
They love it.
Yeah, they did this before in Inferno. It didn't work out for them, and there is a bit of a great...
It's so comical. It's almost something out of a cartoon. Just closing the door. No, thank you. We're not interested. But it seems like I am now because Manty's already got the first and Issa's got the second.
Dear.
Not a repeat of Inferno, surely.
They're going 1 by 1. The old classic.
That's full control of water. Where's that bomb? It's completely loose towards Fountain for now. So with this disadvantage that's been clawing back now thanks to Electronics frag, you do still see a man advantage for OG.
Are they going to try and get Flamey down the ladder? Really?
Do it, Flamey.
Oh, it actually works out. The timing is perfect. Well then, Simple. You've been brought back into this round. He has the Krieg, the only rifle available. See now. If he can use these footsteps to his advantage. Smokes coming in towards the site. MBK, you're in trouble, my friend. Simple knows exactly where you are, and here come the Molotovs.
Oh, I kind of loved the smoke to reposition to Optimus, but it's not going to get him what he wanted. Instead, it's going to be a site plant, and Na'Vi digging their heels in. This is a 3v5. These 3 surviving members of Na'Vi have managed to manufacture up against the Deagle and the Kevlar vests. Of course, no helmet for Valda, as you can see his health pool just disappear after the MAC-10 does connect. He'll just have to accept and cut his losses back away, preserve the weapon. We will see 2-0 for Na'Vi, getting off to a good start. Need to convert the third as well. Will be coming up next and should be expected to do so.
After losing the first 2 frags as well, good bounce back there. I'm not sure if that was OG being too aggressive or Na'Vi just playing it very well. Either way, managed to claw back those 2 kills they lost in surprising fashion there towards the connector and end up with 3 surviving. So no harm, no foul. We are going to have Electronics with 2 kills on that MP7, taking us straight up to $5,000 here. MP7, not as popular these days, but this is it, make a rare appearance. This is a shot right up there towards the connector, through the door, straight to the head of Boomich.
And Electronic was very quick to adjust to make that MP7 work. He's got his SMG of choice, trying to be a bit of a hipster. Throws it over to Boomich as he gets himself a Krieg. Makes a lot of sense. Simple, Flamey, and Electronic. The 3 names I'd be listing as their god-tier riflers.
This is a still kind of scary round, right? Because this has saved the MAC-10 with the Deagle, so they've been able to drop that other Deagle across to Alexi B. Valda hit some bangers of Deagle shots over there on Inferno. I'm not letting Na'Vi off the hook just yet. I need to see some very convincing rounds coming out of them to know if we're stabilizing back to the team that we've all come to know and love, or if OG are here to play today and Inferno was just a masterclass from them.
Yeah, the answers are coming. Towards long. How does Electronic check this one out? Oh, wow, that's a very clean first 2 kills. He actually connects into Issa as well on the rock. Will eventually fall to the Man2 USP. Nice stack towards long to at least take one of those rifles away, but unfortunately nowhere near a CT that could actually have made good use of it. It's been picked up already.
Lexi B, the only player that's going to do something with this round now. Does manage to recover the MAC-10.
Loses half of his life to pick up that MAC-10. There could be more to follow. Yep, nade down to 20. Nice work to suppress this, but Na'Vi, they have to be cautious. They're treading lightly because they know that, yes, it's a 3v3, and yes, all the weapons are favoring them. There is still just one mistake away from an advantage to OG, and they've got 35 seconds to get this bomb down.
Smoke towards the end of long here from Simple. Allow them to get close towards the bomb site here, but the Deagles, the CZs, they can thrive in this sort of environment.
25 seconds.
This is Alexi B going for the old nutmeg. Chad, he's going to sit inside the smoke. Low HP, why not?
He might
With
get
this
away
time
with it
remaining,
too.
they might even just walk past him. Oh, this could be perfect. On 20 HP. Not quite. They're aware of all the tricks. I think everyone is at this point, and it will be Flamey to confirm the round here. Even with 5 seconds remaining, there's no chance they lose this. MBK is nowhere to be seen, and it will be bomb planted, round over, maybe a MAC-10 to recover at the top end. But a nice try from Lexi B. I like the idea.
Yeah, look, they're making these rounds still dangerous, and Na'Vi having to walk around on eggshells after just a blunderfield first map, really, where they didn't show up in any way that they were hoping. They have to now walk through the paces of this as if they were versing Astralis again, right? You're down a map, every round counts. OG have already shown that they can fight you with what Counter-Strike you're bringing today. We heard from Blade, obviously we had him for the pre-match interview, was talking about how with the schedule, it's 5 matches in a row. That has changed from stage 1 to stage 2. Stage 2, it's consecutive. Stage 1, we went day on, day off, day on, day off. Gave you a bit more prep time.
Yeah.
You're relying on prep to get you through these games, then you might be struggling right here as the timeout, sorry, US Air Force brought to you by OG, who have taken it this time round.
Damn, that's not a particularly encouraging statistic, is it? OG have won 4 of 17 of their series in 2-0 fashion. 4.
Yeah, it looks very likely to be a third at this stage, but this round will be indicative as to what sort of game we can expect. OG do have the sniper in the hands of Man2 now. They have the rifles out as well. Sure, it was a rough start, but they lost a pistol. It tends to happen, especially when Simple gets 4 kills on a P250 in the pistol round. We are going to see a B lean from 3 players here. Electronic focusing towards middle, just showing a bit of presence there. Doesn't commit towards playground, just suggesting that someone could be. Nades towards the boost, and right now, Na'Vi looking very assertive outside the B area, walking up towards shore. Simple leads the way.
They just smoked Monster at the same time. So, if the Electronic got away with that territory for free, a late B could have been on the cards. Now it might have to be a quicker B because the flank could come in.
That's a nasty way for Valda to go. Over the smoke, on the sandbags. Just a perfect tight line into the dome of the Dane. Puts us back into a 4v4 game. 60 seconds on the clock. Alexi's got something in store for us. Is that a monster smoke? That looked too easy. What a lovely monster smoke that is. You can throw that so comfortably. No faffing around with lineups and pixels. That looked very nice from the Finn.
Simple set of the flashbang here. It's Perfecto to lead the way. Flame will get the smoke down first, then the flashbang will come in. So once that's established and they feel like they're ready to go towards Monster, Simple's going to flash them in. He's going to lock from short. Flashes won't do too much for Issa. He's ready for him, and oh my goodness, it's working out very nicely. Alexi B does substantial damage towards Perfecto as well. 20 seconds remaining, but Simple still towards shore. So difficult to remove him from these positions, and even on 12 HP, he's still got a good chance of winning this. Has to recover the bomb first. Where is it? Finds it. It's 10 seconds remaining, though. They don't have an HE. Yes, they do. They can deny this without even having to look at it. There we go. Comes in, touchdown.
MBK with the start and the finish to that round. He took down Electronic and Simple. So pretty good stuff from MBK, taking out the two biggest threats.
Yeah, that's a pretty damn good list of scalps to be collecting up against Na'Vi. Not bad, and a big first round for OG and the first kills from MBK.
Just to note, with MBK being spotted so aggressively on the first gun round, that is going to force one of two things out of Na'Vi. You can either just go faster into the B bomb site, knowing that rotation is going to be forever away, or you need to now go and fight that. You need to push up through connector and suffocate them so they can't just continue to take that territory.
Wow, look how much they just ran through the Molotov.
Yeah, well,
That's
they didn't
weird.
extinguish it, so they're suggesting that no one's actually gone fast towards playground, so I guess that's just taking a little bit of damage, and there's a chance they might not assume you're towards long. But they actually have 3 players there, all things considered, and
Yeah,
they do
it's
have a pretty
working well.
decent buy. We'll see whether this causes any sort of reaction. You can see MBK alone on A, checking towards long now. He does smoke it actually towards the end. Just to buy a little bit of time, not feeling 100% secure as his teammates hunt for intel here, pushing offshore. Flamey ready for it.
Yeah, but he's going to get traded. Traveling in pairs does bear fruit then for OG. He was just the lurk, and they're going to start piecing it together. You can see the CT side. They had 4 players B. Now they've got 2 invested deeply in towards the A bomb site. Smoke up long for their progress. Looks like Na'Vi are changing their plan. Back to the drawing board. Perfecto through underpass. So they're going to rotate all the way back around. Boomich is suggesting it by clearing out T-spawn. Ooh.
They do like to run down the clock.
Alexi's vacating it. B. They're completely
They're
rotating.
gamble stacking here. Off of what? Off of, there must be one of these gut calls from Alexi. That's the only reason they'd be doing this.
They did say he likes to call those sometimes. Everyone should stack A. I've got this. He did throw a smoke towards the short position, but there's no one on the side. Alexi will vault down and actually try and defend this now, knowing they're coming in towards B. He's in a lot of trouble. No one behind him, but the smoke still stands true. Incendiary to deny the plant. Might be a bit late. It's with this smoke down as well, so we can't do much with this. Flames do land, though.
And they've caught Boomich. There's no one on the bomb. Down. Nobody can plant. They're going to lose the round by virtue of the clock. There's nothing Simple can do. Electronic scarpering towards spawn with the Krieg, and it will be the second for OG.
There we go. Again,
wow.
We said the time has been an issue for them. They keep making these calls to go back towards B. Alexi B had actually called for a stack at A, but that one smoke he had at short, that locked him out for 20 seconds. When they actually had to commit, 15 left on the clock, and the absolute chaos ensues. Everyone's trying to contribute by throwing that utility on the side, trying to get that bomb planted. It's very messy, and it all falls apart. And they will have 2 safe weapons, though. That's going to be Electronic and Simple. Another force buy. We know they enjoy them. Early stages of T side, no big deal here. They can go for this if they really want to. And it might work out for them, especially if Mantu misses that shot and gives Perfecto the first kill of the CZ.
That's going to work out wonderfully. He's going to be putting in and out the AWP. Not known to be an Orber, but certainly going to be happy to contribute with more than just the CZ-75 for the rest of this round. And now Electronic is taking a whole lot of space for free very quickly into the piece. He's calling long clear, walked up all the way beyond the normal CT control, so he can call this entirely his domain.
It's important that he's hidden on that right-hand side for the CTs, or for him it would be the left-hand side, I suppose, of that position, is because when you're jump picking like Issa is right now, you're not expecting players to have already crossed. You can see his crosshair placement is not going with the rifle to that side of the screen. He's still holding a very, very wide angle. So Electronic, with the territory, doesn't look like he's done a lot. There you go, now the jig's up.
Yeah, Issa gets a lot off that one, but admittedly it's quickly paired by more utility. Would have the attention drawn anyway. I think Alexi fancies something a bit
Boosting
naughty
over.
here. They're going for the boost.
Oh, they're going to wreck this. They're going to ruin the boost.
They're stacking up. Both of them are trying to boost. It's getting real awkward in the battlefield. Na'Vi have got a frag. Issa's gone down. MBK looking to claw one back. 30 seconds. They have to find a site at some point. Simple's got the bomb and MBK's got a double. Simple with only 17 health. They may not make it to a site again. Boomich is exposed.
Oh my God.
MBK's on for a mad one. He can even find 4. Simple goes down. NBK with the quad kill to win the third. There's nothing Electronic can do.
That's wild from MBK. It happens again. They get the opening kills, all the map control, the timer runs low, and MBK strikes. It's the Krieg that's on for the ace at this point. Electronic, $0, 0 teammates, and now 0 time. He will have to wait until the next round to have any sort of impact, as it's completely shut down by MBK. They recover all the T-sided weapons as well, and we go 3-3. Money is wrecked. Electronic gets no extra income after surviving the previous round with no bomb planted, and his teammates only getting $2,400 loss bonus as well. They are pretty much full eco here. MBK, just as they were down a man, Looked like it was gonna fall apart. He manages to find a bit of wiggle room here and absolutely dunk on them. With his final kill towards Simple, he had the bomb as well. Round confirmed.
This is the same trap Na'Vi found themselves in with the CT side of their Inferno game. The constant buying and force buy scenarios and the saved guns. It keeps tricking you into thinking that you can make these rounds happen, and normally Na'Vi can pull them off, but OG, they're actually standing tall.
And on a map that they're much less versed with than Inferno. Electronic takes the nade from Valder as a cue to walk through the smoke. He's right to find the space. He's just taken their head off of Valder. Okay, well, that's one way to open up the round. When you've only got one rifle, Electronic takes some initiative, and he takes a headshot too.
We've had mid-round aggression before, right, from OG to equalize up in some of these situations, but they're not really mounted anywhere to do so right now. They will just have to stay in a 1-3 formation.
They love getting these opening picks. That hasn't been a problem, but that jump down might be. Sound cue given away. Might suggest there's two players there, but certainly someone. And 40 seconds again. They have one smoke here. Electronic will be the one to throw it. But they're so far away from a bomb site here. It does beg the question again, will they be beaten by the buzzer?
The clock. The 6th man for OG at this point.
MBK needs 2 here minimum.
That's the first, a clean one. What a scalp to take as well. Simple gets dropped. They're making some noise as well. Flamey needs a quick 1D. Not going to happen. The Krieg just devours him here. Perfecto's been spotted. The Shadow has given him up. And MBK can pre-fire this, which he will. And that's towards Lock. On for another ace here. He doesn't get the 4-4-5th, but he's done damage towards Boomich. Is the bomb being planted? Yes, it is. Down towards Optimus. A chance here with the Krieg. Electronic. Already got 2 kills.
Staying for the Angel, and he does win it out, but Mantu's quick to trade, which puts Boomich in his unarmored Glock clutch. He switches the burst fire as a nade explodes behind him. He's down to 29. There should be no universe where Boomich does anything with this.
Well, he said it from stun to kill, and unfortunately, it'll be him that's taken down. It will be OG picking up their 4th round, Chad, 4 in a row. On a map we didn't think they would stand a chance.
Yeah, and stats tell the story that they shouldn't. Some of these rounds have been a little bit shaky. They've come down to the details there, and MBK in 2 back-to-back rounds has done a gargantuan job. An individual who within the OG roster, before they've come into the Pro League, his stats were not looking fantastic, but it feels like he's reinvented himself, at least here, because some good signs now. 9 kills to his name.
Currently, Electronic sat 3-on-1 in opening duels.
Okay.
And that's in the last couple of rounds as well. He's managed to actually find these openings, and they're not being converted due to the likes of MBK sticking the landing. As we'll get into round number 8 here, you can see Mantu just looking away from the flashbangs to kick things off. Happy to challenge now, and so it's Valder overcommits there. That spray a little bit too long. It does lead them to an equal trade. That was on the other side of the map though. Mantu will be taking down Electronic. Simple at 14. This hamstrings him going into the next situation here. Incendiary down, and Boomich walks into the spray. Great stuff from Alexi B there. He should be down.
I mean, he was full flash. Yeah, he just got that kill blind. His teammates are telling him he got the kill. Flamey does well to find the nade kill, but as soon as they have just a burst of momentum, it's a chill your beans. He does. He can realize just how under scrutiny he is, and that smoke completely denies any Na'Vi rotate.
Yeah, they're locked in now. They have to go towards B. They know it. CTs know it. And you can see Issa's actually retreated all the way up towards Long.
That was fast.
Yeah, he's just bailed out. And MBK's joining him at A as well.
They're worried about the connector gap right now because that would be the biggest point that the T's could take space off of. They're just putting the brakes on. They're waiting for any audibles. They're more than happy to just posture here. They knew that they were trapped in from that position. I think Na'Vi thought that the claws were in a little bit deeper, and OG thought that there was a bigger gap than there actually was.
They assumed they'd locked in, but they actually could have got out through connector. They just had the door closed. They had no one in there. They couldn't take that risk, I suppose. Smoke towards heaven. Flamey now with 25 seconds. A flashbang will come through as 2 teammates will focus towards Monster, but MBK this time silenced. Mansu though with the AWP. Can he connect the dots here? Needs another kill, but Simple on low HP keeps the dream alive. With 15 seconds remaining here, it's up to Issa. He does find Simple. 1 versus 1 now. Knows exactly where the last player is. He's on the bomb side. Perfecto behind the pillar. Drops a Molotov. But Issa gets through it. This shot, who will come out on top? Perfecto brought in for his clutch ability. Not the most difficult one, but does manage to nail it. 4-4.
Needed that.
Just to note, Simple immediately was looking behind because Issa was the guy who originally flanked. If he had gone with his gut, which was obviously to rotate all the way back to A through the long position, and he'd come through spawn or CT, maybe he would have had a more advantageous position right there. But his mindfulness here to play a passive angle like that in case he was getting aggressed on, I thought he had done enough. But Perfecto still manages to win out these 1v1s.
It's a huge round to pick up as well. The damage they've done on these low buys have left low G with just pistols here. They don't force buy, they've gone for belly. A partial, this would be in eco territory. Nades towards the boost position. No one there to receive them. This is a must-win round for Na'Vi. Give this one up to the CZs with no armor. It's gone all sorts of wrong for you. Short control found. MBK, I don't think he gets a kill. Electronic with a shoulder peek, gets the information, puts him down. Same story for Perfecto. A couple of kills for him, just wants to get the hell out of there now.
And just Valda remaining with the Perfecto's third. Good to get some frags on the board for Perfecto. Flamey's going to find the last frag he needs, and that's the end of that. 5 for Na'Vi, each side of our second map, and it's their pick, so they are looking to translate this into a third. We have got none other than Dust2 waiting.
That'll be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, both of those teams have actually won their previous series on Dust2.
I might foresee a pace change coming out from Na'Vi now.
Ooh, nice shot. What kind of pace? Slow? Fast?
I think they might just do something more as a unit and less mid-roundy, just because at this point of the game, they've already guaranteed themselves 5 rounds. Obviously, you want as many as you can, but that is quick. Valda and Mantu just maul them with the aggression. Simple. Can he do anything? We'll grab one with the AWP. He's going to force the CTs now to be on notice. They will drop back. They've done more than enough.
Did he tag NVK as well with that frag? Because I don't know where Nathan's health had disappeared to. Might have been another player throwing some bullets down range, but it could very well have just been that one AWP bullet.
Could have been. Man advantage for OG now with Flamey encroaching up towards shore. His teammate's got the bomb. That's Boomer with the bomb on his back. They are going to choose B as their final destination, but Alexi B ribs Flamey away from the group. And that's going to actually cause enough confusion to find Boomich as well. Bomb down, Simple left and up. 4 versus 1. Smoked out of short. His options are very limited to say the very least here, as MBK's really going for a huge backstab here. Simple probably kills him, to be fair. It's kind of kill he finds, but this time he misses.
Yeah, it was a no-scope from... He's on the moon. He's no-scoped MBK. I could see that. He's pretty good.
He's not bad. Here's Valda, though, aggressive at the very start of the round. Finds himself a couple of kills with Man2.
Here we go.
Of course, Simple came in and had other ideas, but wasn't quite enough towards the end. 5-5, OG, keeping this one competitive. Now have T-sided weaponry. Galil, not the most appealing, but still, it will help them out to save some cash going forward. Alex B invests in the grenades. They Molotov off towards short here. Another pretty standard round from Na'Vi. Focusing towards playground. They've already got through the initial incendiaries. They've got Boomage watching the extremities of the map towards Monster. Flamey is short. He's looking for any boosted players right now.
And
speaking of which,
way, yeah.
Hello.
Either side of the wall. Oh, Flamey gets caught by the very thing he was designed to find. That's nasty. 4 versus 5 then. Na'Vi working at a disadvantage for round 11.
Well, Boomage has made the call. Looks like they're leaning towards B. Bombs outside with Simple. The AWP, not ideal, as they look to set up a smoke towards Monster. Lands very nicely indeed. We've had that a couple of times now. They'll have to push through it. Boomage lead the charge. Hasn't had the best showing so far in this series. Flashbang lands at their front door, and he's going to have to find his first. And he splits the difference, goes between both. Simple, though, I've got a feeling he's going to find a couple.
They're doing very well not giving him the lines of sight he needs.
Yeah, tucking themselves in towards that water position is the best place for him. They know he's got an AWP. They start dropping our utility now. These are flashbangs, work together. He's missed another shot. That's an access point. Apply the pressure. Lock them out. The Galil's doing great damage here. Sure, Issa goes down, but he dinked Electronic in the process there, and they're going to have to save with 15 seconds remaining. They have to go back again and save more and more weapons.
Yeah, OG are looking fantastic. All of these mid-round moves playing off of each other, the boost, the smokes, the flashes, everything's looking good. We came into this Henry and I, and look, I'm going to stay with this stance. I still think it's unlikely that OG win this map, but let's paint a picture where they could. If they can get 8 or 9 CT-sided rounds, right? If they can get 8 or 9 CT-sided rounds, that's a decent half considering all of the other details here which we're putting into context. The fact they don't have many officials on it, they haven't had a chance to practice it that much, one would assume. When you're thinking, and Na'Vi are a good team on this map, right? So if they get 8 or 9, that's pretty decent. And then the way that they abused Boomich in the last map and his tendencies, if they have another one of those, it doesn't necessarily have to be Boomich, it could be Flamey, it could be anybody. But if Alexibi has a couple of pocket strategies built around exploiting some tendencies here, they could win this map.
Well, they'll have to get through this round first, and there's a lot of firepower out there. It's the Krieg of Electronic, the Orb of Simple, both striking in the initial stages here of round number 12. Desert Eagle for Perfecto, unable to upgrade just yet, but there are guns available out there on the field as we level things out to a 3-on-3. Anyone's round at this stage. Orb of Mansu will be positioned on the flower bed towards long. Decides to fall back here. Lots of time on the clock, but they have been very efficient at running it down, I have to say. Simple with the Orb, they've got no grenades, but they have recovered the Krieg. That's in the hands of Flamey. No armor for him.
Nice little glimpse at the 3 remaining CT angles.
Very tense round, this one. Simple's alive, and you know it. He's got the AWP. No information. You know you're waiting for a mistake. And Mansu actually bests him there.
It was a leg shot trade. Mantu just aiming a little better than Simple in that case, and now is going to find another Flamey, no armor, looking for a clutch, but Mantu's done more than enough.
Jesus.
A 7th now found for the CT side.
They got to be eco now.
I mean, there's 2 members on 3K.
I feel like the amount they've invested is coming back to bite them at this point.
They're buying, baby.
Simple can work with a Deagle. We've seen him actually do a lot of damage with a Deagle.
Like a Galil or a Deagle, but it's really not an ideal setup. They certainly would be bringing out the AWP. So Mac 10.
Give him a Krieg.
Perfecto's got a Glock. Is there anything else? There's another Mac 10.
I was going to say, if you got the Sanji treatment, oh no.
No one wants that.
I love that that's a thing now.
But we'll see all 5 players outside B. I think this is a set piece now, considering they've lost 3 rounds in a row. The defaults aren't working out, but they're running out of time. They've thrown all the grenades in here. Valda burning to a crisp towards barrels, and then Mac 10's going to find him, surely.
You'd think so. Where on earth are OG? They're coming in from behind. That's where NBK's only going to get the 1. Flamey trading, 3v3. Alexi perhaps is going to go unchecked. We've seen the sandbags position for CTs actually prove very powerful, very potent.
They're not planting yet. He actually has time here to get Perfecto, the Mac 10, and that denies the plants as well. He jumps up the grenade. Not going to be enough, but does substantial damage towards Flamey. And leaves us in a 2 versus 1 now. Mansu knows where one player is, on towards that bomb site, but needs to segregate them here. Shot needs to come through quickly. Can he find it? Nails it. Knows he needs to stay alive at this point. Has got the advantage. Down to 6 HP, and Simple will finally take him down there. It felt like he had enough to get one more shot off, and it could have been the difference maker.
That would have been huge if Mansu won that 1-on-2 situation, but not getting that is going to be felt in quite, well, the hard manner here, because the economy for OG, these rounds being back and forth, how close some of these finishes have been, it's going to leave them with most likely only pistols here. You can see that he was ready.
What could he see? Okay, just the tip.
Yeah, Simple played that perfectly, right? Because there were so many positions that they did have to worry about, but ducking his head down means he couldn't have been taken off, and he was in a position to trade, which he did perfectly. But it will be the force buy. They've gone all in on this.
They really have. Oh, and they're bringing aggression. Mantu's feeling himself right now. He really is. He's found the first kill onto Boomich. Flash from Alexi B ensuring his survival. A second being thrown to engage a retreat. Valda's going for some aggressive AWPing onto Simple of all. And he can disappear. What just happened? OG, they forced by and have brought the fight to Na'Vi with a double kill to open the round.
When we spoke to Mantu in the interview, he said that Valda uses the AWP in practice and hits some absolute bangers of shots, but he hasn't really brought it out in official as well. Now we're seeing it.
Yeah, now he can swap it over. Mantu's happy to be given his weapon back. It's already covered in the blood of Simple.
That's a good point. Valda getting the AWP, showing some confidence and finding them. This huge advantage, but is it enough? Perfecto, Electronic, and Flamey will live on. Alexi B flashed in, and Perfecto gives up his position here. The nade just goes over the top and do so much damage here and lands in his face.
Ouch.
Recovering from the scenario. Desperately just trying to stay alive at this stage. And we'll see them hold on to this small advantage they have. Remember, they came in with just pistols. got the AWP of Mantu. It has found a first opening frag. Valda's joined in as well. 20 seconds remain. The timer again for Na'Vi. They're going to have to check this close position. They'll actually be pretty much guaranteed a frag here. Just needs one. One bullet from the Deagle would be enough. Can't connect it. 10 seconds now.
Mantu does hit that shot. He's hitting them all at the moment. Bomb needs to be stopped, and Flamey's done a sensational job of enabling that bomb plant. But where is it? Where is it? I'm not sure he's got time. Survive! Survive if you can! NBK will! And another round for OG. My goodness, Na'Vi, the clock, the 6th man on the OG squad, has done it again.
God. We say, like, it's by the skin of your teeth a lot. That one right there is, and if they get through this round with a victory, considering the money situation, NBK was the only player to survive, and what he carried through was actually a CZ. He didn't even pick up a weapon. If OG are able to steal away a 9-6 lead going into half-time, considering the way that this game's played out so far, this is gritty Counter-Strike. You can see how much this means to them right here. They're battling in all these scenarios.
They're giving it their all. I think they're starting to believe as well that this is within the realms of possibility. To giant killers. Good tag onto Mantu just through the smoke. We'll keep him honest, but nothing concrete, nothing carbon.
So, the next round begins. Final round of this first half. Simple does have the AWP once more. Up against not much at all on the CT side. Winning that round will leave them with just MP9s and FAMASs here. They have to be a bit more active.
Yeah, look how active they're being, Henry.
Yeah, pushing off towards short, just trying to get information here. The flashbang will come over momentarily. In fact, they've just gone for the dry swing. And now, Flamey patrolling that area. Very tense out here. The only M4 available in the hands of MBK. Been fantastic so far, sitting by the smoke. Time ticking away once more. 45 seconds on the clock. Blades teams historically known to be some of the slowest of all time. Maybe seeing some of that play style reflected here on Overpass. Been a few rounds, it just hasn't been enough. Going into the last few moments, and once more they are locked out. MBK dropped though.
Yeah, that's going to start things. That's going to get the ball rolling.
They're going to be with the bomb?
It looks like it. They're
20
transitioning
seconds.
back through connector here. Valda's in the perfect position for this.
He's ready.
See Electronic checking it, and another double kill from Valda with 15 seconds. Alexi, this frag is everything. They're burning as well. They can't get through. 10 seconds, he can't even plant Perfecto. Oh, chaos ensues, and OG take 9 into the next half.
They can try, but can do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest, I don't mind, 'cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran away. I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care as if, 'cause baby, every fucking time you've played me,
Alarm bells for Na'Vi as they have been continued to have the fight brought to them by OG. First Inferno, now Overpass, the second of a series and the second series of the day. My God, have OG brought the fight today?
Just looking at those scores, there's one name that really leaps off the page at this point. Boomich dropped 5 kills in Inferno and now going 2 and what was it, 2 and 12 in the first half of Overpass. Really not looking his best at the Katowice.
No.
That swan song performance.
He is he's dipped on off a lot right here, and maybe OG have identified a lot of his tendencies to be punishing him as an individual right now, because that T-half would have been a hard one to call with how OG bounced on into it. The CT side is maybe where he can do some of his better work, though.
You'd hope so. It can't get a lot worse than that. 5 on Inferno, 2 in the first half here. We'll see if he can step it up. They won the pistol, then lost that second round force buy. We'll see what Boomich has got up his sleeve this time. It is a Glock headshot connecting towards Perfecto. Takes him down to 20. Hides behind the barrels for now. PT-50 for Valda, but no armor. As they continue their push up towards long. Just going to be man 2 there.
This pistol is everything for OG. For Na'Vi, look, they can still battle back through. We know the force buys are potent, but if OG win this pistol, they are setting themselves up with the potential to 2-0 Na'Vi, the team that just took down Astralis yesterday, the team that won IEM Katowice about a month ago, the team with the best player in the world. And right now, OG are poised, ready to bust out into the sewer position. Looks like it's going to be in control right now. Out they go. They will be spotted. Electronic makes the call. They still have this utility. Looks like they're setting up towards B.
Here they come. Flashbang, very effective indeed. Flamey's going to do well to get a couple of kills here. Only good for the one. Electronic, nothing. And now Boomich, who hasn't had a good showing so far. He does a bit of damage, but it's a 4-on-1 for the big man himself. Issa, you are one brave individual. Even though it's a 4-on-1, Simple can win these rounds. You do not want to offer up kills for free. They're all giving it a go, but it will be Alexi to close things out there. Double digits for OG. Nice B execution to close things off, and great map control at the very start there. They got towards bathrooms, long, confirmed information there that the CTs didn't have.
Yeah, and right now for Na'Vi, traditionally it would be a force buy. It would be scouts, it'd be deagles, it'd be smokes, it'd be whatever.
I think it might be again.
They might be rocked at this point though, Henry, because their approach to the game, it isn't working right now.
You're dead on, but it is going to be the MP9s and deagles.
Here we go.
I've never seen a full eco Na'Vi. It doesn't occur too often. Once
like
in
a blue moon.
Yes, exactly. And we will see a good chance of them winning it as well. That's why they do it so often. Like, for all the rounds we've seen falling away, like, they have saved a lot of games over the years.
That's true.
With these sort of purchases, and we'll see whether the Desert Eagles can perform once again.
I have a sneaking suspicion it's actually going to be that electronic 5-7 that finds that first blood. He's tucked in by the... Oh, he's not. He's playing the close corner. I thought he was hiding.
He won't get flashed as much if they do go for it, but he is good for 1 kill. He's not going to be landing it, though. Issa nails it. This is a force buy, remember, as well. Another huge round here. It might not seem like there are pistols out there, but Na'Vi are capable of winning these rounds. You have to treat it like a full gun round. And they've done damage towards Simple and Perfecta. They've got the man advantage here. Went for Galils instead of Mac 10s. I like that. I'm not sure why Na'Vi focus on Mac 10s and one rifle. I really prefer the Galil right now in today's game.
You need a mix for sure, but I think if it's predominantly SMGs, you're going to have a tough time, especially with the ranges on a map like Overpass.
If they're whistling down the clock with smokes, you've got Mac 10s and you're locked out, you can't boost over, you can't get picks, you're kind of stuck. Ooh. Speaking of boosts, here's one for Simple. I've got a feeling this one could be a little bit tasty.
Misses his first, they'll adjust, and now they know where one of the 2 remaining players are. He was the booster, not the boostee.
This is so thorough right now from OG. Just the details, right? The shallow flash on the corner initially to catch off Electronic, being aware of the connector push, using Molotovs, smoking them out, forcing them to either push through that, wait 20 seconds, or fall back. Either way, you've alleviated pressure onto the A site. Smokes are plenty. Good flashes. You could see how much pressure Simple was under. As soon as he misses a shot, instantly they react, and now Perfecto trying to survive. He gets taken down. All 5 survive for OG, and all they need is 1 gun round where they can exploit a tendency of Na'Vi, and they can close the door on this.
This is the second game for both of these teams in their second stage here of EPL Season 11. OG opened things up against Mouse Sports and lost 0-2. Na'Vi beat Astralis 2-1. If OG can come back and take down Na'Vi, another huge name in the table, this will be massive for them. A win like this could save their bacon.
OG are helping Astralis right now.
Yeah.
And Fnatic and FaZe and all these teams with this kind of a win.
You're absolutely bang on. I hadn't even thought about the round-robin ramifications.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course.
So full eco here, 12-6 pretty much locked in, unless we'll see some sort of meltdown here from OG. Like I said earlier today, probably about 6 hours ago at this point, there are so many rounds that are won by USPs in today's game. You used to just have to treat the partial buys like gun rounds. Even these rounds can be deadly. You can see these stacks coming in, and there's already these weird setups. He has spotted 4 towards middle, so that's going to be the cue to just run towards B, but the CTs, of course, will be gallivanting over as well. But luckily, it will be MBK and Issa. They've got full control of the B site. There should be no chance to give this up. It's only the Mac 10 that goes down, so that's perfect. They were hunting for information with Man2. He only gives up that one SMG. What a ding that is from Simple.
How does he do it? Oh, yeah, another one. NBK gets chunked down to 3 HP through a smoke and about 6 kilometers. Distance was never my strong suit, but NBK should be the one to, I was going to say get the frags, but looking at his health after that initial exchange with Simple, he's just going to contain and a perfect angle to exit.
Walking the tightrope there, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he is. This Molotov should deal with the push. Poor old Boomich is going to get his socks all burnt.
Boomich is a stubborn player in the form of aggression, and I've seen it in a lot of players over time. JW's one, but you've seen how JW's reinvented himself, right? Like, he still can get away with the aggression, but it's like today when we had him in the post-game interview, it was like, JW, this move here, you know, were you doing this intentionally? Like, yeah, we got told about that, and that's why I was playing like this. Whereas Boomich is, in a lot of situations, looks forced, because his job, he finds a lot of information, which then he can give to Simple and Electronic, and they can capitalize, right? But at the moment, he's just getting blown out of the server, and him still with only 2 kills to his name.
Yep.
He's hemorrhaging right now. This is like having Zeus on the team still.
That's 7 kills over 2 maps now, and we're going into round number 19 of the second. So really not ideal. You're dead on with the comparison there. Like, it is dead weight at this point. It's a player that was so stubborn on the first that you were losing rounds by virtue of his aggression, that was unrelenting. The in-game leader, no one's going to be there to tell him to stop, I suppose. He kept doing it. He's pulling the strings. And now, admittedly, very good performance from OG, but he just hasn't shown up to this series at all. And he was one of their MVPs over at Katowice, which led them to the trophy. Like, he had some amazing moments. Normally, you'd be thriving in your own environment.
Perhaps just as he was growing accustomed to the LAN environment, he's been thrown back into the environment that he cut his teeth on.
Yeah.
It's going to be a while of a acclimatization process.
Well, this is a huge round. This could decide the game. There'll be eco after this if Na'Vi give it up on the CT side. The loss bonuses won't be there for them.
And
might just be force buys for the
if they'll
rest of
be
the
as thorough. That's what I'm intrigued about. You know, will they check Electronic? I'm seeing so many backs turned. They may be operating under the assumption that it's clear. So many backs exposed, and it's checked. That will spring everything to life. Electronic has found RV, the opening kill they needed, and he's just retreated back. That does incite them to charge into the Simple AWP. This is feeling much more like a Na'Vi round, and Simple connecting AWP shots is a good start, but now Alexi trading. They do have access to the site. Rotate from Boomich, it's a Molotov. He is often like a moth to the flame, but this time he's more reserved. Flamey on the flank.
Huge, huge trade there towards Simple. The fact he only gets 1 kill in that round, he's there. Absolute clutch player, always finding multiple kills, and this time they've actually got an even situation, a 3-on-3. Remember, if they win this, it will be maximum loss bonus for the CTs. Will only get them so far. Great shot coming in from Valda. Perfecto now, left of Boomich, who's only got 2 kills to his name. They have got a smoke for the bomb. They've dropped it on top now, and need to remember the lineup here, Valda. Throws out the flashbang. The defuse will be coming in momentarily, but they don't have a defuse kit. It might not matter, as it looks like they're absolutely fine.
Oh, saved by the bell, saved by the Perfecto smoke as well. He did that underhand from Bank's side, had to make sure it was perfect. And he does manage to acquire the 7th. It was a necessary round for Na'Vi.
They hadn't touched the bomb when both the kills had come in at that point. I feel like the smoke was just causing too much of a ruckus there. Had they just basically stayed AFK in the bathrooms, they win the round because there were no kits available, right? But obviously they don't have that information, and it will be Na'Vi scraping together a round after finding the first pick. Comes down to the 2 versus 1, but they keep 2 players alive, recover the AWP. Still the same story, though. They're fully invested. They give this round up, their money will be broken, and they'll be 13-7 down. A lot more stable this round with the AK-47 out there in the hands of Perfecto, but Flamey just with the MP9. So 3-1 in the second half. 9-6 to OG to finish the first. Their way through connector. 3 players here. In terms of CT presence, not a whole lot. Just 1 player on the A side of the map. That's Electronic. Got the opener before. Flamey needs to be careful. That's a very vulnerable position to multiple angles. You can be boosted behind on the window as well, but he has got Boomich to watch that angle. You can see that's why he's got his crosshair towards that particular spot. An opening kill.
Oh dear. That shouldn't
Plural.
happen.
And
One
it's
flash.
Perfecto to save the day. He can do this.
He's got the first onto Monster. Issa flashed off, and now Simple's rotating in. Will catch the flash player. The flashes keep coming, but so do the frags. Perfecto's done such good work. Valda was full flash, just gets shut down. Same could be said for Issa. And now the advantage is just completely and totally shifted. To try and extend that was Simple. A ballsy maneuver. Mantu's trying to bait Simple into a peek. Alexi over the smoke.
Simple playing this so well.
And
Just
they're
off
playing with the
smoke.
X-ray off. This is nice just to see if he was going to get any sort of information. As it fades, nothing. Not a peep.
All it takes is one player to step out of line here, and it'll all crumble down, but they are playing it very well. You can see a very disciplined Na'Vi at this point. OG waiting for the mistake, but they're running out of time here. 10 seconds. Alexi will have to drop off in the next 3 and just go for it. It's Mantu. He makes the first move. Doesn't work out for them. This round is falling apart. Trying to cause financial damage at this stage. Doesn't work out. And even after finding the first 2 opening kills there, Chad, Perfecto with the AK-47 saves the day. Ruins the finances of OG. And potentially keeps Na'Vi alive.
Yeah, Perfecto staying alive actually enabled Simple to get a free AWP kill because you could see as they were coming on through, check this out, he gets the first. So the player that Simple kills is actually facing towards Perfecto's position. Simple just shoots him in the back because they're so laser focused on clearing out this B bomb site.
Well, they've already got 2 kills on the site, right? So they're going to assume that's all that's left. There's going to be 1 player remaining with Simple's already rotated over. You can see Boomer's starting to find some impact now as well. Gets himself a couple more frags, up to 4. Never too late to arrive.
They can still, look, this map from start to finish, we have painted as a Na'Vi win. The fact that they are behind here doesn't change the fact that they are the favorite in this map. Even though maybe the odds have shifted, OG have looked threatening at points, they've started to play some fantastic CS. But Na'Vi are the favorites, that's for sure.
And a reminder, of course, that the rounds that they have been picking up, as you can see there with the hypothetical, have been 1 versus X situations. Clutches have kept Na'Vi afloat. Now, well, they've got a real opportunity to close this gap. It was a 9-6 half. Of course, you could see OG got off to a flying start, 4 rounds on the trot, but now it's Na'Vi's turn. Just a single piece of Kevlar and a Desert Eagle. That's fortunately not hit any of their priority targets. The nade does do good damage, though. Mantu cut down to 50. And ideally, they just explode. Somehow it's not ending in a Flamey or Perfecto 4K. I don't know how it's not going to end in a Perfecto or Flamey 4K.
Normally how these ones go down, isn't it?
Choose. Here you go. Which one's getting it?
Flip a coin.
I reckon Flamey.
3 will do. Perfecto's stolen 1, and it won't be Flamey to find another. Perfecto takes 2. Flamey will take the 3, and we have a nice and expected 9th for Na'Vi.
I really feel like OG had to win that previous round towards B.
Yeah.
They've given Na'Vi an access back into the game now. After getting those initial picks, a 5-on-3 scenario, you'd think they'd close it out, but a gut punch from Perfecto and Flamey in the previous round is shutting down this eco. Nothing really to write home about. They do deny the plan, though. As we get into the next tier, we will see what the finances look like momentarily. 12-9 at this stage. Na'Vi on the trail back, though, on the favored CT side of their map pick.
So if there are any pocket strategies that have been worked on from OG, we're going to see it come out within probably the next 2 to 3, maybe 3 to 4 rounds when they need a bailout, when they know that Na'Vi's economy is kept kind of low. They need something. They need an edge into the game. So far, it's just been this default spread. The 2 opening picks that they had forced them onto the B bomb site. You think about this. We've only played 2 gun rounds so far in this half for OG. They won the pistol. They made sure that they converted the force. And then they were able to convert against the eco.
Yeah.
From there, they had the gun round. They lost the following gun round, then they had to take a save. So only 2 gun rounds so far within this second half, and they've been threatening rounds. So there is a chance.
A chance Na'Vi will do everything within their power to avoid. Flamey aggressive in that monster tunnel. I'm intrigued to know what's going to happen when that smoke fades. Okay, so he is playing more passive now.
Yeah, they've got 3 players actually focused towards Monster at this stage. Boomich will be on the bomb side patrolling short, but he's backing the boys up with flashbangs if required. Smoke will go down, MBK makes a footstep, they know he's coming, flashbang to follow. Here he comes, down he goes surely, can't get one of those, too much.
He sees 2 though, he calls 2 holding Monster. Now they might spring to life towards A. Simple and Electronic to hold it. There's no better duo to do the job, do it dirty, and already Electronic's found ahead. Alexi B's gone down, a 5 versus 3. Issa has to do something rather heroic, rather spectacular, and he just will fall flat. Instead, Valda He's just going to try and keep this Krieg, maybe just take a couple of CT players down.
Yeah, that's all he can do at this point. Na'Vi look way too comfortable out there at this point. Boomich is the only player to be dropped. Valda will survive. Maybe not for long, though. He's tucked in the corner. He'll be taking our time
there.
Yeah, so he'll get no extra money going forward. You can see $600. That's all he'll be left with as the loss bonus gets into the 4th stage. That's 4 rounds in a row against them. Full eco, I assume. Maybe a partial buy for a few of them. Valda certainly won't be joining them.
Yeah, he's only going to have 4K next round. That's assuming he takes a full eco right now. So with that in mind, actually they have 1 more round loss before they get the full max loss bonus, right? They've only lost 4 in a row. So 1 more. Next round they get 34.
Next round they get 34.
Yeah. So he'll have that 4K, which can facilitate an AK and a grenade, or he'll have to buy a Galil and opt for the full utility. But it looks like another B play.
Yeah, and one that could be met by this HE. Luckily, no one there to receive it, but they have got through the smoke at least.
Line up, line up.
Looking for the boosted players. They'll happily sit here for a good 40
Shooting
seconds.
gallery.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. But for now, just going to try and get the bomb down towards B. Hopefully catch a player with a nade out. It's the only way these rounds can really work out for you.
All of Na'Vi are gun on at this point. Draw them in, and well, that's the pain train reaching its logical station. Boomich will actually grab himself a nice 3K, which will help pad the stats just a little bit from what has been solid ADR again from Boomich, heading in towards the 60 region after that round, but now it's crunch time. The weapons are going to be back out. You said Galil, Chad, you're bang on. Valda's had to make a sacrifice due to dying after time in the round before.
3 Kriegs.
3 Kriegs.
No warp. 1
Galil. And Mantu's Krieg has been fantastic today. Remember, on that first map performance of Inferno, he got, what, 25 kills and only 5 were with the actual AWP?
Yeah.
So his rifle has been great. There's not a requirement on the T side to get the AWP power. There's a nice little smoke there to extinguish the flames early on.
You could use that to fake when you're doing a 5-man something else.
Yeah, good idea.
They still haven't done a pocket execute that I was hoping to see come through.
This would be the time to do it, right? Your defaults, you're just not winning out in the 1v1 duels. You just wanted to have to get some post-run situations down, or maybe Valda wants to help himself to a couple of kills in the connector. How has that gone through?
That's one of the classic smoke gimmicks that we've been talking a lot about recently. He's just pipped the timing. That's a nutmeg.
Is that a classic nutmeg?
That's a nutmeg.
That he goes through the corner. They've got no idea. They're waiting on the smoke. He's nutmegged them. And we're going to have a 5-on-3, but we're not done yet. Remember, we have got Simple alive here. Perfecto has had some heroics here on the B side of the map. Flamey, tucked in the corner of a Krieg as well, could do a lot of damage. And they need to go together. The spacing has to be strong here. Oh, the flashbang's going to be essential. Oh, no. This falls apart again. As we go into a 3 versus 2, they still have the advantage, but maybe not for long. Valda's so incredibly low. Trying to get this bomb down. No HEs, at least from the CT side, so that can happen.
Yes, and he needs to start that plan. They're going to smoke and boost. It will be rather predicted and actually nearly a collateral. He's done it again, Simple. In 1 game alone, he's tagged down another. The ball bang wasn't far off. He does connect. Issa straight through the boxes. Anders, that one's for you. And now Valda thrown into a 1 versus 2 to convert a round he started. It would not be in this mess if it was not for Valda and his incredible double kill. But now Na'Vi, they have the advantage, and in a very big way.
They might assume he's towards short. He might want to fire. Let's not fire at all here. And that's the thing. I think if he'd just gone full AFK at that point,
full naughty.
Let them look towards short. That's the only way he wins the round, because the trade was always going to come in there. But a nice attempt, gets 1, but still Na'Vi tied up.
It's another 1vx situation for Perfecto. I know he just had the trade-off of Simple, but still converting that situation.
This is how the round started, though, Chad. When there's a 5-on-3 in favor of OG, they still lost the round.
This was almost a double here. It could have been done and dusted right there. Simple will find the frag, so giving us something to get excited about there. But yeah, Perfecto converting that, it's still going to go on his stat line as a 1vx situation. So regardless of how he does it, the safe pair of hands continues.
He's had 2 of them.
And if you have a look here, that plant has facilitated with the max loss bonus that OG can continue to buy. They're getting close. You know, look, the CT economy is not great. Simple has some money. Electronic has a bit of residual. Flamey, just enough. They get 1 of these rounds on the board here. They're able to make it relatively clean. Is 6 on the trot for Na'Vi. They are starting to mount.
Starting to perhaps weigh up just how much is at stake here.
2 opening kills with the Galil. You don't see that too often. And somehow the round's not converted. Suggests that we might be done here on Overpass. OG unable to find a round in the last 6. They've been so close. And again, they've lost the opening frag. It's Electronic to open things up. A minute on the clock here. They fall back. They've still got smokes, incendiaries, kits, of course, and an AWP for Simple. Not the same story for Mantu. They could win a 5-on-3. I'm not sure they'll win a 4-on-5.
Yeah, the way you frame it's a good point. Advantages have been squandered in the past by OG.
So it'll just be a B finish here. They can smoke heaven, Molotov barrel, flash over. That's the only point of access here to B. That's it.
So many Molotovs.
There's the molly, smoke heaven, one flash, that's all they've got.
That was a very responsive smoke from Boomich. He had the pin pulled. He was ready to throw it. He wants them to really be convinced, but not going to happen. Instead, it's going to be Flamey from heaven to find the first. Valda, good shot through the smoke and tapping away at the head of Flamey. Does convert another, perhaps a few more twists. Perfecto has other plans, though, as another save of the day. Double kill from Perfecto puts 13 on the board for Na'Vi.
Well, I questioned after map 1 if anybody else was going to show up to join Simple and Electronic, and Flamey and Perfecto, well, they've come to the bat signal. Boomich still lacking a little bit, but now they're coming online. You could see the way that this game started. They were very, very cautious on their T side. They got those 6 rounds. OG did a fantastic job to bounce on back. They've been playing some very good Counter-Strike, but it's been gritty CS, and it's still gritty right now. The thing is, they just can't get these final frags.
No, they can't. And now they'll be left with another partial buy scenario. The MAC-10's coming out, and this is where Na'Vi start to feel themselves. They've got resources now. They can afford to lose a round, in fact. They actually have the lead, and they have T-sided weaponry, and they're going to have a bit more freedom on the map. This is where they'll start to be extra dangerous, and they've already got 6 rounds in a row.
We're seeing more and more players do what Electronic's done as well. He knows there's not going to be head armor in the majority, and so given the option, he's chosen to go for the MP9. It means he can play a different style of Counter-Strike, and with his current position, he is actually doing exactly what he would have done with the rifle. He's just playing in towards those toilets. Oh, and he could just get a mad spray down here. There are going to be MAC-10s hunting him down, though, so it's SMG v SMG. And, ooh, NBK was all too well prepared for that one. He will draw first blood. Na'Vi are going to have to send Simple back out of the site so they can play retake. He's all alone, and he's already caught Issa on the cross.
Doesn't seem to miss this kid. They will be towards the A-star, going to try and swarm him now. The quick scope connects, and he knows he's going to get a couple more here.
Oh,
he connects
my
that.
God.
This guy is on another playing field right now.
Stop
This
it.
is insane.
He's just winning the round single-handedly. Showboating while he does it, leaping through smoke. Simple shot onto NBK was absurd. Oh my God, this is just Na'Vi with their powerhouse online, I guess is the best way to describe it. The powerhouse continues, 23rd frag for him in that one. Flamey's alongside him, Electronics on par. Let's see this shot again. So this is cool, whatever. This wallbang transition into NBK, it goes from that into I know you're pushing, and he even manages to land another tag here with a no-scope through the smoke, even getting another kill, of course, onto the platter.
Ridiculous scenes. No one else can do it quite like Simple.
They put the AWP in Mantu's hands, Henry. You think they're going to send him out, see if they can take him on?
Mantu, do you think you can kill Simple? Not sure anyone can at this point. The untouchable will be sniping once again. This time positioning himself towards the A site. Deep back and towards the side itself. Not going to be challenging towards connector or middle. One more round will do it. Remember, it's Dust 2 coming up next, which feels like a certainty at this point. 8 rounds in a row for Na'Vi. After such a great campaign on the T side here. OG got the pistol, the 3-0 conversion, and the amount of 1vx situations they've had, what, 3 or 4 now, that just haven't worked in their favor, or opening picks that just fall flat. It doesn't seem like they have enough on overpass to really convince me they can get themselves out of this mess.
That 2v2 is still so concrete in my mind. The Perfecto underhand smoke, they're both dying before they even touch the bomb.
Yeah, that was the turning point, I think.
Yeah.
Like the moment they gave that one up with such little time, the fact the bomb was even about to explode and they didn't even touch it with no kits, begs the question as to whether OG have enough in the tank to actually put this one over the line. They have no smokes remaining now. A Molotov, a couple of flashes, NBK desperately hunting for anything towards B. They all know it's an illusion. No one's falling for that at all. All right. That's going to be one of the most lackluster things we've ever seen. Simple, go take care of them in A.
Yeah, and he's already hit his first. Electronics hit the second. A is a scary prospect when Electronic and Simple are hitting their shots. Mantu did go kill Simple, but it is the only frag that OG are going to be posting in the round. 15 for Na'Vi. They've found the momentum they needed to continue to keep OG honest. We are setting our sights then on Dust 2. the third map in this series if OG fall flat at the mark here in round 28. There is going to be some concessions in the buy. The T side, to describe what OG have been going through, it feels like it's just been a B, Perfecto and Flamey, A, and a simple electronic. That's kind of been their walls. Two different pairings, but both have been thriving every time they throw their bodies towards the site.
Could be the final round here, chaps. 3 in a row for OG. This seems like a distant dream at this point. I'm not sure they're going to be able to do much with the connector hold. See whether this is where Na'Vi put them out of their misery here on the T side. Not a single gun round falling in their favor. Operating with Galils and just 2 smokes now. Simple. Even blind for a second, just making them look foolish out there.
Wow.
We're done.
We are so done. That's simple, just a man possessed. Alexi caught a bullet as well before he goes down. There's 4 members of Na'Vi still standing. It's 16 written all over it. It's just a question of execution. Flamey's not taking any chances. Incendiary, and the frags come in. We're going to our third. Dust 2 will be where OG Na'Vi is decided. Na'Vi dust themselves down with a spectacular CT comeback.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness.
Going into Overpass, Na'Vi were always the favourites, but OG, they pushed them at every turn. A convincing first half, trickling on into the second with a pistol round victory and just constant threatening post-plant situations. It wasn't enough for OG to get across the line here. Na'Vi pick it up and they take us to the third. But before we can get to that, and before we can get to the simple highlights, I'm going to break something down. It was the turning point in that game, in our opinion, while it was going on down. The scoreline was 12-6. So if you want to learn something, stick around for the next 2 minutes. If you don't, come back and then you'll see Simple killing everybody. But let's break this round down, because this one here was almost a gimme for OG. So let's look at this setup, let's look at this situation, and we'll talk you through all the details, and I'll do my best not to run out of breath here. So standard player, we get the Molotov off there to slow down the ascent. You've got Electronic playing in the toilets, playing around their smoke. I just want to make a note of him on that side of the smoke. You can actually see their shadow if they want to do a little sneaky play through it. Simple AWPing over towards the long position, and meanwhile there's 3 players over towards the B bomb site. You can see them creeping up close. Electronic knows the timer on the smoke. He's going to back on off. At this point, OG are setting up for a standard set piece. You can see here they're getting territory. They're going to be setting up their grenades, but they haven't cleared out this part of the map where Electronic is. Simple now, with that time and knowing that they could have been walking up through that mid position, he's going to rotate back towards the site very shortly. But what I want to really just notice here is Issa, his job is to deal with Electronic's push, and he will eventually go down to this. You can see them caught in limbo. Electronic pushing forward for some info. You've got Boomich back on the site. He's now jump spotting. Now this duel right here is about to go down. Now here's the problem. If they were to hit the site like this, they would want to accelerate on the T side. They know that they're pinned from this position. They can't go through toilets to long. They're running out of time. That would mean that as they enter the site, not only do they have to worry about long, they have to worry about bank, they have to worry about the truck, they have to worry about CT, they have to worry about everything. So this is a big problem for them. But Volder, with a very well-placed nade, I want you to focus your attention right here. You're going to see the nade bounce off that wall. Will take out Electronic. So the pressure is alleviated here. Now, this is looking very good for OG. They no longer have to worry about long. They didn't even know Simple was there. He's pushed into the site. They also traded him. He got 1 kill. And Alexi B, there's his corpse. There's his, the man who fragged him out there, Mr. Alexi B. That's huge, because now they have bomb site control. There's no CTs here yet. Mantu already going to be watching behind. Volder has long control. This is great. This is perfect. There's no threat at this point in time. Let's keep playing this out. Utility gets dumped. They're delaying this rotation from the CTs. They get the bomb down in the standard plant position. Everything's good. As I mentioned, Mantu watching behind. Volder came up to help out. Alexi B still stuck on the site. Things are looking really, really good for this 3v3 post-plant situation. As this goes forward, the flanker comes on through. They take him down. Now they find themselves in a very winnable situation from the bathrooms. There's no defuse kits on Boomich or Perfecto as they enter the site. Now let's pause it. Boomich right now is about to do the game-winning move. You can see right here, he has the smoke in his hand. This is a very simple underarm throw. Once you're behind the bomb box, you just throw this over. It's going to land on the default plant spot. Let's play that out. You'll see that happen here. At this point, it's just panic on the side of OG. You can see they're both in positions where they can't actually see if the bomb's being defused. They're going to, at this point, both try and fight. So we'll play this out. You can see here, Perfecto on the top of the box can see over that. The flash comes through, it blinds him up, he drops in, starts defusing, they make these frags, and it's simple as that. At that point, the scoreline becomes 12-7. You can see Na'Vi starting to mount a comeback. And now, I'll give you those simple highlights, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play those, we're going to roll those for you right now. And if you stick with us, we'll be back with map number 3, Dust 2, after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
2 boxes to get my knee. Ah! Where's it gone? Go to hit this. On the ramp, though. He knows he's there.
Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Three maps for Na'Vi OG. Despite their best efforts on Overpass, OG overwhelmed in the second half. They got close, but no cigar. Perhaps they could smoke them in the third. What do you reckon?
I think they're, well, not much of a chance, actually. I was going to try and run with that one, but Dust 2 for me has got Na'Vi written all over it. They played against Astralis yesterday, gave them the business there, and feels like right now, Electronic and Simple, the way they're peaking into this series, it doesn't look good at all. OG are starting to drop off, and Na'Vi are just getting bigger and bigger.
And the Counter-Strike maths also agrees. Now, if you've been watching Pro League, you know that we're big fans of numbers and mathematics around here. Now, reflect back within the Pro League, OG lost to FaZe on Dust 2 16-7. Go back to Katowice, where Na'Vi played FaZe on Dust 2, and they won 16-6. So obviously, with Counter-Strike maths in play, Na'Vi win this one. We don't even need to play the game, actually, because so far we've applied the maths twice, and it's worked twice, 100%.
Yeah.
Auto-resolve this one.
This is one that actually needs to be solved by one man in particular. It's time to get the knife round started with our guest knife round commentator, Rushley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, hello. Welcome to the knife round action here. OG, we've seen some good knife rounds come out of them recently, so hopefully they can keep it up. The terrorists, I believe, are OG side here, but now the knife's coming in. One guy gets the other. Gonna follow up on him too. This guy's left alive. And
Who won,
OG
Rush?
take it.
Who won?
OG.
Okay, thank you. So that's important, and it is actually very important, right? Because if Na'Vi, we don't know which side OG are going to pick right now. Hey, Green, which side did they pick?
Green.
They picked, they're currently on the CT side, so I'd say CT.
Okay, so that is actually very important right now because the biggest thing that OG have to deal with is Na'Vi's relentless long takes, right? The idea that that is even in play, they have to work out how to solve that. There's 2 men on the server who will have the lion's share of responsibility dealing with that. Volder, the long anchor, and Alexi B, the A assistant. Now, where he ever decides to have his forces within the early stages, whatever he calls, is going to dictate how they deal with this long play. And I think that's the make or break moment.
The long play is everything for Na'Vi. They love to focus this area of the map. They like to push down there, and everyone knows they do it. The rebuttal can be you push up towards middle and present aggression, but they always have Boomage watching from the car. As they get long control, they go for a full execution and mostly land their shots, and that's where they find the lion's share of their rounds. And I feel like there's variations to come on that. They can build upon that foundation because it's so strong right now and so volatile that no one seems to know how to counteract it, so you can start suggesting you're going to start doing that and actually have different variations.
They also have a couple of other moves that Lexi B has hopefully downloaded. One is the one where Boomich likes to creep out through their mid to B smokes and goes through into CT spawn. That's one. Obviously, the Boomich classic drop down. He can do the same thing from A towards CT into a B split. Or we've spoken about Electronic and his entry fragging. When they execute onto the side, that's when Mantu with the AWP, he's going to have to deal with the players dropping down as well as crossing the bridge. So Na'Vi have a lot of moves right here. And OG, look, they didn't come into this series of favorites, but they're starting to convert me as a bit of a believer. If they can have another competitive matchup against the world #1 right now, these guys are onto something.
Yeah, I think that would be sufficient. I mean, the fact that their overpass looked so well rehearsed, their CT moves, it was all covered, they had information and utility to back it all up. Different kettle of fish, though. It's Na'Vi's Dust 2. It's been a map that no one has been able to touch them on. Astralis tried yesterday, and now it's OG's turn. The third map in this series. It goes all the way thanks to OG's victory on Inferno. Let's see if they've got anything left or if they really have met the wall that's got 4 names. It was Flamey, it was Electronic, it was Simple, and well, now it's time to see if Dust 2 looks any different.
We'll get into the action here, the third and final map. Alexi B looking to challenge towards T-spawn here, listening out for any sound cues you can get hold of. Smoke down towards Xbox and 3 players and towards lower B here for Na'Vi. They should have a PD50 for Simple, that's usually their go-to. And bear in mind, we know they focus towards long. They do so on their pistol round usually as well, but this is a different approach this time. 3 flashbangs, 1 smoke already used towards Xbox, and they make their way up towards short after the smoke is expired. So what's the next play here? Just a normal catwalk smoke, flash over, make their way up of a 5-man assault towards the bomb site. They do have Simple paroling towards the B side of the area. They could drop down here. So they could go back towards mid doors. CT spawn smoke suggests they could just send Electronic in and he'll drop down to CT spawn, which he will.
He gets spotted, but the smoke's there. Alexi's going to have to
He's cut off the rotation.
They can't do anything with that smoke down now. So this is Na'Vi with Electronic and Spawn, who, as long as he gets 1 kill, that should be it. Beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, that works so well.
What a simple approach that is.
A B split, but instead of just smokes, you send 1 player down from short.
Remember, they haven't got the AWP or a rifle there, so they can't spray you down or pluck you out unless you get a perfect USB headshot with flashbangs coming over the top. You're more than likely going to make it down. And then at that point, sure, he doesn't get a kill for that. And like you said, they spotted him, but the smoke down in CT spawn, they can't actually readdress that. They can't actually take him down. They have to push through as the bomb's being planted. And of course, Electronic's going to find kills. So maybe
might find 1 more.
Yeah, just a couple more available to them. But that's a very well done strat, Chad. Like you said, very simple approach, but I really enjoyed it. Very effective.
Yeah, on the pistol rounds, we're seeing teams get more and more creative. I think even in just the last, what, 3 or 4 days, we've started to see T sides having 3 individuals investing into grenades as opposed to just the 1 or the 2. So things are starting to shape up with these T side pistols now, and people are coming up with more and more ideas. It isn't just Glock Armor Rush B.
Yeah, pistol rounds certainly are getting more and more invested into them, which is interesting considering they now hold less weight, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, just to note, a lot of what Na'Vi did there, especially with that early smoke onto Xbox, when you see that, if you're not already playing close-up short, you'll just play it like a like an AWP round, because you can use the USP on that A ramp, right, and use it as Mantu would an AWP. So let's get stuck into this force fight right here from OG. They've found some success. It hasn't been everything so far for them. MBK has taken some damage early. He does have the scout, so it's not the end of the world. Na'Vi spreading out across the map. They won't actually go for the long take on their anti-eco. Going to save that for the gun rounds when things are a little bit juicier.
So this force buy will lead them to an A stack. OG ready and waiting with 4 players towards the bomb site here. Na'Vi will be making their way towards short. They have Mac 10s again, focusing on the SMGs. Scout thrown in for good measure. Vowed up. Absolutely deadly with this deagle. So first smoke will arrive towards CT spawn. The grenade, in response, does nothing. They're going back towards middle here. So the A stack, this is like the perfect call from Na'Vi right now. The fact you've just shown a little bit of presence towards A will keep those guys interested. You've smoked off CT spawn again, allowing you to clear out that area. And now the scout, unless he gets an instant headshot, it won't be winning in this round.
Oh, MBK, he's just gonna accept his fate, cook himself. Perfecto's nade, rather simples, just to soften him up as well. That's worked wonderfully, and they are just gonna back away and save. Just try it again, run it again. It's rather go for a slightly possible round than an impossible one. And so they'll just rinse and repeat. I wonder if Na'Vi are going to send Perfecto and Boomich off for a little SMG farming session.
With the hunting here, it's always a question, right? It's whether, are you scared of having to face another force buy, and is it worth giving up what you possibly have? The fact that they're sending more members through the A site to take these fights, that fills me with a little bit of confidence. I know it's Deagles versus Mac 10s at range, but here comes the scout of Simple. He's going to get boosted up over the top. He even has a way to pick Pit.
Peek Pit. And it works out to find the head of Mantu exposed at the depths of Pit. Now they're sending in the SMGs. Boomich will collect 1. They do lose 1, but this is working out wonderfully. Alexi B does manage to get 1 more frag onto Flamey before it all concludes, but it does conclude quite concisely for Na'Vi. They had 3 still standing, no issues there. There's only 3 frags so far on the side of OG coming into our 3rd round of play. So yet to get their fraggers off the starting mark, but I would expect that to be coming through in about round 4.
Giving up those guns and taking away the CT force buy is well worth it, knowing the CTs will have to take that save round right now if they want to have the gun round in the 4th. And you can see more Mac 10s have come on out, so now they can punish this. Nathan got tagged last round crossing, and this time he gets his head taken off. So I don't think he'll be challenging Simple anymore.
Oh, they will be, because he's low HP. He's got 10 points of health, and the call's been made, but Simple still can find headshots here. Baldo will get the 1 frag. They'll probably get this round, to be honest with you. The bomb's going to be planted towards A, but there it is. Another eco falling in favor of Na'Vi. It's going to be them for 4 players surviving. Maybe Valda gets 1 more this Mac 10 towards spawn, but Simple's got 10 HP. He'll still take this challenge. That's the kind of player he is. Blocks out. And it will be Factor to close things out there. So, 3-0. Residual SMGs here. Mac 10 for Boomich. Perfecto with the best spawn you could possibly ask for there. So, probably going to take that. It's Simple with the replay. Got MBK straight through the door. He's been doing all sorts of that nonsense today, of course.
That electronic spray transfer. He committed to a full spray on just the head of Mantu visible. That's commitment and understanding of his Mac 10. Faster passing that of my own. Now Perfecto's charging his way up towards long on the spawn. You said it. Let's see what he plans to do with it. Will get flashed out by his team.
No one there really to challenge, but Mantu will catch the 2nd player. So the flashbangs were spot on there. You could see Electronic didn't stand a chance, ready and waiting with the Krieg. Response flash comes through, but I feel like Mantu going for a couple here potentially. Flamey will take him down. Is that an HE? Indeed it is. Boomich will be dropped. Mantu actually caught him. And flashbang over the top now. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 scenario. MBK holds up towards short. Flamey puts the smoke behind him. They have got control of A here. This round is not said and done. Will they boost behind the smoke? That's normally the logical approach here. They're just going to wait patiently. Simple finds another.
Valda's been lost before the rest could regroup, and smoke fades. They tag up Flamey through the smoke.
He can use that.
He's going to use it to disappear. He's trying to nutmeg them, and they are. Just as they come out short, he's using the smoke to perfection, and now back's turn. Oh! Flamey's not quite got the double. Comes down to a 1v1. Simple looking for his third. Alexi's got the info. A jeweler is about to go down, and Simple reigns supreme.
You just know when Simple spots you. I can just feel it then. It's a locked-in kill. He's 100% going to win this. As soon as you jumped up and he knew where you were, you're done for. It's over.
Even though Simple's had a couple of wobbles this game, we've seen like missed eagle shots when he was boosted, or on the pistol round, he wasn't just hitting those crispy USPs if you have to reflect all the way back to Inferno. It's still just such a scary prospect. I used to have the same feeling when I would watch VP as a team go down. The old VP, I'm talking like 4 years ago now, right?
Yeah.
I always had the feeling that they would be able to bounce on back. When I watch Simple as an individual, I always think that he can, course correct, that he can recover.
He sees what's available.
He's played so much Counter-Strike that he has basically seen it all. And that's why this individual, not only is it his dedication, his work ethic, obviously the natural Counter-Strike ability that he has, but he is just an absolute animal.
And I think he personifies what we were actually talking about yesterday. It wasn't on the desk, it was in our podcast. But yeah, the idea about you have to have passion for the game. I think there's very few individuals that are as obsessed with Counter-Strike as Simple is. And I think that is one of the reasons he is as good as he is.
It's unbelievable. He finishes his game, his stream will come on.
Yep.
Thousands will pour in. It's unreal, his dedication to the game. But 4-0 for Na'Vi, pretty much expected, to be honest with you. We did say in the pre-game to this whole series, if it goes to Dust 2, Na'Vi should blow them out of the water.
Yeah.
That was the understanding from the very get-go, and so far, so good. 4-0, back up towards short. I haven't really been focusing long that much this game, to be honest with you.
They got the freebie last round with Mansu's AWP, but this is the pace change. Boomich into spawn again, so the rotation's cut off.
They don't even know, do they?
He's not acting like he does.
He is probably aware of the possibility, but he doesn't know that he's got conviction. But nice gap found, but answered back by that Krieg, of course. Oh, 2 from Electronic. That's the B side open and the round done.
So yeah, the round's just ended.
Well, now you have to save. Boomich is still here in spawn.
Yeah, you can't rotate.
You shall not pass. So if they let's try and break this down for newer viewers. If you can't rotate through CT spawn, you either have to go through catwalk, which is going to take you through a very tight choke point. Then you have to either go through tunnels or the mid doors, 2 areas which the T's already had under their control. If you wanted to go all the way around, you'd have to go through T spawn, through the long doors, and then all the way through the backyard position, right? So if you wanted to get to B, you've already burnt so much time just getting there before you could even start considering the retake.
Well, this drop-down maneuver certainly is causing a bit of a ruckus here in the OG defense line. MBK and Alexi B dropped. Electronic taking care of both of them. Only a couple of kills required, and this position, how much damage does this do exactly? So you planted the back of the side, barely hurts you, just so you know.
Just to note as well, Electronic was shooting at the floor to show them where to stand to not take damage.
So come over here, it's stupid.
This is a safe spot where you can just live in the site and not give up any exit frags.
So they could be sat and be traditionally back in 1.6 at source, you'd be exit through the tunnels, the CTV waiting for you, that would be the exit frag choke point now. Now that doesn't exist. It's such a weird mechanic that's, I'm not sure why it exists, but there you go. It's another boost for the T side, I suppose.
Yeah, or just like they need any other liberties in the game.
But 5-0 found, and Boomich hasn't had the best series so far. As long as this team wins, that's all that really matters. Remember, managing to take down Astralis yesterday. Na'Vi considered to be the world's best team at this point. Last one's to win a proper LAN as well. Trying to boost it up. Another maneuver there. How has that disconnected like that?
Just spammed from that range. He had the Krieg. He could have scoped in. He could have taken his time. He's just held down the trigger, and he's found another opening.
How is he got such an affinity for the Krieg that he can just knee-jerk spray like that? Good grief. Well, Alexi's lost his head, and I'm losing my mind. Electronic's got the smoke set up for the Vanguard execute. See that one landing in just above the boxes. You can peek over it. It's a bit of a one-way for the T's. That's if you get that far. Nice Molotov. Look what that's doing to Valda. He can't find a single spot that works.
Yeah, he wants to jump up and challenge him here. For that reason, he gets one, but Mantu surely pre-fired at this point. Well, even more than that. It seemed like he knew exactly where he is. It's going to be a 4 versus 2, 6-0 locked in. MBK, he tucks himself in the corner, but to what reason? I'm not sure he'll be able to find a gap here. He has snuck through somewhat, I suppose, but Simple will find him. And Issa was on the other side of the map regardless. So another underwhelming round here from OG, I have to say, as they'll have to save up once again. Of course, they have maximum loss bonus. They have got some residual cash. There will be a buy available if Issa survives. Massive if, though, because those shots just don't seem to be missing. All right, then.
Yeah, Simple has, he's certainly come in. All guns are blazing. Let's see this again from Electronic. This is just...
Hello.
He tracked it. God, this is how Boomich got the frag onto Mantu, and then Simple having the presence of mind to check that close wall flank. He's doing it all. They're doing it all.
The problem is what this does to the perception of OG at this point is makes it think that the game wasn't competitive. It completely was. Overpass was winnable, right? Yeah. We were in the position where OG could have taken this 2-0, and now Na'Vi, the beast, they've woken up. We were talking about Fnatic needing the cage to be rattled.
Yeah, I think a similar thing could be said here. Perfecto's even found the opening frag now. He was given the AWP for the spawn, and he'll be swapping that one back over now, but he did draw first blood. That's a lovely start for what looks to be a what's the word? I don't really know. Unresponded? Just completely unresponsive OG, that's all I can say. MBK is going to be accepting this one's all gone.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much to do here now with 6 HP, but here we go towards long. Just waiting for an unforced error.
This is the traditional, well, it's not traditional. This is the Na'Vi standard T-side situation that we've come to know and love over the last couple of months since Perfecto's joined the team. Blade has obviously realized that this is a part of the map that with these individuals they can own. They can make part of their own, and they continue to dominate with it.
Flash, flash, site access granted, fragging ensues. Look at that. This is just a textbook execute. Take of long against those pistols. There's no fights that favor them. Boomich is flashed through the smoke. It's a massacre. And I think if I do the maths correctly, so 1 point of damage, 2 points of damage, 3. So about 17 damage dealt that round by OG.
It's really exciting to potentially be 3 from 3 with Counter-Strike maths. The transitive properties of things that are completely unrelated is fantastic. I really enjoy that. Here's the opening from Perfecto. Just waited for the flash to come. Usually on that trigger, somebody's going to pick on out and grabs himself the opening.
That's a 1.5 rating for Simple across the 3 maps so far. And Issa does change up the pace. Finally, OG been given a lifeline. He just charges up middle and sprays down 2.
When all else fails, that's all you have to do, apparently.
Caution to the wind.
Exactly. Throw it all away. And we'll see now a 7-0 scoreline, but they haven't won the round yet. It's a 4 versus 3, the best chance they've probably had. Mantu and CT spawn, but smoked off. They'll offer up an incendiary in response. Not the most effective, though. You can still see they have full vision and control of middle. Hasn't done enough to actually push them back at all. So, Mantu not really sure what the final objective of Na'Vi is here. MBK, secondary orb towards the window. Oh, he's committing out now. This is brave. Gets back into the safety of the bomb site. Simple, though. Knows he can make this work.
Position from Valda's been smoked off.
Oh no. It's a huge gap in that smoke.
He's actually gone down. The battle of sprays. Now NBK has to fill the gap. He's already been spotted by Perfecto. My God, the health goes fast. It was Flamey that did the suppressing fire, but now Alexi's collected a double. And wow, Simple's just made A work. He just single-handedly, long plan. A 1v3 could very well be on the cards. He's not feeling that brave.
He's going to put the long plan down into sitting goose and just watch them. Watch them panic.
Oh, MBK's taken eyes off as well, so they have absolutely no idea where he can be. There is a Molotov in play. There is a defuse kit. There's a chance.
Is he scoped in now?
If he just lets them think it's a long plan and he doesn't touch it, this would be so sick. He's gone for it now.
How does he hit that? There's another one coming. He got the info. He hits him through the wall. Simple will not bend down, but Alexi takes it by force. OG will find their first.
If he gets the deagle out there, call it done. He went for the glory of the orb shot towards the end of it. It was a great effort there. The long plan was available to him. So the long plan, just to be clear, that one he just got down there means you go towards the pit and he can see the bomb, but there is a chance they can smoke on top of it, get a full defuse in. So it's not a lock-in round, but at that stage, I'd say it pretty much would have been, but a great effort regardless. Hits his shots, but a leg on the second meant they will pick up their first at least.
Yeah, look, I want to point out what Issa's maneuver was in middle just there. We saw FaZe doing that. I think it was Cold Zera was the one we saw doing that in one of their matches. So this is how the meta's adjusting. A little maneuver from the CTs, and oh well, it was looking good for OG. Perfecto will find another opening. Electronic will get taken down in the fray. Issa is still close. He was the hero of last. He's
Boomich just jumped around a corner with a nade in his hand.
Yeah, because Mantu was there with the AWP. I don't think he was expecting another one to be close towards that corner. They will find themselves in another 3-on-4 situation. It didn't go great for them last round, but they're continuing to do damage to the CT-sided economy. So if they can put it down to a 1v1 again, make sure they plant the bomb, things are still looking pretty good for Na'Vi here. Or they could just win this one.
Simple got his flash. Yep, that's the flash for the cross, and immediately now Mantu has to worry about ramp, and they're already up. Flamey will get the frag. 2 versus 3, it's winnable.
Oh, definitely winnable. They've got Molotovs and smokes available as well. Flamey and Simple alive. I might even give them the edge here, Chad, considering this was a low buy, remember. They won the previous round, but there comes the boost. Oh, it's not even that. It's a jump shot and leads them to a death. Oh no, Alexi B, he might have thrown the round there. MP9 for MBK. And no one at the ramp here as he edges his way around the corner.
I can't see anyone right now.
They've got an incendiary and a nice opening kill, but Simple, the last player remaining, nothing to be said. They've actually got themselves a nice big round there. 2 in a row, managing to avoid what would have been a disastrous economic situation for themselves. Up against Simple and Flamey, that was no easy task, but MBK will make sure that both of them survive and they get the second round on the board, but there's so much money on the Na'Vi side, I can't even get into it. 13K for Flamey, 11,000 for Perfecto. My voice has started to go here a little bit, boys.
Yeah, it's been a long...
I got some Jello Revoice for you guys at home. I'm not sure how much it'll help you, but it's available.
I should start using that. What are we, day 19?
Day 20 or 21?
We should do a if it's day 20, we should have done some sort of anniversary thing. Like, you know, it's been a while.
Well, Mantu just got stabbed in spawn. That's as good as a celebration, I'd say.
They do that. They're the worst offenders for that, I swear.
Yeah. See Mantu with his knife out, perhaps the offender, but actually that's impossible.
Wow, maybe Alex.
Fell on it.
We're going to be seeing an early 30 points of damage done to Mantu. Yeah, my voice is going too. I sound like a 70.
That's right, I can do some play-by-play. I won't be very good, but I can do it.
I'm fine. You're just going to have the ASMR croak now, a little bit of a frog commentary.
Well, I sound like Kermit anyway, so...
Look, the strained
voice.
powers
combined.
Yeah. Imagine a strained voice in a 1-on-3 situation, you know? You guys really straining her there.
Yeah.
Crawling back.
Round after round now.
Making sure they get every kill in. Mantu making his way forward. Easy kill. Boomage goes down.
Yeah, I'll just talk more quiet, and I'll put the microphone closer to my mouth. That's going to be the solution. Because Mantu's holding the cross on long. The cross and electronic.
See ya.
No issues with the first. Perfecto's found the second. Good claw back with the Valda spread of the molly. But that could very well be the frag that decides it all. Alexi falling on the ramp. Now the bomb can go down uncontested. NBK and Issa from CT, and Simple just wants to swing into this.
And there won't be much cash going forward if they give this one up. 3-on-2, Simple. He looks so certain he's getting this kill. It's unbelievable. 3-on-1. MBK didn't even get a look into the round as Issa will just wait and see despawn, has to save the weapon. They'll get $2,400 on top of this going into the next round, which is like forced buy territory for a few players. That's if Issa survives. I don't think he will. They know where he is now, but there's no one to trade it out, so the smoke down. Okay, Simple, just like, you know what? I'm taking you. If that's it. You're going down. You're not surviving this one.
Just drops the Krieg, gets the kill, picks up the
orb, with the bomb, I think.
Gets away with it. So
perfect, of course.
Oh.
Kills him, gets the orb, gets out, doesn't die to the explosion, keeps his money strong. 8-2 on the board, and like I said, financial ruin for the CTs, and that's the stab and spawn. Just don't click your knife.
You don't need to swing your knife. It actually doesn't do anything for you.
No.
It's a pretty good habit, I guess, you know?
I mean, I'm not gonna. It's impossible to play devil's advocate for this one, so I won't. But I am just saying, the left click. At least it wasn't a right click, you know.
That's true.
People are.
That is true.
People could be worse. People could be spamming their right mouse.
It has happened before.
Has it really? Like full straight stab in the back.
Some of the darker PGL days, Matt and I, there were 4 in the morning, people getting right clicks in Spawn. We're on our 4th best of 3 of the day. That was when you'd hear my full wrath.
Yeah, they really let it loose there. What are they doing?
Yeah, that's when I was at my wit's end.
Yeah, well, this is kind of exciting because they do boost up and, well, it only worked for the first. Electronic, how did he get that frag? Just is his head. The tip of it showing. Happy to use the Krieg scope for that fight. And puts Valdir and Alexi B on notice. It's looking like 9 for Na'Vi. It's looking like OG. Their chances did hinge on the first 2. We actually said this right at the start of the day. It feels like perhaps even yesterday. But at the start of the day, we talked about this matchup. And I think the general sentiment was that it would have to have been over the course of the first 2, Inferno and Overpass, if you missed them.
You just look at the body language on the server right now, the way they're planting the bomb and just kind of bouncing around, enjoying themselves. You can see it's actually quite a comfortable affair, but that shot might make things a little bit uneasy. They've got Flamey and T-Spawn, so trying to deny that AK-47, well, he's done that. Now looking towards T-Spawn, and you'd be right in thinking Nevada could be in this position because he makes his way towards the T-ramp now. And at this point, might be able to find Flamey, which he does. Nice shot. Won't win the round, but it does maybe allow him to save an AK.
His deagle has been nice today. Inferno, remember that? He had that 3-piece on the B bomb site.
Yeah, that was huge.
Remember that symbol? 9-2. And it will be now guns available. Probably the double AWP setup. Like, when you're down this far, the rabbit hole is pretty much all you can do. Chain things up, double AWP setup. They tried it already, to be fair. Didn't work out.
That was the frag onto Whistler I was confused by. Very quick kill. And we have ourselves 9. But yes, the double AWPs aren't going to be pulled out just yet.
Not yet. Mantu will be on 5 for 9 right now. No damage inflicted at least. At the start, flashbang coming through from Electronic, jumps over it. Makes his way towards the blue bin.
So suffocating.
Bit of aggression, I guess. Why not?
But changed his mind. And it works out. Nice. Boomich caught. That is going to make things a little difficult. Let's see how Na'Vi respond to losing their Tons player on their long take. So this is interesting to me. Simple's taking the bomb all the way over to B, and they're going to instead... Okay, so he's just going to hold the Tons for them, keep that information flowing, and then they fall out of longs late?
Well, now the assumption is going to be it's going to be the standard long play, right? So even if you left one player here of Electronic just to make sure no one can push...
he just throws the smoke and the flashes like normal.
Yeah, because look at how much respect is given. You know, they're not picking middle because, oh, there could be an AWP there. They're not picking long because, oh, there could be an AWP there. They've already taken tunnels where they think they've done enough control. And it should be defendable if it is a 4v2 hit onto that site. If they trade out efficiently, the retake should be able to come in. Things should be looking pretty good for OG at this point. Now the misdirection with the smoke in middle. Flamey is going to play just behind the flames there. That Molotov is now going to force OG into a really weird situation. They can't peek long. They don't want to drop spawn because they'll leave their Goose defender completely isolated. But it will be the B finish right now. And Simple is still isolated on his own. They're not drawing this rotation yet.
30 seconds. That bomb has to go down. And now almost committing to short. The bomb's on the other site. Who is it on B? Valdir. He's too wise to their tricks. He's still sticking around. This should be the round for OG. That's the frag they needed. And this one just falls flat on its face.
Yeah, until you spot the bomb, you can't be sure that it's guaranteed A play. And Na'Vi have tried pulling strings on that side of the map over and over. So fair play to Valdir. Holds his nerve, makes sure the bomb can't get planted. And a very important frag to find as well. Simple, left even in a 3 versus 1. Bomb down with an AWP in his hand, he's probably going to win.
And with 3 CTs coming from A, if they'd have sold it.
All coming through. We've already used their utility. Coming from 1 by 1 in spawn, it would have been a nightmare. So good stuff. And we will go 9-3. 9-6, certainly a serviceable half, and could go the distance after that.
NBK's weapon situation, is he really holding B with a USP?
Go back he goes. There might be a gun for him in spawn. Let's stay with him if we can, please. Rush. There we go.
Just materialized out of nowhere.
Would have been in a real spot of bother if it was a B rush, so quite lucky that wasn't the case.
He went through his utility and then went back to spawn.
What a scary journey as well, crossing
back
the
and forth the doors.
The wooden doors.
Yep. Phew. Okay, well, he's happy to be getting into the round at least without a very good excuse for losing B. What's this? Oh, wow. best simple bomb loose. That's a frag from Issa that could have serious repercussions.
Certainly could. OG starting to get on their feet here. They've actually managed to get 3 out of the last 5 rounds. It was looking woeful at one stage. They were 7-0 down. Now with the double orb set up out, MBK and Mantu. So it's a different lineup. This is what I thought Glaive did wrong before. This is how I've always lined it up with that bricks column.
So like the black line, the brown line.
Glaive was using the fence itself. And
they both?
That's it. That's all good.
Okay, that's
this is a different smoke. But yeah, that's kind of sick. It goes to window as well.
You could do both from middle. That's crazy. Doesn't work out for Na'Vi.
At all.
Oof, what a shot from Nathan. Damn.
Not bad, is it?
That was nice.
I think it's funny the fact that Valve opened the skyboxes and B tunnels and no one's using really for smokes at all.
It's just how telegraphed it is, but considering how much things have constantly been evolving, I'm sure someone will
That's
come
what
up
I'm
with a way
saying.
to
The
use
fact
it.
that it's so telegraphed, there's got to be options there. Suggestion is a very powerful tool in Counter-Strike, you know? Like, if you get 2
Decoys
players,
through the skylights tons.
anything like that. Oh, hold on a second.
Good damage. He won't have enough time to... And lucky he went down as well before the round ended, so he can get the loss bonus right now. It's not a huge amount of loss bonus, because things have been going so well over on that Na'Vi side. But if he went down after the time, he wouldn't have had any money coming into this round number 14. Na'Vi have finally been stopped. They have to ask a question right now. What are we going to do with our finances? Next round, they get 2,400.
I was wondering if this might happen. Simple had 5K. He's going for the hero. They're full forcing into this one. Na'Vi are buying around a single weapon. Sidearms, sure, but it's only this man on your screen that has any sort of say in that first blood for his squad.
AWP for Simple. Is it enough? It normally is. They have been looking so good in this first half, but OG have done enough to suggest this could go a little bit deeper. Simple smoked off towards middle. Waiting for any mistakes here. Unforced errors would be key, but it's a very disciplined setup from the CT side. OG not breaking. Mid split looks likely. Boomage, though, has to show presence towards short. Need to make it look like a default before they can do anything here. Just a smoke towards short would be enough just to keep their attention there. He's got that available to him, jumping up, making sure no one's close. Making as much noise as he can. Not going to throw smoke towards short. Suggests they need it for middle. They've only got a few of them. One will go on top of that box as well traditionally, but I guess at this stage they need to save them for the post plant. Up towards B they go. It's already waiting for a couple of kills, only finds one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if one may be enough, because now MBK is going to get
missed.
super overwhelmed. The Molotov missed, that's a very good observation, because he can stand his ground now. He can keep fighting. A dink into Perfecto's not enough. And Simple in the smoke. What was going on there? He's caught Mantu and Alexi. He could very well find all 3. Valda, he wants to complete the set, and as he procedurally clears, he spanks them. I need to see how he got there.
He hung around mid, right? He didn't go mid to B with everybody. That I'm definitely aware of. But Mantu mustn't have known where he died from, because he didn't call to his B player. They didn't turn around.
I don't know if so Simple was just staring at the smoke.
Also, it was Issa who went down here. It was Alexi B. So the third kill comes in. That's Valda. Unreal scene from Simple. So remember, they just had Deagles and 1 Simple AWP, but he gets 3 kills. Takes it all to 21, by the way. This is the first half, not the end. They've still got a round to go. And again, just decimating them out here. But Valda, he's tried this maneuver a couple of times with Issa. It works out once again. The opening kill's found, but they don't recover the rifle, just trying to hedge their bets and fall back and play the advantage.
Well, last time this happened, Na'Vi lost the round, so this is a very good start. But Electronic, he's nutmegged Issa there through the smoke. Wasn't expecting it. Going to find a second. We saw this much earlier, and well, now towards the tail end, putting their foot back on that gas pedal. MBK, he's going to have a tall task here with the CZ75 from CT Spawn, defending against what is currently 3 Ts. The 4th is on their way. This is a tough one to win right now, especially with Simple on this kind of form. 138 points of ADR. Even it's Volder. The nade. Slam dunk. Simple as you like.
Believe how good of a game he's having here.
It's unreal.
Honestly, it feels like every single, hero flick is hitting. Everything is working. He's seeing the game. It's just 1s and 0s to him. And right now, 1 and 0 on their
The round's already done. It's just like they've got 2 MP9s at A. They're planting a B. Simple's not missing a single shot. This one's down, unfortunately. So we can start doing a little wrap up now, if you like, Alex.
Sure.
We can start going.
Shall I see if I can do it for the whole thing? Let me see if I can do it.
All right.
Wait, you've got 40 seconds on the clock starting now, plus like the 10 to 20 second play out. You reckon you got it?
All right, guys, this is it. Na'Vi, they secure an 11-4 half. NBK fell at the last hurdle. It was Simple who fell, of course, as well. But that's it, 11-4. It's all looking good in the Na'Vi hood after a wobble in the first.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. But you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name.
Alrighty then, Dust 2, last half of this series and a whole other series to go. We're going to be seeing FaZe Mouse waiting in the wings for their turn in the limelight, but the limelight is all Simples after Dust 2. We say that this map is an aimer's paradise, and well, the man with the best aim is demonstrating exactly why. Ooh. My God, what a half he's had. Hasn't missed many shots.
Not many at all. He's actually gathered 22 kills and only 7 deaths. Got a cheeky assist in there as well. He's at the tippity top. Beneath him, though, Electronic, 14 kills. Chad, those are the names you wanted to see at the top. Have you been satisfied with the performance so far from Na'Vi?
I'm very happy with Boomich continuing not to get many frags, so that's a good run from him so far.
It's a storyline.
No, look, as long as they're winning, you know, we've already spoken through
exactly.
this. That's in jest right there. Yeah. But Na'Vi are poised right now to take this one. OG, they picked up some decent results over here on Dust 2, but this one is a tall task right now as NBK is going to do his best to pepper down middle with the P250 as the remainder of his teammates go towards a fast B.
You can see the game plan, and it's looking positive outcome already. Flamey is going to go down early. Perfecto perhaps contesting a little more aggressive than he should be, but already across, 3 members of OG do get into B. But interesting how they're all lingering by the box, waiting for the smoke to be deployed. Finally, it comes out. NBK was a little late to the party, but now the bomb can go down. Boomich has gone for the long flank. NBK will be checking for that, but only intermittently. Threat from Simple. Gets the info and backs away. A 5 versus 4 on the retake from Tons, and there's so many members of Na'Vi there. They're going to be all fighting.
Oh,
and NBK
boy.
just taps away at the heads. OG perhaps want to make a statement here.
They're back into it now. 11-5. It's a clean sweep, as we will see OG just dominate the B-bomb side there. It will be the force buy from Na'Vi. You'll see the scouts come through.
Let's see that again.
PD50 on the pistol round. We're seeing it more and more these days, and this is why. Headshots delivered, no problem at all. MBK finds them that clean sweep. There's a duo of the scouts, joined by the Deagles and the 5-7s here. We have got 4 smokes. Na'Vi do win these rounds, but still, it's unlikely, given they're up against 4 rifles, 2 of which are Galils admittedly, and Simple, what is this? Up towards middle he goes. Doesn't connect that shot, but it certainly sends the T packing.
Packing Boomich well back into the site. Not interested in contesting long, given the disadvantages they have in the weaponry. Instead, they're just going to bolster into the site, boosting for safety initially, and this is the CT smoke quick tutorial. You crouch first, or Alexi's too cool for that, doesn't need to do that. Can see it's going to go for a long path. It's a real long bloomer.
I
tried to block it. Electronic tried to stand on the smoke and block it.
That smoke is so sick. Once you get that down, you've got long control as well. Knowing you can cross safely with a few flashbangs, like, it really is quite satisfying.
Right, get a molly elevator.
Yeah.
Bob's your uncle.
MBK just took a scout tag in T-spawn, so just to note, he's down to 34 HP. Simple will not back down from this position. There's no Krieg on the other side. He will continue to repick.
Oh my god, that's
2 of them there, by the way.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh man. Perhaps that AK.
Well, they missed their smokes. They flood the cross smokes.
Maybe a room for exploitation. Electronic goes interesting route. Dinks at Alexi B. The shots are missed by Boomich. And so OG, they should be able to make this round a clean one, albeit a lot of damage inflicted. Look, 4 members of OG, but a lot worse for wear. They're feeling shaken, battered, bruised, but successful.
Yeah, another clean sweep here, Alex. They're going to have so much money going forward. They are, excuse me, they are actually well and truly back into this half now, even after taking so much damage there by the scout and T-spawn towards long. Collateral shots, Simple on the A side. Think it would be enough, but no. Even after all that damage, they don't find a single kill.
Hey, Green, are you there?
Yes.
Do you need to lift home today?
If you would do, yeah, that'd be great.
All right, well, if OG pull this back and we go overtime, you might be getting the tram, mate.
All right, then.
I think that's fair enough.
That seems pretty fair.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I'll take what I can get, you know, at the end of the day.
And if anyone was wondering, a sentence to summarize Rushley, that's...
you can find him on Twitter. That's at Rushley123456. I believe his DMs are open, so we'll see how that...
Yes.
I believe they might be. I'll have to follow him. Sounds like a cool dude.
Well,
I'm only joking, Rush. We will take you home.
We have got around 18 ahead of us, and at this point it does seem to be shaping up to be a at least competitive T side from OG. They got their opener that they desired, and this one is supposed to be just a formality. There is, however, somewhat of a curveball of the Flamey Scout. He's taken it just to control the doors and perhaps even take it into the B site should they commit to it, which is a long way away. OG, they've been praised by both Chad and Henry for their reserve T side up against rounds like this. They take all the precautions necessary so as not to fall foul to something like that. Scout spotted, and BK got a bullet lodged in his shoulder now, and Simple's on a full eco with a flashbang. Don't get to see this all too often. Alexi's going to collect the frag. No, it's been stolen from him.
It's a nice kill to get, though. Simple removed. It's a sigh of relief across the OG ranks. And we'll see now the scout, though, Flamey. Saving it from the previous round, holds towards the scaffolding position in the middle. It will be a B split from OG by the looks of things here. You can see them just encroaching out of the double doors right now. Lexi B still waiting to break double digits. Same story for Flamey here. Towards short they go. 50 seconds. Flashbang on the corner. Second for good measure. Flamey now spots one towards short. That's going to cause a swing from Alexi, who will pick up the kill. 5 versus 3 now. But there is a Boomich flank, but only with the USP. Really much for Boomich to do apart from go for the knife here. Draws the big blade. And here we go.
come
We're off.
on, we're off.
A left click, no less. Stabs him with his Crusader sword, and now he jumps from the heavens. At least draws the fire enough for a frag onto Perfecto, which does give him an AK.
So yeah, $1,500 in the bank for Boomich. They got an AK-47, so it means Boomich will be dropping an orb next round. I can tell you that much. There's no world where I don't see that happening, but he'll drop the AWP, and it'll be the first real gun round. 3-0 though, as Perfecto gets himself another $300 there. So they could even go for a double orb setup now because he survived. Boomich does buy the orb, drops it straight away. Here's MBK, just to go through the smoke here. Alexi B was about to pick it up, but he spots the silencer, I believe, of the USP.
So if Simple had simply unscrewed his silencer,
yes,
the play would have worked.
It would have worked out for him. Probably would have got all four.
Yeah, exactly. With one bullet.
Exactly.
Right.
All right. So, back into the action now. Man 2. Is there a double orb setup? Just the one. Simple. Still on 22 frags. You had to post one this half, but I think you did plenty in the first, to be fair. Boomich will be ready for long. Knows they're taking it, decides to fall back. Remember, Simple's at the car as well. Nails these sort of shots. Perfect angle for him. They're going to have to flush him out. You can Molotov the car from the barrel position here.
He has a couple of escape mechanisms, but actually, instead of getting ready to run back, he goes forward. The flash, it's good.
They can't see him for a second. Mansu finally does flush him out, and another round is looking good here. They've taken down the Danger Man. Smokes towards crossover, though. That's from the CT side. Molotov in response. Needs to boost up towards the side if possible. Wants to get Perfecto up there, ideally. Flamey will be making his way over. Smokes down. 25 bullets. The spray comes through. Nothing connecting.
Okay, Boomich. 2 more magazines, maybe another one.
There it is. Let's go.
That's the frag he was hoping for. Catches him on the cross. Bounder does retrieve the bomb before the bullets and the smokes fade. Man2 is given the responsibility of just holding that ramp push. He will eventually find some paranoia from his flank, but for now, holding steady, holding fast, and a frag already onto Flamey. They need more where that came from. Does gobble up the flashbang. That should be converted. They actually ignored him, prioritized ramp. And Perfecto catching NBK, puts it all onto Man2. What did Perfecto just do? Another body dropped. Is it planted for him? It's not. He has to kill them on the cross. He has to kill them here. He has to kill them now. Misses his flick. He's getting a lot of suppressing fire thrown at him from Perfecto. He's the one with the kit. Perfecto needs to get on it. And Na'Vi, absolutely phenomenal work from Perfecto to make that a reality. It's just the 2 of them.
They could have just defused the bomb straight up with that sort of plan, but they wanted to challenge and make sure he didn't save the AWP, I suppose. It will be working out very well for them. Still plenty of money on the T side here, but Na'Vi still around away there. It was looking very good with the opening pick from
here.
That was the shot. That decided it all. And Boomich, he'd already got a kill with the smoke. He's still got a few bullets left. 11 in the M4A1S towards the end of the round after all the spammage, and it's enough to get himself 2 kills netted towards the end there. 12-7 could be one of the final buys here for OG. They've invested all of their gold as they make the long push a reality. MBK to drop the flash, trying to make his way forward towards the blue bin, and 2 of them make it successfully. Long corner smoke as well to shroud the vision of the CTs, and that's where the boost will be coming through.
Simple needs a few more tricks here. It appears everybody's already realized that he holds that long corner play now from the car, so he's already had to make a whole new transition. This time up to the side, they were creeping. Boomich was ready for that, and so is Simple. Swing a little bit wider, I dare ya.
Ooh, Man2 was waiting for the swing, even on the pop of the flash, and now Man2 has met his maker. Simple shuts him down. Numbers favoring Na'Vi and extended by Simple's HE. Don't even know where that one came from. An underhand perhaps. Electronic full flash, gets it while blind. Alexi B, well, he could be blindfolded. The outcome would be the same. Does actually manage to take 1 kill away before Perfecto's suppressing shots meet the flesh of the Finn. 13-7.
Double AWPs as well. Flamey picked that one up from Alexi B's dead body, so looks like they're going to be changing things up here within the Na'Vi camp. This could be problematic. This was fantastic by Simple there, quickly transitioning. Man2 did a good job holding the line. Wasn't expecting another one to peek on out, and now it will be the tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force for OG. There isn't too much to really talk through
Not
here.
at this stage.
Maybe I could take the reins here.
What would you like to say?
So when people kind of, are watching this free content and then they take out their phone, they're like, I need to tweet this. Hey, at Machine GG, at Henry GG, get off Simple's nuts. I just want to understand. What are you expecting the people that job is to talk about the game? What do you expect them to say when Simple's playing this kind of Counter-Strike? Do you want us to not be excited when he's hitting
We should be
shots?
excited. That's why I say,
I don't
Alex,
understand.
That's why I just tune it all out these days. I let it get to me.
I guess.
It made me very, very sad for a long time. The people at home, they actually got the better of me, but now they can't.
They can't touch you.
They're removed from my life. And
I just don't understand it, man. I just don't understand what people's expectations are.
Well, they're bored, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it's no one to talk to.
So then, boys, it's an eco.
A whole eco.
And a B push, not a rush. Now I've got to send 5 players in towards the tunnels.
No flashes, nothing to make this interesting. And here we go. Oh, he thought better of it.
That would have been a nasty way to go. Valda's got his Deagle, and he's the one member of OG we've seen find a whole lot of Deagle drama. Jumping across for the AWP shot. Does actually only get wing clipped, and Flamey's hit another one immediately after. This is just going to be an easy open and shut case. Closed rather quickly.
Now I want to follow up with Perfecto here, who is currently the second highest frags in the server, just behind Simple. He came into today, that was just after yesterday's performance against Astralis, as one of the bottom 5 performers. He was in the mix alongside of Glaive, we had Chris J, Issa was in there. There was one more name.
Perfecto.
Oh, is that the 5? Yeah. But yeah, he was down the bottom, and now he's putting in a very big haul. I was starting to get worried for him that he wouldn't fit into this team, that he would just be that 5th man. So these are some very positive signs from him. He's had a lot of impact, especially in the second half.
This has got space there. Good flash from perfect work from Na'Vi. It was electronic to throw it. And now using the smoke to move to a different plane. I love all of the moves the CT side have here from Na'Vi.
Well, looks like it might be enough here to find round 15. So much damage inflicted, a lot of pressure applied. Flamey and Simple in this double AWP setup now. Currently a 5 and 4. But they have found a bit of space towards the mid doors here. Perfecto could shut it down. Good showing from him so far. Promising numbers as they set up for a B split. Simple starts to look towards short. Electronic is ready to challenge in middle, but MBK beats him. Now, do they have a smoke for spawn? They do. They'll drop the first. Flashbang goes in as well, but remember, Perfecto outside B, ready to fight.
And he takes that fight so willingly, aggressively, standing on the box for the off angle. Does catch a glimpse of another one for the cross. You know, I've just got full faith in Perfecto. There's 2 on that site, but they can't get across because they know he's holding this angle. That's the smoke he was hoping for. We'll be repositioning on that. Simple to support him. Well and truly aware of the potential naughty corners that the T's can be lingering in, but that's not the reality today. Instead, all 3 of them are gathering. Look how specific they're being. They're clearing all of those corners and now swapping out the weapons for Simple to go into the site, I presume.
This is curious. Giving Perfecto the AWP to retake with, that is even more curious.
The MP7 jump around the corner, pre-fire. Of course, it's a classic, but that might win the round for OG here. LXCB gets a key frag. They're still going for this. Simple fancies it. Doesn't nail the shot, and that's going to be the round. Perfecto will have the AWP. It was the AK that swung through and was trying to hold them on towards the side now, and it looks like he'll at least take one of them down with him. Perfecto waits in the tunnels.
No, he'll live.
No, he does, you're right.
He can just sit here, doesn't have to exit, no danger.
That's exactly what our point is there. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to stay in the site. If there's pressure from the tunnels, you should have to go fight instead of being able to sit in the corner and survive. So, OG.
I'm not sure why the pros aren't up in arms about that. Maybe they don't think it's a thing that's affecting the game.
They're probably happy with it. Just keep yourselves alive.
It benefits them as much as it costs.
Yeah,
I guess.
You don't really feel the effects of it on the other side. You're just aware of it. I suppose we'll see what happens here. OG starting to come back to life here after winning the pistol with the 3-0 start. It's our first gun round victory here. Smoking off towards Xbox. Flash is delivered. Single AWP now as Flamey goes back to the M4.
They dropped the long play, not fitted for OG. Don't think they can pull it off in the same way that Na'Vi can. So back to a more of a traditional default spread here. We'll see them flash out middle, poke their heads out. Nobody's home. Now they'll draw their attention over towards Cat. Well, we saw Na'Vi getting Cat control within the first, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds of the round. OG a little bit more tentative, slower here with a minute left on the clock. It's allowed Na'Vi to hold on to a lot of utility. Flamey still with a full nade set. Electronic still with a smoke and a molly. Perfecto still has a molly in his hand. So lots of utility to delay this attack whenever it does come on in. 50 seconds now.
Good incendiary. We'll hold the wolf from the door for now. 40 seconds remain though, and Simple trying to see if anyone will sneak through these double doors is a very common approach. Time running thin. They have options towards short and middle. Smoke's being deployed towards the latter. One towards CT spawn, one lands on the boxes. And a shot from Simple connects. The bomb goes down at 20 seconds.
Oh,
That's
no.
an absolute nightmare.
What do you do? NBK does get the frag CT. Electronics on A. The bomb's on man 2. He needs to get into the site.
Oh,
14
God.
seconds. They've got some of the necessary frags. Electronics
The
still
long
lingers on
flank.
the ramp. And the long flank's coming in as well. Valda is going to save the day for OG. Bomb can be planted as he relieves all of the pressure with 3 seconds to spare.
Oh, that couldn't have been better for Simple. He gets one of them. The last stray. And it's the bomb that drops to the floor with 20 seconds remaining there. But Mantu, thinking on his feet, manages to grab it. Molotov towards shore, get himself up there. And Valda with the long backstab there does ensure the round and keeps us and them in the game. With 3 players surviving here as well, it's going to be Flamey and Perfecto to hold on to the AWP and the M4.
I'm not sure if Simple seeing the bomb in that position actually made him think it was going to be a mid to B.
Sure.
Because the way that he transitioned back into the smoke, I was a little bit lost with that. If he knew that he could just stand and keep fighting and they couldn't just claim that bomb, normally Simple would do that. So this situation with the clock being run down became confusing for everybody here. The 2 saved weapons are important. It means they can make a buy happen. Flamey could drop that across to Simple. He can buy himself. Perfecto can drop a FAMAS if he wants. Boomich can buy into the lovely MP9, which he keeps on purchasing. Is the opening. And the bomb dropped with 25 seconds left in the round. So
by the double doors.
Yeah.
Well. Not even on shore.
That's a very difficult place to recover. So OG did a great job, and that was all through the heroics of Valda with the late long flank. He just kept poised there.
It's buys up very less, about to say, has another gun. He gets Krieg, realizes he's in the nick of time, and makes his way back. So another full investment here, boys, from Na'Vi. They've got a nice round buff up, but still going to be a very difficult round to pick up here. 2 M4s, bare bones utility, 1 sniper, a couple of deagles for Perfecto and Boomich here. Flamey firing off shots towards B, might just reposition towards middle, considering he's showing presence with the rifle now. Time will tell, trying to bait his teammate in towards the corner. That's Perfecto there, ready and waiting. Able to find a couple of frags, but the Molotov will land at his front door here.
And he gets away. Look at that. 20 HP, but keeping hold of his utility that he can now deploy to keep them at bay. That's pretty much all you can ask from Perfecto, given the circumstances that were dealt his way.
Flamey has to be good for 2 frags here, because if they go onto the B bomb site, Perfecto is basically just a distraction.
Yeah.
He should get taken down relatively easily. I'll shut up about that because the bomb's transitioning back over towards the A bomb site. So now this completely changes. Simple, aggressive with the AWP, and a lot of information for Boomich over towards long.
He knows how far away that single long player is from the rest of the assault, and with 30 seconds left, that disconnect is going to be filled up. This is working on his lineup. I assume it's his Vanguard lineup.
Flamey can rotate over now. This is clear. 20 seconds left. It's either a mid to B or A, and we can see it's going to be the A site.
It's time to cross. Simple, perfect flashes from OG. He has to play retake here. Electronics just going to hide in the smoke, trying to nutmeg, and those speculative shots from NBK as... hello? Hi.
There it is.
So the grey screen for Electronic, and quite the opposite for NBK. You can see his dome poking out at the top of that smoke.
Well, bombs down, 4 and 4, kits available, but do they really want to risk giving up this heavy artillery, considering this was a forced buy? Time will tell. Looks like they're going for it. Flamey on the AWP here. Simple will be joining him as they drop like flies. They're going to have to try and retreat to this point. Just 1 player remains. Simple is his name, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be taken out as well. 1 kill found, double digits for OG. As we enter round number 25 now, it's going to be the eco for Na'Vi into the next.
Can only sing the praises of OG here in this one. This round should be a non-starter, assuming Na'Vi don't invest here. We came into this series, and at least I did, expecting this to be a quick 2-0.
Yeah.
We are now on the 3rd map with OG on a 3-round winning streak right now to bring themselves back into this. It should be 4. Na'Vi are forced down to the save round with just a little bit of upgraded pistols and utility behind it. So the first frags come in. We can't get too excited about this one here, but OG are a team who they've They've had their wobbles, they've had their troubles, they've also had their defining moments so far within the ESL Pro League Season 11, and this one right here is just another notch in how competitive they can be.
I mean, yeah, if they continue after this 11th, that should be a lock-in. Any more than that, then they deserve all the credit that's coming their way. Valda's going to be a caught out, boosted up, but look how hard they had to adjust to find the second. Good trade from Issa. A double kill in quick succession should seal the deal. No Kevlar vest invested for Na'Vi, so it's just a question of perhaps one more player up to his old tricks. Electronic is the A solo anchor at this point in time. He's found himself in CT, just desperately trying to find some sort of information that could turn the tide of battle.
It's a good smoke to push right there, but he was hedging over towards the B bomb site. So the best thing that Na'Vi can get away with in this round is some exit kills and upgrading their pistols into rifles to carry on forward. They will be able to buy in the following. They're going to get 2,900 after this one, so everybody's left their money in a position where rifles and utility should be on the agenda. But it's getting to the crunch point of the game right here. The more OG plant, the more clean rounds they have where they're having 4 or 5 members stay alive, the possibility of this one being taken by the international squad becomes more and more possible.
Well, this eco didn't lead them much further than 1 kill, but Flamey might be able to get the second. Not going to happen. This will take him out. They can still win this in regulation, OG that is. And what a comeback that would be. Remember, they were 7-0 down in that first half. Na'Vi were just styling on them, making them look silly at points. But right now, stringing together 4 rounds in a row after winning the pistol as well, they have closed the gap. It's realistic now they could win this. As we get to round number 26, the Orps out on the T side. Mantu, 16 kills with Nin. They got the long spawn as well. MBK willing to take it. They'll need lots of flashes behind him. And spawn through the doors, up through the ground, try and bust through, and he's done a great job here. Lovely movement.
Yeah, like a graceful gazelle. He's even found the first frag. NBK, he has reinvented himself into the OG roster. A whole new look for him.
Definitely don't block him in that one right there. Very particular Molotov, that one.
Is that for sure?
Yeah, that's a way to deny them either from pushing for information or just to hold them back. It looks like they're going for the Na'Vi-esque play against Na'Vi here, just creeping up long. The crossover smokes will land. Now, in response will come the Na'Vi utility, and Electronic's going to get tagged. His blood's going to be over the wall. They can probably see that.
Electronic, however, waiting around the smoke he chose to deploy. There will be a lot of bullets.
The nade.
Suggested that underhand nade does a lot of damage. It actually finishes off Falda. NBK, Alexi, both shaken by it as well. That's a lot of extra damage Electronic inflicts just before he falls.
Is it enough? Mantu looks like he's got the perfect lineup here. OG surely have got another round, but Flamey has other ideas. Simple from long, removed by the Krieg, and once again, it's Flamey to save what he has. The M4A4 OG will post round number 12 on the board here. And we've still got a few more rounds to be played. The loss bonus will be coming in at $3,400 next round. Still won't be enough for a buy, even the saved M4. There'll be compromises. They'll have to take another partial Chad, and that means no AWPs, but some Deagles, which could work out for them.
Yeah, Stage 2 is delivering in a way that the Stage 1 groups couldn't. There was obviously disparity with some of the teams in the mix. We were getting a lot more quick games. Well, today, both of these best of threes are delivering all 3 maps. We're having comebacks galore. We're seeing some bloody blistering moments here. But for Na'Vi now, this is where crunch time comes on, and this is where we're about to get the next spree of exciting rounds. They have to start going for these retakes. They have to start taking a few more risks. They're not getting away with anything right now. OG are beating them at their own game.
Yeah, Mantu's got 10K with an AWP already in his hands. That's a mad one. And he's set for the rest of the half. And RV, a little too silent. Still doing their late buys at spawn. It's going to be Flamey getting across, I believe. It was actually Perfecto jumping across. I thought the rifle would go to B, but no, Flamey's decided he wanted to bolster the long defense.
Well, they're not going through. Okay, just keeping them honest. I got a little bit worried there that they might just throw away this comeback. Okay, well, Alexi, he's given up ahead. Boomich is isolated in pit, but there's only 2 individuals who can deal with him. Electronics here on the corner. More backup is on the way. They could find themselves a couple of kills here as the flashes come over. Issa's back's exposed. The spray transfer's good.
Yeah, he's done very, very, very well there. Not to go down to the trade frag. That would have put a lot of pressure on, who is it now? Electronic. And 4 members of OG all going to be crawling up long. Electronic has the chance onto the first, but loses a lot of health and will be finished off with a nice trade from Mantu. 3 versus 2. No armor for Simple. He's preparing for the rounds to follow. He got spotted. Yeah, he did. Falda will finish him off. So OG, they are going to completely and totally seal this gap. Na'Vi were just completely and totally pantsing them in the first, but OG's T side, it's been able to materialize into something very substantial. A nice deagle headshot from Perfecto. My goodness.
Surely.
Could very well be a potential second on the cards. He sees Valda's head on the car. His teammates are going to be screaming at him. They're saying you saw him. He doesn't know where. And he does go down in the end. 13 for OG.
Just trying to work out, was round 22 the round that came down to the last seconds?
Yeah, that was the one where it got very awkward at the AWP shot, and it all started to get very, very crazy for him.
That's where this comeback has started, right?
Yeah.
That's where OG have been able to mount this from. You have to think about this now. If Na'Vi lose this gun round, next round they're only going to get 3,400. So if they don't keep a lot of individuals alive once they lose a bomb site, they will not have a gun round to defend round number 15. They will have to take another one of these partial weird buys with deagles and a couple of smokes, maybe the nades. So that means that if they don't win this round right here, they're almost conceding round 15 over to OG, and then they have to defend at 15-14 with their last-ditch buy. You can see the change up here. It's the double AWP again. It worked for them one round, then they lost it in the following. The rifles are out. There's 3 defuse kits. They have everything they need to be potent, but they continue to lose long. And OG, ever since round 22, where they put that one on the board, there's 6 rounds in a row right here. They are looking fantastic for this comeback. Na'Vi are struggling to get damage done.
I mean, wow. Number 1 versus number 28 in the ESL World Rankings. And it's 13-14, 3 maps, round 28 with it all to do for Na'Vi. Chad has highlighted exactly what's at stake and what could be the fallout of conceding round 28 for the CT side. The double AWP adaptation is going to be tested initially by the dribble smoke, a responsive Molotov to keep them at bay. All hinging, all of the hours of Counter-Strike.
The straight-up contact play through the dribble
Oh my
smoke.
goodness.
Flamey could line up a few of them or get nothing. He pulls the incendiary, allows him to get through, but he does find the first. Flashbang comes over, and could he find map? And series point here is beautiful so far. Issa left in the 4 versus 1. It's Valda, I beg your pardon, but surely he will be meeting a similar fate. Down he goes, and there it is. Series point finally found after losing 6 rounds in a row against the OGT side here. It's Flamey, who was caught with his pants down. He recovers to get the first, then hits some magnificent shots here. The third was a thing of beauty. Straight to the head of Mantu. Nothing could be done. And now just one more will do it. Oh, there is still quite a strong chance of OT.
Yeah, never much love, but I absolutely would love to see it this time, that's for sure. Mantu going to be AWPing on that cross. Any damage he inflicts here could have such huge implications for his squad. No damage inflicted. Alexi charging down middle, though. Any nades that connect, any choice these players make now. Wow, Electronic, the jump for info. That was for lower tunnels. You didn't make a bargain on someone being on Xbox, so Alexi's advantage squandered there. And now Electronic with a smoke on the molly. He's just planting the seeds of doubt that there could be someone pushing it. Look at that. Issa's going to unload a full magazine into the smoke. Electronic learning all the more information, building more of a picture as to where
what a nade.
The GT side is positioning themselves. Issa catches a full nade damage down to 50 and a re-smoke as well. Oh, now you've seen 2 CT smokes on the short position, keeping them at bay.
1 minute could separate us from the end of this series, or OG edging closer towards overtime. Flashbang around the corner, Electronic ready and waiting. The flash is decent, the creek doesn't quite connect, but it does take down 1 player before it goes down. We might be done here, but Mantu keeps him alive for now. 3 versus 2, he has been dinged. Simple at the car, doesn't miss many, and this one's guaranteed. Walks into it, and now Valda, he'll have to clutch out. 3 versus 1, it all starts here. Misses a shot on Simple, and he can't really do that more than once. Flamey will punish him for it, and finally, we have our victor. It was a long old series there, but Na'Vi will continue their streak here in stage 2 of EPL Season 11 and take down OG 2-1.
fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so high they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel.
Do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go. You take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah. Yeah. Black sheep, black sheep, black sheep, black sheep. I don't even write no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God.
can't you come over?
On my contract commando. Pulling up with clips extendo. There's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo.
Well, there you have it. Another one for stage 2. Day 2. Na'Vi do pick up the number 2 in that series. My God, it was on Dust 2 of all places, just to continue the ridiculousness of my sentence, but it did go over the way of Na'Vi in the end.
It did in the end. It went the full distance, and there were some very impressive moments from both teams. It has to be said, Chad, the OG, they've been a big talking point in EPL coming into this one, a big unknown quantity so far. They've had some great wins, some disappointing losses, but this series, I think, is still a bit of a victory, although obviously it's not on the league table. The way they performed and the way the team's coming together, they should be happy with this result, regardless of them coming out on top.
Yeah, they won't feel like it's a victory, but we, the Counter-Strike pundits of the world, looking in, right, look at that as a big step in the right direction for these guys. Now, whether or not Na'Vi came in at 100% today, that doesn't matter, because OG can only play the team in front of them. They were prepared on Inferno, they punished Boom, Boomich. Now, him being stubborn there, that's completely up to him. That's a choice. We got the scores on the doors for you here. Obviously, Simple and Electronic towards the top of the charts. On the other side of things, I think it was a team effort from the side of OG. But Mantu continuing to be the top performer has to be the highlight for this team, right? Someone they picked on up, they probably got nice and cheap, let's be honest, and he continues to play like this. So it's another one of those nice little juicy finds.
Yeah. It feels like Valdo at the bottom as well doesn't tell the full story, I suppose. He felt like he had some great moments, especially on Dust, too, was keeping the team alive at key moments of the game there. But an entertaining series, of course, with the likes of Na'Vi on the server, there's always going to be some high-octane moments there. Knife kills, run boosts, collateral kills, wall bangs, it had it all.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get a few of those in our Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays. It's one of those days, yes, indeed. Let's review some of the best plays we saw over the course of that series. It was a long one, and if you don't remember, it started on Inferno, and so do our highlights. You can see this one from Simple. He was going for mad wall bangs, and he even hit one.
Yeah, through the stained glass window, we had a couple of these today. Crim's got one with the Glock earlier. Simple got one with the AWP just to secure the round there. The defuse comes in. Lovely stuff. You do enjoy to see that. Simple was doing that all day long. We were screaming, and for good reason. I don't care what anyone says, Alex.
And around that bomb site, actually, there was more action. This one's from Valda, and this one needs to be highlighted. I love this first kill. He separates 3 players in close proximity to the site, and he even leaves Electronic until last. He knows he's got a fuff with the bomb, 13 seconds. It's a sexy Counter-Strike.
It was great to see, and you know what else was great to see? MBK rolling back the years. We have him as play number 3 right now, and well, with the Krieg, he was looking hot.
He really was. He had some fantastic moments. He had a couple of aces in this series as well, a couple of quad kills. Really is stepping up his game this year. 2020, you think it'd be one of those names that's be dropping off. He's been around for a long time now, way back to when even I was playing. So still 10 years old, still killing it, and challenging the world's best teams.
And there's one player with the 1 in the name. He's 1 in the game, I think, something along those lines. Alex, is it simple?
I think you might be right. This guy has done a lot of ridiculous things across the series, but this one stood out. You'll see this close quarter flick into NBK. He was trying to put bullets into the site, and then jumping through a smoke to deny the plant was the last straw. That's why it made it into our Game Fuel power plays. And if you want to go ahead and submit your vote for which one's the best, you can do so over on twitter.com/ESLCS. Hit us up and let us know. There should be a poll there for you to find. We'll be checking in with it in about 60 seconds time. So go, fast fingers, go, 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 go.
Alex, just quickly right now as we wrap up that segment, before we get the results for everybody. Now, I've been receiving a lot of messages coming on through, obviously emails, you know, they're doing it old school. And people have been asking who is green, right? They want to know who is green.
Who is he?
I figured we should get Green on the line for everybody just to kind of show his face. So let's show Green. Hi, Green.
Hello. Hello, blue, purple, and orange. How are you?
We're pretty good. We're pretty good. Now, we play a lot of Counter-Strike with you, Rush, and you have to play a lot of Counter-Strike with us. Now, and you hear the way that we talk about the game a lot when we're doing this. What was your perspective on that Na'Vi match right there?
Well, I mean, a lot of the rounds, it was just simple, just destroyed them. I mean, there was one round where he went up cat and he had a deagle. He had an AWP on his back, and there was the guy at car. It just didn't even look like he started moving and just destroyed them, really. I mean...
Is it easy to observe? Do you just watch Simple?
With Simple, it is a lot easier. Easier than teams like Fnatic, who are very squirmy. They like to get a lot of weird spots. But when there's just one player who you know is going to kill everyone, it does make things a little bit
Even when he's
easier.
just got the deagle and a 1 versus 4, you know 2 bangers are coming.
I mean, even on Inferno, like he always picked up 2. Just how? He peeks, headshots, and just, I don't know.
Well, I was going to ask if we're going to play tonight, but I'm not sure. It's
a bit late now.
We're getting on a little bit. So, Green, we might not see you in the servers tonight, but hopefully tomorrow.
It's past his bedtime, right? I mean, you've got to be in bed by 12, is it?
Yeah, dude, my mum shouts at me like crazy. If I'm not tucked in them sheets, she goes mental.
I bet. And you fold your laundry beforehand, of course.
Of course.
So, Rush, people don't know, but you joined ESL. You weren't joining as an observer, were you? Was that how it initially worked out? Because I remember you moved to Cologne.
So it was Pro League originally where I came in. I was observing for Pro League at the time, and Matt Klein, our previous producer, he just felt they needed a bit more help and stuff. So I was just there, like tinkering away, doing some other stuff, and then observing the games as well. So it's associate producer / observer, but get to do a lot of observing these days. So I like that.
That's true, because you've also the associate producer stuff is something that you've actually been doing a whole lot of recently.
We had him with the Pro League season who was doing stuff with us there. He doesn't put that on the business card.
No, but it is. I mean, I'm just saying it's another one of those storylines of you get your foot in the door and then you just find yourself enjoying it and being a very safe pair of hands in the same way Valda was in the server today.
It was the story of Green and one I enjoyed.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Bye,
Flushly.
Green.
That's the end of that.
See you guys
Peace,
later.
love, and all of that good stuff. Another series coming up, by the way, if you're looking for more Counter-Strike. There is going to be another game on the docket tonight. FaZe and Mouse are going to be battling it out for international supremacy. But first, the results are in. Which one of these plays, the Game Fuel
I'm
power
not even
plays,
sure.
a Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power plays, to be more specific, of course. I would hate to make a mistake like that. Instead, what I can do is show you it's a list of them all over again. In case you've forgotten what they looked like, it was, of course, some diffuses from Simple Electronic, a nice little wall bang. That was hot. Some headshots as well. Simple babysitting the diffuser near, so running out of bullets before he could get that last frag. Had to try and fumble with his weapons. Valde got a nice 3K with his Desert Eagle as well. You'll see the 3 frags flowing. That third shot is just, the second, just as nice as the first.
And then we had MBK with the Krieg, of course. A great showing from him today, but wasn't quite enough to take the series. A 3-map thriller that went the full distance. It didn't look like it was going to on Dust 2, but we did make it towards the end. And the man of the hour, Simple, he was knocking a few times at their front door. He managed to get wall bangs left, right, and center here. MBK gets a taste, and then, of course, comes out to win out the round. So many great moments in this series, just going to do simple things.
Yeah, it delivered.
What do you think the winner is?
I think that I don't know, actually.
No, neither do I. Let's see.
The Simple wall bang, I reckon.
Simple's taking it. Nice guess, Henry. There we go. So your Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel power play, Simple Electronic, with their dastardly duo doing it again. That's the end of the segment. Oh, no, we've got to watch it again. Okay. So this was the same thing you just saw 5 seconds ago, and he's doing it dirty. Lovely shot, and I love the fact that Electronic commits in such a tight diffuse line as well. Even if Simple hadn't have babysit, it would have been hard for Issa from that angle to even catch the diffuse.
Well, there it is. It's all wrapped up, and Simple is showing us that the stained glass windows are still viable, Chad, even with Glocks.
They're kind of gone out of fashion, Henry. I haven't seen them in too many properties in recent years.
No, it's a good point, and apparently for good reason, because they can be quite dangerous, it seems. Issa couldn't deny that defuse, and it will be Na'Vi taking the series, Simple Electronic taking the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel
Power play.
Yes. That's it. That was my first go at it.
It
Didn't
was
stick
not bad.
landing.
No, but you committed, and I respect that.
Yeah.
And a man who's no stranger to commitment is Trace Stunner Sorrento's joining us in the studio.
I also just want to know, did you guys see when Simple shot there? He shot a no-scope, and it actually hit somebody. So that was another part of that. That's wild.
He loves it. He was on one. He was definitely having a good time. You been having a good time today?
Yeah, really got outside, hung out in the sun a little bit.
The balcony, get
probably
some use.
like 30 seconds-ish, maybe 2 minutes.
Good. You are looking more tan.
Thanks, man. Also, yeah, we've got a new shipment to the house of delivery of groceries.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's dinner time.
I did put in a big list. I think I'll be cooking. It is quite late, so it won't be dinner. What'll it be, supper?
Quarter to Frackle.
Yeah.
We're almost there. It's 11 p.m. for dinner. It'll be okay.
You want some? I'm going to do the wraps again.
Sure.
I'll leave some on the stove top.
FaZe Mouse, who's taking it?
Well, I don't want to go ahead and ruin our entire prediction segment.
Oh, you guys do prediction segment?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think we're supposed to, but I don't want to. If you guys don't tell anyone, I'm going to have to go with FaZe, even though it's probably not the smartest of choices right there in that situation.
We love Yang.
Stick to your guns, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been keeping our eyes on them, and you guys should keep your eyes on this guy, because himself and Harry and Hugo are going to be guiding the rest of the show. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
It's 2 boxes to get my knee. Ah! Where's it gone? Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. But you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not been fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end but the road.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG.bet, and ESEA.
Well, here it is, FaZe Clan versus Mousesports. And yeah, we're all kind of living in the past of what just happened here. We just saw OG get beat out there by Navi at the end of the game, but ultimately that was all she wrote. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 11, everybody. My name is Trace, alongside me is Harry and Hugo, and we're going to be talking a little bit of Counter-Strike here between Mousesports and that of FaZe Clan. Guys, when we look at this one all around the board, it's got just about everything we could think of in terms of people that can shoot in the game. But what are you thinking? What are you more overthinking about before you walked in here for this game today?
Just how excited we were for this game today, Trace, right? You know, there's a lot of storylines going on here. Obviously, it's Carrigan up against the majority of his ex-teammates, right? And that's always a fight that we like to see. Mousesports and FaZe, it's a series that always seems to crop up, and always one that feels like it delivers as well. So I'm just looking forward to getting stuck into it.
For sure, and as well, looking at the group, it's kind of cool. We got two teams now 2-0. We got two teams 0-2. Both these teams in the middle of the pack. Mousesports 1-0, FaZe 0-1. So it's a nice decider. It's, you know, middle of the group. See who's going to be taking one of those top spots moving forward. But of course, there's plenty more games here in Stage 2.
Yeah, and you know, with Stage 2, obviously things have progressed to this point. We're seeing teams now that kind of started off slow. They've really gotten to a rhythm now. Do we consider either of these teams one of those with FaZe Clan and Mousesports?
I mean, Mousesports definitely, right? They look like they've been warming up all throughout this tournament. It was kind of cool because the ESL World Rankings, the top three teams, Mouse, FaZe, Mouse, Astralis, Na'Vi, all made it through the top of their group and guaranteed their spot in Stage 2. FaZe had to grind their way through that second place.
Let's talk about the FaZe Clan. Let's talk about them a little bit more in depth here. When we look at this lineup, obviously you got Brokey in there who's coming here on a trial after all things considered, but it seems like he has found a place at home.
Yeah, certainly looking good. We're seeing him more and more on that AWP in this roster, and that seems to be certainly fun. I mean, FaZe, a roster filled with superstars. It's kind of interesting having, you know, such a young and relatively inexperienced player in comparison to the rest of his team. Of course, you know, I'm sure we can hear more about that moving forward. But yeah, FaZe, they really want to get this win. They don't want to go 0-2, especially with some of the teams that are down there already, Astralis and OG at the bottom of the group.
Well, we are going to be taking a look at Rain in the server. Of course, we're going to be talking to Rain a little bit too. When you look at this team, he has been here as a pillar, as a cornerstone, as a piece of the puzzle for just about as long as you could think of when it comes down to the FaZe Clan. That is Mr. Rain himself. What's up, Howie?
What's up, guys? What's up? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you all right. It's nice of you to join us. I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen each other. How you been?
It's been a while. It's been a while. Pretty bored at home.
Yeah?
Not much to do. Just sitting at home playing games.
Now, aside from when you do play games, what do you find yourself really killing time with around the house?
I don't know. I don't want to go outside too much. I just watch shows, play some Warzone, play CS, just have fun.
Warzone. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that game. What do you guys got for the man?
Rain, opening question about Brokey. You know, considering this roster has 4 superstars and heroes of Counter-Strike and then one relatively inexperienced player in comparison, now that it's been some time with Brokey in this roster, how do you find he's fitting in? Is he comfortable? And also, what attracted you to Brokey as a pickup for this roster?
Yeah, Brokey's for sure coming in. He's looking really good. He's getting comfortable with the team. Of course, it's like it's not that long ago we switched him to main op, so it's gonna take some more work, of course. But he's doing really good. He's doing his job really good. He's listening to everybody and learning as things goes on. For picking up was we played a lot of FPL. He played a lot of FPL, and we watched him there. He was doing really good. He had good communication, and he knew how to play the game compared to a lot of people in FPL that just mess around and have fun. He was always serious and played really good.
Well, you know, following on from that, following on with the kind of Brokey line of questioning, obviously coming into Katowice, there were a few interviews that he did with the guys over at HLTV, and he mentioned how he was AWPing on Mirage and Nuke as of right now on the CT side, but primarily that AWP role had been picked up for the T half. He then went on to say how he thought he would be more comfortable if he was main AWPing on the CT side entirely. So is that something that you guys have now looked to try and bring in across more maps, or how's it getting divided up across the squad right now?
Well, he's pretty much the main AWPer on all maps right now, both CT and T, and I think people have seen that as well. When the games you've played, he's always been the guy with the AWP. The one exception is probably Dust 2, where Nico picks it up on Dust 2 CT, because he's really good at it. Other than that, it's been Brokey as the main AWP. Yeah.
So let me ask you this, Howie. We had this game the other day where you played these guys known as Fnatic. You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that game.
So there were a lot of weird things going on in that game, right? JD was kind of like running around, knifing folks, maybe 2 folks at a time, kind of like that. What happened in that game with FaZe? And I'm talking about the duration of the best of 3, not just on Inferno.
I'm not like Coach, we started off really strong in Mirage. We felt we played really good and we got going and stuff. I think GW won them the game by doing GW things, going through smokes, getting a lot of information, and like just being an annoying like thorn in our side. I think that's what was the game breaker for them that game.
Yeah, and it's a scary thing too. What exactly do the team comms sound like when he's kind of around doing these sort of things? Is it, hey guys, be on the lookout? This guy could be behind a smoke. He could be jumping through with a knife out.
I don't know. Like we try not to tilt. We try not to get too frustrated about it. I think people tend to do a lot more of these things when it's online.
Okay.
But I don't know. There's not much to say. He played good. He caught us off guard a lot of times.
Yeah, well, do you expect Mouse Sports to catch you off guard today? What have you guys done differently since playing Fnatic?
Well, they don't have a JW, so
that helps.
We don't have to look out for that. I think we're gonna match up good against Mouse Sports. We played them in the earlier group stage. We felt like we could have gotten that game as well, so I think it's gonna be a good game for sure.
Well, yeah, let's turn it around right here. I'll put you in the server, and we're gonna go ahead and go on with our desk segment. Thank you for your time, Howie.
All right, thank you.
Cool. Rain. Now that's a guy I respect, and ultimately, I would almost name him the architect. Actually, I would name him the architect for a couple different reasons. One of those being that he has been with this FaZe project for so long. Just so long. You have to imagine that he is one of those pillars, one of those foundations.
For sure, through thick and thin as well. It's so cool to see FaZe give him this spot in the roster and let him develop. And I imagine he has had some say over roster changes in the past as well. There's always questions about whether the players should be making those choices or coaches, for example. And yeah, FaZe, the amount of experience, the amount of brain power in this team is absolutely unbelievable. You think about not just Yanko behind the guys, but all the players in the server, major winners across multiple regions, multiple teams, multiple years. And the fact that FaZe have been somewhat struggling is a shame to see, but we know what they can do. We know the heights of these guys, and I hope they can show it today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's a team full of legends of the game, and it's always one that we've wanted to reach, like, the highest heights, but hasn't been able to kind of stick around there consistently, right? And that's always been the problem with this team. Now, I'm hoping we can start to see them stabilize, right, and come back to their feet. Obviously, not like the best showing at events back at like Kato. They went out alongside Mouse Sports there, right? They were both in that same group. I feel like that event wasn't really where either of these teams were shooting for. So I think for these guys, the Pro League carries a hell of a lot of weight, right? Like this is the thing they're playing in right now, and this is what they've got. And in this best of three, this is one that Mouse Sports historically have always bested FaZe in, right? Yeah. Even earlier on in the Pro League, as Rain just mentioned there in that interview, right? They were able to take a series off of them 2-1. Mouse Sports, this has usually been a pretty comfortable matchup for them. So I do think FaZe are going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, it's kind of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
I was going to say, it's kind of funny how people call, Mouse budget FaZe when the matchup, like you said, is so favorable for Mouse Sports, and they have so many better results than FaZe in those head-to-heads. So yeah, I mean, a chance for FaZe to turn this around maybe in this series.
And like, just to put some more like kind of, not more numbers by it, but just this statement in and of itself is enough, is that FaZe have never beaten Mouse Sports in a best-of-3 series, right? So like that alone should show you how favorably these matchups pad out in favor of Mouse more often than not.
And weirdly enough, I can actually just say this. I was just taking a look just to make sure, but we have 10 different nations represented in the server right now, which I think is, an interesting tidbit to just add on top and to just sprinkle on top of the Counter-Strike that we have going on today in this best-of-3.
Yeah, communication is certainly going to be a talking point as well. I feel like for FaZe, a roster that probably doesn't have those communication issues as much. These guys have been playing together in an international team for some time. Even these players before FaZe, some of them were coming in English in their team. So yeah, it's not, hopefully not a problem for FaZe. And we talked to Frozen a little bit about those potential communication issues inside of Mouse Sports. Currently looking good though.
Yeah, and with Mouse Sports, obviously they sit at number 2 within the ESL World Rankings. And I guess where their stock is, where are they shifting? Are they going up? Are they going down? What do we think about the current iteration of Mouse Sports, where they find themselves?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a weird one, right? Because obviously we have like the caveat of no lads right now to look at for reference. I think that, I don't really know. I feel like Mouse Sports stocks have just kind of plateaued, but that's not where they want to be, right? This was a team that were just exponentially rising, it felt like, towards the end of the last year. So, like holding this spot is not where I think the Mouse guys want to find themselves. And same can really be said for FaZe. As we've been kind of prefixing all of this with, this is a team of legends of Counter-Strike, right? These guys are shooting to be right up there at the top, and they want to do it consistently. It's very much the case for both of these teams. It's not like two unproven squads. It's not like the OG game game that we had yesterday, where with them it's all a bit weird because they are like new to this international lineup. Yeah, right. Like we don't really know. But with these two guys, like these are names in the server that, at least on the FaZe Clan side, are like household names. And then also you've got Mouse Sports with some big characters in there as well. Notably, I think you're looking at Chris J and Carrigan as like the two kind of experienced boys there. And yeah, I mean, like nothing but the best is good enough for these teams.
And it's not even just the experience that we're looking at and talking about. We're talking about some of these guys, or one I can think of in particular, that never takes the Mouse Sports jersey off. It's been years, and it's been on. He's still got it on to this day, right here in this moment. He's wearing it right now. It's Chris J. What's going on, my friend?
What's up, man? I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, just, admiring the jersey. Love it. You kind of wear that around the house. You sleep in it? Talk to us about that.
I mean, I can't remember the last time I took it off, honestly.
Yeah, neither can we. That's something. Now, we were just talking about international squads right here. And do you feel like you face some of the same problems within Mouse Sports that perhaps FaZe does?
You mean like with playing with different players from different countries in communication-wise, or?
Yeah, that's probably where I was going.
Yeah. I guess it's probably similar. Even though I don't think both teams have that much problems with it. Many of the players are used to playing in FPL, which is always in English, and most of the players have played in English-speaking teams before, so.
Chris, we were talking about this earlier on the desk. Since Carrigan joined this roster, you guys haven't lost a best-of-3 series to FaZe. Why do you think that you match up so well against them? And do you feel like Carrigan brings the extra bit of spice when he takes on his old teammates?
Obviously, Carrigan wants to win extra bad against FaZe always. I feel it was even stronger at the beginning. Like the first match we played against FaZe, he really, really wants to beat them. Obviously, he still wants to beat them really bad now to prove that they were wrong. So it's always going to be a special matchup, these two teams, I would say.
I got to ask, this is probably going to require a pretty quick answer, but obviously, with you guys facing OG yesterday, how is Woxic feeling having to face his old mate in the form of Issa? Obviously, now that we've talked about Carrigan versus FaZe.
I think Woxic likes to play against this as well. It's not so much a rivalry, I would say, since obviously they didn't like kick each other or something. They just got split up because that's how it went. But they're always writing like in the chat when they kill each other and like making fun. So it's cool.
Hey, so I've got probably about one more question left in the tank here for you, Chris. And we kind of talked to Finn about this yesterday. We kind of talked to Carrigan about the post-show and some of the stuff that you guys are doing over there. Now, I know your best friend and best bud, Impala, and you have teamed up for sort of a collaboration here. So can you talk to us a little bit about that? Perhaps even plug the show.
Yeah, we just wanted to do something fun and extra now that we are not at the events and not creating any contact there for the fans, just kind of giving back to the people that support us from home now, and obviously people can't really go out their home as much as usual, so we try to give them something fun to watch, Sadly, we won't be doing it tonight, maybe later this week again, but it's been a lot of fun last week for sure.
Well, cool. Chris, I appreciate your time. We're going to let you go ahead and skedaddle out of here so that we can jump back into this matchup. What do you say?
Thank you, man. See you later.
See you around. Guys, what did you take away from what Chris had to say right there?
Yeah, it's kind of cool to hear about the rivalries, right? Because something that we talked about earlier in this tournament was Nico taking on his cousin Hunter. And there were words being said in the FaZe side of things that maybe Nico does, or Yanko was saying Nico doesn't enjoy playing against his cousin because, doesn't want to beat him, and Hunter doesn't want to beat Nico, and that's kind of cute. But yeah, I like to see that there is rivalry in Counter-Strike. It's nice to have Carrigan taking on his ex-team, especially when there is some bad blood there. Bad blood fuels the drama, it fuels the passion.
Yeah, I mean, that's why this matchup is so exciting. And I had to find out, if Woxic and Issa were exchanging some words there as well, right? Because I love it whenever you do get like a matchup with a little bit of history behind it. It always feels like there's just that much more riding on it, be it in like a fun way or in a fire way. But Trace, I see you over there ready to spit some fire as well.
I don't know if I'm going to be spitting fire. I mean, I do have this cool tool right here. I could just go, oh, there's fire here. But there's not. There's only fire in the server, and we need to start talking about some of that. IG IGLs, who are we looking out for this day and age now that we have at least the second stage coming in here? What do you got, Hugo?
I feel like more respect needs to go on the name of Nico in this one, right? Because obviously, you know, we saw him take the in-game leader role. There was a lot of maybe criticism seeing him take that position. People just going, oh, you know, Nico taking over control. But he's not only kept up in the fragging department, but he's been leading FaZe to these important victories, taking wins in the Pro League, getting through second in their group and winning their matchup to get here to stage 2. So I feel like you can't doubt Nico when it comes to that. He's certainly got the experience.
Yeah, and obviously on the other side of things, you look at Carrigan, right? Like, goes without saying, one of the brightest minds in Counter-Strike, has been on like numerous teams and helped build them up from the ground up into almost champions, but always had that problem of like actually getting across the line. So, you know, you hope he can do that here with this Mount Sports squad. And after holding that #1 spot in the world for a while, maybe he's well on his way there.
Well, let's go ahead and kick it back over here then, because we have several people in the server that can pick up an AWP, which is obviously terrifying no matter where you find yourself in this bout. Who are we looking at to really pick up the big green in this one, guys?
Oh, dear. Where do you even want to start, right? You look at FaZe, you got Nico who takes it, you got Olaf, who was for the longest time using this AWP, Brokey as well. Of course, he's now taking the main AWP, so I think Brokey's a safe one for FaZe. And even for Mouse Sports, you got 3 AWPers on there. You got Woxy, you got Chris J, and Carrigan even used to main AWP back in TSM.
Yeah.
So it's not like we got a lack of AWPing potential in this series.
We might as well put all 6 of them
Yeah,
up
go
there.
for it. Throw them on the board.
So you want Chris J? Who else you want?
Chris J, Carrigan, Woxic, Brokey, not Cold, sorry, Olaf, Nico. But hey, you talk about Cold, he's AWPed as well.
Yeah,
he's got a couple of highlights. Throw him on the board,
He
Trace.
actually AWPs on Inferno in particular.
There you go.
So,
Look at all the offers. This is ridiculous. Let's keep the show going here. We can look at a player to watch. We'll get to that. I kind of want to talk about what maps to expect, or at least what we should be looking at between these two teams. When you think about this matchup in a best of 3, there's certainly a crossover.
For sure. I mean, you know, the FaZe, like we talked about earlier, haven't beaten Mouse Sports in this series since Carrigan joined. The one map that has been good to them, or 2, I guess, has been Mirage. They've won those in best of 1s in the past, but they have been traded. And Nuke as well. That used to be a good map for Mouse Sports, but right now FaZe are destroying on Nuke. They got so many wins back at Katowice. They beat Na'Vi twice on LAN, on Nuke. Like, that's so impressive considering the way that Na'Vi dismantled Astralis in that grand final, in that semi-final, right? So yeah, fact of the matter is, I think Nuke's going to be an important talking point for this one. For Mouse Sports, Train has been a go-to as of late. They've looked really, really solid on that map, not dropping it for a while. So yeah, I feel like those are the go-tos, Trace.
You know, I would normally list like a player to watch. Don't mind my chicken scratch here. I would normally list a player to watch, or at least ask you guys, but I kind of want to get down to who's better. We got FaZe Clan and Mouse Sports down here at the very bottom. I want to ask you at home who's better. Let us know by using hashtag EPL Mailbag or ESL Pro League. Now I got to ask you guys, who's got the fire over here? Where am I putting this fire animation?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to put mine in favor of Mouse, right? Okay. Like, you know, I think the stats, the history, it's all there in favor of Mouse Sports. I think they really, they stood the test of time yesterday versus OG, obviously. And yeah, I mean, I've just really enjoyed watching them play as of late. I don't know. I think as well, if we get Train slip on through, I love Carrigan on that map, you know, like he's so ferocious, so fast. And I think that's going to be an interesting head-to-head of him and Nico, right, who will be looking to get stuck into the action. So I'm going to put this one in favor of Mouse, but Hugo, how are you feeling?
Double me down, Trace. Let's get 2 Mouse Sports portions here.
2 portions of Mouse Sports. And you know what? 1 portion of the guys over here at FaZe Clan really going out on a limb here, really thinking that, you know what, today is the day that they woke up and said, hey, we're going to play our best Counter-Strike. We've got the best players in the server. We've got the best team in the world, or at least supposed to. And now here's a chance for them to prove it. Now at the second stage of the ESL Pro League, stacked up against Mouse Sports.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait to see the map veto that comes through for this series. It's going to be an exciting one. You know, how are Mouse Sports going to take their bans? Are we going to have the standard, you know, overpass ban and FaZe getting rid of Vertigo? Do FaZe want to spice it up and pick Vertigo? No, okay, they don't. Playing it safe for the time being. I think that is expected for the moment. They've really not been leaning towards that map since it came out.
Boom, Nuke, first pick of the night. Imagine that. Key map, Nuke.
Yeah,
just all in the pudding.
When we saw these guys play just the other week in their group, that was the only map of the series that FaZe took. It was, I think, 16-9. It was pretty convincing.
What map did it end on then? Let's see if we get a repeat. Because I
Dust 2.
feel like it was Dust 2.
Yeah, no, it was 16-12 for Mouse
Okay,
Sports,
so yeah, this map pool, you know, we've
same.
seen it once. Maybe we see the same results again. I know one thing I will say, right, is with FaZe losing that series, there's the iconic line of, you know, when you've lost this series, when you lose maps, there's more to go back and look at and build upon than the Mouse Sports side are going to be able to do, right? And that's the thing, you know, I think for FaZe, you know, while we always big this up as like a fun matchup because it's Carrigan versus his ex-teammates, you know, the team that removed him and brought Nico into the IGL role, you got to look at it from the flip side. You know, FaZe don't want to be known as this team that always crumble to the IGL that they remove from their squad, right? That can't be what your kind of legacy is that you leave behind when you've got this team of legends in the server.
Mousesports is like a young FaZe in that sense, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. If you look at it from the big picture, it does make sense. You start lining up the numbers, which is what we're going to do. We've got our versus graphic here, and that's going to show you about some win percentages, the times these teams have played it, and the even more stronger, more suited sides of the map, whether it be T or CT. Now, we look at Nuke first. We see Train second, Dust 2 third. And I know you guys have put it over there in the column already of Mousesports, but really, now that we know the maps, you're going to stick with that.
Yeah. I think it's going to be 3.
Well, then never mind. I forget I ever asked. I'm just kidding. What do you got here?
Well, yeah, the one thing I was going to say that I think is going to make a difference for both of these teams are the coaches. You know, like we so often kind of just neglect to mention them. But obviously, you got Yanko over on the FaZe side. You got to love him. You know, like he's so smart at the game. And I think, you know, since coming into this coach role, he's done a hell of a lot to help the FaZe clan squad out. You know he's going to be going back and scrubbing through these demos.
Yeah.
We worked with Yanko a hell of a lot. He always knew, you know, things that should be going down in the server. He was always, look at those odds.
What?
My word.
I guess that's right.
Are
That's
those
at
real?
GG.bet. That's something right
nuts.
there.
Like, you know, while I think Mousesports are the favorites for a lot of people, I did not see it being that one-sided in any capacity.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a curious one. We're going to be jumping into this matchup, though, so we're going to know right off the bat if all of your bets were in the right place, and if they were, well, kudos to you. Hats off to you, I guess, for predicting it up to this point. The first map of the series, Nuke, Train after, Dust 2 here as a decider. Looks like Mousesports starting on that CT side, and we're ready to kick off this last match of the night here between Mousesports and FaZe Clan. So get on up, get your PogChamps up, get your cans in the air, and more importantly, put your hands way up there too. We're ready to kick it off.
Mousesports versus FaZe, the series of the day, the hot match, at least for me. As we get into this one, it's going to be a ramp play for FaZe to start off, taking it slow on the T side of Nuke. It's them picking the series. It's one that they have taken over Mousesports just days ago in the Pro League, and they're looking to do it again. Nico is cross yard, drawing a distraction, but Mousesports is still double set on the ramp. Rops getting tagged down. Woxic does get a kill before he's traded. Frozen's in the corner. There's such a heavy setup here for Mouse. Reed on the pistol. Frozen needs to get this kill, and he does, holding on to the bomb in the position. Nico on the flank, but they know it.
Easy peasy. Mousesports pick up the first round. Chris J on 1 HP stays alive, and here we go. We're going to re-look and revisit those odds here, as this seems a little bit more likely. Glad we could go ahead and clarify that.
Yeah, that seems a lot more reasonable, you know, like... FaZe aren't just like a bunch of dudes who showed up to play in the league, you know, like barely touched CS before. Nah, you might know a few of these names, right? Like, you know, what if I told you Olof's in this team? What if I told you Coldzera's in this team, right? If I went back in time a couple of years, it'd be pretty mind-blowing that we have this collection of names all over here together.
It really is. And that is definitely an entertainment value that FaZe Clan has delivered each time. Each iteration of the roster has always been, you know, jam-packed some of the best stars.
Do you want to know a really harrowing statement that's going to make you just think for a while?
I've had a couple of those. Go on.
Coldzera won 2 majors 4 years ago. That's kind of crazy. Time flies, doesn't it? It feels like it was just yesterday.
Yeah, flies or ticks, whatever it does, it just keeps on moving along.
Wow, FaZe, will they be as fast as time itself in this B site? Mousesports a heavy setup with 2 players on a crossfire, but the double window push, it gets melted by Rops. He's going to finish off a third before Coldzera comes in with a trade, and the B site gifted to FaZe. But a smoke push for Woxic, I love the confidence here. He's going to drop both. Bomb getting planted, denied in the site, and Mousesports will find a second. The force of FaZe goes nowhere.
Man, the fact that we got Rops showing up early on is a very good sign for any Mousesports fans in the house, right? Like, he was instrumental to their victory yesterday versus OG. Think about his train performances, especially, right? How well he was able to anchor that B site. He was just stellar. And, you know, Woxic obviously putting up a few numbers there in that round as well. Might lead to him bringing this AWP out fairly quickly over on the CT side. So that's something to keep an eye on.
Oh dear, Frozen. insult to injury, just going to tap Nico out of the round.
He's gone for the flusher buy.
Yeah.
Just armor and a pistol, a vanilla pistol.
I love it on the CT side. Like, I feel like, you know, flusher's kind of crazy for doing it with a Glock as much as it does work. But, you know, USP versus P250s and Glocks, yeah, it's a decent buy, all things considered. Oh, God, Rain. Nice double dink onto Woxic. Finding a FAMAS kill outside is still not going to be retrievable until they get past Frozen. That's not that hard considering the pistol, you would think. But Frozen finds a second kill for the round, looking for a third,
dude.
and he is just slaughtering them right
Frozen,
now.
number 4.
Oh,
he gets
my.
it. He gets 4 with the USP in round number 3. You love to see it. Frozen, Flusher, what's the difference? 3-0 for Mouse Sports, and now this buy coming in for the FaZe Clan side.
I mean, nothing like playing 2 pistol rounds and a half. That certainly is fun on the CT side. Look at these kills. So clean for Frozen. He's getting tagged as well. He gets put down to like 20 health, and he still gets away with 4 kills, so respect. Woxic's got the orb here. FaZe on the rifles, heavy on the Kriegs, 5 of them, but we know giving over Kriegs to CT players, especially on a map like Nuke, can be considerably dangerous long term. FaZe have to be careful. They've got to have their wits about them. Woxic's looking yard bound. Nico is setting up a smoke. You can wallbang that box with the AWP and find a bit of damage, nothing too significant, but Woxic isn't going to gamble. He doesn't want to give away the fact that he's armed and dangerous in this round. FaZe don't know it, at least not yet. They're going to try and cross behind these smokes, but if they don't walk close to the smokes, Woxic is going to be able to see them, and even if they cross towards Secret, Woxic is going to be able to see them. So danger for FaZe as they set up towards a garage, and Woxic's ready for that as well.
Still trained in with his scope so far. A bit too much time off of his perch, but that run boost by Rain and company was really what they needed to get past him. Taking out Woxic, however, there's a trade from Frozen. Now this is a bit of a standoff. That should be the end of Frozen. Yeah, he's going to get Molotov'd out by Coltsera.
Oh dear, and Robs as well was out heaven. He didn't realize there was another player in the garage, but the run boost had already gone through. So even though they killed one player there, it's not going to be enough. FaZe have got a great position here. 4 on 2, they're going to drop down the vent. Chris is coming on rotation. He's yet to have a fight in this game. He's going to be his first, and it will be his last, at least for this round, getting a kill onto Nico before Brokey comes in with a trade, and Carrigan dropping in on the rotate will be finished off by Olaf. He wrapped outside to Hell, and FaZe will find their first round on this T side.
Three to 1. FaZe Clan getting their first one there. But fear not, we're going to see some money still in the hands of Mouse Sports, which does mean an AWP back on Woxic. He was up in the heaven area that last round, and a run boost really got him off guard. So will he be aware? Now he's going to take his AWP to the big garage.
Yeah, but just holding this outside area for now, you know, no one from Mao's aggressing, no one picking up the pace, and so eventually FaZe do just have to throw down these outside smokes and try and work behind them. They're going to go ahead and drop the 2 that allow for this main split. That's something that FaZe now can look to pull into this round. Woxic down here in Hell does also have Frozen back in CT. Now, for Mouse Sports, this setup is good, providing that FaZe keep up this garage aggression that they've been trying to throw in. If FaZe now try and wrap into heaven, Frozen sitting back in CT, if we can just check Ella over on the forklift. And this is an angle that, you know, you might give it like a bit of awareness, you might look at it a bit, but if there's anyone else pulling your attention away, which I thought that was going to be Woxic's responsibility, well, now with him having to take up the position over here towards ramp, maybe they will be ready for Frozen. In fact, they look more than ready for Frozen. Oh, but Nico didn't actually... Oh, there we go. Second time's a charm, but not good enough. Molotov onto Chris J, gonna force him into the prying eyes of the main players. Rain, oh dear, it's a very messy round. This is a very messy round. Oh, Rops is here to clean it all up. There's the round for Mouse Sports. They'll go 4-1 up on the board. And thank God Rops comes in with his mop and bucket when he does, because that was getting a little bit gross.
Nice play from him. I mean, Frozen, the cover on the forklift there is great. Nico's just shooting, but he's hitting all the metal, and Frozen's able to get a good angle off with the M4, beating the Krieg at a serious range battle. On that A site, a molly goes behind Vents to push Chris out, but the player who threw the molly, I think it was Olaf, didn't capitalize. He tried to spam Vents. There was a player there, but it was preemptive, and Chris is able to swing out wide and kill a player in main with their nade out. So, yeah, a bit of an issue there for FaZe with the communication potentially.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That fight from spawn, that's a Krieg's battle to win all day long. But forklift OP. It's like we're back on cash. Either way, here we're going to see some guns out here. 4 Mouse Sports and just pistols on the FaZe clan side. Having lost that last round, surrendering at least, I only see 2 Kriegs over there for Mouse Sports, but surely they've rejoiced a little bit in that. Rops has himself one here towards the ramp room.
And you don't want to give Rops a Krieg. I mean, this guy's lethal enough.
Yeah, it seems like they don't want to play around with the idea of going ramp. All this outside noise is just a ruse. They are in lobby, ready to strike from what it seems to be upper, unless it's a fast vent bomb. Frozen, getting wind of this, finds himself in the vent. Now the circulation coming full force. It's going to be Chris J. Other vent, trying to line him up. There's nobody there, just one. The other two trying to skate away, trying to get out of there.
Oh my! That trades in. Nico gets another. Frozen hasn't come up the vent the whole time, but he can at a whim. Voxic is going to burn out Olaf instead. Mouse Sports will get rid of that eco. FaZe kind of left with nothing there, right? They fake the outside smokes. They sit towards door. Mouse Sports, they do rotate a player B off the back of those smokes, but they still have 2 players on top site. So there's not really a lot FaZe can do as they walk into the crossfires. And Chris stalls him out nicely behind the vents as well, just jiggling. So standard stuff for Mouse Sports, and FaZe coming back in with a rifle round, but not before Mouse Sports take a tactical timeout brought to you by the US Air Force. They're going to have a breather. It's interesting to see a team pull this out while they're 5-1 up, but Mouse Sports showing the importance of getting off to a strong start, especially on CT Nuke, knowing that not only is this a map that FaZe have been beating them on recently, but you know, it's a CT side. If you can streak together rounds, go 7-8-1 up, you're going to be in a very good position.
Speaking of the numbers, I mean, you look at these 2 teams, I kind of want to just take a second to you know, at least observe the disparity between the 2. We're looking at Mouse Sports currently ranked at number 2. We got FaZe Clan all the way down there at number 9 on the ESL World Rankings. But are these teams so far off? How competitive is the top tier of Counter-Strike right now?
Well, I mean, yeah, like, I don't think there's... it's such a hard question, one, right? Like, because when you try and answer that, I feel like you look at like the potential that you know a team can reach as well, and that's always the problem with FaZe. Like, just the names in the server carry so much weight, right? Like, you're always going to find yourself believing in the cherry-picked best players from some of the best rosters of all time.
One thing that Nico talked about recently was the Krieger, and one of the points he made about it is for him, at least, as a player with incredible aim, you know, even before the Krieg, you will see him using it, but even before the Krieg, you know, he's incredible. And he was talking about how it feels like the problem with the Krieg for him is players that wouldn't necessarily beat him in an aim duel can now beat him in aim duels. And I feel like, you know, obviously that's a frustration, but you know, that is a point. I feel like this gun only lowers a skill gap when you get to the highest level because it is so easy. And considering I can make it work, and I'm not even a pro, you know, the fact that you're giving it to some of the best players in the world, well, of course they're going to abuse it. So I feel like this gun's only making things closer, which could sound good, but I feel like isn't good because it just, you know, I don't know. I preferred Counter-Strike pull the Krieg.
Yeah, it's not like anyone's aim has had to get better, right? Like, suddenly the tipping point for being like one of those insane players is lower. But we'll revisit this topic another time, because in amongst all of this, FaZe have gotten out in towards this A-bomb site. And for Rops and Frozen, they might decide that holding onto these Kriegs is worth more than giving this 2-on-4 a go. However, Nico doesn't want to let them get away with anything over here on the CT side, and he does spot Rops out and is able to make quick work of him. So FaZe going to get this second round on the board with an upper push in this round.
Frozen has to be careful. He can't save all over B because that bomb is just above him. So he's got to get towards a ramp room. Nico's there, but not for long. Frozen has dealt with him, but that's only going to alert the rest of FaZe to take this position. Instead, they save, and that's the right call. Keeping 3 guns of their own, building their economy on this T side early on, and it can be so difficult to do that on Nuke. Now Sports, they got a bit of money. Chris was on 2K though. We saw some players on 5.5, so there's a bit of a mixed bag here for Mouse Sports, but they will buy back in. There's no way they want to give FaZe a streak of rounds here when they've got to save Krieg, so make the most of what you've got. An AWP on Woxic, and 4 on Robs. Chris taking the hit for the team.
Yeah, you don't want to tarnish that little bit of a lead that you got in the beginning of the game. Now it's just a 3-round deficit between the two teams. Mouse Sports on 5, and it looks like FaZe and Fresh and Squeaky Door out in this round so far. A lot of damage being put there towards the FaZe clan, and it's not going to stop. They're going to throw some right on back. Kerrigan and Chris J fall. That leaves us down to a 4 versus 3. Very low on the side of FaZe clan, but they will get a bomb plant, barring any grenades come flying in here into the site. The bomb plant in the upper, the re-smoke of Mini, the Molotovs up into heaven. 2 to be exact. And that's just going to block out Mouse Sports. That's going to ice them out of this site, and they really have no way to get back into this.
It's a devastating one because they've done all this damage, and it's like, A, they're not really to know that, and B, this utility alone could just hold them out of the bomb site. Now, Woxic does go back to line up a flash, but it looks like these are just going to be exits, surely. No, wait, are they going to go for it this late in the round? They're going to try and get on the bomb? Oh my goodness, Rops is sticking it. They're going to go back. Oh, no! Oh, goodness. Oh, no, it's all gone wrong. Mouse Sports take a 6th round. And a big middle finger to FaZe Clan from Mouse & Co. My goodness. I kind of love that. You know, they just wait. They wait the clock down so low, and eventually FaZe go, yeah, all right, they're saving, because who on earth retakes with this much time left?
Look at where Woxic positions himself. He puts himself up in the heaven, looking down, holding that Hudding. He even drops for the second shot. My goodness, what an outstanding call by Mouse Sports at the end of the round.
Robs gets tagged down to 10 health there, and Woxic saves him. Harry, you're talking about that flash being lined up by Woxic. He was going for it, and then obviously Robs made the call, don't do it. We're going to contact this, or whoever made the call, right? Don't give away the fact that we're going for this retake so late. Save the utility, contact it. And like said, FaZe are back in the lobby, right? They have a position to watch the bomb from Hut, but Woxic hits 2 incredible shots without him hitting both those kills immediately. That's not happening. It's a done round, and Rops is off the defuse, but instead it's Mouse Sports with 6.
If there weren't mind games going on before in this matchup, there's certainly mind games going on now.
We're going to be seeing FaZe look after every bomb plant for the rest of this series, I can guarantee you.
Where were you, Keck Wing, at when this happened? Where were you? Let us know. Hashtag EPL mailbag. What do you think about that? Quite the retake from Mouse Sports. And they are ready to get right back at it here. Some weapons for FaZe Clan, though.
I was in the studio when Trace rung me and said, Hugo, FaZe is kill. And I said, no.
No. No.
That's exactly what FaZe said, I'm sure.
What a wild turn of events.
Yeah, I actually can't believe we just witnessed that. That feels like a... that's probably like one of the sweetest things I've got to see firsthand. My word, that was ridiculous. And now Nico, trying to save face in this round, heads down here towards Secret. But Frozen is already lying in wait. Chris J is also rocking the Lil Junior.
Ka-chow. Lil Junior. Frozen jiggling on a headshot angle with a scoped in Krieg. That is just disgusting. Kerrigan's going to get back into this position that was just Molotov by FaZe Clan, so they're not going to be ready for it, although he hangs around in the smoke, and as it fades, he finds Olof coming through the door. It's Mouse Sports with a 5-on-3. FaZe have advanced positioning, but do Mouse Sports realize Woxic's watching for it with the AWP, and this is going to be a free kill for him, you would think. He's aiming above, and Rain ducks below. That's a great play. Usually you see players on top of the railings just to, set off the crosshair of your opposition, and Rain does exactly that, but the opposite. Down below, he drops with 2 kills on the A site. No one watching for Mouse Sports. They try to get rid of the bomb, and while it will get dropped, Rain can put in the numbers. There's a flank up ladder. No one's watching for it. Rops has found a timing, but does he realize there's a player to his left? He does. Little too late. Given a chance against Cold in the one-on-one, and he's found it. Rops again saving Mouse Sports and the AWP, and his 7th round.
2 rounds, 2 defuses for the Ropsicle. And one thing that he's probably saying, ha 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 ha, he 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 he.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be saying that if you're Mouse at this point. It's another close round, but that's only, you imagine, going to work in Mouse Sports' favor, right? I imagine after that last-minute retake, like, knowing the Mouse Sports guys as we do, they're very smiley, you know, always trying to keep it like very, and that's something actually Nico even spoke about in the FaZe Clan camp, saying how, you know, in boot camp, one of the things they've tried to do is have more fun with the game. You know, like try and make sure the energy is good because everyone's having a good time. Well, if you're FaZe, it's hard to be having a good time right now. And if you're Mouse Sports, the good times just aren't stopping. You know, like they're having a stellar time over here on this CT side. So, yeah, FaZe looking to try and get themselves out of the woods in this round. They try and go towards outside, and they do manage to trade onto Frozen. So they've got themselves a 4-on-4. Woxic, in amongst all this madness, is aggressed through the ramp room. And this is not only good because it allows him to get the drop onto this man in the squeaky door, but this is a lot of information gained. And for FaZe, suddenly, now they're worried. Okay, well, there's a guy push lobby. They might know what we're up to here. Nico gets a kill out onto the A bomb site as he bests Karrigan. And now this bomb can rotate up through the vents. So FaZe, they've navigated this whole situation very, very well, thanks to that kill from Nico.
Yeah, great call to go back up the vent to that top side once they spot a player down lower. Chris gets a dink off with his MP9, but ultimately it's a retake for Mouse Sports.
About, you know, 20, 30 seconds time they'll go for it.
No, FaZe aren't leaving the site. FaZe are waiting. FaZe know Mouse Sports will give this one a go, and Nico should have the drop on Woxic in this off angle. You would think, but there's a jiggle, there's a wiggle. Woxic is ready for a close position player. Chris is making noise in the door. Nico won't move. He is so solidified on this angle. Chris gets a first kill to Rain, and there's a spot. Woxic tagged down, finished off by Nico, is left in the clutch. Rops has come out heaven again, a key position for him in the past, and it continues to be so in the present. He tags down Nico, and Chris will finish the job, but the bomb is so close to going off. I think they've just got it.
Oh, they got it with milliseconds to spare.
Oh, man.
FaZe are going to be crying after some of these retakes, man.
How do you get... I don't know that you get much closer to a defuse than that.
Yeah, I mean, and this has just been the case for Mouse.
Think of the last 3 rounds. Think of the last 3 rounds. Rops dropping in heaven and getting a defuse in a 3-on-4 with Woxic. Rops coming up heaven as FaZe take heaven, behind them killing the planter and Cold in the 1-on-1, and then Mouse Sports delaying a retake to the final 10 seconds again and getting it done.
Man, the whole of Twitter is just lit up right now with love and appreciation for Rops and Woxic and the rest of the Mouse Sports boys.
And onside, Edelman thought so much of the hashtag, he used it twice. So it might behoove you to do the same thing. You never know when you end up on the stream itself. And I have noticed over there on the lands of Twitch, we are well over 100,000 people watching us.
100,000.
100,000.
That's like a lot of Wow, Trace.
100,000.
That's like 1,100 people.
Wow.
There's 100,000 people.
To all 100 of you, thanks for joining us.
I'm leaving. See you.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
okay, we're at...
honestly, at this point, this game has just got me feeling a certain way. So let's see. Nico over here towards outside, looking for this opening kill. Woxic is in position, but he's going to give it up straight away. He's felt more than willing to do this and leave outside control in Frozen's hands.
Yeah, one thing that's cool from Woxic that we're seeing in this game is he's switching up his position every round. Sometimes he's heaven watching for that A contact, sometimes he's outside, sometimes he's ramp pushing. And, you know, while that is good, we have seen it come back to haunt them. FaZe, 3 rounds ago when they got that top site off of a fast play where they got a bomb plant and Rops won the defuse round, you know, there were only 2 players in A for Mouse Sports, and FaZe read that well. They knew Woxic wasn't going to be heaven, so they got A off of that. So it is a danger having your AWP float, but at the same time, it gives you so much versatility, and Mouse Sports are winning these retakes, so things are looking good. Another A take for FaZe potentially. They're setting up mollies on top of the hut roof. Karrigan sitting close in the corner, and Frozen is above him. Rob's finding the first blood, though, in this round towards a ramp. As FaZe double back, he's dropped the bomb with 2. No more than that. Frozen will find 1, and the AWP is on rotation. Of course it is. Woxic is here and ready to stay, ready to play as he takes down Nico. Olaf in a clutch, nowhere to go, and he's being surrounded.
Yeah, as it stands, Harry, this couldn't be going much better for the side of Mouse Sports. Olaf with a drop on a Woxic, but that AWP is just too fast. There's no response there, and so far, not good for the FaZe clan. 9-2 down. Some of you picked FaZe to win this game. We're not going to point any fingers around here, but what we will do is point our attention to this question coming in from the EPL mailbag. Is Mouse Sports the most creative, entertaining, and dangerous team?
I feel like they tick a lot of those boxes, honestly, right? Like, you know, we've already seen some great gimmicks from the Mouse Sports side on Nuke. Think about that Chris J smoke from the other day that their coach, Regin, we learned, was the man to find. There's so many big brains in this team. And one thing that's great is, like, clearly they all trust in each other and they trust in the system that Carrigan and Regin have looked to implement. Now, kind of the irony of all of this is that FaZe, that was their problem. They didn't, right, back when he was in this team. Well, here on Nuke, it's all coming up in favor of Mouse. And I think nothing shows the trust more than that stick of the bomb from Rox with Woxic covering him. Now, this round, we'll get back into it because Olaf has been able to deal with one, but it shouldn't amount to too much. That smoke goes in, and now Carrigan doesn't know if there's players in Squeaky, so he's got to keep an eye on this, make sure that no one gets down through the vents. That's why we see Frozen preemptively rotate down towards the B bomb site. But we, of course, know that all the FaZe are over here towards outside, and Woxic did just get a little snippet of info as he spotted Brokey jiggle peek in this corner.
Yeah, so he swapped position in anticipation of FaZe being ready for him to be above. Well, he's not. He's down below. And a quick blow to the kill of Rain. Brokey followed up as well. And Cold, well, now freezing. Stuck in secret in a 1-on-4. Frozen's also got the wrap, and Cold has just turned his back on this position to get the bomb. Garage will not leave him open to Frozen for the time being. But is the assumption there is the read here for Mouse Sports as Cold looks to pick up that package. He might not even, because at this rate, how winnable is this round? But no, he's got it. And no one's punished him for it. Frozen, timing is everything. He's still in secret. Just a second peek could find him the kill. He spots the head, but he won't find the kill. Oh dear, Cold turns around. And that one moment of hesitation is all Frozen needs to finish off the round. 10-2 for Mouse Sports. Harry, this is the map that FaZe beat Mouse Sports on the other day, the only map in the series they took.
And man, this is where that whole idea of, you know, teams that lose their map pick have a lot to go and look at. Well, Mouse have clearly been looking at something. I don't even know if it was the VOD for this game or if they just hopped in a server before it and were like, right, let's think of all the dirtiest things we can do. And I, for one, am excited. I feel like Mouse Sports have even more to show us before all is said and done. Brokey over here towards outside, gets tagged there on the cross. He actually gets finished off by Frozen. That's so unfortunate. FaZe, they just feel like they can't catch a break at this point. Now, Olaf does get a critical kill there onto Carrigan. He probably gets a bit overzealous. That nade gets caught as well by Chris J. And so they know that there was just a player in the hut. Now worming their way towards outside. That Molotov doesn't go off because it gets extinguished by the smoke. Frozen's going to try and go through. He's playing around these smokes and does deliver one. It's still the man advantage right now for Mouse, and just about Woxic's able to get away. There's the kill, and oh my word, it's a Mouse Sports round again, 11-2.
FaZe must be absolutely regretting buying the Krieg right now because they've given it over to Mouse Sports, and Mouse Sports are destroying them with it. Frozen is 6-0 in opening duels in this game, Harry.
Think about it, man.
All in the yard.
They don't get the Kriegs a hell of a lot on the Mouse Sports side, right? Like, we know that Carrigan, I know he said, like, it comes down to map, it comes down to situation, but the majority of the time, they don't pick them up. And, you know, a lot of the time we see it's not really till, like, round 15, round 14 that those Kriegs ever even come out for Mouse. And what a lot of teams have said, Astralis included, is like, if they get gifted them on the CT side, then of course they're going to use it, right? You've got no reason not to, because the Ts can get them whenever the hell they want. So yeah, putting this Krieg in the hands of Mouse has been devastating. Frozen, you touch upon him, he's just been dominating with it outside. In this round, they're going to crunch into the A site, and Nico does burn out one. Missed shot from Woxic, and Nico's Deagle delivers. But we talk about the Krieg, and there's Rop showing off why it is so deadly. He is having a stellar game. Him and Frozen up top of the board with, what, 34 kills between the two of them, 10 deaths on those two players combined.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 opening kills for FaZe in this entire map so far, and we're 15 rounds deep, so things certainly aren't looking good for the FaZe clan right now. This is their map pick in the series. The T-side start just not there right now. Mouse Sports, we know how dominant their CT sides can be, Harry. It was back at the Pro League where they 16-0'd EG on this map, if I'm correct, on the CT side of Nuke. Oh dear, Carrigan. Oh, he sees a barrel. He's going to get the drop on him. Olaf gone, and Carrigan will just duck and dive out of the lobby into the safety of the A site. FaZe finally have some control in this round, and it is down towards Secret as they look to push all 4 players behind the smokes. Mousebots have got a rotation here, though. Carrigan has come down through the vents and dropped in to try and assist. FaZe, every kill matters. Any kill matters.
Yeah, really, they can't even afford to let Carrigan get like a one and done in this kind of spot. Now, with that flash going in, they know that he's here, but Mouse, they've got the read. They've rotated 2 players down into this B site already. Chris J is spamming from ramp, and that's got the attention of everyone from FaZe, and Rops is just allowed to work his magic over here on the raft as he does get shut down by coldzera, but still so many bodies left to find, and it doesn't happen. Mouse Sports 13-2, incredibly dominant first half from Mouse here on the map pick of FaZe Clan. Join us after a quick break to see if that continues in the second half of play.
You've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I need that. Outworking everybody when I relax. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best, my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now.
Welcome back, guys and gals. We are here, FaZe Clan versus Mouse Sports. We're ready to kick this second half off. Not much of a first half here for the FaZe Clan. However, it's been nothing short of a highlight reel of Mouse Sports decision-making and frags. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League, everybody. 13-2 is where you find yourself currently, which doesn't mean that it's been an easy road for the FaZe Clan, and I'm sure Harry and Hugo can tell you all about it.
Yeah, I don't think this is even a frag movie for Mouse Sports. I think it's a diffuse movie. That's how they've been winning these rounds on the CT side, absolutely tearing through FaZe Clan, and the Kriegs given over, well, that's got to be regretted. Are there even going to be Kriegs in this map? Is it going to be long enough to see those rifle rounds come through as Mouse Sports look to make it a quick affair? Carrigan out the door in the face of FaZe, but he won't find a kill. It's going to be backing off behind this smoke and stalling out while his team group towards ramp. Only one man here. Olof has to hold his own. Carrigan's lost his life on the A site, and Olof drops down B, but Chris will chase him. Mouseboards attempting to take lower in this pistol round. They are going to walk into a heavy setup. Rain and Olof on a crossfire. The shot's not connecting, though. Ooh, finally, Rain warming into things. We know he's good on these pistols. But think back for the time being, and Olof can't find an angle either. Mouseboards are getting flanked. This is falling apart. It's down to Frozen and Rops to be the heroes of this round.
Yeah, but they have been heroes from ours all first half long. If any two players could get you believing, it might be these two. They've got to hit some spectacular shots, though, with these crossfires that have been set up by FaZe. Olof in window, Nico holding for the push, and then Rain waiting down here in decon. Wherever Mouse try and find their answer to this problem, they're going to experience heavy resistance with trade potential around every corner. And so now Frozen all alone, while he does get that first kill onto Olof, it's not much in the way of making this round possible. He's going to go back up through the ramp and look for an avenue. Checks that the back line's clear, and it is. FaZe are not budging. This is a lot of restraint from the FaZe clan side. Eventually, they might have to consider that he goes up to A. So we see Brokey heading up through the vent. Nico now spots him on the B site, and that's where the peak from Rain in decon does come in. So FaZe going to get the pistol round on the board. If they wanted to recover this second half, that was a must. They're still a long way behind, though. It's still a 10-round consecutive streak needed if they wanted to tie this up.
Yeah, big round from Rain, though. 3 kills in the pistol. Exactly what FaZe needed to start things off. But yeah, like you said, you know, it's no one's holding out for it right now. It's not undoable, but we got to see if FaZe can even find the anti-ecos required. This should be a pinch. It's full Glocks for Mouseballs, making it a quick affair. Might just run through the hut after the Molotov, or even just hold. Waste the utility of FaZe, a bit more money gone if you want to get real sweaty. But with these Glocks, you know you're not going to find more than a couple of kills on overwhelmed FaZe players. And a plant, well, that's even more unlikely. Oh my, here it goes. The cavalry arrive, and as quick as they come, they get cut down. Chris with 1. Bombs out in the open. FaZe have got control. They're just looking to finish off the job, and Arain and Brokey will. Carrigan's getting wrapped from the lobby as well. This ain't happening, buddy. Ooh. Olof looks away.
Yeah, that's 1 kill now for Carrigan.
Yeah, smart man, getting rid of the grenades. Those are expensive.
Yeah, I love that. That's just going to force a little bit more reinvestment, right? Those incendiaries especially are very costly over on the CT side, so nice work to do damage to the FaZe bank accounts in the long run. And now this investment comes in. I mean, you know, with 2 kills getting found in that round, full blocks. Really, I don't think you can be too unhappy with how that one panned out if you're in the Mauer's side of things. FaZe at least putting another round on the board and starting to close the gap a little bit.
But this is it. This is the moment of truth, Harry. First rifle round for Mousesports. They don't have a lot of utility, only a few smokes, and they will all go out outside early on to allow for this cross. Now, Frozen's been mollied off, can't commit to it, but he's getting tagged down to 30. Grenade will follow, will be avoided. Carrigan will not avoid the bullets, though, getting tagged by the scout as well down low. Good start for FaZe, as they have received no damage and only painted Mousesports thin. Olof spots something. Does he know there's 3 players around that corner, though? Rops is going to swing for the trade, and now Mousesports have options open to them. The B site is just around the corner. But they're going to take the bomb back into lobby and leave Rops on a lurk. He's going to come in late on Heaven, as this looks like a top site play, but Brokey does deal with the first man out.
Frozen creeps in and deals with Brokey up in Heaven. That's now a free pathway for Rops. Cold Zera now giving up his position here as well, and they wait for Rops to come in on this rotation and flush him out. Nico and Rain now in a 2-on-3, and are they even going to give this one a go? The bomb can get planted for Heaven. This means Rops doesn't even have to move. Nico's looking for an angle onto him. And Rops has just dodged that fight entirely, so it might just be the save here for FaZe.
Rain wants to go up, but he's waiting for Nico to get this kill, but this kill just isn't coming. Rops is completely repositioned, and with that, saving his own life and denying any chance of FaZe even going for this, right? They can't consider it. With Heaven not being under their domain, That's just real estate that's too much to risk for, and they'd rather hold on to the guns against this precarious scoreline. Mousesports, 14 rounds now on the T side. They find their first in the third. FaZe, bye. That's all you got to do. That's all you can do.
Yeah, we get to see Brokey bring the AWP out here on the CT side. This was one of the first maps they looked to incorporate Brokey AWPing CT side on. So, you know, one that he should be comfortable on. He doesn't have the armor behind this AWP, and that is something to bear in mind when you're up against this flurry of AKs on the other side. And Mouse, they know this isn't going to be a great buy for FaZe, so I'm curious as to how they're going to approach this one, right? You know they're not going to have a lot of utility. They're not going to be able to sustain these gunfights for very long. And so as a result, you know, if you're Mouse, if you're able to bait out the tiny bit of utility that they've got, suddenly you're in a great spot to be in.
Yeah, FaZe are feeling pressure. They feel like they need to make plays to get themselves in a good position. I don't blame them, but right now, them getting aggressive is just feeding the kills to Mousesports. And look at the position they're stuck in. Rain is pinched. He's cornered. He's stuck alone, and he will be able to get frozen, but the man inside of main, Carrigan given an opportunity to take this A site. He's still looking for the fight. The bomb's already been planted for Mousesports, and it's all just about putting the final killing blows in. Bomb down B. Brokey's running for the hills, looking to save this AWP. He'll be joined by Rain, but when it rains, it pours, and Mousesports are soaking the FaZe Clan members.
That's going to do it. That's going to put Mousesports up to 15, and things are looking real good in their camp. House Sports, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, I do all too well. I mean, these guys are looking so at home, you know, like they definitely needed a little bit to warm on up into the Pro League. But here, as we're seeing with this masterclass on Nuke from Mouse, they very much adjusted to it now, and it's starting to look like the team that we saw win the Pro League finals last season, right? So FaZe outgunned, outstratted in this one. That kill from Frozen is nuts, by the way. He got pincered from main and garage, and the main player ran past him. And while all that chaos is happening, Frozen turns around, kills a guy in garage, and then is able to even spam Rain down low in amongst it, or Nico down low rather, in amongst it all. So 15-4 now for Mousesports. 1 round left is all they need, and FaZe with this buy, is this going to be the round that they're able to pick it up? I don't know.
Well, Olaf certainly started off well, drops the bomb and heads down lower, gives Mousesports this control. But we've seen in the past, Mousesports getting players out ramp is such a threat to FaZe. Rops came in on a lurk up heaven a few rounds ago. Now this time he's in the A site. Mousesports are just going to commit off the back of that kill. It might be the map done at this rate. 4-on-3. Brokey looking to save the day, but the Molotov is at his feet, and he's got to smoke it off to stay alive. Olaf does double down with his second of the round, but how much is this going to be worth it for FaZe? Because Mousesports have the clock ticking in their favor.
Oh, Chris J's even going on this long flank in through ramp. He's going to look to deal with the Heaven player in the form of Brokey. Now, Brokey has been waiting patiently all round long for his teammates to get into main so he can try and tie this play together. But Rops, he locks it in with 3. 4 in total in the round, and Rops lights up the scoreboard to carry Mousesports up 1-0 in this series. They take the map pick of FaZe in a dominant fashion. A map that FaZe were able to beat them on earlier in the Pro League. So a huge turnaround for Mouse. They now sit 1-0 up, and with Train coming up next, a map that's been great for them, things are looking like they could come up Mouse. Join us after a quick break to find out if that's the case.
Niece, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Huh. Who really got the block? Sipping to rock in a cop car. They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that poofy? It's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Well, I'd say we had quite the matchup on our hands, but it would appear that one of these teams showed up in fuller force, or more full force, rather, the proper England, over the other one. We look at FaZe Clan, and they really had no answers right here. It was Mousesports pretty much running the ship, running the boat, everything up to this point. And there were some real heroic plays here. We're going to be going over a little bit, or some of that. I do have Harry and Hugo joining me in the studio, and we're going to be taking a look at a play that might just be the one that kept this one well in the way of Mousesports. What do you guys think about that? Is just a surface-level introductory into this.
It felt like it killed FaZe, and if it didn't kill FaZe, then doing it in 3 rounds in a row, essentially, or close to what happened, certainly did.
So let's talk about it then. We're going to bring up this clip so that you can see right here. This was the beginning of disaster for the FaZe Clan. This was when Mousesports said, hey, you know what? We're going to go for a super late defuse. Now, one thing to note is the fact that, as you can see right here, most of the players of FaZe Clan are all very low. You've got Nico on 7 HP. You've got Olaf on 12. Broki's on 34. Coldzera sits on 84, but albeit that is not too entirely bad. Now, that might be why they decided to exit the site. We'll never know. What we can see is at this junction, we've got Woxic set up for a flashbang, and he's ready to pop that through heaven. Now, what that does is ultimately give Rops an end to the site. However, given the current situation, Rops, now we can only speculate, and perhaps correct me if I'm wrong here, we can only speculate that Rops has said, hey, you know what? We don't want this flashbang at all. We don't want it. I'm just going to drop right in and play for the defuse. Let's go ahead and start to play the clip right here and take a look at to see how this all kind of pans down. What should we be taking away from it at this junction, guys?
Well, you know, I mean, I think already, right, you see Woxic start to sneak up through the heaven. He's very, very aware of what's going on. They're trying to do this as quietly and as late in the round as possible. Rop sticks that, and Woxic is up in heaven, keeping an eye on him. He even gets dinked, headshot through the hut, so it doesn't do full damage. And Woxic holds his back throughout.
Yeah, so check this out. We're a little bit further into it now. This is just before Rops goes and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to do the damn thing. Just pause it about right here. This is where we have both Rops and Woxic up in the heaven area, which does create for a very interesting dynamic if you think about just what's going on in this moment. You got Rops full sending it right off the top of heaven. You got Woxic getting set up. Play the clip out from right here. Get ready to pause it just a second, just to see where Woxic sets up his crosshair. He knows that the FaZe players are going to probably catch some wind of this. They're probably going to come back through the vents, and you can see just where he stops. The hut. He's going to be holding that line for so long and getting it done. This was a round that was an absolute disaster, but a masterclass for the side of Mousesports. Guys, Is that the one that really put the nail in the coffin?
Man, I think 100%. You know, that the scoreline at that point was 5-2. It was about to be 5-3. And if I could stop choking for a moment, yeah, you know, it was about to be 5-3. And past that point, Mouse Sports then do 2 more retakes, not like 100% similar to that, but still with Rops coming in through heaven and being like the man to make it happen. They get 3 more defuses off, or sorry, 2 more after that round. And past that, you know, FaZe don't even manage a bomb plant. Everything else comes up in favor of Mouse from that point on in the game.
They don't even manage a round in the half.
No, exactly, yeah. It
those.
ends 13-2, you know, so it could have been 5-3. Past that, FaZe don't put up a single round over on the T side. And I feel like that was just the straw that broke the camel's back, as it were.
Yeah, which is the scariest part, especially when you have a Robs firing away. I mean, this guy, he closes out this first map with 122 ADR. Absolutely gross, 27-8. Meanwhile, you have Nico and Rain. They tag team for 24 frags between the both of them. And what that ultimately means is we get set up for a second map here, a real shot at redemption and vindication for the side of FaZe Clan as we look at Train going forward. Will they have an answer? We'll find out with a special guest when we come back.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
The future waits for no one, so we refuse to wait for it. Today, battles are waged in nanoseconds, and planes are piloted from the other side of the world. The future's not coming, it's already here. Join us and be the future.
2 boxes to get by Nico. Diamond's a god! Go to hit this. On the ramp though. He knows he's there.
Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it, I can't help you now, okay, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, get push. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get extra, now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donish, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need to your fornicated bad. Someone said it's sad, 'cause I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay, got too much up on my, follow me around, okay, black face, hey, follow me around, okay.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, Air Force, GG Bet, and ESEA.
Hello, everybody, and we're not the only ones joining you here. First and foremost, I want to welcome our guest in LMBT. How are you doing, Sergey? Oh, can't quite hear you just yet, but there we go. Hey, man, what's up? I know you've been over on the Roo stream quite a bit. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm just having a day off, you know, and obviously I'm chilling with you guys here.
It's kind of
everything's perfect.
It's kind of the way that we made this one. Now, before we go any further, I just want to know what you think about that first map of play. Mouse Sports running the show.
Well, give me a second, okay?
All right.
Still some allegiance there. Still some allegiance.
That's good. That's real good.
That's what I think about this map.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all that was said. There wasn't a whole lot of an answer there from the side of FaZe Clan. But now, just to catch people up to, you know, who you are and your impact and who you worked with on this team, can you kind of introduce yourself to the audience as LMBT, if you will?
Well, basically, I'm former mouse coach. Was coaching mouse for like 2 or 3 years. I don't remember. Bring Robin in there and made Chris J a captain.
Okay.
For a while. Now he have Carrigan finally, so he can be free. But in general, yeah.
LMBT, I wanted to ask a question about international squads. Now, you've been on your fair share in the past, not only Mouse Sports, but Hellraisers as well following. We talk about communication issues a lot here on the Pro League. I'd love to hear your insight into how you guys have, in the past, in any of your teams, how you've combated communication issues as a roster.
Well, basically, you know, like, people are talking a lot about these comms problems and stuff, but we can see 3 out of 6 teams here at EPL final stage, and 3 of those are international, so it's FaZe, Mousesports, and OG, right? That means it's fixed, basically.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the math does kind of add up to that. Harry, what do you think?
Yeah, I was just wanting to have some insight. Obviously, you know, you've worked with Chris J. Rops for a good while out of the existing Mouse Sports squad. I was just wondering, what do you think they'd be bringing to the table in this lineup with someone like Carrigan, you know, at the helm? How do you think these guys are going to be chipping in and helping out?
I mean, they're still doing great, you know. Robin on his, like, signature maps doing great. It was Nuke, now it's Train. It's also a 100+ ADR map for him. Chris is doing Chris J things. He's just running and killing people around. Same as Carrigan. But Finn in general is like a very respectful IGL for me as well, since 1.6 times. And I know that he can put a team around him, right? And he did it. They had bad results at the start, but then he told like we have to switch roles. They switched it and won 4 out of 5 finals right after. So
hey,
kinda like this.
You know, LMBT, I hate to cut you off, but we do need to jump into this game. Do you think Mouse Sports closes out right here?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it that simple. Let's keep it that easy. Thank you so much for your time, Sergey. We are ready to go to train. Now, one thing that I do want to ask about is if you notice this new prototype apparel that we have Harry Russell wearing. I don't know if we could show him on camera real quick to just get that in there, but that is something special. Perhaps we'll just get it out on social media. Either way, it's Train, it's FaZe, it's Mouse Sports, and it's Mouse Sports that are looking hot to trot. Hugo, what do we got?
It's nice to have some Mouse Sports fans, you know, call in from time to time. LMBT still rocking the hat, still rocking the jerseys, but yeah, Mouse Sports, they look good. Brokey, he's had enough. He is on a new map, and he doesn't want no nuke repeat. He's going to take down Rops fast on the inner site as Mouse Sports look to commit to the plant. Nico is here as well. He's hanging around. Woxic does find that kill, and it will open up the chance to plant if behind the oil train. They're already starting to set up for this retake, but Woxic has not gone for the plant because Carrigan's on a long wrap round. Mousesport's trying to stall it out as long as they can so this player can get a kill, but FaZe are impatient. They don't want to wait forever, and they finally will find that flank as well. Carrigan getting picked up. Woxic wants to escape with the bomb. He's not going to commit to the plant. Chris does assist him with some fights, and they're just going to battle their way out of this situation. It isn't going to work versus the USPs, and Brokey gets away with 4. Massive pistol round for him, and FaZe starting off on the right side.
Yeah, now we saw them manage to pick up a pistol round back on Nuke, and it was not responded to by Mouse Sports with a force buy, but this time they've gone for it. They've thrown some investment into this round, and I'm imagining this because this is a map that Mouse Sports are more than comfortable on, right? And it's still early days. So they're looking to get an investment in this round. Chris J and Woxic going to be over here in main, and a bit of damage exchange there between Nico and Woxic. That nade could be devastating, and it is. That's going to follow up onto that damage that Nico did earlier. Now, this has put the scout in Chris J's hands. So, yeah, depending on how you look at it, was it that bad anyway? Because we know that Chris J is phenomenal with this scout. Nico tries to land a bit of a chance no-scope there. That's Carrigan, by the way, slipping out through main. He does this so often on the Mouse Sports T side. He really is a bit of a menace. However, Nico, more than accustomed to that, will deal with him on this assault of the A-bomb site. Mouse Sports now kind of grinding to a bit of a halt in this round. The momentum that they had has been removed. And they're going to back out of main.
It's nice to see the tendencies already being realized by, you know, both sides. FaZe in this example, coming into this matchup, there is going to be that level of familiarity. I mean, even as an organization talking point, Nico used to play for Mouse Sports, right? I mean, we're talking old school. We're talking German team Mouse Sports, but yeah, I mean, how times have changed. And now he's got to beat them at their own game. Olaf pushed back by the scout on B. He's going to have to concede a plant, you would think, but Rain doesn't want to, and he comes in with 2 as he shuts down the round with the FAMAS. Mouse Sports not getting much done in these first couple. No bomb plant either means even less in this round as they have to take P250s. Ooh, that's cool. We get a head-to-head of, well, usually AWP players, in this place, scout players. Mouse Sports more than favored on the GGBet odds. It's not quite 7 for FaZe as it was at the start of the series, but yeah, maybe it should be after that map.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the score of the first map, you see how it went. That number doesn't seem too far off from reality. Pick up the first 2 in this game, or this map so far, so they are still here. Again, we did say that you can never discredit, you can never discount the side of FaZe Clan due to the names on this roster alone.
Yeah, and you know, that's something that I think is always going to be tipping in their favor. But you imagine it also works against them, right? Because like FaZe, they know that this is a team of legends, and so the expectations justifiably are pretty high for this FaZe Clan squad. And, you know, even reading through a few of the interviews that Nico did over at HLTV when he spoke about having to head through the Katowice qualifiers, right? He was saying how those games were very stressful to play in because you are the favorite up against underdogs in every one of those matchups. So, ooh, bit of an exchange over here at the ramp. Carrigan does degrain out from this round, and maybe there's a chance at a bomb plant here for Mouse. Now, Olaf is trying to close the distance and trying to deny it, but he might not be able to do so. And so for Mouse, you know, like, they're probably not going to win the round. In fact, I can almost bet my house on it, right? They're not going to win this round. But that's honestly more than I think they figure they should have got away with. And there's even a potential that we could see double AWPs. Now, I don't imagine we're going to see that into the first T-side rifle, or really any. And that does look to be the case. Woxic does get his at the very, very least. Doesn't have head armor behind it, which is a bit of a curious one. Carrigan actually had more money, so he could have dropped an AWP over, and I think still would have had a little bit of utility. But they are putting a lot of focus on having everything they need into this round. You know, I guess for Woxic, just don't get shot in the head. How hard can that be, right?
Like, come on now. Come on, mate.
Ooh, Robs. I love watching him in the pop dog, but he has got some very formidable opposition to go up against in Rain, who's also a bit of a menace over towards this position. I think one thing as well that really helps Rops out is, like, he's the B anchor on Train, and not B anchor, but he is the anchor of the B bomb site.
Okay.
And you'll note, right, he's always over towards Pop Dog, always trying to sell, like, these lurks over towards B. And obviously, through playing it loads on the CT side, he's going to know all these tendencies, all these little gimmicks. Anything that FaZe might try, he's going to find himself likely one step ahead. So in this round, Mouse Sports, they get out through Ivy, they take a nade onto Carrigan. And it's a little bit devastating because that sucked the momentum out of this play. It looked like we were going to have the pace start to get picked up by Mouse, and it's going to have to soon. There's 35 seconds left of this round. Nico's ready to go toe-to-toe with Mouse with a Deagle here in Ivy side. Coldzera is holding for the smoke push. He gets upgraded onto an AK. Luckily enough, the trade comes in from Frozen, and the bomb is retrieved. But 20 seconds on this clock. Mouse Sports, they do not have time, and they try and push on in. Raindrops Chris J. The bomb still needs to go down, and Frozen's going to try and plug in the numbers, but there's players all around. And even as Rops gets these players on the exit, it's not going to be a round for Mouse Sports. FaZe, they're going to take that 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, there's no miracle for Mouse Sports in that round. And certainly there was a world where the bomb got planted, but after that initial point of contact there with Coldzera at Ivy, you could just tell that that this was probably not going to spin out of control in the favor of Mouse Sports.
Yeah, Rain does a good job of stalling the Pop Dog there, right? Considering he's trapped, Robs is above him on the ladder, and there's players on the site as well. Rain's able to swing out, deny that plant, but is traded by the man on the site. Robs is late down the ladder, and it's a done deal. It's a dusted round. It's FaZe 4-0. One thing I will say about this map is, okay, yes, it's a great map for Mouse Sports. It's one that FaZe have only played twice in 2020, so we don't have a lot to go off. What we do have to go off is the fact that FaZe got 14 rounds when they did play Mouse Sports here. So, you know, they've taken them the distance, even though they didn't get the win. And so FaZe aren't exactly uncomfortable on Train, and that is showing right now in the scoreline. 4-0, another opening kill for Rain. Carrigan's gone, Rain isn't. Only for a bit, finally getting traded by Frozen, but this round might be done for Mouse Sports before it's even started.
Frozen on 4 HP. Woxic wants to help his teammate out. Look at that, he's found a kill in the meantime. Nico trying to maneuver his way around there towards E-Box, but can't land the shot that he wants to initially when Woxic opts to go for Frozen instead, and eventually Woxic will follow him into the next round because, well, FaZe put another one up there. 5-0. So far, so good for FaZe Clan. FaZe up, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, pressure is on for FaZe now, right? And so they're hoping to come into this second map and make a bit of a statement. They're certainly doing that now. With another buy round right around the corner for Mouse Sports in round number 7. They're going to look to put a stop to this pretty soon. Now, in this one, they partially invest, right? They've got that max loss bonus, and they've had it for a little while now. Carrigan over here towards main. That's pretty normal. That's pretty standard. And so he might be looking. I figured he was going to come in initially to make contact to try and pull rotations off. But instead, he's actually just going to peek out, try and get a kill, and rejoin the rest of the gang. Woxic does deke down Olaf, but Brokey keeps this in favor of FaZe Clan. A big D kill in from Rops, but he gets naded into oblivion. This is still doable, though, for Mouse Sports. Brokey up and over and into Frozen. Now leaves Carrigan all alone, and Brokey, does get deked out of the round. Now Carrigan on Cold Zera, 1v1 to decide which way this round falls. And Carrigan, he's been given a weapon that we know this man can wield, goes back in with the AWP and steals it away for Mouse Sports. Carrigan with a 1v2 to put the first round on the board for Mouse.
I was just about to say how well Brokey is looking coming into this map, but that gets stolen away by Carrigan. Brokey, he found 4 kills on the pistol. He's been open ever since to good effect, but Mouse Sports shut him down. Carrigan with a huge clutch on that B bomb site might just start things off for Mouse in this T half. When they did play last time, in Group D, FaZe were able to start CT side, same here, and get 9 rounds. They, unfortunately, weren't able to close that map, only getting 5 on the T side, but right now, Mouse Sports getting their first on the board. Carrigan is once again in this position as a close pistol player. Hello, Carrigan's come through the smoke. He's doubled it. Cold's gone as well from Ivy. Carrigan still has a man behind him to worry about, but that man hasn't peeked out. Nico is waiting, hiding, and biding his time. He's got a kill, but there's more Mouse Sports players in the yard.
Drops the smoke towards Ivy. It's going to be a peek from Chris J. He's too quick on the trigger. Now it's just Brokey and Olaf. AWP on Brokey, holding Ivy, finds Frozen. That's his reward. Meanwhile, his teammate Olaf does fall, so that means just Brokey. Big Brokey, little Brokey, what are you going to call him?
The Broke Meister.
I mean, that Meister thing's kind of already stolen on this team.
I guess.
You know. Easy kill onto Rops. Rops went hunting and, well, ventured out a little bit too far. Bomb not planted just yet, so this could get real awkward. 1v2.
I've got it. Broke Zera. That's original.
That's not bad.
Broke J?
Broke Sarah.
Sarah. Well, Brokey, why are you leaving me? As he's going to leave this round. Mouse Sports get their second with a bomb plant on that A site. Brokey does find some exits, but apart from taking away economy from Mouse Sports, it's going to be doing nothing else, just holding on to this orb. Makes sense. FaZe don't have the money to buy up moving forward, so Mouse might be putting them in the dirt at the beginning of this T side. It can feel hard to get around on the board when you're down 0-5 on train, but as soon as you do, as soon as you start to get the groove and you realize the positions that FaZe are playing and how they like to hold, you know, that outer sight, whether they're stacking in or not early, Mouse Sports get a bit of a feeling, and they let Carrigan just go loose. I say they let Carrigan. Carrigan lets Carrigan go loose.
Carrigan, go kill. Carrigan, okay. And then that's exactly what we see, right? 2 kills to win out the first round on the board for Mouse Sports. And of course, that was to clutch it in a 1v2. In this round, he puts up 2 as the first 2 kills of the round. So a jack of all trades in that man. And now, obviously, because he's got a big brain on his shoulders, knowing that the money of FaZe is low, Carrigan's invested into a MAC-10. He was already fast enough in this map with an AK out through main. So let's see what kind of chaos he's going to look to try and bring into the mix with this MAC-10. The Mac Daddy Carrigan here, and he's lined up 2 before he's dealt with.
Yeah, something about the momentum and the pacing of that really did, you know, give him an advantage to the point where, hey, guess what? I'm out of ammunition. So that does create a problem. Carrigan falls. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's going to be hitting out and hiding out, rather, inside of this inner bomb site. Looks like an easy plant's going to come through. Brokey able to find one with the AWP, recovered and salvaged from the last round.
He bailed off that kill. It looked like he was even going to save or rotate, but then reconsidered it. If he went back in earlier, he might have found a second player out upper, but didn't want it to get traded. That makes sense, considering the fact that he is a man that has to do the heavy lifting in this round, or just save, and that seems to be his decision on the A side of things. Cole coming in on the flank, might just stall out his flank as he waits for them to exit in the halls. $600 a kill with the MAC-10, so certainly a reason to look for frags at the end of things. Mousesport's not going to be giving anything away, though. Tucking in the corner, cover from Woxic, Cold walking into his death. Oh, no! That's a bit of a mistake. Robs running up, not realizing, but Mousesports will save their guns. They get rid of the MAC-10, not a worry anyway. Cold would have upgraded it, and now those buys come in for FaZe.
Yeah, and Carrigan is going to be able to carry a gun in this round as well.
Nice.
I mean, it was kind of cheese, to be honest. Let's be real here. But Brokey also going to have that AWP, and that's going to mean some rifles are going to show up just around it here. 4 M4s and 1 AWP on Brokey. So the response for that is going to be Woxic picking up the AWP, or having it at least, going into this next round. Had it last round.
Robs didn't buy any utility, so he's making a Hail Mary fast play. He's just going straight into the firing line and trying to lay down some pain. Now, he instead commits to spraying toward Connector, and that does see him get burnt down pretty low in the Molotov. Now, something that FaZe have been good at doing is just loading their utility into main.
One.
See, Karrigan and Rops have like swapped from their usual positions, and that Karrigan's normally the fast main man, and Rops is usually the master of Rops Dog, as you would expect.
Rops Dog.
And in this round, they swap it around. They've done it in inverse, and maybe we see why they're the masters of these. Karrigan's on 1 HP, Rops is in 26. Obviously, they try and play it off of spawns, right? It's not like a real criticism. But
wow, Harry.
Yeah, man, I'm really just laying into the... Who even are these mouse sports guys?
That's Harry Russell that said that.
So. Woxic down here at Ivy has the rest of his gang with him, and they're going to start to group on up and creep forward. coldzera is responsible for this portion of the map, and let's see if he's going to rise to the occasion. Last time he was here, he was only good for 1.
He has been a little bit of a menace here, though. If it wasn't him, it was Nico playing there, and either way, that's certainly a worry point.
Ooh.
For the side of Mousesports. Boost here is going to put Woxic up, and Brokey is just too quick. Sarah chimes in on the fun as well. Leaves a bomb drop, and currently all members of Mousesports, except for Rops, dropped in this round. 16 HP and nowhere to go. He is cordoned off. Takes a shot, and that's certainly the end of his round. So 5 alive for FaZe Clan. They needed that, I'd say.
Brokey the beast right now, 14 and 4, man. He's getting multi-kills every round, it feels like, with this AWP. And, you know, his saves have come through consistently on this side, but certainly making sense with how much damage he's putting up in the rounds. FaZe are winning. Opening kill there on Ivy. Even follows up to Woxic with the AWP. So, good stuff from him. Popdog was locked down by Nico. Obviously, that position could be hard to get into in the early round as a CT, knowing Mousesports can fight you on the main cross if they have the spawn, and they do. As they send Karrigan right out and about. Woxic's found a pick onto Brokey in the meantime. Brokey down, who creates big problems for FaZe Clan. They also don't get in the pop top because of the Molotov, so smoke at the feet of that, and Nico going to double back to the site. Karrigan gets flashed in, Nico blind. Karrigan gets a kill. Trade is there for Cold. He's picked up the AWP from the body of Brokey, and Nico's still here out and about in the yard. Woxic might be able to find him.
Oh, but they're not ready for another man on the E-box. Woxic, though, is able to adjust and get that trade. In the meantime, Rops finds himself deep inside of B and is able to mop up Olaf Meister. It's only coldzera left now in a 1-on-3. AWP in hand to give this retake a go, and I don't even imagine he looks to go in for this one. He will float around and see if he can catch anyone. Obviously, with Rops last being seen going aggressive and this smoke falling in this little choke point here, coldzera is pretty antsy about players being nearby. On the back of not seeing anyone, though, he will just try and hold on to this AWP.
6-4, basically right down the middle. We do power forward with that AWP in the next round. Now, what are we seeing from the side of FaZe Clan is in terms of, you know, like, breaths of fresh air? Because this is already better than what we saw in Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Hugo just made a very good point in Brokey, right, delivering with the AWP, and obviously, I think another man is Nico, who these two combined make the A site a very, very terrifying place to be if you're Mousesports. This round, honestly, it all falls apart on the back of Karrigan, you know, being allowed to get out, and with Woxic already taking that first kill onto Brokey earlier in the round. Karrigan just throws everything into disarray with that kill. Because suddenly, you know, if you're FaZe, you're looking at that round, and you do have to pull those rotations away from B. Olaf was caught out of position over by Connector, and the whole reason for him not being in that B site in the fashion that he usually is and kind of getting caught adjusting is as a result of the kills. And so Karrigan, this round again, picks up the pace, finds the opener onto Nico, and while it does go immediately traded once more, this is a lot of pressure, a lot of moving parts now for FaZe Clan to try and manage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Finn has a massive smile on his face after he runs out T-Con, entries Nico, and then gets traded. You know, that's got to feel good. Getting Nico out of the round instantly. He's been pivotal in these CT rounds alongside Brokey. Of course, you know, just a bit of history behind there as well.
One last thing to worry about, you know, or one less thing. Or one last thing.
Hey. Either or. 4-on-4. Mousesports waiting around now. They're coming down Ivy. It's been good to them in the past, but Brokey has been locking it down. Cold is now tasked with doing that with his rifle. They could smoke him off.
Yeah, huge thing to note is they just flashed Rain into main, and so Cold Zera now pulls back as well, denies a pop dog peek, and tries to keep an eye on Ivy. He holds for the boost, and Frozen gets thrown into his crosshair. So Cold Zera on for a double, and you can see he's got the read. With main no longer a factor for FaZe, that frees up these players in the site a hell of a lot, and as a result, Cold Zera has all this room to move around in. Rops, is he going to be ready for a main player? They haven't seen any indication that this man is here. Rops. Oh, yeah, he gets pincered between three, and now it's just Woxic left, put in the grave by Brokey. So I think a stellar play from Cold to get those 3 kills, but also a huge detail in Rain taking that main aggression and just nullifying the thing that Mousesports were banking on, which is that FaZe were going to be worried about those main players.
It's both good and it's bad, because what that main control does to FaZe is once they get it, they actually rotate Brokey's orb towards B, so they have a double inner setup with the AWP that's been holding yard there. So, you know, that frees up a lot of the map, and Cold's kills come at a clutch time for FaZe, because if he doesn't get them, there's no orb there. There's no one to hold that Ivy play from Mousesports. And Mousesports go for the boost in back-to-back rounds. I'm not a massive fan of that. They just got dealt with coming up Ivy, I think it was 2 rounds ago. So, yeah, it doesn't work out, and I don't think we should see them go for that again, at least not in the short term. Maybe later in the half on the last round, but if you keep running it, FaZe are going to be ready for it. You know they're combing that call. Brokey's watching down the ramp. Mousesports trying to give their way through a smoke, but with 2 players watching this line, they're not going to get much further. It's only eco for Mouse. Should be made quick work of that. Nade might find Woxic, but only a bit of damage. It's not like he has much else anyway. It's only a Glock. Frozen's trying to pick out T-Con. Oh, he does get a kill. That's a bit of a misspray from Nico. Looks like he had the kill and then just doesn't. Frozen on 9, though. And Mousesports just dead set waiting. See if FaZe give them anything. Frozen's lost the bomb. Woxic will fall as well to the wallbanger Brokey, and it's going to be FaZe up to 8 on the CT side. Money back for Mousesports. This is fine, though. Again, when Mousesports beat FaZe on this map, it was a 9-6 half to start on the CT side of FaZe. So right now things are looking similar to that. I would even go as far as saying FaZe feel more in control than they did back in that last time they played. And considering how Nuke went, I think, yeah, good resilience. Pretty impressive. That wasn't a good map for FaZe at all.
It's not ideal. See what Kerrigan has up his sleeve for this one. 3D Ivy so far.
Yeah, this upper B play, Trace, sorry, but
no, go ahead.
We just saw that they started to probe on up with Brokey here, and it looked like they were going to try and go a little bit further and, you know, really kind of push to the limits, but they're content with having the orb set up. How does Kerrigan win that? And yeah, he gets traded right away, but that's a huge kill to find. Now all the pressure of holding Ivy is on Nico's shoulders, and while he will answer the call with 1, it's shut down by Woxic.
Yeah, Mousesports, they are just running the gauntlet in this round, pushing and peeking everything, taking every fight they can, and FaZe continue to get caught out of position while swapping spots. I mean, the fact that Kerrigan gets a kill is utterly ridiculous. He's swiveling between 2 angles, and Olof has got the bomb. This is massive now for FaZe. It gives him a chance in the 2-on-2. He can play around it. Frozen is on the other side of that smoke. Olof's teammate Brokey's come in to help. Frozen waiting in the fade. He's got some spam damage. Does he know? Olof is so close. Olof might fire back. He sees the tracers and he gets the kill. Now Rops has all the info, and the damage onto Brokey has been done early on. This is such a winnable round, and he goes above the train to get a better line of sight.
Yeah, Olof on 100 HP, 2 kills to his name, was the first to respond to the bomb. Now when the smoke fades, there won't be a whole lot of time to play around. He's got to get this first kill, and he's got to do it fast. As I say that, he's going to try to edge his way down the ladder, and by that, he just jumps straight off, looks for the kill on Olof. And there's not a world where that really goes his way, barring any sort of miraculous shots, but...
It's very hard to get off those trains silently. That's one note to remember. It's, you know, yeah, it's more often than not going to make noise, even if you try and crouch drop off of the little jut that sticks out.
Cold Zera was too cold even for Frozen.
I like the play on words.
It's not bad. In that case, at least.
This is heating up, though, for FaZe, as they find themselves at 9. Anti-eco should be theirs as well. 10 rounds on the horizon. Olof's push B. Did this in the previous round. He didn't commit, though. This time he will, as pistols are easy to kill. Just Chris left up. no hope in this round.
But I've seen Chris J do some very strange things in the server. And by strange, I mean successful. Maybe not in this round, though. He's just going to hold the tight angle here in T-Con with a minute left. Let's see who wins the first battle.
Wow, Chris J, a very, very patient man. You know, you got to say that about him. Holds that line, is adamant that someone's going to arrive. And lo and behold, he was right. Now with an M4 and armor behind it, 50 seconds. And I kind of love this from Chris J. It's very, very rat-like, but, you know, like, that's not necessarily a bad thing, you know? Like, there's a reason why they succeed in environments where some animals don't. And, you know, Chris J here, demonstrating that beautifully, just waiting for the kills to come to him.
I mean, there are mice, Harry. Chris is in the testing lab right now.
I don't know that he's going to be able to get too much further than this point. If you notice, Brokey looking right at him. Here comes the Molotov. He runs straight into it. My goodness, yeah. Last round of the half on the cards. 10-4 Mousesports. Not off to that sprinting start that we saw on Nuke, but again, on their T side, perhaps they can turn it around towards that CT side of things.
Damn, that's an interesting stat. The last 3 times FaZe have faced Mouse on Train, they lost 16-14, 17, I assume that's meant to be 19 and 12-16. So very close games. Mousesports, you know, I can't think of how many games I've seen Mousesports down in the T side and then pull it back on the CT half, though, on this exact map. They seem to be so comfortable in the defense here. So FaZe shouldn't get too comfortable, even with an 11-4. A pistol could put Mouse back in pole position, but they haven't got 5 here, and that's what they're gunning for in the last round of the half. Flashes and smokes over the A site. Rob smoke to the pop dog. 1 man in, only Olaf, so Brokey's going to be here with the AWP once again to support. And Carrigan's got out behind the E-box. Brokey going above into heaven, and Nico pushing the barriers as well. That's actually an auto sniper for Rain. Can you believe it? Adding insult to injury here for Mousesports, and it might be finding them in the 11th round.
It seems like a very viable gun in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
On the CT side, at least.
I love it on the last round of the half. The reason this is good is because even if Mousesports were to win this round, they can't save that gun forward, right? You don't want to give that weapon over. That's one of the big worries of buying the auto. So that's a worry avoided by FaZe, and it's going to put up every kill in this round, it feels. 2 already. Tag onto Woxic does the job, and Rain has just made this unbelievably easy for FaZe. Frozen's going to try and dig them deep out of it, but oh my god, 3 kills? This could be a 1-on-5 for Frozen.
It could be. Rain still does have the original Krieg in his hands. He's going to opt to go ahead and drop it, pick up an M4, but now there's a little bit of a split here, a pincer, if you will. Olaf coming in from the side of the ladder room.
Oh.
And quite a round for Rain. Good grief. That was some showing of force, and certainly one that Mousesports are going to look to bounce from as we look at this second half of play. Don't move. Don't go anywhere. Don't adjust that dial. We will BRB.
matchup featuring FaZe Clan versus Mousesports. We've already had one map of play. We saw Robs going 122.5 ADR and 27-8 across Nuke, but well, as you can tell, that's not exactly how it's all shaped up here on Train thus far. We're looking at 11-4 half, and it's FaZe certainly in the lead. And currently, we have Robs sitting on 6-13, under 50 ADR. Now that's at half, and anything can happen. We saw some magic happen for the Mousesports over on Nuke, so potentially there's a turnaround here. And every time I turn around, these next two gentlemen are somewhere around. That's going to be Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, you know, this is one of the, well, actually not one of, this is the best CT side FaZe Clan have ever fielded against Mousesports in a Train game. Thus far, the record was set at 9-6 in FaZe's favor, and that's pretty much how the majority of series between these two teams has gone down. It's either been 9-6 in favor of FaZe or 9-6 in favor of Mouse at the end of these first halves. So, while Mousesports have been good historically at getting themselves on the upper foot over here on this CT side, this is going to be their hardest fight yet versus this FaZe squad.
And Hugo, I'm told it's just a couple more seconds here. Of course, the natural TeamSpeak issues at this hour of the evening seem to be a common trend, even though we are online, and I suppose don't have to do all that, I guess.
I don't recall ever having a TeamSpeak issue in my life. You know, once I'd set it up, but you know, they are frequent in online play trace. Yep. Who needs tactical timeouts?
Who needs those? Needs those, rather.
Well, GG Odds still favoring Mousesports. They are, of course, known for their comeback ability on this map, but really down, not quite out. Lots of utility for FaZe in the pistol round. Mousesports, a similar situation, rather. Frozen's been given the CZ. Double smoke for the retake here for Mouse, and a kit on Karrigan, so FaZe's Molotov may be countered by that. Oh, quick kill. Nice shot from Rain again, showing up on these pistol rounds like he often does. Chris is going to have to fall into the site as FaZe look for fights. They're committing to these engagements. Robs needs to be very careful. Down to 30 health now as the bomb does try and cross. It's actually still up in the halls. Olaf setting up the connector smoke, and now the full rotate coming from Mousesports. They even have a flank, but Nico's holding onto the pop dog.
Yeah, Nico's position, he can just sit here all round long. He's got that Molotov, so they very much designed for him to come into this a lot later into the round and try and help out in the post plant. Now, Karrigan does... how has this happened?
Goodbye.
This was a 5-on-4. This has suddenly gone the way of Mouse, and Brokey's trying to fight back, and he's delivered in spades. Just Chris J left, and Chris J, goodness. Tag down low, Brokey finishes the job. 4 kills for the young boy on FaZe, and a 12th round locked in.
Yeah, they didn't have that fallback plan because in the middle of that skirmish, Nico actually gets he gets pushed and gets taken out from the top of ladder, which does create another dilemma. Brokey really doesn't have any other option but to fight it then and there. He could back off towards lower, but considering just how dense things got here in the site, you might as well stick around and keep clicking heads.
That smoke thrown by Mousesports to get on the bomb actually hurts him more than anything. That gives Brokey a shield to hide behind, and he gets 4 kills not only in the CT pistol, but in the T pistol as well. He has been the carry. Without Brokey in this map, FaZe would not be in such a powerful position, and Mousesports, the chance for the comeback just got swept out from underneath them. Of course, they can do it on the rifle rounds, but they're not going to have many of them. Look, the 4 spy coming through. If they don't win this round, it will be 14-4 before Mouse have their first M4 in their hands. And at that point, you can't be counting on a comeback.
They want to keep playing around with the inner side. Does look like with 4 deep, that's what's going to happen. Just Olaf over there to his own devices, dropping some smokes and utility outside. Meanwhile, you can imagine that this hit is going to take place on the inside. Pop flash from Chris J in the lower. Does leave inner upper just all day open, and there you can see it, a round that should be mopped up with relative ease from the side of FaZe Clan. I say that, 2 deagle kills come streaming through.
Oh my.
Okay.
Don't speak too soon, Trace.
I guess.
Frozen.
Dear, it's all gone wrong again. And while Brokey was able to deliver a 1v4, can Rain step up now in this 1v3? This is one less than Brokey, so it should be easy, right? They tap on the bomb. Rain trying to deny it, and Mousesports, they steal it away. Karrigan just sticks the defuse, and with the kit, he puts that 5th round on the board for Mouse. Rain is able to stay alive, and so that's going to enable them to get a pretty decent buy here over on the T side if they want to continue these 4 spy wars. You saw a US Air Force tactical timeout called on in there. I imagine that's what they're discussing now, because with a bomb plant, they can just invest in this next round if they desire.
So, Hugo, talk to me a little bit about the impact that we just saw right there from Frozen. How big was the play that he just made?
Huge, Trace. He comes in on a flank with a deagle. He gets a Galil, and he doubles down with that gun. I mean, opening up the round for Mousesports, quite literally. You know, we saw that flank in the Pop Dog in the previous round in the pistol that did take down Nico, that, you know, put the 4-on-1 in the hands of Mousesports so that they eventually, you know, I don't want to say they threw it away, but they did lose a 4-on-1 to Brokey on the site with a bomb down, so...
Somebody's throwing,
Yeah.
and moreover, somebody is probably snitching out there, and that's not something that we can stand for, neither of those things.
Not the best round for Mousesports, but they do recover, and that's what's important, Trace. Winning that second round has put them back in this game for the time being. FaZe, as well, went for 5 rifles in their previous. They just wanted it to be clean. They didn't even think Mousesports would have a hope in that round, where now it's quite the contrary. 2 AKs and a couple of pistols for FaZe. They want to go fast into the yard. Nico's pushed in through this smoke. No one's realized he's got an Ivy player around him. Carrigan is going to be coming in on the wrap. Nico's got the frag and he's doubled down as well. Dear, oh dear, no one is safe right now against these anti-ecos. Chris J does make things 3-on-3 and gets himself a rifle as well. Nico even finished by the Pop Dog of Frozen. He has been the saving grace on the CT side. Brokey and Cold against the world in this 2-on-2.
Yeah, not impossible though. Brokey beginning this rotation back now with this bomb. Or rather, actually, looks like Cold Zera might be electing to join him. Brokey heading down towards this B site all alone. Rops, I want to see what angle he's holding. If we could just hit 6. Yeah, he's looking for the connector flank, and that's because Chris J is having to, you know, divide his attention between Ivy and Old Bomb, and this has allowed Brokey to get out through the ramp. Now that Cold's moved into position over on the upper halls, this plant can come through for FaZe Clan. And with no defuse kits over on the side of Mousesports, they're going to have to be very, very fast in this retake. Plant comes in. Rops is going to have to wait for Chris J to join him. And they're still worried about this potential connector flank. It's not going to come through.
I think it even took Mousesports a second to realize it was a B play. Chris is looking for a kit on A, but I imagine with him not finding one across these bodies, there isn't one in play. Rops does get a quick kill, but Brokey gives away his position on the site. We know he's good in these clutches. He's already had one in the same position, forcing the fight, but Chris does get the kill. Great Molotov. Yeah, time. That is the problem, and I don't know if there even is enough for Chris. He's got to stick it quick. That Molotov makes his route a little bit longer as well, and he's realized this one is going to slip through his fingers. 13 rounds to FaZe. Come back from Mousesports again. Put on the burner. Or the back burner, rather.
Yeah, that almost puts us on a dust tube, but not quite. We are just on the precipice of it. FaZe Clan would probably appreciate that. Hell, you would probably appreciate that, you viewers out there at home. Let us know how you're watching the match. Use hashtag EPL Mailbag with your questions, or hashtag ESL Pro League if it is that you want to show off your setup. Show us how you're watching in your living room, what kind of snacks you got going on. Really, just anything that you want to tweet at us is probably going to end up on air at this point. Harry, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, I was gonna, is that something you're prepared to stand by, Trace? No, if we're going to show everything. But yeah, US Air Force tactical timeout for Mouse, and I think justifiably so. I mean, they should not have ever let that round get so out of control.
Back and forth we go.
And yeah, the problem with these like force by wars is just, you know, they do very much lean in favor of the T side anyway, right? Like in terms of what you're able to bring to the table.
Tava assistindo a Excel aqui e narrando o jogo aqui. Excel. Ei, mano.
Oi.
Tava fazendo a narração aí, velho.
Tô ouvindo, tô ouvindo. Oi, tá ouvindo?
Cruzamento pra área, a bola sobrou, a chance é boa. Gol!
Diego disse bora papoca seus baitola.
Oi, som.
Escutando.
Alô.
Tô escutando. Tá saindo aí.
Tá ouvindo?
Não
Mário
Alô?
Monteiro disse tá ouvindo.
Papoca.
Tá ouvindo aí? Tá ouvindo aí?
Tô.
Tá ouvindo?
Alô.
Tá ouvindo aí? Tá ouvindo aí?
Tô. No microfone, peraí.
Deus, cara.
Papoca. Tá escutando agora?
Tô.
Porque a acessibilidade tava lá no final, mano. Aí tava chegando bem pouquinho.
Uhum. Bora? Deus, cara.
Sei lá, aquele esses baitos. Bora, mano, é o Gardenal.
Diego disse bora Manel Gardenal Papoca.
Manel Gardenal. Ih, galera.
Da boneca dizer assim, cara.
Aham.
Diego disse bora.
Shit. Gravando é pelo YouTube, mano, agora. Mas tô com 11 horas de live, vai tu. Ei, Mário. Mário.
Diego disse Mário.
Let's roll.
Geladeira.
Tomei.
Vai jogar, Diego?
B, né, não?
Não, tem 2B já, mano.
Aí é.
Vai jogar meio aqui, jogar com o cara aí.
Eu ia dizer jogar meio com a gente aí.
Ah, tá meio, é? Eu vou jogar com o amarelo aqui. É eu e tu, Diego. Laranja. E tu, Diego. Olha só o palácio aí, mano. A caverna é meu. Caverna, entrou. Tetris.
Eu vou HE.
Mais um.
Eu vou HE.
Palácio, C4 aqui. Tá plantando liga já. Plantou liga, tem palácio.
Ei, o cara ficou tudo exposto. Eu joguei HE no pé do cara, macho.
Eu também. Tirou 50 de 2 caras. HE rush vai Diego.
Are we rushing in? Or are we going sneaky beaky like? Fire in the hole! Grenade out!
Volta. É rush aí. É aqui. Volta. Esconde aí. Tem caverna aqui.
Olha lá.
Palácio.
Pera.
Tem um menos 50.
Tem um menos 50 aí, velho. Pega o flash. O cara clicou, mas o cara radar um trevozão aí, mano. Eu toda a vida dou logo uns três.
Eu tô armado.
Também tô armado. Não tem um bomba. O resto.
Ninguém te defus, só o cara.
Easiest day was yesterday. Let's do this! Smoke out!
Caverna é meu, hein? Olha só o palácio. Caverna é meu.
Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
Palácio aqui, velho.
Deploying flashbang.
Ligação.
C4, eu acho. Palácio aí, pô. Tem ninguém olhando palácio pra mim, velho. 90 palácio. Palácio e caverna. Palácio e caverna. 90. Que abandonado, mano. Dentro do bombeaio.
Throwing a grenade.
Areia, palácio.
Palácio, 90. Clica. Tá defusado agora. Eu fiquei abandonado no A, macho.
Pega uma ligação aqui, entrou aqui, mas eu ainda tirei 99 do cara, mano. O cara ficou com vida, mano. É covarde. 4 balas de M4, mano.
Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
Palácio.
Yep. Grenade. Smoke.
O cara não sabe segurar meio, não. Opa, é nosso, Diego. C4 aí. C4 aqui, mano. C4 aqui em palácio.
Tem liga.
Throwing smoke.
Bota palácio. Tô indo aqui do marrom.
Throwing fire.
Cara, filmou no cara.
Flashbang.
Acertei.
É. Aqui que eu fiz treifar.
Fala lá se tem. Caverna aí.
Aparece assim, ó, pedido enviado, que a pessoa mandou pra mim. Onde é que eu aceito? Onde é?
Lá no... Lá onde tem um coraçãozinho. Cadê?
Não tá aparecendo, eu já atualizei e não aparece.
Tá ali, aqui ó, onde tu botou aí, confirmar ali, Thiago, confirmar.
Tinha, mas não aparece.
Aqui ó, confirmar, confirmar.
Mas não aparece.
Aí tu manda a pessoa mandar de novo.
Já mandei.
Então deve ser algum lugar pra aparecer aí. Ele acabou o jogo.
Smoke out. Molotov. Throwing a grenade.
Vai lá, Diego, deixa eu aqui.
Throwing flashbang. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole.
Palácio.
Flashbang. Grenade out. Deploying decoy.
Era pai.
Deploying flashbang. Yeah. Flashbang. Counter-terrorists win.
Agora eu não vou tirar não, só depois. Agora não posso não. Vamos terminar aqui.
E se não for usar a luz, tu apaga?
Let's give it to them, boys.
Deixa a conta aí.
Smoke. Throwing grenade. Throwing fire.
Vai lá, Diego, vai, eu vou flashar pra tu, ajuda aí.
Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Grenade. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke. Smoke.
Carro. Carroça amarela.
Counter-terrorists win.
Pô, macho, o cara não confia no cara, o cara
Não, mas ele tava no rato, cara. O cara tava no rato. Pai. Say you on. Ixi, o Manel e o Diego, o Manel e o KMZ tá na P.
Fire in the hole. Molotov.
Caverna aqui.
Grenade out.
Palácio.
Smoke.
Mirado, deixa o cara me matar. Tem rato aí querendo subir e fica contra ela.
Tem aqui.
Rato.
Grenade out.
Caverna lá, viu?
o sanduíche, mano. Tá na caixa de fogo aí já, ó. Caixa de fogo, vai comer Django, vai comer Django. Tava Django aí, Django pro caixa de fogo. Cuidado de janela aí, pô. Ele tava sem ser fácil.
Às vezes uma puxada de faca acaba morto, sabe? Eu tava pensando
não
nisso aqui. Eu tava pensando nisso aqui, ó. Às vezes o cara, só porque o cara dá um reload, às vezes o cara morre.
Papoca, né?
É paia, velho.
Obrigado.
For Queen and Country, man. Put up a smoke. Throwing grenade.
Leva um respawn aí.
Molotov. Laying down smoke.
Se quiser flashmate, tu avisa.
Não. Foi só...
Tem aqui.
Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Olha o palácio pra mim, G.
Grenade. Taca molotov, tô olhando. Olha só, liga aí, ô cara.
Grenade. Incendiary out.
Caverna.
Passou pro teto.
Recuou, não, recuou, ele recuou. Olha o
Ligação,
palácio pra mim. Quem liga?
É do macho, veio, cara, passou, Django.
Liga.
76.
Django já. Não, tá um jungle e um cadeira.
Tem CT.
Cagou o round esse cara off.
Tá aqui no liga ele.
É, sim.
Cuidado do CT aí, mano.
Tô vendo se ele não come em cima de você, velho.
Botava CT, parece. Dele pra mim. Boa.
Olha aí, mano, ficou off, mano. O cara entrou ali, ele ficou ali no mapa, mano. Ele ia pegar nós dois de lado, cara. Olha, mano. Tá vendo um drop de vez.
Ah, dropa o cara aí, mano.
Drop de vez. Alguém.
Come on, let's go.
Pau.
Throwing smoke.
Ah, vou jogar pra tu.
Tem aqui. Tetri já. Vai Tetri no palácio. Só dois, viu? Só dois.
Throwing smoke.
O cara entrou, liga, me mata.
Dois liga. Django e liga. Caverna. Django, liga e caverna. É tua, C4.
O cara deu favor do CT.
CT.
Você botou CT.
Olha o H.
Throwing a grenade.
Nossa, se expôs demais, você precisava abrir não, mas no cara não, é só deixar o cara vir nele.
Cara de SG, mano. O cara não consegue trocar com cara de SG nem a pau, não era pirroxo. De SG.
Move it, son.
Segurar essa liga aí, velho. Eu morro aqui de costa aí, mano. Aí o terceiro vai ter morto.
Smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Palácio pra mim, Diego, palácio.
Smoke.
Tem caverna aqui.
Laying down smoke.
Toda caverna. Menos 50.
Chorando ele
Tem
pular por cima.
Tem que jogar sujo com
Tá
ele.
mirado em cima.
Throwing fire.
entrando A, mano. Aqui, pô, já aqui, hoje.
Morre não, tô indo CT. Mirei pra lá.
Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
Porra, sem aí abrir fogo, porra aqui, abre, cara. E aí, mano? Égua, mano. Que diabo foi isso, mano? Isso aí foi do jogo, é?
Let's roll.
Já que é isso, mano?
Roger
Boa, Chico. Ah, entrou aqui no A já.
Caiu o cara também, foi?
Caiu. dois. C4 dropou bomba, viu? Não sei onde tá o outro, C4 bomba.
Tava bom, viu, o outro lá.
Tava não, matei.
Comédia, ó, baixou.
Deixa eu ver se tu tá CT. Se entregou, vacilou. Se ele ficar parado, o cara vai abrir ele, né? Olha, ó, se ele ficar parado já era. Vai ficar no show pra um Alp, velho.
Era teu se tivesse pegado uma arma, mas valeu. Marquinhos aí. Ou vai comprar?
Cara aí, mas fica meio e não consegue segurar, mano.
Ele vai, segura esse meio aí, vai, por favor. Tá toda hora subindo liga aí, mano.
O cara do L tem que abrir também lá, mano.
Se tu quiser, eu jogo o meio aí, pô.
Pô, pode jogar lá então. Pode ser.
Vamos lá aqui, vazio.
Essa aqui eu vou fazer é pra comprar na próxima.
Eu também, vou jogar só no deserto. Dá pra comprar até uns 3 mil aí, quem for comprar Alp, depois o resto aí pode forçar até 2 mil mesmo. Dá uma vantagem aí nesses. É boa. Isso, boa. Se não for comprar Alp, compra até 2 mil no próximo round. Aí, já é. Dá pra comprar um Defuse, hein, ô Mário?
Não, vou fazer Alp.
Quem mais que vai fazer Alp depois? O DXT.
Sem defuse não, ganhar sem defuse, sabe pô.
Compra um defusinho pelo menos.
Ei, Diego, compra uma flecha aí e faz por cima ali no meio pra mim, vai.
Ah, já tá, foi mal. Desculpa, gente. Não tinha visto. Eu fiquei dando tempo porque eu não percebi isso. É boa.
Uma voz de macho de não, mano.
Pega o seu velho. Eu gosto muito das coisas.
Deploying flashbang. Flashbang.
Porra, sério?
Vou ganhar uma atrás de tu agora.
Vê. Não precisa não.
Tô virando com L aqui já.
Bomb has been planted. Flashbang.
Fora.
Ah, mano. Vou pegar um cara de cara, dá um mercado
Vou morrer, hein? Boa.
Ei, mas se tivesse segurado um pouquinho a B, nós tínhamos ganhado o round, velho. Se tivesse segurado só um pouquinho a B, nós tínhamos ganhado o round.
Vou meio.
Tô reclamando não, viado. Olha aí, eu tô dizendo que se tivesse segurado só mais uns 5 segundinhos, olha.
O cara tá só comentando, velho.
Galera, tem unidades aqui. certeza que então.
Throwing fire. Smoke up a
Tem
smoke.
visão do meio, viu? Quem tem flash pro meio aí?
Smoke.
Eu tenho.
Deploying flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Nossa.
Throwing flashbang.
Tem caverna aqui, tem caverna.
Beleza, desci.
O mid voltou.
Tá, palácio. Palácio, macho. Olha palácio.
Tô olhando palácio.
Macho, o amarelo é. O amarelo não. O amarelo. Veio é muito bom, mano.
Ah, palácio. É, 3.
Incendiary out.
Mas o amarelo é a versão do Osmar, macho. Sem mancada. Só que um pouquinho melhor, mano. Ele consegue matar os caras.
Fire in the hole. Throwing flashbang.
Nas costas aqui.
Ó, Chimarão. Ô, comédia, esse verde, vai. Meu Jesus amado.
Quer drop? Quer drop? Pega aí, ó.
Quer trocar? Respawnzinho meio aqui.
Ela tá
Pode ir.
Não olha não, mas eu trocando com o cara do caverna e o cara do palácio me matando, mano. De cima. Já eu uma fase
Throwing fire.
Palácio aí, G.
Tô olhando liga só.
Roger.
Tá olhando palácio, né?
Throwing a grenade. Grenade. Flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Laying down smoke.
Palácio, caverna.
Throwing flashbang. Incendiary. Incendiary.
Cara, cagou uma bala dessa, não faço.
Vamos viajar. Outro sanduíche. Não, não tem não, tá clique. Tá clique, tá clique.
Olha, eles smocaram meio aqui, ó. Smoke no meio.
De Halp, doido.
Clear. Opa.
Ela tinha entrado o cara, ó. O cara, se o CT ele tinha ganhado no round aí com você, que ele tinha te matado e matado.
Palma pra tu, peraí.
Acho que como é que pode, bateu? Tô pinando ali o cara, mas não é nem pinando, né? Porque o cara tá cagando uma bala de uma vez em mim, né?
Eita, macho, mano, eu me tá uma pela 15-4.
Olha eu aqui.
Go, go, go.
Tá com a pressa. Tá com a pressa.
Smoke out. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
Vai lá, vai, Diego. O Maro tá aqui, vai.
Affirmative.
Cadê?
Incendiary out.
Mantém, mano.
Throwing fire.
Piada aí,
Throwing flashbang.
Dá molotov. Ó o verde, ó o verde, ó.
Tô fora, cheio.
Throwing fire.
Ele tá no...
Tapete.
Tapete já.
Defusing the bomb. Terrorists win.
Quase. Merda.
Ó, mostra bem isso, mano. Diabo é isso, mano. Cara, é desgraçado, viu, mano? caras lá também, meu filho, dá só uma, mano.
Take care of yourself. Throwing the
Tá,
decoy.
Bem.
I'm throwing smoke.
Vou arregaçar aqui, tá?
Passar ele comigo aqui.
Vai, vem aqui, Lara, vem aqui.
Throwing fire.
Vem aqui, que os caras vão entrar ela. Bora, arregaça.
Vai, peguei o L, vai. Passa. Cuidado com ele.
Vai, mano.
Mercado já tem. Tem L. L é meu. L. L último.
I'm throwing a grenade.
Na pila aí, menos 60. Meu filho, eu entrei bagaçando ali. Cara, nem clicou, mano.
Acho que eu tô matando, tô arregaçando o cara, mas tá doido, né? Eu entrei lá, comecei a atirar no cara e...
Macho, eu dei uma bala no cara ali no ar, mano.
O cara deixou eu morrer.
Tá, o boneco tava caindo, ele deu uma HS pro cara.
Era aqui, viado, ó.
Vai sozinho não, gente, pode ter rato aí, mano.
Não, os caras querem quanto?
Vai, Diego, vai, vou passar ele, vai. Vai se stackear. Tudo, entra aí.
Tem um AK.
Eita, entregaram a AK, foi, mano. Eita, entregaram a AK, mano. Vai, Diego. Vai, mancho, entra B, pô, tá com medo? Com medo aí, velho. Tem mercado já. Tem 90, tem menos 50.
Ah, entregou a cara no ar, né, mano? Os caras ganharam o round. Já matei o meu aí, ó. Tá ficando viado, viu, mas eu entreguei 26 dele aí ainda.
Pediram pra entregar aí também, viu, mano?
Não.
Quem entregou essa carro?
Os caras do ali, velho. Perderam pra Eca ali.
Foi só então.
Putting down the smoke.
Bora fazer a esmocada aqui, então.
Perderam pra USP, mano.
Esmoca descer.
Flashbang.
Bora pra geral.
Ele avançou ali.
Janela, de alto.
Molotov. Throwing a flashbang.
Peguei o janela. Peguei dois A, só tem um L agora. Dedo bombear, mano. Entra a caverna aí, pô. Tá no caixa de fogo ele.
Throwing fire.
Na caixa de fogo ele.
É isso, tio.
Ele tava no A aí, pegou do A? Sabia que tinha outro. Já falei que tinha um dedo bombear. Pera aí que eu tô indo costa. Pra CT, mano. Ele vai salvar a Alp lá, certeza, mano. Não, Diego, mano. Não, cara, o cara tá CT, mano. Planta pro liga, mano. Caralho, que juvenil, mano. Planta pro liga, mano. Tu sabia que o cara tava ali, mano.
Pensei que tinha dado a volta, mas
não, foi juvenil, tu, mano. E muito. Foi juvenil, não foi pouco não, foi muito.
I'm throwing smoke.
Chomei já.
Bora ver aqui mais eu, velho.
Bora. Pera aí.
Vai rushar. Parece que eles vão ficar mais, espera que ele vai estar aqui no canto, eu acho. O moleque tá travando aqui, já vai isso aqui.
O cara pegou uma lá.
Vem, no tapete, no shield.
Planta.
tá aqui, dá tempo, o cara tá na janela, ele dá um pulinho aí, 2 segundos ele me mata. Dá nem tempo pra tá. Caiu o jogo de novo. Caiu pra mim, mas diabo é isso, mano. Tem que reiniciar o jogo, mano.
Caralho, mano. Os caras já perdemos 4 rounds.
Pra eco, mano.
Já perdemos 4 rounds só nessa brincadeira aí, velho.
Os caras entregando uma arma direto.
E janela aí. Up janela, na direita aí, fudido.
Quando morrer com bot, dá o toque que eu entro depois.
O cara morreu pro bot, mano. Bora entrar B, só tem um B, mano. Vou flashar aqui pra nós entrar, vai. Tô sem arma.
Entrei.
Também. Ô, Sparta. Deixa eu dropar uma AK pra você. Ou um SG, você me dropa uma.
Tá uma KI, Diego.
Pegou essa arma aí.
Lança W.
Let's go!
Viado, mata aqui.
I'm throwing smoke! Let's go in this area!
Entregar aquele raio de matar.
Affirmative.
Ligação. Ajuda aí, velho. Porra, velho. Mas tinha outro, cara.
Ah, liga, pera aí, mano. Ah, mano, Diego, mano. Escutei nada, velho. Ah, rolou pausa.
Uma pausa, mano. Aquela pausa idiota lá, velho. Que os caras voltou na hora que tinha pausado.
Amigo de vocês ia revoltar, não?
Não
A internet dele caiu, mano.
É o jogo, mano. Tá caindo.
Aqui tá de boa.
I propose we stay here for a bit. No, my friend. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing a grenade. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Ah, mano, o cara avançou.
Ó, liga aqui, ó. Janela. Mais uma janela aqui. Tá no liga. Se esconde aí, se esconde, mano. Consegue me dar um pé aqui, tu? Não, no shield, né, Diego? Pelo amor de Deus,
tá
cara.
Mirado ali, tá mirado.
Não tá mirado não, tá te dando cover, mano. Vai B, vai B, que eu vou nas costas dele.
Vai, B. Passa aí.
Posso ir correndo?
Pera aí. Vai no shield. Não, já se ligou já, mano. Não, claro que ele se ligou, ele ouviu o cara fazendo barulho embaixo do rato ali, ele ouviu, mas ele se ligou, mano. O cara tá menos 90, Diego, puxando ele aí, vai. Tava no forest ele. Sombra aí. Não, mano, não tá nada. Vai, bom. Mais um L. Vai, mata o cara, mano. Mas tu tá pior que eu dei. Pode ver uma granada na mão, mano.
Eu pensei que ele tava no sombra. Ele tava no sombra. sombra, né? Só que
Tu matou, macho, mas
tá aqui a molotov já pra ele
tu
sair.
tá de sub, mano, e quer puxar a granada, mano. Isso é juvenil isso aí, mano. Pra ter ido era mesmo, vacilei.
E eu passei voando só porque ele tava mirado lá de cima. Pegar C4 aí, Laranja, pegar C4 aí.
Caralho, tem ninguém meio, velho. Só tem um A, velho. Só tem um A, só tem um A.
Morar. Monguei mercado. Tem um meio aí, velho.
Tinha uma janela aí, deve estar dentro do bombear aí. Caralho, Diego. Só tem tu, mano. Caralho, baitola, tá horrível, mano. Já de spray foi esse aí, mano. Vai, faz smoke top medir, vai.
Bora.
Go! Please, hold here.
O cara levasse pelo menos um, ficava calado, mas nem isso.
Yes.
Não dá, velho. Não leva. Janela e L fudido.
Flashback.
Tá aí. Calma.
2 menos 90, mano. Vocês ainda estão marcando aí.
Passou já o cara pro outro lado.
Não sei. Sabia?
Mas tu conseguiu nem enxergar direito o som do diabo é isso.
Sobrou 6 sound, velho.
2 caras, macho. 3 caras trocando meio comigo e vocês marcando caverna, mano.
Mano, nós matamos caverna lá, velho.
We defeat the mercenaries. I propose we stay for putting down the soldiers.
Toma de novo.
Not kill our friends.
É sério?
Throwing a flashbang.
Fica doido, ó.
Partida que eu vou upar, mano, com a lamentaria dessa. Pai, tu também jogou nada, tu, mano. E aí, mano, tá 6 barra foda-se, mano.
Pegou baitola. Que foi cair com essa daí
Eu
também.
upar, macho. Certeza que eu ia upar essa partida aqui.
Peraí, mano, peraí.
Vocês aí não são águia nem a pau, mano.
Deixa eu tomar um cafezinho aqui pra esquentar o couro aqui, que essa daí, meu filho. A pomba eu com o Dieguito.
Águia 1, tiras. Dormi hora dessa.
Aproveita aí, mano. Manda o donatezinho aí, o donatezinho que o Dieguito tá precisando.
Vou mandar porra nenhuma.
O Léo não vai nem rodar, mano.
Não.
Aceita não, mano. Pô, aceita
não, aceita não, mano. O jogo é pegado.
Não.
Ah, não dá pra botar cash não, isso aqui não roda no PC do Manel não, mano. Aceita não.
A hora tô. Bora, pescoço de cara. Jogar.
Tirar aqui. Ué, por que não deixa eu comprar?
Tira! A Whites. É, meu filho, aquela partida do Only, se o Only tivesse matado, né, doido?
Acostumado já.
Aquela partida. O Only tem dia que o Only tá meu filho, o Only tem dia que o Only tá uma máquina, meu filho, mortífero de matar. Mas tem dia... shit.
Cara, Diego.
Tem dia que o Homem tá uma máquina de matar, mas tem dia que tá shit.
Tem dia que tá lá, esse pote, né? Esse Diego é uma peça, mas cara.
Assiste a live. Olha o Stone aí, o Stone tá aí, não se escolhe.
Stoned?
Bora Stone aí. Não faz, pai, tu.
Oh, shit.
Diego disse bora papocas tenês.
É o quê, mano?
Eu errei, era o X aqui, eu usei sem querer. Stonex. Olha o time, ó. Olha o time, Dieguito, 228, Mário Monteiro, David BBB, Manel Gardenal, Stonex.
Já dividi isso aí,
Salta agora aqui no Center Box 3, tá? Aqui, ó.
Bora.
Qual Center Box?
Lá da Mr. Hall.
2 ali na viatura, 3 na viatura e mais 2 aí, 5 elementos. Quiseram fazer um arrastão aqui, ó. Center Box, mas vacilar. A casa caiu, ó.
Foi.
Olha ali, ó.
Saúde.
Vacilaram aqui, João 3 aqui do... Agora aqui no Center Box João 23, tava fazendo as compras aqui, ó. Pegaram 4 elementos deitados no chão aí, o raio. 5, foi? 5. Mas levaram 2, né? Tá 2 ali na viatura, 3 na viatura e mais 2 aí, 5 elementos. Quiseram fazer um arrastão aqui, ó. Center Box, mas vacilaram, ó. A casa caiu, ó.
Olha ali, ó.
Mano, o Rosmar não joga mais não. Resolução.
Se inscreve no canal, não esquece de apertar no sininho para receber as notificações.
Vacilaram aqui, João 23 aqui, da Perimental aqui, João 23 aqui, Center Box aí, ó.
Tá ouvindo aí?
Ei, o Osman não quer jogar mais não, Osman?
Ei, mano, esse Whindersson Nunes é... Olha esse cara, mano.
Tacou a pedra no ferro, os caras pensaram que era um tiro.
O pobre do anão caiu desmaiado. O pobre do anão embola com toda a linha, mas desmaiado, morrendo de medo, mano.
Assiste a live.
No YouTube, aí manda o link aí, velho.
Aí no Discord, velho.
Pobre é do anão, macho. Coitado.
Olha a CM4 aqui, a CM4. É uma vermelhona zona, mano. A1, aquela M4 A1, vermelhona, se liga.
Gabriel, 50 quilos. Valeu, mano.
Ei,
tá fazendo live aí?
Divulga minha live aí do YouTube aí.
Ei, deixa eu arrumei uma câmera aqui, depois tu vem aqui configurar a Twitch pra mim.
Beleza. Tem OBS já?
Tem OBS, tem Streamlabs.
Que foi?
OBS é melhor. Melhor do que essa aí.
O que foi, David? Tava falando.
O quê?
Ei, Diego, manda esse vídeo aí, manda.
Eu tava perguntando por que o Osmar não joga mais.
Ela tá puta aí com o Mario e com o Plus.
Comigo mesmo não.
Foi aquele lance lá?
É,
Ainda.
Por causa do ruinzinho lá, foi por causa do ruinzinho. Comigo não, que eu tava trocando ideia com ele hoje.
Fire in the hole.
Isso quer dizer nada, não.
O cara leva. Macho, o cara. É porque ele tá levando as coisas pro pessoal. Aí eu falei pra ele, não leva nada pro pessoal, cara. Tá levando pro pessoal. Ele ficar levando coisa pro pessoal, vai se lascar todinho.
A minha é no YouTube, assim.
Porque o Plus, macho, o Plus não tá nem aí não, mano.
Acho que eu tô preocupado com isso também.
O Plus tá nem preocupado com isso não, Plus.
Isso é besteira, né?
Não vou mentir pra tu não, ô Manel. Uma coisa que o Plus falou, que ele tem até razão, mano. Depois que ele parou de jogar com os mano, a gente mal perde, mano. Só tu olha aí a patente do David e do Diego aí, ó.
Eu caí nesse instante, velho.
Mas isso é besteira, cara. Meu Deus do céu. É porque sei não, macho. Sei não, é.
Vai, Manel.
Por que tu já tá se maldizendo, mano?
Não, pô, porque é besteira ficar se esquentando, macho.
Exatamente, mano. É besteira, mano. É besteira. Mas falei.
Quem se supernova aí,
Isso aí é besteira. Dando coisa besta, mano. Porque o Osmar, mano, sei lá. Acho que às vezes ele tem problema em casa, aí acaba.
Assiste a live.
Não sei o que é não.
Pera aí, mano. Pera aí.
Passando varanda.
Não é meu.
Fire in the hole.
Coqueiro, investido. Passou varanda. C4.
Três,
Porta do meio.
Vai pelo fundo.
Atrasei.
Varanda. Passou varanda. Passou.
Foi pro HS, pro varanda.
Costa. Todos costas, amarelo.
Não existe isso não, mano. Comprar colete no primeiro
Acho que
round.
o cara entrou fundo aí, bagaçou, foi, mano.
Comprar colete de CT.
O cara entrou fundo aí, bagaçou, foi.
Tô 3.
Mas tá com molotov. Principalmente.
Dá um scout aí, vai, um de vocês. Vou jogar isso aqui, bora. Vai, mano, é tu mesmo, vai, mano, vai. Vai, mano, assim, vai.
Granada não, granada vem fundo, granada vem fundo.
A porra é granada, scout é coleira, pariu.
Calma.
Eu fundo mais eu, deixa lá. Tá aqui, viu?
Deixa eu ver aqui, ó. Me fodi. Escuro baixo.
Entrou.
Dessa distância aí, tá de
Eita,
saco.
mano, se tu tivesse...
Deixa eu plantar não, mano, deixa eu plantar não. Valeu, mano.
Mestre 32, velho.
Valeu, mano, valeu.
O cara no ponto de desert.
Agora eu vou comprar, né? Ou não? Então de eco.
Agora compra, mano.
Tu quer me dar um scout, eu te dropo essa alguém aqui, vai.
Solo B na...
Dá pra varanda aí, mano, logo vai.
Let's go.
Vai.
Throwing fire.
Coqueiro. Dois coqueiros. Passou 2 varandas.
Tá pegando ele.
Deploying flashbang.
Chamei aí, menos 80.
Tá.
Escuro baixo. Eita.
Dois.
Passou, Diego. Passou pro bom. Guarda. Pelo menos 90 aí. Varanda dele. Avançado aí, ó. Tá nessa esquerda aí, ó.
Atirei no coqueiro. Tá não.
Ele tá avançado aí, fez barulho. Mais um. Menos 90.
Grenade out.
Rampa, na rampa.
Já não.
Mas são tem três.
Pega
Pega.
Não, ele fica na varanda, ela vai
No M4 CT dele.
Vai voar uma arma pra aí.
Pega essa,
Ela vai voar pra tu, fica no meio aí. Fica no meio, mano. Ela vai voar pra tu, mano. Fica no meio. Já tá na base CT, mano. Ele foi pro B, ele.
Boluda,
Vai, deixa, vai. Avança meio aí, vai.
E essa M4 aí?
Ah, base CT no spawn. Vai, pega ela aí, ó. Ali, ó. Na direita, na tua esquerda aí, ó. Esquerda, na tua direita, esquerda. Vai, dropa um scout, mano.
O Eck de novo.
Não, me dropa esse M4 aí, vai, deixa. Me dá pé varanda aqui pra conseguir ganhar esse
Vai varanda é os caras que tem. Vou beber.
Dá pé varanda aí, gente.
This is our day.
Tá mexendo, matar um S.
Flashbang.
Gato.
Flashbangs.
B.
Varanda, ô, fundo.
B.
Varanda.
Fire in the hole. Flashbang.
Exército na cara do boneco.
4x2, mano. 4x2.
Ah, meio aqui, ó.
Safe.
Carro.
Tô com o cara de... Casa é boa.
A fundo lá dentro, vamos ver a última.
103 subindo rampa.
Tem arma aqui na varanda, quiser. Ah não, o cara tá varanda já, mano. Passado. Ele tá sem C4, mano. Tá na varanda avançada aí, amarelo.
Caralho. Tá indo no B. CT.
Mas ele tá menos 163, cara.
Ele tá sem C4, mano.
Valeu.
Primeiro forçado.
Hello, shit.
Agora... Como é que vai ser?
Vamos comprar, mano. Tu ganhou, porra. Dá pra varanda de novo, vai.
Papoca, Dieguito.
Papoca aí, dá pra varanda do moleque.
Our mission is simple. Decoy.
Fica meio.
Vou ficar.
Deploying flashbang. Smoke.
Vai botar a varanda aqui, ó.
No Brasil.
Peguei varanda. Mais um varanda. Mais um varanda. Menos 60 varanda. Oh, mais um.
4 varanda.
É como não? C4 tudo.
Varanda.
Tem esse smoke da C4 aí, ó. Esse aí. Ajuda o cara, mano. Varanda, deixa. Então na direita, mano. Boa. Tirou legal. Só dominar a varanda, mano. Dominou a varanda, acabou o jogo. Tirou em ninguém. Se não foi nos caras, dá um drop aí.
Onde é que tu tava?
Dá M4 aí. Dá o pé varanda ali agora. Mano, eu tenho vergonha na cara não usar esse M4A1 aqui, mano.
Alright, gentlemen, this is it.
4x4 é bem melhor, mano.
Pior.
Não, fi.
Laying down smoke. Incendiary. Flashbang. Throwing fire.
Vangou um B aqui.
Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Smoke out.
Varanda. Avança lá, mano. Varanda.
Você não, volta.
Joga safe.
Dá um pezinho. Vem. Vem aqui, Diego, fica aqui. C4, fica aí.
Não, quer levantar não?
Os dois. Na hora que tu pulou, eu pulei, aí deu a cara, mano.
Os dois estão varanda, mano.
Os dois varanda com C4. Claro que eles podem voltar, viu? Acho que eles vão voltar. Fica só aí, deixa na caixa gorda, pega na caixa dele, vai. Não, atirando no moleque morto. Voltaram.
C4 vai estocou, mas tá voltando, cara. Pode voltar, mano.
No meio aí, ó.